At 1 o'clock in the morning, the dormitory felt as oppressive as a steamer. I lay on my bed with my eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat dotting my forehead and the tip of my nose, utterly unable to bear the heat. I contemplated rising to turn on the air conditioning, yet my body felt as if it were being pressed down by an unseen force. Though my mind was alert, I remained immobile. After an indeterminate passage of time, I suddenly sensed a refreshing stream of cool water flowing into my body, bringing such comfort that I completely relaxed and ultimately drifted into a deep slumber. The campus was exceptionally tranquil in the early morning, particularly during the summer vacation, when even the usual clamor had faded away. I had set multiple alarms to ring at 7:45, 7:50, and 7:55, fearful of oversleeping, for I had to rise by 8 to commence my summer job. The alarms rang in succession. It was not until 1 minute past 8 that I reluctantly pulled myself out of bed. The dormitories at Tongzhong Normal University, though appearing somewhat antiquated, are arranged in a 4-person configuration with the advantageous layout of bunk beds and desks, complemented by private bathrooms that surpass the amenities offered by many other institutions. I languidly strolled towards the restroom, stifling a yawn. During the summer break, my 3 local roommates had returned home, leaving me, the solitary outsider, residing in the dormitory. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I donned my headphones and exited the dorm, heading to meet the agent at the location she had provided. The agent, a woman in her 30s, chatted amiably while driving, stating that the property owner was studying out of town and would not return until the day after tomorrow. She mentioned that a cleaning lady had previously been hired, but due to the premature birth of her daughter-in-law, the lady had taken an unexpected leave of over 2 months. I obediently sat in the passenger seat, listening to her discourse, my dark eyes occasionally drifting to the scenery that receded outside the window, as I beheld the towering skyscrapers, their glass facades glimmering under the sun. I cannot help but swallow hard. To be honest, hailing from the countryside, I had only encountered such sights when traveling by train and then taking a bus past these grand edifices. Each time I gazed upon the skyscrapers, a wave of oppressive symbolism representing power and wealth surged over me, causing my heart to race, followed closely by a profound sense of inferiority and helplessness. Approximately 30 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of the Jingrui Yunwan community. The surroundings were picturesque, with the lawns meticulously trimmed, flower beds arranged with care, and sculptures dotting the landscape, creating a vibrant tapestry reminiscent of a living painting. I followed the agent anxiously, my heart fluttering with unease. I had seen this Jingrui Yunwan community on Douyin. It is renowned for its spacious flats and is one of the affluent neighborhoods in Shungan City. We ascended directly to the 20th floor in the elevator as the real estate agent, while opening the door, remarked that the homeowner was quite fastidious and that a thorough cleaning was imperative. After the cleaning, disinfectant must be employed, especially in the bedroom, gaming room, and home theater. These 3 spaces required meticulous attention, as the homeowner had a particular fondness for gaming and watching films. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious and opulent hall, where every detail whispered of extravagance and luxury. I foolishly followed the agent, donning shoe covers, standing aside with both anxiety and trepidation coursing through me, nodding cautiously. Understood, I shall be diligent. Although I'm typically quite lazy, I never dare to be negligent when it comes to commitments made to others. The agent continued to urge me, all right, hand me your student ID and identity card for a photograph. I fished them out of my bag and presented them with both hands, my fingers involuntarily clutching the strap of my bag tightly. I rarely even enter restaurants with slightly upscale decor, and now I was about to step into a residence I believed I would never have the opportunity to enter. My heart raced, and I felt so tense that words eluded me. Were it not for the prospect of earning 800 yuan a day, I would have fled with my bucket in hand. Here are your documents back. Remember the address. Come by yourself tomorrow morning, understood? The agent concluded, pointing towards a room where the cleaning supplies were stored. I've sent the precautions to your phone. Contact me via WeChat if anything arises. As I tucked my identity card away, I glanced in the direction she indicated. Here, your key. I will return in 2 days to inspect. If all is in order, You will receive your payment. I'm leaving now, goodbye." Without a backward glance, she departed, and I received the key with both hands, watching her leave with an air of authority. The moment the door closed behind her, I exhaled deeply, my taut body beginning to relax. The interior was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust. I placed my canvas bag on the floor and made my way towards the room designated for the cleaning supplies. To be honest, I hesitated to place my bag on the table or the sofa, as the table was adorned with an array of figurines that appeared quite expensive, and I feared inadvertently damaging them and incurring a cost, especially when I thought of my roommate, Wang Lily, who could not afford authentic collectibles and only had posters to satisfy her cravings. The thought of her seeing those figurines casually displayed would surely infuriate her. Speaking of Wang Lily, she is a master of the two-dimensional realm, possessing striking beauty and being the only child in a well-off family with several properties to their name. The expansive, elegant leather sofa in the living room was another point of caution for me. I dared not lean against it, fearing I might leave a mark and face a penalty. This was a grand flat, and aside from myself, everyone else resided in far greater wealth. I reminded myself sternly to be cautious, to tread carefully, and to avoid any missteps at all costs. I commenced my cleaning as time gradually slipped away. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance, causing my hand, which was mopping the floor, to pause. Could it be that the agent had returned? I set down the mop and stepped outside, only to catch sight of a tall youth, approximately 6 feet tall, who entered with one hand dragging a suitcase and the other fixated on his phone. I was momentarily taken aback. Nothing else could describe it. His beauty surpassed that of male celebrities enhanced by filters on a smartphone. It felt as though someone was observing him. The youth's gaze casually drifted away from his phone and turned forward. His eyes, set beneath long lashes, were a pale hue, reminiscent of transparent glass illuminated by sunlight, with a captivating amber color. Upon noticing my awkward demeanor, his amber eyes slightly lost focus, and his tongue instinctively flicked across his sharp canines. Only after experiencing a faint twinge of pain did he slowly regain his composure. I suffer from social anxiety. The mere sight of an attractive man makes me uneasy, engulfed by a profound sense of inferiority. In that fleeting moment when our eyes met, I quickly lowered my gaze, a blush creeping across my cheeks. Were he to cross my path on the street, I would undoubtedly keep my distance. However, this was not the street, and it was evident that this young man was the owner of the house, though I was perplexed as to why the homeowner had returned several days early. The sudden presence of a stranger, especially a young and handsome one, intensified my anxiety. It was as if my social fears collided with his striking presence, compounded by the impression of his affluence, which obliterated any semblance of confidence I possessed. My mind became a blank slate, leaving me utterly unsure of how to respond, oblivious to the way he appraised me from head to toe. "You must be someone sent by the agency," he remarked, his voice crisp and clear, akin to a sunny and charismatic protagonist whispering in my ear, sending shivers of exhilaration through me. I lowered my head, merely nodding slightly, too timid to meet his gaze. "Hello, I am Xia Yan," he stated, effortlessly shutting the door behind him and dragging his suitcase inside. "Oh, you hello. I should go tidy up," I stammered, hastily turning to leave. To be honest, being in the same space as such a striking young man made me utterly uncomfortable. The proximity was overwhelming, and I could only admire handsome figures from afar or discreetly online. Xia Yan blinked, then suddenly closed the distance with 2 quick strides, firmly grasping my wrist. "Wait a moment." His palm was somewhat cool against my warm skin, causing me to shudder, my arm tingling with sensation. I turned slightly to the side, and he was so close that I could detect the subtle fragrance of fruit emanating from him, undoubtedly the result of a fine perfume. I must admit, the scent of wealth is distinctly different. It is fresh and natural, devoid of the harshness associated with cheaper alternatives, and truly a delight to experience. I hesitated, inhaling deeply, struggling to retract my hand. Yet, it seemed he deliberately brushed against my pinky finger, imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Nonetheless, I was certain it was merely my imagination. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" I inquired, taking a few steps back, my gaze flitting nervously to and fro, ultimately settling on his elongated neck or chest. a compromise that preserved decorum while avoiding direct eye contact. Xia Yin clasped his empty hand, a soft chuckle escaping his throat, the sound lingering in my ears, igniting a flutter of emotions within me as the atmosphere shifted to something delicate. He generously remarked, "I haven't yet introduced myself." I can scarcely believe that the handsome gentleman detained me merely to inquire my name. I had assumed that my actions had prompted his urgent grasp. "I am Jiangyu." "Oh, Jiangyu, do you happen to have a younger brother named Jiangzhua?" His voice carried a playful tone, as though we were long-standing acquaintances. I lifted my gaze to Xia Yin, whose eyes sparkled with clarity, teeth gleaming white and perfectly aligned, skin fair and delicate, and lips a soft, rosy hue. Observing him up close, his beauty was almost beyond belief. His gaze was fixed intently upon me, a radiant smile gracing his lips, illuminating his entire countenance. I involuntarily pressed my lips together, my fingertips tingling slightly, while my heart raced tumultuously. I am fully aware that this is not affection, but merely an appreciation for the beauty of an attractive individual. If a lovely girl were to smile at me, my heart would undoubtedly race as well. Moreover, I am acutely conscious that I cannot aspire to men of such caliber, nor do I harbor any desire to do so. No, I am an only child. I must attend to the cleaning duties now. I feigned composure, and after uttering those words, I hastily retreated to the room I had just tidied. I gazed at that retreating figure, unable to quell the thought within me. Must I truly be so intimidated by him? Xia Yin narrowed her alluring eyes, stroked her chin, and mused to herself, "Surely, I am not unattractive, am I?" It was only after the girl's silhouette had completely vanished that I leisurely returned to the sofa, casually picking up my phone. Chapter 2. Intrigued. Xia Yin reclined on the sofa, his feet crossed and legs splayed. His amber eyes scanned the words on WeChat. Yet his mind involuntarily conjured the image of the youth he had just encountered. How to articulate it? In terms of physique and appearance, he was exceedingly mundane, devoid of any remarkable features. Particularly, his timidity exuded a sense of smallness, a rather paltry demeanor. In the past, Xia Yin would have dismissed him without a second glance. Yet today, inexplicably, he found himself drawn to the boy's presence surprisingly, pleasing to the eye. How bizarre! Shaking his head, he resolved to dismiss the thought of the youth and began typing on his phone. "Confused cat. Just got home. I want to be going to the gathering. Please don't cry for me. Don't. There are plenty of stunning girls at the party. You've been single for 19 years. It's the perfect opportunity to break free from the five-fingered maiden." He, confused cat. Do I really need to go out of my way to find someone? His childhood friend hesitated before replying a few moments later. "Please don't cry for me. Indeed, young Master Xia, you are handsome and do not lack for admirers. Yet, haven't you encountered anyone you fancy? Just consider it an opportunity to see if there is someone you like." Confused cat. I'm 19, not 29. I'm not in a rush to marry. I have other matters to attend to, signing off now. After typing his last message, Xia Yin carelessly tossed his phone aside. A romantic relationship? No, he was averse to physical contact, truly reluctant to hold someone else's hand, share saliva, or engage in any form of intimate exchange. Such notions repulsed him, which was the genuine reason for his aversion to relationships. However, barely a second after setting his phone down, his thoughts drifted back to the youth. Small in stature, clad in a cheap white t-shirt adorned with a cartoon dog. The fabric around his abdomen was damp, likely from carrying water, clinging to his skin in a manner that revealed the flesh beneath. At this thought, Xia Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. He licked his dry lips, his throat bobbing awkwardly as he shifted his legs. Just then, the youth emerged, carrying a water bucket. His head bowed as he headed to the bathroom to refill. The sudden appearance of his daydream left Xia Yin feeling somewhat sheepish, and he instinctively lowered his gaze. For the first time, he experienced a sense of embarrassment, understanding the meaning of feeling guilty. Jiangyu did not spare a glance at the homeowner. After filling the bucket, she returned to her room, focused solely on completing her chores for the day. It was unavoidable. Living under the same roof as a handsome man placed immense pressure on her. She rinsed the mop once more, gently cleaning the floor. The flooring gleamed with a golden sheen, exuding an air of sophistication and quality. She had discreetly searched online earlier and discovered it was Burmese teak, costing between 30 to 50,000 per square meter. Calculating this, the entire floor would amount to over 900,000. Not to mention, this expansive flat featured Burmese teak in every room except the bathrooms. Jiangyu gasped, hesitant to apply too much force while mopping. She treated the floor with the care of a gentle mother tending to her child, fearful of causing any damage. After mopping and wiping down surfaces, she disinfected the area once more, completing the cleaning of her room. By midday, she had managed to tidy up 2.5 rooms. Engrossed in contemplation, she pondered whether to complete her remaining tasks or to indulge in a leisurely lunch first. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a melodious voice resonated from behind her, its tone rising delicately like a cat's paw gently scratching at her heart, igniting a flutter of excitement within. Kneeling on one knee, she abruptly froze, her hand that had been massaging her shoulder stiffening. Alas, she had been so absorbed in her work that she had completely forgotten about the handsome young man. How long had he been watching her, especially given her penchant for daydreaming? When engaged in solitary or monotonous tasks, she often imagined herself as the protagonist of an elaborate narrative. In moments of fervent inspiration, she would even recite lines aloud, oblivious to her surroundings. Just moments ago, she had envisioned herself as a savior, selflessly sacrificing her life for the greater good, to the point of moving herself to tears. Surely, the young man wouldn't mistake her tearful soliloquy for madness, would he? Flustered, Jiangyu grasped a cloth and rose from the floor, awkwardly turning to face Xia Yan. He appeared to have bathed, donning a fresh set of clothes. With arms crossed and leaning casually against the doorframe, his amber eyes glimmered with a sly amusement, reminiscent of a serpent lying in wait. As her gaze met his, she felt ensnared in the depths of his dark eyes, which seemed to reveal fangs and flick out a teasing tongue. No, this was unbearable. The intensity of his stare made her heart race, compelling her to hastily avert her eyes. Why must such a striking young man exist in the realm of reality? Had he been a mere image on the internet, she would have undoubtedly found herself entranced, leaving comments of a more flirtatious nature. Fortunately, the expression on his face did not seem particularly perplexed, suggesting he had not overheard her mutterings. "Have you finished?" Xia Yan repeated languidly, his tone reminiscent of a couple entwined in intimacy. Jiangyu did not perceive this as an attempt to seduce her. While tales of princes falling for Cinderella may exist, she was certain such a narrative would never unfold in her life. Moreover, they had exchanged only a handful of words since their initial meeting. She wouldn't dare to dream beyond that. With her gaze cast downward, she responded honestly, "I have a little left to do. Do you require something?" Though he appeared to be her peer, she instinctively addressed him with a respectful tone. "It's nearly lunchtime. We should go eat," he stated matter-of-factly, leaving Jiangyu momentarily astonished, questioning if she had misinterpreted his words. What did he mean by "we should go together"? Were they so familiar? There was no hint of flirtation. Rather, it struck her as somewhat presumptuous and surreal. Standing face to face, her heart raced uncontrollably. The thought of dining in such proximity to him was daunting. What if she embarrassed herself in front of such a handsome boy? She might as well ascend to another realm and live on a distant planet, never to return. With these thoughts swirling her mind, Jiangyu diplomatically declined. Thank you, but I'm not hungry yet. I plan to finish this little bit of work first. You should go ahead." Just moments ago, she had been deliberating whether to finish her tasks or eat first. Now, there was no need for contemplation. She must prioritize her work. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, striding directly toward her and stopping mere inches away. He was so close. She caught a faint whiff of a refreshing, fruity scent, prompting her to indulge in the moment and take in a few more delightful breaths. After all, such an exquisite fragrance would no longer grace the air. Xia Yan extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against hers as he attempted to snatch the cloth from her grasp. Jiangyu instinctively tightened her hold, bewildered by his audacity to take her cloth. In less than a heartbeat, the cool touch of the handsome youth's fingers sent a shiver through her, causing her to relinquish her grip in alarm. The cloth slipped from his grasp and fell at her feet. Xia Yan chuckled softly and bent down to retrieve it, his porcelain-like cheek grazing the back of her hand. sending an icy jolt to her heart. Jiang Yu's body trembled as her eyes widened, retreating several steps in haste. She was out of her mind. How had she actually touched the beautiful face of the young man? It felt akin to a cabbage being nudged by a pig. Clearly, he was the cabbage and she the pig. But no, it was he who had accidentally brushed against her. She bore no blame. Xia Yin straightened up, feigning nonchalance as the cloth twirled on his fingertip. His amber eyes surveyed the surroundings before he casually inquired, "Where else needs cleaning?" Jiang Yu, momentarily taken aback, failed to grasp his intent. Wasn't it agreed they would finish first before dining? Xia Yin glanced around before tilting his head to look at her. The boy's gaze, reminiscent of a serpent, ensnared hers the moment they locked eyes, tightening its grip until she could bear it no longer and retreated in distress. Jiang Yu averted her gaze, taking a deep breath as she murmured, "Is that not acceptable?" "Of course, it's perfectly fine. I merely believe we could accomplish more together." "That simply cannot be." She finally comprehended his proposal and instinctively dismissed it without hesitation. What was this? Aside from her own affairs, she held a strong moral compass toward others. To enlist the homeowner's assistance in such a trifling task, easy, well-paid, and minimal effort, filled her with unease and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xia Yin regarded her steadily, unperturbed. "Why can't it be? This is my responsibility. There is no reason for you to assist. Well, what is the harm in lending a hand?" "That is not acceptable." Upon hearing her name, Jiang Yu instinctively turned to the handsome youth, his gaze forcefully ensnaring her dark eyes. He advanced step by step, until her back met the wall, leaving her with no escape. Only then did Xia Yin bend down, his amber eyes aligning with her trembling pupils. His exquisite features mere inches from her face. Jiang Yu found herself unable to evade his penetrating gaze, her heart racing at such proximity. Was he out of his mind? "Do you dislike me, Jiang Yu?" Xia Yin inched closer, his voice slightly muffled. His amber eyes lowered, sweeping across the delicate curve of her neck. She wondered what her reaction would be if he tilted his head and pressed his lips to her skin. In a mere moment, his gaze shifted back to hers, once more ensnaring her eyes with an intensity that was impossible to escape. The increasingly aggressive invasion assailed her, leaving Jiang Yu's legs weak and unsteady. Her mind had gone blank, and instinctively, she shook her head, flushing. "No, not at all. I don't dislike you." It was true that she bore no aversion towards him. It was merely that being in his company felt uncomfortable, akin to dining with a superior or sharing a reunion meal with relatives, resulting in an awkwardness that left her at a loss. "Is that so?" Xia Yan's lips curled into a smirk, his tone languid and teasing. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, as if in a daze. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her with a knowing smile, questioning whether she was using the pretext of cleaning to evade dining with him. "Absolutely not. I'm not that kind of person." "Then join me for a meal shortly." Okay. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that Xia Yin had already hummed a tune and distanced himself, picking up a small object to clean. Was she too considerate? Or was he lacking in decorum? Yet having already agreed, retracting her words would appear rather strange. Jiang Yu, who required days of mental preparation even to request a leave, opened her mouth only to close it again. She resumed her task with the cloth, diligently working. The youth was no match for the cunning fox. She could only resign herself to the impending lunch with him. To ease her conscience regarding payment, Jiang Yu worked swiftly, intent on alleviating the burden on the homeowner. However, this handsome young man persistently edged closer to her, inadvertently brushing against her hand and fingers on multiple occasions. With another touch, Xia Yin lowered his gaze, his expression composed, nonchalantly retracting his hand. Jiang Yu naturally did not entertain the notion that the youth was deliberate in his actions, assuming he merely stumbled upon her by chance. Surely, he could not be flirting with someone as ordinary as herself. Unbeknownst to Xia Yin, the earlier enticements and overt hints had fallen flat, as he now contemplated his next course of action. Though unsure why he felt a peculiar interest in this girl, he decided to keep her close for the time being. Chapter 3 topic having completed the cleaning of the house, it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu walked into the hall and discovered that the canvas bag, which had been on the floor, was now missing. As she searched around, she noticed that the bag had been placed on the table. It was evident that it was Xie Yin who had moved it. Was this the first time the young master had encountered such a modest item? Although she had never touched his hand, she could still recall the sensation from their accidental brushes, like encountering exquisite porcelain, cool to the touch, smooth and delicate. It was hard to imagine how delightful it would be to have such hands resting on her skin during the sweltering heat of summer. What was he looking at? Xia Yan had never been one to wait for others. He approached her, standing uncomfortably close, their arms almost brushing against one another. "It's nothing," Jianyu murmured. Her ears subtly flushed as she picked up the canvas bag and discreetly distanced herself from him. Noticing her deliberate attempt to create space, Xia Yan's gaze deepened, and he absent-mindedly pressed his tongue against his teeth. This was a gesture he had unconsciously repeated numerous times today, as he suppressed the surging emotions within him, his lips curling into a smile as he said, "Let us go. By the way, Jiangyu, what do you like to eat? I can manage anything." "All right. I'll place the order," he continued, stepping outside, dressed in loose black trousers that fell just below his knees and white sneakers. His legs were long and straight, with well-defined calves that were neither flabby nor awkward, moving with an elegant fluidity that was quite pleasing to the eye. Jiangyu shifted her gaze, struggling to keep up with Xia Yan's pace, her shorter legs working hard to match his stride. In truth, Xia Yan had already slowed down deliberately to accommodate her petite frame of 1.59 meters. Little did Jiangyu know if she had realized this. She might have cried in despair over her short stature. The elevator doors opened to reveal a young girl with pink hair, dressed in a style reminiscent of a K-pop girl group. Hearing the noise, the pink-haired girl instinctively looked up, only to find a stunning young man entering, leaving her momentarily stunned. Particularly captivating were his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which, despite their casual glance, made her blush. Having spent considerable time in the K-pop scene and having met numerous male idols, she found it hard to believe that this unadorned young man could surpass them in beauty. He seemed less like a mere human and more like a mesmerizing fairy who had descended to captivate hearts. Jiangyu followed Xia Yan into the elevator and naturally observed the pink-haired girl's reaction. See, it's not just her infatuation. It's simply that Xia Yan's allure is too extraordinary, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Just as the pink-haired girl was about to approach him for his WeChat contact, she watched as the handsome youth unlocked the button for the basement level with his fingerprint, leaving her momentarily astonished. The Jingrui Yunwan community was not large, and those who resided there belonged to families with assets classified as A9 or higher. An A9 designation indicated a household with a 9-digit savings account after liabilities. Each household had parking spaces located in the basement level. Within a single building, there was typically one affluent household that possessed the rights to all the parking spaces on the second basement level. Without the fingerprint access, no one could enter, making it akin to a private garage. After all, even in the realm of the wealthy, there existed various tiers of distinction. In the presence of a Nines family, Xia Yan exuded an aura of immense wealth, an unattainable figure. The girl with pink hair, having momentarily diverted her thoughts from the handsome young man, keenly noticed the black watch adorning his left wrist. If her eyes did not deceive her, it was a Richard Mille rose gold skull watch, model 52-01, priced upwards of 30 million. Such a person, who casually wore the equivalent of a house on his wrist, was certainly not someone she, a mere illegitimate child, could ever hope to contend with. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. The pink-haired girl stepped out, yet, unwilling to part, glanced back one last time. She caught sight of the young man, smiling tenderly at the boy beside him, an unmistakable air of possessiveness radiating from him. The boy stood in the corner of the elevator, his head hung low like an innocent little rabbit, inadvertently cornered by a fierce predator, resigned to the whims of the other. Ding! The elevator doors closed, completely obstructing the girl's view. Although she could not discern the boy's features, the handsome young man gazed at him with a rapturous intensity, as if he were a rare treasure, his eyes lingering with reluctance to look away. This boy must possess an unparalleled beauty, exquisite as a celestial being. Meanwhile, Jiangyu accompanied Xia Yan to the basement level 2. This level housed a considerably spacious parking lot. As they entered the dimly lit area, the ceiling lights flickered on sequentially, akin to a domino effect. The lavish decor of a high-end hotel lobby adorned the space, with brilliant lights reflecting off a row of luxury cars, delivering an overwhelming visual shock to the unprepared Jiangyu. Having never encountered such opulence in reality, she felt dizzy, her heart racing uncontrollably. Though she could not identify the vehicles, their mere appearance suggested they were anything but inexpensive. Realizing that the cars were part of the entire building's grandeur, she could not help but marvel inwardly, understanding why those who could afford to stay here were billionaires. The luxury cars seemed to be parked haphazardly, like cabbages in a market. Oh, how unfair it seemed that the world had one more wealthy individual. Oh, heavens, why did you not treat me as your own daughter? Xia Yan, with a casual demeanor, had one hand in his pocket while the other opened the door of a black Kian, inviting the girl inside. Jiang Yu, hey, where are you? He glanced around, only to find Jiang Yu staring at the cars, lost in a reverie. What is this? Do you like them? Xia Yan approached the boy, his starry eyes resting on her delicate neck. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as his arm brushed against hers, and with a playful tone, he asked, "Which one do you fancy? I'll gift it to you." His words flowed as effortlessly as drinking water. Jiang Yu, shaken from her astonishment, quickly took a step back, shaking her head vigorously. No, no, that's unnecessary. She could not discern whether he was sincere or merely polite. Even if he were genuine, she would decline. It was not due to any lofty principles or disdain for wealth, but rather a steadfast disbelief in the notion of free handouts. Even if a pie were to fall from the sky, she suspected it would be laced with poison. Noticing Xia Yan's amber eyes fixed upon her, as if he wished to say more, Jiang Yu momentarily forgot her anxiety and hastily smiled. "Let us go eat." The boy's smile lit up his face, his eyes curving charmingly, unexpectedly handsome. Is his aesthetic truly one of such unadorned simplicity? Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. This was the first time he had seen Jiang Yu smile at him. Until now, she had regarded him as if he were something unsightly, hastily averting her gaze whenever their eyes met, or outright avoiding looking at him altogether. Xia, the young master, was well aware of his striking appearance, to the extent that talent scouts would often thrust business cards into his hands as he walked by. He was, without a doubt, the center of attention wherever he went. However, upon encountering Jiang Yu, this affluent young man found himself questioning his own allure for the very first time. "Well, let's go eat," he said, seemingly forgetting something important, but it mattered little. Xia Yan's captivating, peach blossom eyes shimmered enticingly as he beckoned her into the car with gentlemanly grace. "Why we need to drive to get something to eat?" Jiang Yu was taken aback, completely oblivious to the young master's piercing gaze. She pointed at the car with a wooden expression, struggling to articulate, "Is the restaurant far?" She had assumed that certain malls had underground parking conveniently close to dining establishments, never considering that they might need to drive at all. There was nowhere to eat in the neighborhood. Noticing Jiang Yu's reluctance, Xia Yan firmly grasped her wrist, gently nudging her from behind with his other hand. Without much resistance, she found herself easily ushered into the vehicle. Jiang Yu took a seat in the passenger side, still processing the situation, when Xia Yan swiftly joined her from the other side. They opted for a more understated Cadillac for their meal. "In the future, when we have time, I'll take you for a ride in a different car," he said with an affectionate tone, as if suggesting they would frequently spend time together. Jiang Yu lowered her gaze, biting her lip in silence. After tomorrow, their paths would diverge completely. She dismissed Xia Yan's words as mere politeness. Xia Yan adeptly started the engine with one hand while securing his seatbelt with the other. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her, having caught sight of something in the rearview mirror. This unexpected movement startled Jiang Yu. What is happening? The flawless contour of his profile brushed perilously close to her lips, mere centimeters apart. Immediately following, her gaze was drawn to Xia Yan's pristine neck. His Adam's apple hovered less than an inch from her mouth, and a slight tilt of her lips could bring about an intimate touch. The sweet fragrance of fruits enveloped Jiang Yu, rendering her momentarily speechless. This proximity, what on earth was he doing? In less than half a second, Xia Yan, unable to steady himself, leaned further, pressing against her. His Adam's apple inadvertently grazed her lips. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her hands instinctively gripping his waist as she pressed her lips together tightly. This action was akin to a fleeting kiss on his throat. Xia Yan's amber eyes glazed over, and his Adam's apple quivered uncontrollably. He let out a muffled sound, his head collapsing into the crook of her neck. Jiang Yu's heart raced to an extreme. Not only had she mistakenly kissed the young man, but her neck was also an exceedingly sensitive area. The warmth of his breath against her skin sent her heart into a frenzy. What was happening? As realization dawned, she blushed deeply and hurriedly pushed him away. Xia Yan moved with remarkable swiftness, rising from beside the girl. Upon noticing her dazed expression, a slight smile graced his lips. As she turned to him, he hastily offered a sincere apology. "I am truly sorry. I intended to fasten your seatbelt, but I did not expect to lose my balance and fall onto you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, really," Jiang Yu replied. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head vigorously. After securing her seatbelt, her right hand awkwardly rested against the side of her neck, as if trying to erase the warmth that did not belong to her. It was exhilarating. This ugly duckling was sharing such intimate proximity with a boy of his caliber. What a windfall, if not for the vast disparity between them. She might have thought he was doing it on purpose. Xia Yan continued his stream of apologies. Considering her heart's well-being, Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Xia Yan? Yes? Seeing Jiang Yu initiate conversation for the first time, Xia Yan swallowed the rest of his apologies. As he observed her nearly bowing her head toward the floor of the car, his thumb unconsciously rubbed the watch strap on his left wrist. Why did she not like looking at him? Jiang Yu added, "If there is anything you wish for me to do, feel free to tell me." Like reminding me to fasten my seatbelt. Xia Yan's amber eyes suddenly darkened, almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Countless women would vie for a chance to be close to him, and here she was, appearing to disdain him. He pressed his tongue against his sharp canine, grinding it against the tender flesh. Yet, this foolish girl remained oblivious to the increasingly perilous aura emanating from him. With her head bowed, she continued speaking. Her words subtly conveyed a desire for him to keep his distance, allowing her to finish her work in peace before parting ways. "We are merely in a contractual relationship. There is no need for." Xia Yan, with his striking peach blossom eyes, casually glanced towards the front of the car, scoffing lightly before flooring the accelerator and abruptly braking. Jiang Yu's upper body slammed against the seat back, thrust forward by the sudden stop, only to be violently thrown back against the chair. Her pupils dilated, her complexion drained of color, breath coming in quick gasps, and cold sweat beaded on her back. Had it not been for the seatbelt, she would have been flung forward into the windshield. Goodness, is this person a road menace? My apologies, a miscalculation. Xia Yan lazily leaned back into his seat, nonchalantly offering an explanation as he effortlessly maneuvered the car out of the garage. What nonsense about parting ways. Did she truly believe he was so easy to dismiss? Indeed, Jiang Yu, who had ceased her distance-keeping rhetoric, was the most endearing girl in the world. As the car traversed the road, the traffic expertly navigated around them, even though the vehicle's exterior was understated. It was a Porsche Cayenne. A collision would certainly incur significant costs. Jiang Yu was genuinely frightened, her hands tightly gripping the seatbelt. And recalling that the boy referred to this car as a Cayenne, she quickly relaxed and checked to ensure it wasn't crumpled or damaged. Throughout the journey, no further heart-stopping incidents occurred, allowing her to finally breathe easy and contemplate the experience of riding in a luxury vehicle. Heavenly. She had indeed arrived at a day where she could sit in a lavish car. Oblivious to her earlier remarks about maintaining distance, she was lost in blissful ignorance. Xia Yan occasionally caught sight of her subtle gestures in the rearview mirror, his gaze brushing over the girl's not-so-red lips. He instinctively caressed his Adam's apple before resting his hand on the gear lever. He had not anticipated such exhilaration. "Jiang Yu, do you prefer Bugatti or a Spark?" His smile was gentle, entirely devoid of the malice that had characterized his earlier demeanor. After posing the question, an uncomfortable silence ensued as he awaited her reply. "Why are you silent? What on earth is that?" After a prolonged pause, Jiang Yu finally managed to articulate her confusion. The atmosphere within the car was tinged with a palpable stillness. Xia, the young master, had never encountered someone so naive, and he found himself chuckling. This was infinitely more entertaining than spending time with his friends. After a few seconds of silence, he inquired, "You enjoy cars, yet you are unaware of their types?" "Hmm. When did I ever say I like cars?" Jiang Yu shook her head. "I don't like cars. What do you like then? If not for the act of driving." Xia Yan would have been tempted to gaze intently at the girl, wishing to capture every vibrant expression that played upon her face. However, the question left Jiang Yu momentarily speechless. As someone living on a meager allowance of 800, she felt unqualified to express her hobbies. Typically, she could only indulge in short videos, eking out a few cents here and there, or read free novels on platforms like Tomato, similarly extracting trifles. At the end of the day, she would spend nothing and still manage to earn a bit. Yet, deep down, she harbored an admiration for the strong, always striving to maintain a semblance of pride in the presence of those more accomplished than herself. Thus, she would never confess such sentiments before a wealthy gentleman like Xia Yan. Xia had grown accustomed to the routine of asking her a question only to be met with her prolonged silence. In a leisurely tone, he continued, "Do you enjoy playing games?" Although he primarily played foreign games, he was well-versed in domestic ones as well. Moreover, having recently established a gaming company, he had explored nearly every game on the market, including those aimed at female audiences. Jiang Yu pressed her lips together, wondering if mobile games and Miracle Nikki counted. However, discussing this with a boy felt rather awkward. She shook her head. "I don't play games. What about anime?" I watch it. Such as?" Finding a shared interest sparked a flicker of excitement in Xia's beautiful eyes. As they waited at a traffic light, her slender, immaculate fingers, reminiscent of smooth, translucent jade, rhythmically tapped on the steering wheel with delight. He envisioned a harmonious future together. However, Jiang Yu was nearing her limit. Why was this person so inquisitive? Was he always this nosy? Fortunately, the restaurant was not far, and as he posed his fifth question, the car came to a halt in front of a building. Jiang Yu internally exhaled deeply. The socializing she had endured in this half-day surpassed that of an entire year. The Cuizhu Yuan restaurant, nestled in the bustling heart of the city, made securing a reservation a formidable challenge. For the elite of Shenzhen City, dining here was regarded as a symbol of status. Whenever this place was mentioned, a hint of pride gleamed in their eyes, as if they were proclaiming their extraordinary and noble standing to the world. For Xia Yan, this was merely a pastime during his 16th year, a frivolous indulgence. The author provides a warning. The female protagonist possesses a unique charm that causes the exceptional male leads to fall in love at first sight. There is no background or reasoning. It is simply love at first sight, devoid of deeper contemplation, embodying the quintessential traits of a Mary Sue. There are a multitude of male leads, rendering it a mindless yet pleasurable read, devoid of any other expectations. Chapter 4. Dining as Xia Yan exited the vehicle. He carelessly tossed the car keys to the approaching doorman and proceeded inside with Jiang Yu. The building, from an external perspective, appeared unadorned and modest, lacking even a sign to indicate its purpose as a restaurant. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was greeted by a lush bamboo grove. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound, as if the very air was imbued with a delicate fragrance. Following Xia Yan along the meandering path, she noticed wildflowers occasionally adorning the sides, each one exuding a unique, refreshing beauty, though not ostentatious. At the end of the path stood a quaint five-story structure, its top floor adorned with green tiles, slightly curving at the edges as if beckoning to passers-by with a warm smile. Prominently displayed at the center of the building was a grand plaque inscribed with the elegant characters Shui Zhu Yuan, Bamboo Garden. Every detail revealed the owner's exquisite taste. The two settled at a window-side table on the second floor. Peering through the window, Jiang Yu beheld sunlight filtering through the sparse bamboo leaves, forming a natural tapestry of light and shadow. Observing the wonder in her eyes, Xia Yan's lips curled slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. "Jiang Yu, what do you think of this place?" His amber eyes lingered on her lips, scrutinizing, and upon her realization, nonchalantly shifted to her dark gaze, yearning for her praise. "It's wonderful. I never anticipated such a poetic bamboo garden in the city center." Nearby, a gentle stream meandered, the soothing sound of water instilling a sense of tranquility and peace in Jiangyu, allowing her to engage naturally with the youth, her earlier nervousness dissipating. Xia Yan, feeling a touch self-conscious, absently touched his ear, his cheeks warming slightly. Actually, it's not that impressive. There are many shortcomings. If someone familiar with Xia Yan had witnessed this, they would surely be astounded. The notoriously brazen young master had just blushed from compliment. When had he ever exhibited such humility? Xia Yan possessed an exceptionally clear and profound understanding of his strengths and weaknesses. He could gracefully accept praise while facing criticism with indifference. What of it? His flaws could also be seen as virtues. It was a reflection of his mood. Yet, Jiangyu was an exception. Her presence seemed to disrupt his usual demeanor. Aside from those bound by blood, no one had ever occupied the passenger seat beside him. The young master would never fasten a seatbelt for anyone, often playfully leaning into them. In the past, if someone had suggested that Xia Yan would intentionally pursue a seemingly ordinary girl, he would have surely locked them in a shipping container and tossed it into the sea. Such an absurdity was inconceivable in his world, pure fantasy. Nevertheless, this unfathomable scenario indeed transpired, with him willingly relinquishing his haughty facade and brazenly approaching her. It was a strange occurrence, yet he found it remarkably delightful. Jiangyu was unaware that the bamboo garden belonged to the young man before her. She naively assumed that the young master, having experienced numerous exquisite places, casually remarked that the bamboo garden was not as good as it seemed. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Yan chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he pressed a corner beneath the table. Within a minute, a graceful young beauty, holding several exquisite menus, approached with poise. She wore a standard professional smile, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, her slender figure elegantly accentuated by the contours of her cheongsam. Upon seeing the distinguished gentleman at the table, the young waitress paused, her eyes briefly flashing with an unmistakable glimmer of admiration. Though this restaurant was owned by Xia Yan, the staff reported directly to the manager. Thus, they had never had the opportunity to meet the proprietor. Naturally, the young beauty did not recognize her boss. As she walked over, her gaze met his. Truly, he was a paragon of masculinity. His peach blossom eyes were tender and alluring, with amber irises shimmering like rippling water, the slightly upturned corners resembling a delicate touch of rouge. Under the enchanting gaze of such striking eyes, the young waitress felt her face flush, acutely aware that patrons of the bamboo garden were not short of wealth. After handing a menu to the girl, she shyly bit her lip and gently offered a menu to the remarkable gentleman. As he accepted it, her pinky finger, seemingly boneless, brushed against the back of his hand. When he looked over, her eyes, like autumn water, sparkled, momentarily dropping in a coy manner. "May I take your orders, esteemed guests?" Her voice carried a charming lilt, sending a delightful shiver through Jiangyu, who quietly observed the young beauty, noting that her attention was solely fixed on Xia Yan. In response, she lowered her gaze to the menu. This was entirely normal, as she possessed the same beauty and figure as the young waitress. She too would have contemplated establishing a connection with Xia Yan. Xia Yan furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Jiangyu, who was engrossed in the menu. With his obsessive cleanliness, he suppressed his irritation, refraining from uttering any unpleasant remarks to the waitress, lest he frighten the girl. After casually ordering 2 dishes, he gently encouraged Jiangyu, "No need to be polite, order freely." Noticing the absence of prices on the menu, Jiangyu felt a wave of panic, but soon comprehended the young man's intention to treat her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She randomly pointed to 2 dishes before handing the menu to the young waitress. The waitress, however, did not leave. Instead, she turned her gaze back to Xia Yan. "Is there anything else?" Xia Yan directed his deeply affectionate peach blossom eyes toward the waitress. Casually glancing at her name tag, he smiled, his expression warm and inviting, akin to the gentle breeze of March bathed in sunlight. The young waitress, seemingly oblivious to the malicious intentions concealed beneath the handsome exterior, was momentarily captivated, then blushed and shook her head, reluctantly leaving. Jiangyu observed this scene, grateful that she did not overthink it. This young man truly seemed to regard everyone with deep affection, his radiant smile creating an aura of approachability. As soon as the others departed, Xia Yin leisurely picked up his phone, found the manager's WeChat, and accurately sent the service staff's employee number. The compensation of N1 prompted her immediate departure, and she advised the manager to manage the staff properly. The desire for revenge was one reason, but more so, that Suizhu Garden was far from being a den of vice. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, as though his hands were tainted with something unclean. Xia, the young master, generally detested any form of physical contact, even minimizing it with his parents. After a moment of restraint, he could no longer hold back. He placed his phone on the table and stood up, his black mechanical watch on his wrist accentuating his aloof elegance. Jiangyu, I'm going to the restroom, he announced. Jiangyu looked up, sunlight filtering through layers of bamboo, casting dappled shadows on the youthful, fair-skinned visage before her. Noticing her gaze, Xia Yan's starry eyes locked onto her dark ones. The white t-shirt paired with a tailored shirt jacket softened his aloof demeanor, adding a hint of youthful charm. Jiangyu felt her cheeks betray her, flushing uncontrollably, especially recalling the moments in the car, his delicate face nestled against her neck, his warm breath brushing against her skin, and his lips grazing his Adam's apple. Just the thought of it made her cheeks burn to the point of nearly igniting. I understand, Jiangyu replied, lowering her eyes in embarrassment as her gaze fixated on her phone. What an enchanting youth. He was simply mesmerizing. One could hardly fathom how he could be so strikingly handsome. Accustomed to her evasiveness, Xia Yin felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, wishing he could take her straight to the car and claim her entirely. Yet, he had never been with a girl before. Yet he felt an overwhelming possessiveness, desiring both her heart and body. Otherwise, he would have long since had someone abduct her and whisk her away to his private island abroad for a grand adventure. Instead, he had spent an entire day and night playing games in the car, exhausted, yet chose to accompany her in tidying up and treating her to a meal. It was clear he had ulterior motives. Upon entering the restroom, Xia Yin washed his hands, the water reflecting his faintly colored gaze. After a brief moment, his fair hands turned a vivid red before he stopped. He took out a handkerchief to dry them and casually discarded his Burberry handkerchief worth over 3,000 into the trash before exiting the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiangyu, relieved by his departure, took the opportunity to search for Suizhu Garden on a popular social media platform. The first post featured several delectable food images, with the location tagged at Suizhu Garden in Shungan City. In the comments, she read, "Such wealth. They can actually make a reservation at Suizhu Garden. My lady, please allow this humble servant to bow before you. Is your household in need of a devoted admirer? I'm most capable of it. My lady, do not be constrained by gender. I can be sweet, cute, or even regal." Just as she was about to scroll further, her roommate, Wang Lily, sent her a WeChat message. Curious, she opened it. "Little Miss, Jiangyu, I need your help urgently. Come to Weibo at 10 tonight to help me snag a signed copy from the author Huang Wu, and there will be a hefty reward if successful." Huang Wu was one of Wang Lily's favorite comic creators. His works have transcended boundaries, becoming known even to those outside his usual audience, and have swept numerous prestigious awards across various countries. Upon being adapted into animation, it garnered the Oscar for Best Animated Feature. He is a renowned comic artist on a global scale, and as an Asian, the popularity of his works abroad surpasses that of many top-tier Western celebrities. There is an air of mystery surrounding him. When he makes public appearances, he is always meticulously concealed, never revealing his face. Jiangyu promptly agreed with Wang Lily. "Yu, okay. Super cute emoji. Young lady, the charming cat. Thank you, regardless of whether I manage to get it. I shall treat you all to a meal when school starts." After sending Wang Lily another adorable emoji, Jiangyu exited their chat and shifted her gaze to her mother's message window. Today was the day her mother was supposed to send her living expenses, yet there was still no word on WeChat. This was not surprising. As long as she remained silent, her mother would likely forget altogether, seemingly believing that with a monthly allowance of 800, she could manage to save 400. After some contemplation, she decided to inquire about it tomorrow if the funds had not been transferred by then. What was wrong? She appeared quite troubled. Xia Yin settled into his seat, casually resting his arm on the table, his soulful eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, his voice lowered and laced with an unintentional tenderness. Jiang Yu tucked her phone away, shaking her head, and inadvertently noticed that the back of the young man's hand was flushed a deep red. His skin was pale, not the lifeless white typical of certain foreign appearances, but akin to exquisite mutton fat jade, fair and translucent. Thus, the vivid blush on his delicate, fair skin was strikingly noticeable, capturing immediate attention. Chapter 5. Withdrawal. Noticing her gaze, Xia Yin raised an eyebrow, bracing himself for an impending inquiry. However, to his astonishment, the girl merely glanced over and feigned ignorance, diverting her attention elsewhere. How could the illustrious Xia, who had always resided at the pinnacle of the food chain, ever be so disregarded? His enchanting peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as he directed an incredulous stare at Jiang Yu, nearly driven to exasperation. Why not simply ask if she noticed him? With a strikingly handsome and affluent figure before her, how could she let such an opportunity slip by? Did she truly require guidance on how to ensnare his attention? The intensity of his gaze rendered Jiang Yu unable to meet his eyes. For the moment she glimpsed his exquisite visage, her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, she could not afford to be entirely engrossed in her phone. So she oscillated between glancing at her device and surveying her surroundings, all while deliberately avoiding Xia Yin. This infuriated him further. Was he truly so unappealing that she would refuse to look his way? As he ground his sharp teeth in frustration, he inadvertently bit his tongue, causing a painful cut. Hiss! Xia Yin covered his mouth with his right hand, grimacing in agony, his alluring eyes glistening with unshed tears. There's a saying, isn't there? A man's tears are a woman's aphrodisiac. Although the youth did not weep, the corners of his eyes reddened, and his amber gaze sparkled with a sheen of moisture. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yu looked up, momentarily entranced, and instinctively inquired, "What's wrong?" Xia Yin paused, a scoff escaping his lips in silent disdain. Oh, now she deigned to inquire about his well-being? After having bitten his tongue, he sat there, feigning vulnerability, leaning slightly toward Jiang Yu over the table, revealing his pearly white teeth. His upper jaw boasted 2 sharp canines on either side, while his lower jaw mirrored the feature with 2 more at the back. His tongue was delicate and pink, catching Jiang Yu off guard with his unexpected boldness. She quickly averted her gaze, feeling ill at ease, and stammered, "Oh, are you all right?" "It's nothing. Just a bit painful when I eat these past couple of days," Xia Yin replied nonchalantly, closing his mouth. Jiang Yu lifted her eyes once more, only to find him reclining lazily against the back of his chair, his captivating peach blossom eyes half-lidded, a lingering gaze resting upon her face, seemingly laced with a hint of pitiful longing. Longing? No, it was not her fault he had gotten hurt. She certainly could not bear the burden of his misfortune. Jiang Yu sensed something peculiar about Xia Yin. He hardly resembled a typical individual. At that moment, the haughty young Master Xia was sulking, harboring a slight temper, yearning for the girl to soothe him. Unbeknownst to him, she had already categorized him as eccentric, fortuitously ignorant of this fact, or he would surely be on the verge of collapsing from frustration in the bamboo garden. Just as Jiang Yu was about to lose her composure, a dashing young waiter, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, gracefully strode into view. He possessed a remarkably clean and delicate appearance, clad in a simple white shirt paired with a black waistcoat, as he wheeled over an exquisite dining cart. "Honored guests, you have ordered the sea cucumber and scallop eggplant casserole, braised pigeon eggs with pork, shrimp duo, and stir-fried eel. These are 2 desserts graciously offered by the Cuizhi Yuan." The handsome waiter, donning a transparent mask, possesses a melodious voice, speaking calmly and eloquently. Jiang Yu couldn't help but steal glances at the dashing waiter. To have a boyfriend like him would indeed be a stroke of luck. Suddenly, a displeased snort echoed through the air. Both Jiang Yu and the charming waiter instinctively jolted, turning their gazes toward the beautiful youth. He stood there, arms crossed and head tilted away, gazing indifferently out the window, as if the sound of disdain had not originated from him. The handsome waiter continued to serve the dishes, albeit with a hint of anxiety, while Jiang Yu lowered her eyes, refraining from looking around any further. For some inexplicable reason, an unease settled within her. Why should she feel this way? As the meal progressed, it was unclear whether it was due to the sharpness of Xia Yan's tongue that he hardly spoke at all. Initially, Jiang Yu found the beautiful youth's aloof demeanor somewhat disconcerting, but as the exquisite food graced her palate, her spirits lifted, and she eagerly dug into her meal. Her cheeks puffed slightly as she chewed rapidly, resembling a hamster feasting. After sampling a couple of bites, Xia Yan set down his chopsticks, propping his chin on his hand, captivated by the sight of the girl relishing her food. Oddly enough, the simple act of her eating gradually dispelled the gloom that had been overshadowing his heart. Xia Yan was well aware of his temperament, sensing that he was on the verge of losing control. His amber eyes transitioned from curiosity to scrutiny and, eventually, to enchantment. With an intensity that felt almost scorching, Jiang Yu eventually succumbed to the gaze. Meeting his starry amber eyes and the lingering smile that danced in his alluring peach blossom expression. "Oh, beautiful youth, your gaze is so compelling. It might lead others to misinterpret your intentions." Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed, and with a lack of poise, she hastily lowered her head to continue eating. She had perused numerous novels and indulged in fantasies of a domineering CEO falling for her. Yet, fantasies remained just that. She never believed that her extensive reading would afford her the extraordinary fate and qualities of a heroine in the real world. Even if she suspected her own romantic inclinations, she held no doubts regarding Xia Yan's motives. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Yan possessed an irresistible allure. He lazily poured her a cup of warm tea and softly advised, "Take your time eating." Jiang Yu paused mid-chew, pondering if he treated everyone this way, and silently chanted a mantra in her mind, Amit Ba, Amit Ba, Amit Ba. Gradually, her restless heart began to calm. After finishing their meal, Xia Yan went to settle the bill and retrieve his car, leaving Jiang Yu waiting at the entrance. However, she did not see him return, but instead heard raised voices from behind the bamboo grove. Curiosity piqued. She peeked over to find the petite waitress from earlier seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Though she stood at a distance, she caught snippets of words like resignation and compensation. Suddenly, the sound of a horn drew Jiang Yu's attention back, prompting her to step forward and open the passenger door to take a seat. Though she longed to sit in the back, she recalled seeing on Douyin that sitting in the front with the driver could be perceived as treating them merely as a chauffeur. Jiang Yu was not particularly astute, nor did she possess high emotional intelligence. Others often described her as obedient, somewhat dull, and not particularly talkative. In truth, she simply lacked guidance in the intricacies of human relationships, often feeling that speaking too much would lead to missteps. Coupled with her parents' incessant teachings to be understanding, enduring, and accepting of both hardship and blessings, she gradually became taciturn. Consequently, a third of her emotional intelligence was self-discovered, another third gleaned from social media, and the final third derived from her readings of novels. Yet, she was not oblivious to the need for improvement, was she? For instance, in the past, she would have certainly chosen to sit in the back seat rather than the front passenger seat. Her continuous evolution is indicative of Jiang Yu's commendable character. "I shall attend to the cleaning," Jiang Yu remarked as she returned to Xia Yan's residence, swiftly entering a room, retrieving her Bluetooth headphones, and selecting her favorite music to commence her task. The pressure of being under the same roof as a handsome peer was rather overwhelming, prompting her to hasten her chores in hopes of returning to her dormitory sooner. Observing her hurried retreat, Xia Yan let out a soft click of his tongue. Feeling quite vexed, he sank onto the sofa, fatigue settling in as a dull ache began to throb at his temples. Rubbing his brow, he realized it had been 2 days and nights since he last closed his eyes. Shortly after sitting down, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, as if it sought to engulf him entirely. Would the girl, upon seeing him asleep on the sofa, feel a pang of sympathy and cover him with something? Surely, she would. Wouldn't she? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he succumbed to the call of slumber. Jiang Yu emerged with a bucket to change the water, her gaze immediately falling upon Xia Yan sprawled on the sofa. The living room was expansive, approximately 130 square meters, and felt quite empty except for the central sofa set, a long dining table, and a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling windows that could comfortably accommodate two. Little did Jiang Yu know that in the future, someone would find themselves entangled in absurd antics upon that very rocking chair. A fleeting glance at Xia Yan on the sofa was all she afforded before continuing to change the water and tidy up. As time trickled by, she completed the cleaning of the room and checked her phone, noting the time was already 6:30 in the evening. The most challenging tasks of cleaning the gaming room, gym, and a room filled with figurines, along with the living room, awaited her for the next day. At dusk, the sky gradually transformed into a resplendent orange hue. This vibrant orange glimmered like a burning flame, penetrating the 12-meter panoramic windows and evenly illuminating the living room. The sight was a spectacle of light, shimmering with golden brilliance. Xia Yan lay on the sofa, the setting sun casting a gentle golden sheen over him. Jiang Yu stepped out of the room with her canvas bag, hesitating for a moment before approaching the sofa. The young man's soft, tousled black hair now resembled clouds, whimsically scattered upon his head by the wind. Despite its disarray, it did nothing to diminish his attractiveness. Rather, it accentuated his fair complexion, rosy lips, and captivating charm. Jiang Yu crouched down, noticing his flushed cheeks and the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, confirming that he was indeed alive. As he felt the weight of someone's gaze, the boy uneasily turned, now facing the ceiling. His simple t-shirt slipped slightly due to his sleeping position, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his delicate collarbone. Satisfied that he was unharmed, Jiang Yu stood and prepared to return to her dormitory. Suddenly, the sunset vanished in an instant, casting the living room into dimness. Just as she felt the chill of solitude, reminiscent of the loneliness that follows a vibrant gathering, the ceiling illuminated with a celestial panorama of the Milky Way. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the neon lights flickered to life, their vibrant hues illuminating the skyline, rendering the towering edifices resplendent in their grandeur. No amount of viewing on video could compare to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. Jiang Yu stood transfixed before the window, gazing down from the heights. Her lips pursed as she absorbed the scene for what felt like an eternity before departing from Xia Yan's home. The walls of the dormitory outside Tengzhong Normal University were weathered and worn, a palpable air of antiquity enveloping her as she returned to her shared space. Sitting in a daze before the modest area scarcely larger than a restroom, she felt akin to a tourist who had inadvertently stumbled into another's realm, experiencing a profound sense of withdrawal upon returning to her own world. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, she managed to recalibrate her mindset and made her way to the bathroom for a shower. At 10 o'clock, she was to secure an autograph from the elusive Ao Wang. To her astonishment, news broke at that hour that Ao Wang would make an appearance in a live broadcast on Weibo. The fans erupted in excitement, for this was a rare engagement from the enigmatic figure who had captivated the public for years without revealing any substantial information about himself. While uncertainty loomed over whether he would show his face, the mere prospect of hearing his voice was enough to fulfill her. An overwhelming influx of viewers, including foreign netizens circumventing barriers to access Weibo, caused the platform to crash, rendering it inaccessible. Was the broadcast canceled? That was the information leaked by the staff. All right, I understand. Yes, I will convey this to Ao Wang. All you need to do is adhere to the compensation outlined in the contract. Brotherly hung up the phone and turned to the adjacent room. Song Yun, I've received word that the live broadcast will not proceed. Chapter 6. The highly popular comic author, a young boy named Song Yun, donned a loose-fitting black zip-up hoodie, his legs languidly crossed on an esports chair. The oversized hood obscured half of his face, revealing only his pale skin and the delicate M-shaped lips beneath. The slight visibility of his chiseled chin and naturally rosy lips, devoid of any cosmetics, was sufficient to ascertain that he was undeniably handsome. Indeed, even his agent, the straightforward Li Ge, would find himself momentarily entranced by Song Yun's striking features during their encounters, nearly swayed by his allure. Such beauty ought not to remain outside the entertainment industry, alas. The boy exhibited mild autism, showing little interest in others. I understand. Li Ge, Song Yun spoke in a soft, languorous tone, reminiscent of an ethereal creature serenading in a valley. After uttering these words, he dismissed any further conversation, curling up in his esports chair, lost in his own world. Li Gu, accustomed to Song Yun's aloof demeanor, concluded the business at hand and turned to attend to subsequent matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, upon learning of the livestream cancellation, reclined on his bed, engaging in a brief conversation with Wang Lily before scrolling through Douyin until sleepiness overcame him, leading him to succumb to slumber. In the deep hours of the night, the city remained aglow with lights. Xia Yin, groggy and disoriented, stirred from the sofa. His disheveled black hair, coupled with his sparkling amber eyes, lent a childlike innocence to his otherwise refined visage. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, he surveyed the rather desolate living room, noting the absence of any belongings on the sofa. After a moment of disbelief, he rose to search around the sofa, even peering beneath it. "Amy, turn on the living room lights," he commanded, his voice raspy from sleep. "Amy is here. I have activated the living room lights for you," a mechanical voice responded. In an instant, the dimly lit living room was illuminated. Unconvinced, Xia Yin searched once more, only to find that the inconsiderate individual had indeed not covered him with anything. After all, they had shared at least one meal together. Frustration surged within him, causing him to forget the wound on his tongue as he inadvertently pressed it against his sharp teeth. Hiss! The pain made him grimace. Crouching down as he felt beleaguered by misfortune, his body and spirit both wounded. Aside from his brother and elders, Xia Yin had always been subjected to vexation by his peers, unable to retaliate against the character that irked him to no end. When had he ever endured such indignity? He now longed to bind that ungrateful little creature and have her tend to his tongue for an uninterrupted 10 minutes. Realizing the absurdity of his thoughts, he scolded himself for still yearning for her affection. He was utterly beyond redemption. Regaining his composure, Xia Yin grabbed his car keys and stepped outside, driving his Laken supercar to the rooftop bar. The rooftop bar, perched on the 91st floor of the Urca Hotel at the Bund in Shungan City, offered a panoramic view of the city's vibrant and bustling nightlife. It was unremarkable in its essence, characterized by a lavish display of opulence and indulgence. As Xia Yin exited his vehicle, he was immediately surrounded by a few young women resembling socialites near the hotel entrance. However, that is a Laken supercar, with an official price exceeding 70 million. Particularly, this exquisite man possesses an extraordinary handsomeness. Just look at those soulful peach blossom eyes and his alluring thin lips. When passion deepens, his eyes might well redden, and he could softly nibble at the nape of their necks, perhaps emitting a muffled moan, even without any tangible benefits. To share a fleeting moment with such a remarkable man would not be a loss for them. After tossing the key to the doorman, Xia Yin stepped into the hotel with a few strides. The young women barely had time to approach before being halted by security, leaving them to gaze longingly inside. At the entrance, a man with purple hair awaited Xia Yin. Upon seeing the young master of the Xia family, the purple-haired man immediately donned a sycophantic smile and approached. "Xia Gu, I saw your message, but the time was too tight. I could only find 5 unassuming girls." "That will suffice," Xia Yin replied as he entered the elevator, his expression nonchalant. He was merely testing whether he was genuinely interested in the modest girls or solely fixated on that heartless one. Upon reaching the 91st floor, a deafening music echoed like thunder, nearly shaking the heart from one's chest, flooding over Xia Yin like a tidal wave. In the center of the rooftop bar stood a magnificent grand bar, where several fashionably dressed, skilled bartenders busily shook cocktail shakers. Surrounding them, towering skyscrapers adorned with neon lights. Massive LED screens and various decorative lights accentuated the opulence of the high-altitude rooftop bar. The strong wind on the terrace tousled the youth's sleek black hair back, revealing a strikingly handsome forehead, adding a hint of rebelliousness to his demeanor. Xia Yin lazily sauntered into the VIP viewing room, where he could observe the entire scene while remaining distant from the raucous dance floor. Soon after, the 5 unassuming girls entered one after another. The purple-haired man presumed that the modest girls Xia referred to were likely charming, neighborly young women, or perhaps graceful and elegant intellectuals, or even pure and lively soft girls. In essence, they possessed a touch of beauty without being ostentatious. In the presence of stunning beauties, these women indeed appeared simple and ordinary. Xiaoyan's indifferent gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the last girl. The purple-haired man, eager to maintain his connection with the young master of the Xiao family, dismissed the other 4 girls, retaining only the last one. This girl, whom the purple-haired man hastily brought in to complete the number, was truly lacking in any remarkable qualities. After all, with the short time Xiaogu had given him, the women in the bar either had undergone cosmetic procedures or were overly striking, or simply came from affluent families. To find 4 within such a brief period was already the limit of the purple-haired man's capabilities. Thus, it seemed rather improbable that the girl he casually pulled in would catch Xiaogu's eye. What was the purpose of this? Be cautious. There's a situation brewing in the southern part of Jia City, Xia Yan remarked, preparing to leave the viewing platform. His heart, devoid of any tumult, had already provided its answer. It turned out he was simply moved. The thought of that ungrateful one ignoring him stung his heart with frustration. Alas, he is yet another shameless individual, attempting to provoke others. Is he truly the fabled, love-stricken fool? It feels as though I am cursed. At dawn, the alarm clock dutifully rang at 7:45, prompting the girl in bed to frown and swiftly silence it. 7:50 came, then 7:55, until at 8 o'clock, Jiangyu lazily rose from her slumber. After stretching, she glanced at her phone to check her WeChat messages. Her mother had yet to send her living expenses. Considering her mother needed to leave for work at 8:15 each morning, she should have been awake by now. Jiangyu hesitated for quite a while. Her parents often lamented their financial struggles, recounting their hardships, which instilled in her a profound sense of guilt every time she requested money. She made her way to the bathroom to brush her teeth, engaging in an internal battle before ultimately dialing her mother's WeChat call. The phone was answered promptly. Jiangyu, why are you calling so early? What's the matter? Hey, Mom. Jiangyu feigned nonchalance, brushing her teeth while sporting a sheepish grin. Did you forget something? What did I forget? Well, that is, living expenses? Don't you have your part-time job with 1,600? Isn't that enough? But wasn't that money meant for my new phone? Jiangyu's eyes brimmed with tears at once. Let me know when you're out of money. Lately, I've been getting off work at 11 every night, utterly exhausted. Make sure you're not eating junk food. You need to eat well, understand? Aye. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to clock in. The fan at the factory is broken, and it's unbearably hot. Oh, yes, it's my daughter who called. Her mother began chatting with someone else, forgetting that she was still on the line with her daughter. Jiangyu's lips quivered slightly, and the words she needed to say about money remained unuttered. Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, she hung up, feeling as though her soul had been extracted, leaving her listless and devoid of spirit. After brushing her teeth and washing her face like a lifeless fish, she set out, taking the bus, transferring to the subway, and then walking a few hundred meters to the Jingrui Yunwan community. Using the card given by the agency, she entered Xia Yan's home. The living room was as spacious as ever, but the boy sleeping on the sofa was no longer there. Jiangyu donned shoe covers and began her work. Chapter 7, A New Job? At noon, under the blazing sun, rays of light streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a bright ambience. Jiangyu perused a food delivery app, contemplating her lunch options. She glanced at the nearby eateries, noting that even the most economical meal exceeded 50 yuan, not including delivery and packaging fees. By the time it was all totaled, she would be spending over 60 yuan. Was there truly no oversight from the Market Regulatory Agency? Sighing, she concluded that missing one meal wouldn't be fatal. She would rather finish her work early and treat herself to something better in the evening. With that thought, she tucked her phone away and returned to her tasks. Not going to eat? A familiar voice broke her concentration, and by the time she registered it, Xia Yan, who had been absent all morning, was crouched beside her. The rich scent of fruit enveloped her, and his smooth arm brushed against hers, creating a ripple of sensation. Jiangyu discreetly stood up, creating some distance. He truly lacked any sense of propriety. Xia Yan tilted his head, gazing up at her, their eyes locking. His amber gaze resembled a radiant full moon in the night sky, gentle yet commanding, ensnaring her sight and leaving her with nowhere to hide, forcing her into an involuntary connection with him. Her heart raced from the beauty of his features, and she turned her head away, feeling a flush creep onto her cheeks. No matter how one looked at it, this man was undeniably stunning, not in a feminine way, but in a manner unique to masculinity. She moved to the other side to wipe down some surfaces and quietly explained, "There are only 2 rooms left. I want to finish early and head home." The memory of not having received her payment that morning was somewhat alleviated by the sight of his handsome face. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his mood plunging to an unexpected low. Damn, he had forgotten about that. However, therein lay the dilemma. Xia Yan had always been the center of attention, surrounded by admirers and sycophants who vied for his favor, eager to curry his goodwill. Throughout his life, if he desired something in his dreams, it would materialize before him the next day. He had never truly worried about any matter or person before. This was a first for him, filled with novelty and confusion. How could he avoid coercing the girl while still persuading her to stay willingly? Standing up, Xia Yan's gaze swept over Jiang Yu's profile. She wore a cheap, oversized t-shirt and loose jeans, her canvas shoes of an obscure brand, and her black hair was tied in a low ponytail with slightly frayed ends. It seemed her life was quite frugal, perhaps lacking in funds. Jiang Yu felt the heat of his gaze upon her back, her movements becoming increasingly stiff. When would he leave? Having someone watching her made her uncomfortable, and the fact that he was exceptionally handsome only intensified her unease. "Can you cook?" Xia Yan inquired lazily from behind her. Jiang Yu paused, her hand halting in its task. Was he speaking to her? Turning slightly, she saw Xia Yan reclining in a chair in the room, one leg crossed over the other, his right arm draped casually over the backrest. From her vantage point, she noted the broadness of his shoulders and the narrowness of his waist, his white shirt unbuttoned at the top 3 buttons, revealing a hint of his collarbone and chest muscles. Why so silent? Xia Yan pressed, continuing to regard her. Realizing he was indeed addressing her, Jiang Yu turned her head while wiping her hands, responding slowly, "I can cook a little. Are you interested in coming to cook for 2 months? The salary is negotiable." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, her confidence wavering as she replied, "But I can only make simple stir-fries and brew a basic soup in a rice cooker. I can't prepare anything intricate. That's sufficient. I am not picky," Xia Yan replied casually, appearing to be flexible in negotiations, yet subtly tightening the pressure, leaving the girl little room for contemplation. However, Jiang Yu was truly a well-mannered child from a humble background. In the case of others, they might exaggerate their culinary skills to secure a position, perhaps learning while they worked. But she was honest about her abilities, fearing Xia Yan would be dissatisfied with her cooking, contemplating that it might be better to decline from the outset. 1,000 a day, with the cost of ingredients settled separately. To avoid alarming her, the man had deliberately aligned his offer with a market rate for cooking aids. How much? She must have misheard. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. At 1,000 a day, it would amount to 30,000 a month and 60,000 over 2 months. The prospect made her even more hesitant to accept. That amount could easily afford a skilled chef, not someone as inexperienced as herself. 2,000. Observing her hesitation, the man casually raised the offer. 2,000. That totals 120,000 over 2 months. Wait, hold on. Jiang Yu felt as if she had been struck on the head with a gold brick. Her thoughts were muddled and her speech faltered. She swallowed hard and looked at Xia Yan, bewildered. The price you're offering could hire a chef. Why would you want someone like me who isn't particularly skilled in cooking? His dark eyes bore into hers intensely, evoking an overwhelming rush of emotions within Xia Yan. He could hardly maintain his innocent facade, nearly rising to embrace her waist and steal a kiss that could last for several minutes. The man's fervent gaze unnerved Jiang Yu, causing her heart to skip a beat as she averted her eyes. There was something decidedly off about this young man. She was neither beautiful nor well-endowed, so it couldn't be a matter of attraction. Her family had been farmers for 3 generations, leaving no wealth to entice him. Thus, the only remaining explanation was that he might be a kidney thief, intent on extracting her organs. Unaware that Jiang Yu had labeled him with such a ridiculous title, Xia Yan pondered why the girl seemed reluctant to meet his gaze. He wished for nothing more than for her eyes to always reflect his presence. A faint smile curved his lips as he looked at her. I will be returning to school soon, and am too lazy to search for someone else. You left a good impression on me. All things considered, you seem like a suitable choice. This reasoning was indeed plausible. If he were truly a kidney thief, he would have taken her to the hospital yesterday, and wouldn't he be making such elaborate arrangements to hire her for cooking? Nevertheless, something still felt amiss. But with a salary of 120,000, fortune favors the bold. Jiang Yu bit her lip and faced Xia Yan. Let me be clear. My cooking skills are quite ordinary. I will learn to prepare other dishes, and if you can accept that, then I have no objections. It was a rare occasion to see a girl speak so much. Xia Yan couldn't help but smile. Do you have Alipay? I could transfer the payment to you. Is it that simple? Jiang Yu displayed no hesitation when it came to financial matters, promptly retrieving her payment code. She was unperturbed by the prospect of being deceived by a youth, for she possessed no wealth. Xia Yan, observing the girl's slightly cracked phone screen, was momentarily taken aback. The funds swiftly arrived, without limits or delays. An authentic sum of 200,000. Wait, 200,000? Xia Yan, have you made a mistake in the transfer? A hand, not particularly slender, grasped the man's arm as he prepared to depart. Xia Yan's heart fluttered, sensing an unusual disquiet within. Her clear eyes deepened, fixating on those hands that could hardly be deemed attractive. It felt as if she were encountering a ghost, having led a life of simplicity for 19 years. Her thoughts had been overtaken by vivid hues in the company of this girl over the past 2 days. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he restrained himself, pressing his lips together, and with a voice tinged with hoarseness, he stated, there was no mistake. I rounded it up for good fortune. Rounded it up? To make it an even number, you needed 80,000. Jiang Yu released her grip on Xia Yan. Feeling somewhat dazed, just that morning, she had wept in her dormitory over not receiving the 800 yuan living allowance, and now someone had given her an additional 80,000 merely to round up. Not 8,000 or 80, but 80,000. The disparity between wealth and poverty truly was staggering. She swallowed hard. Had she stumbled upon a benevolent young master from Douyin? Chapter 8. The encounter with the curly-haired youth young master. Feel free to command me with any matters henceforth. A resounding voice echoed from the sky as the old servant made a grand entrance. From this day forth, Jiang Yu would become Xia Yan's most loyal servant. Observing her eager demeanor, Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking how absurd it was for someone with a political background to call him young master. It was akin to fawning over a horse, and rather endearing in its foolishness. Those involved in politics would never dare to bring feudal remnants to the forefront. After all, under socialism, everyone is considered equal, regardless of one's power or influence. Appearances must be maintained. Otherwise, a report to the disciplinary committee would lead to a swift reckoning. However, Jiang Yu was different. Her calling him young master was merely a playful nuance between lovers. Xia Yan found himself utterly enamored with Jiang Yu's charming attempts to please him. Yet, her naivety and innocence, her lack of understanding, were somewhat disconcerting. But that was of little consequence. He could teach her gradually. Not bothering to correct Jiang Yu's form of address, Xia Yan playfully ruffled her hair, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he said, "Come on, the food outside is about to get cold." Jiang Yu stood there shocked. What had he just done? Had he not realized how intimate such an act could be? When he noticed she had not followed, Xia Yan turned his head, his expression calm and unruffled, a subtle smile playing on his lips, revealing no sign of discomfort. "Oh, coming. Jiang Yu stammered, her cheeks flushed as she hurried to catch up. Hadn't she already known that the boy lacked a sense of boundaries? Fortunately, she had washed her hair yesterday. Otherwise, his greasy hands would have made for an awkward situation. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the room, radiant sunlight poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the spacious living room and illuminating every corner. On the long dining table, 4 exquisitely packaged boxes were neatly arranged, each adorned with the prominent inscription Emerald Bamboo Garden. At that moment, Xia Yan elegantly and casually opened the boxes while gently instructing, "Ai me, please draw the curtains in the living room." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu heard a melodious mechanical voice respond. AI Me is here. The curtains have been drawn for you. The open curtains began to glide slowly towards the center. As the curtains closed, the sunlight in the living room gradually diminished, and the atmosphere turned cool and tranquil. Why aren't you coming over? Xia Yin had already unwrapped all the packages, his long, fair hands resting on the table. After speaking, he gazed at the girl before him with eyes that sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Jiang Yu's heart began to race. He was simply too strikingly handsome. She reminded herself to refrain from being overly romantic, not to misconstrue his kindness, his radiant smiles, or even his unreserved physical contact as signs of affection. Yet, such tenderness and thoughtfulness could easily lead anyone to misinterpret intentions. Young master, do you treat everyone like this? She finally dared to ask, her voice cautious as she took a seat. Xia Yin sat down beside her, uncomfortably close, their arms inevitably brushing against each other whenever he reached for food. What do you mean by that? He tilted his head, his long, dense lashes veiling his gaze, silently fixated on the girl's slender, fragile neck. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "Oh, it seems you are particularly concerned about whether others have had their meals. Just like today's lunch." Jiang Yu lowered her head and took a bite of her food, struggling to summon the courage to ask, "Do you smile so brightly at everyone? Is there no sense of boundaries?" She pondered, for everyone dutifully went to eat when noon arrived, except for, after a brief pause, Xia Yin scrutinized the girl inch by inch, the words lingering on his tongue as if he were savoring them, before finally smilingly uttering, "Someone." Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a few more bites. The statement felt oddly peculiar, almost as if he were teasing her. She pressed her lips together, seemingly guessing something, and fell silent. Xia Yin, too, remained mute. As he picked at his food, his smooth, delicate arm occasionally brushed against her left forearm. Once, twice, thrice. Jiang Yu's breath grew increasingly erratic. She found no aversion to this physical contact. Rather, she relished the indescribable pleasure that accompanied the fleeting caress of the handsome youth's skin. It was both wondrous and exhilarating, an alluring thrill. After all, it was he who lacked restraint. Blushing, Jiang Yu continued to eat, silently enjoying the moment. Buzzing. Xia Yin's phone on the long table vibrated, its screen flickering with a faint glow. The boy's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, as if they had been gently tousled. Clearly, he was displeased by the sudden interruption of their intimate moment. However, upon seeing the caller's name, his expression softened a fraction as he pressed the answer button. "What is up, Lee? Has Song Yin gotten lost again? The last location was at the Cross Animation City? All right, that's south quite close. I'll send someone to find her." After hanging up, he noticed the girl looking at him, and his heart melted into a puddle of softness. He instinctively spoke, "My father's friend's son has mild autism. He prefers to immerse himself in his own world and often gets lost." "Oh," Jiang Yu scratched her face, realizing that Xia Yin was sharing this with her in hopes of enlisting her help. "Do you need me to assist in the search?" she queried. Was he out his mind? Asking his woman, delicate and tender, to brave the scorching sun to look for another man? Absurd. What clout did Song Yin possess? Even his father wouldn't be able to manage it. Xia Yin replied, "No need. Song Yin is quite tall at 1.8 meters. Aside from his penchant for retreating into his own world, his intelligence is perfectly normal. Losing him for a few hours won't pose any danger." Realizing her assistance was unnecessary, Jiang Yu silently resumed her meal. The dishes at Suju Garden were delectable, particularly the braised pork with quail eggs, layered with fat and lean meat, perfectly rich without being greasy. Yet, yesterday's serving had been woefully scant, while today's portion of the same dish was quintuple that of yesterday, much to her delight. "Isn't this too much?" Xia Yin had noticed her fondness for the dish yesterday, and had specifically requested the chef to prepare 5 servings to be brought over today. Initially, he intended to suggest that they share a meal, reasoning that if she declined, it would be a waste. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed she must join him for lunch. However, the girl defied expectations, having no intention of dining at all. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. After finishing his meal, Xia Yin pondered for a moment before rising to bid her farewell and exiting. Jiang Yu was perplexed by his need to inform her of his departure. Yet she was preoccupied with the unfinished cleaning of the remaining 2 rooms, so she returned to her task. By 3 in the afternoon, she completed the last room and promptly messaged the agency. "Hello, sister. I have finished cleaning all the rooms." The agency responded swiftly. "Ms. Wang from the AAA Human Resources Department. The employer mentioned that the cleaning was done thoroughly, and I will transfer your payment directly. Ms. Wang from the AAA Human Resources Department. By the way, the honey makeup factory you were considering is currently hiring 15 people for packing. Would you like to apply?" "Not necessary, sister. I have found a new job." Jiang Yu thought of her 20,000 in Alipay, feeling slightly intoxicated by the excitement, as if she were dreaming, and she couldn't help but giggle. "Ms. Wang from the AAA Human Resources Department. Where did you find it? Why didn't you apply through me?" "It's a cooking job, sister." "Ms. Wang from the AAA Human Resources Department. All right, remember to come to me for job searches in the future. My wages are higher." "Okay, understood." After receiving her payment, Jiang Yu slung her canvas bag over her shoulder and left Xia Yan's home, making her way to Longxing Square. There, she discovered a vast mobile phone mall. With enthusiasm, she rushed inside and emerged with a new phone worth over 2,000. Unable to contain her excitement, she found a secluded pavilion in Longxing Square to explore her new device. The square was in close proximity to the Cross Animation City, where numerous individuals donned anime attire passed by. Jiang Yu was engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the person who sat beside her. It was not until something leaned against her shoulder that she snapped back to reality. A figure clad in a hoodie rested their head on her shoulder, their face obscured by the hood, revealing only their alluring lips and fair skin. Wearing a hoodie in the sweltering summer. Who could this be? Would they suffer from heat stroke? Jiang Yu felt a flutter of anxiety. She shook her shoulders and called out a couple of times before the person finally reacted. Instead of moving away, the man turned and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Jiang Yu." The scent of pine enveloped her, exuding a chilling yet serene aura. The man buried his head in her neck, his warm breath caressing her skin as he whispered, "My muse." With that, he grazed his tongue against her skin and began to suckle. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated in shock, and summoning all her strength, she forcefully pushed the hoodie-clad man away. He fell to the ground, his hat tumbling off, revealing a strikingly beautiful face that was androgynous in its charm. His softly curled, ash-gray hair was wonderfully voluminous, and his pair of clear, expressive phoenix eyes sparkled with an innocence akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, unacquainted with the ways of the world. In that moment, he looked up at her with a pitiful gaze, as if to accuse, "You pushed me." His voice was light, slow, and ethereal. "Push your mother," he retorted, as Jiang Yu found herself rooted to the spot, captivated by the boy-esque striking features. Upon hearing his words, she snapped back to reality, gathered her belongings, and dashed away. The pavilion was entirely deserted during the day, and she hadn't anticipated encountering such a peculiar individual. Chapter 9. Misunderstanding. Jiang Yu dared not linger outside, despite the striking good looks of a youth clad in a hoodie. If one were to describe Xia Yan's appearance as exquisite yet imbued with a heroic aura, his smile radiating warmth and brightness, while his solemn demeanor exuded an air of aloof elegance, then the hoodie-clad youth presented an androgynous beauty, akin to a fallen angel with broken wings, both serene and disturbingly alluring in a way that hinted at madness. Yet despite such striking features, they were not an excuse for his lewd behavior. Disturbed, Jiang Yu returned to her dormitory. Throughout her upbringing, her parents had instilled in her the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary conflict, advocating for a harmonious existence. Thus, even though she felt vexed and angry, the absence of tangible harm led her to dismiss the notion of reporting the incident. Standing in front of the mirror, she noticed a conspicuous love bite on the side of her neck, and resigned to her misfortune, she washed it away with water. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was engaged in conversation with a childhood friend in the multi-functional hall of a conference room when he received a phone call. "Have you found him? Good. You may return," he said, then listened intently as the voice on the other end continued speaking, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "You mean to say that Song Yun, who is solely interested in painting, is seeking a woman?" How peculiar. And she fled, frightened away by him? Very well. After hanging up, Xia Yan met the curious, gossiping gaze of his friend. Xia Yan, what is going on with Song Yan? What is this about him being interested in women? Ah, after getting lost, he must have encountered his destined soulmate. He made an impulsive move, frightening the girl away, and now he is searching everywhere for her. Xia Yan replied lazily, reclining on the sofa. He pondered that the Song family would inevitably seek someone, and decided to share the news. Goodness, is Song Yan out his mind? Is this how one pursues a woman? He nearly frightened her to death. Xia Yan, you mustn't emulate him when you encounter someone you fancy. Xia Yan relaxed. How could I? I'm not that bold. The complexities of adult love and desire were intertwined, and heaven knew how much he had restrained himself these past few days. His friend, Lu Xian, nodded appreciatively. Well, that's reassuring. After this exchange, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Wait a moment. What do you mean by you're not that bold? Xia Yan, you actually have a girlfriend? Detecting the nuance in his friend's words, Lu Xian abruptly sprang from the plush comfort of the sofa, wide-eyed and astonished as he turned to face Xia Yan. His eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief, tinged with an insatiable curiosity. In the courtyard, who did not know that Xia Yan was so fastidious that he was destined to live a solitary life? Seeing Xia Yan remain silent, Lu Xian was brimming with questions, but ultimately settled back onto the sofa, managing to stammer out a few queries. Which girl has captured your eye? This is quite the secret you've kept. How long have you been together? Will you introduce her to us? Those details are still in their infancy. Besides, she isn't from our circle. Xia Yan mused. Once our relationship is more established, I'll be sure to introduce you to her. Imagining a timid girl akin to a rabbit. A gentle smile crept upon Xia Yan's lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze, betraying a hint of sweetness. Lu Xian was truly taken aback. Who was Xia Yan? The youngest scion of the Xia family, a figure who commanded both favor and influence. To think that he is the one pursuing a girl, and with such caution, exhibiting a demeanor both humble and timid, is truly a sight to behold. He is eagerly anticipating the moment to meet and win over the woman named Xia Yan. Undoubtedly, she possesses a beauty that could rival the heavens, an enchanting visage that would leave even the most fastidious of individuals, like the meticulous young Master Xia, utterly smitten. On the following dawn, Jiang Yu rose early and made her way to Xia Yan's residence. Upon entering, she beheld the young man leisurely reclining against the floor-to-ceiling window in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. He wore a vintage, loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt paired with knee-length black casual shorts, revealing a pair of smooth, delicate calves that exuded youthful vigor. Hearing a sound, Xia Yan turned his head towards her, his amber eyes immediately locking onto her dark ones with an intensity that felt almost overwhelming. He rose languidly and approached Jiang Yu, casually tossing his book onto the table as he passed. With a half-smile gracing his lips, he spoke in a teasing tone. Jiang Yu, you've arrived. Standing too close, Jiang Yu caught a whiff of the youthful, fruity scent that was uniquely his, causing her cheeks to flush as she nodded shyly. What would you like to eat? I can go buy some ingredients right now. I want to choose myself, so can you come with me? Xia Yan's gaze roamed unabashedly over the petite girl, his expression entirely relaxed. Oh, all right, Jiang Yu replied, eager to distance herself from him, her heart racing uncontrollably. As she turned away, Xia Yan's keen eyes spotted the red mark on her neck, and the playful light in his eyes dimmed abruptly. Jiang Yu suddenly felt her wrist grasped firmly, her back pressed harshly against the wall, one of his hands resting on her neck. Startled, she looked up at the man so near to her, her breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding like a drum. Xia Yan's expression darkened considerably, though his eyes remained unnaturally calm. Xia Yan. One of her hands was held above her head against the wall, her knee pinned firmly, leaving her unable to struggle. A smirk played on the boy's lips, and his voice, laced with an intoxicating tenderness, whispered in her ear, "You, be a good girl and tell me, what is this?" What are you talking about? Jiang Yu was nearly paralyzed with fear. Xia Yan pressed his thumb heavily against the mark, cautious not to hurt her, and instead gently traced circles around it with the pad of his finger. The moment he laid eyes on the love bite, A surge of fury erupted within him, like a raging tide. In that fleeting instant, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he no longer desired this girl. Yet, as soon as that notion emerged, he felt as though someone were wielding a razor-sharp blade, mercilessly slicing through every inch of his being, the agony akin to the torturous act of dismemberment, rendering him nearly breathless, as if he were on the verge of death. Perhaps he had indeed plummeted deeply into the river of love, and would willingly remain submerged in its depths forever. Yet, how could this be fair? Why was it only he who sank into the abyss of love, while Jiangyu strolled along the riverbank with such carefree ease? The stark contrast tore at his heart, threatening to shatter the remnants of his sanity. He was consumed with a desperate urge to seize her ankle and drag her into the depths of the river they called love. Xia Yan, the quivering voice of the girl, filled with fear, yanked Xia Yan back to his senses. He released her grip, blinking as a harmless smile graced his handsome face. I apologize. I noticed the marks on your neck and mistakenly presumed you were afflicted with a contagious disease. Jiangyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the traces left by the man in the sweatshirt from yesterday. She hastily shook her head in denial. No, I do not have a contagious illness. I can undergo a health examination and show you the report. Despite her prior fright, she did not wish to jeopardize this exceptionally lucrative job over unfounded fears. I've already checked. I know you are in good health. I apologize for my haste. We have previously encountered cases in our circle where private chefs carried infectious diseases, resulting in widespread infections. Xia Yan's fabricated words flowed effortlessly, and Jiangyu believed him wholeheartedly, for there indeed existed chefs among her acquaintances who had transmitted illnesses to patrons. I understand. She exhaled with relief, acknowledging that wealthy individuals often value their lives. Shall we proceed to the supermarket? Xia Yan kindly opened the door, gesturing for the girl to walk ahead. Oh, Jiangyu murmured, her gaze lowered, the panic still lingering in her eyes. She stepped outside with trepidation. The young man had been utterly terrifying, as if he might disembowel her at any moment. Fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding. It was not difficult to see why she felt this way. For a fleeting second, Xia Yan had indeed contemplated taking her right then and there, intending to package her off to some private island abroad for leisurely amusement. Yet, he relinquished the thought, not out of regard for the law. After all, if the law held any efficacy, what had truly become of the bride who had fled from the mountain man? Had she been killed, or had she genuinely escaped? Did she willingly consume the herbicide, or was she coerced into it? And what of that male celebrity? Was he acting of his own volition, or had he been murdered? The truth, black or white, depended entirely on how one manipulated the narrative. He could abduct Jiangyu and send her abroad, later retrieving her body to present to her parents, claiming she had drowned. Even if they doubted, the overwhelming evidence, DNA, police authority, would leave them no choice but to believe. A monetary settlement, a cremation, and thus the girl known as Jiangyu would simply cease to exist in this world. It was all remarkably straightforward, even trivial for Xia Yan. Yet, he refrained from such actions because he desired Jiangyu to submit to him, body and soul. He wished to introduce her to his friends, his parents, his brother, to everyone. He yearned for a life similar to that of ordinary people. Marriage, children, growing old together. Chapter 10. Confirming the relationship? Mac's department store, sprawling in size comparable to a water cube. Jiangyu followed Xia Yan inside. The interior featured a marble floor, gilded wall decorations, and crystal chandeliers. Numerous masterpieces adorned the walls, while sculptures graced the corners. At the center of the first floor stood a grand piano, where a girl clad in a white dress was performing classical music. The crystal chandelier illuminated her, reminiscent of a white rose blooming under the moonlight, stunningly beautiful and ethereal. Is this truly a supermarket? No one would doubt it if it were in Vienna's Golden Hall. Jiangyu, timid and anxious, trailed closely behind the only familiar figure, feeling a profound lack of security. The girl exuded an air of mischief, as if ready to pilfer from the youth at any moment, prompting the patrolling security guards to frequently cast wary glances in her direction. If it weren't for the boy occasionally conversing with her, they might have approached to inquire. Jiangyu? Xia Yan, while typing on his phone, called for someone to investigate the girl's social connections. until he unraveled the mystery behind that kiss mark. Sleep would elude him tonight. He called out to the girl twice, only to realize she was utterly oblivious to him. After sending the message, he glanced down to find her staring vacantly in a particular direction. Raising an eyebrow, he followed her gaze to a woman playing the piano. Jiangyu, not only fond of handsome boys, but equally enamored with beautiful girls, could only describe her with two words: a face aficionado. At that moment, he was utterly captivated by the enchanting beauty at the piano. Had she ever gazed at him with such rapt attention? Xia Yan, feeling a twinge of irritation, licked his lips and then chuckled softly with excitement. Let us go. Without waiting for Jiangyu's response, he firmly grasped her wrist and strode towards the piano stage. After exchanging a few words with the person in charge nearby, the manager nodded and went to summon the girl down. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she softly called out, "Senior brother." Xia Yan ignored her entirely, taking a seat at the piano. After testing a few notes, he lifted his gaze, his languid, peach blossom eyes sweeping over the crowd before landing on the still-dazed Jiangyu. His amber eyes shimmered with ripples, enchanting and captivating, silently commanding her to pay close attention. He then lowered his head, allowing a melodious and crisp piano sound to flow continuously from his nimble fingers, akin to a gentle stream. His exquisitely carved features appeared even more mesmerizing under the crystal chandelier. The girls in the crowd gasped in awe. He was too stunning, embodying a strikingly handsome beauty. Some instinctively took out their phones to record. Was he a celebrity? The tune sounded familiar, reminiscent of the recently popular Evening Breeze confession. Was he confessing? Could it be real? As Xia Yan played, "I have encountered many, but wish to linger only with you. You need not do anything to capture my longing." He raised his gaze, his beautiful eyes locking on a Jiangyu's face, the unmistakable glimmer of possessiveness radiating unabashedly towards her. Jiangyu's eyelashes fluttered gently, and it felt as though her heart was caressed by a soft breeze, creating ripples of emotion. Surely, it was nothing but an illusion. Dressed in a white dress, Suyu stared in a daze at the man on the stage. She had never seen him so attentive, or perhaps those words were entirely out of place when describing him. In Jiangyu's eyes, Xia Yan was a warm-hearted young master, exuberantly hospitable yet lacking in decorum. In contrast, Suyu perceived Xia Yan as exceedingly inaccessible, akin to the moon in the sky, visible at a glance yet impossibly distant. Fortunately, Xia Yan had never had a girlfriend, allowing her to cling to hope. What if he noticed her? Now, as she beheld Xia Yan's smiling gaze, it felt as if she were witnessing the moon, suspended high above, slowly descending towards the earth. Who could it be? Suyu bit her lip and followed Xia Yan's line of sight into the crowd, where no remarkable girl or boy stood out. The song soon concluded, and a throng of people surged forward, 80% of whom were girls, erupting into a thunderous applause and cheers. "Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Handsome, your performance was amazing. Were you just confessing? Do you have a boyfriend? Get lost. You gay bastard. Are you discriminating against homosexuals? Screw you." In the midst of the deafening applause, Jiangyu was jolted back to reality as if awakening from a dream. Gazing at the radiant, beautiful youth on stage, the tender feelings that had just begun to stir within her dissipated like mist before an unexpected chill. One was ordinary, while the other shone resplendently. One remained unnoticed, while the other commanded attention. Surely, it was merely an illusion to think that the youth held any affection for her. Jiangyu averted her gaze, intending to retreat to a quieter spot to wait for him. Yet, before she had taken more than a few steps, Xia Yan leaped down from the stage and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, firmly grasped her wrist, frowning as he inquired, "Where are you running off to?" His amber eyes bore down on her, and he felt as though he had encountered a strange twist of fate. He had never been so engrossed in the Golden Hall. Yet here he was, without receiving any feedback, and she was attempting to slip away without a word? How could this be? Xia Yan had never been subjected to such indignity. Sensing the gaze of the crowd upon them, Jiangyu's social anxiety flared up. She panicked and raised her arm to shield her face, though she could not forget that someone had live-streamed his performance. She dreaded the thought of trending on social media. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Noticing her trembling, Xia Yin softened his tone, concern lacing his voice. Do you not wish to be the center of attention? With her arm still concealing her face, Jiangyu nodded repeatedly, her body tense and ears ringing, as if she were transported back to a time during the new year when, unable to call out to anyone, she was publicly belittled by her mother. The gazes of onlookers weighing heavily upon her, or to primary school, when she had no pocket money, and the curious stares of classmates lingered upon her when asked if she wanted to visit the school shop. Returning to the moment, her head was pressed into a broad embrace, enveloped by an overwhelming richness of fruit assailing her senses. The gentle, textured voice of the youth poured forth from his throat, lingering in the air, sending a shiver down her spine. Do not fear, I will protect you. The buzzing in her ears ceased as Jiangyu found herself dazedly nestled against the man's chest, tears unconsciously welling at the corners of her eyes. Regaining her composure, she was led into a VIP business room within the mall by Xia Yin. The room was spacious and bright, furnished with a solid wood long table at its center, flanked by meticulously arranged rows of exquisite leather chairs. Jiangyu occupied a seat near the entrance, her hands nervously intertwined. Xia Yin settled beside her, observing the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes, and softly murmured, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were afraid. It's all right. I'm not afraid, Jiangyu replied, hunching her shoulders and shaking her head. I was just a bit startled seeing so many people live streaming. Jiangyu, Xia Yin called softly. Before she could respond, he cupped her left cheek and leaned closer, his cool, delicate lips brushing against the damp corner of her eye, his tongue lightly caressing before retreating. His amber eyes locked on her wide black ones, and with a soft laugh, he said, I can no longer wait. As his words faded, a fervent kiss landed at the corner of her lips, the distinct sound of their kiss resonating within the tranquil confines of the VIP room. MMM. Jiangyu emitted a faint sound from her throat, transitioning from shock to a feeble grasp of the fabric at Xia Yan's side, ultimately succumbing to the moment. The realization that such an extraordinarily handsome and refined youth was kissing her made her feel as if either the world had gone mad or she herself had. Chapter 11. A Day of Confusion. Truly soft, Summer Yin released Jiangyu, his breath uneven, his gaze lingering dreamily upon her dark eyes. Jiangyu's heart raced, her complexion reddening visibly. Once it was over, Summer Yin intertwined their fingers, stating, All right, we must go buy ingredients. Otherwise, we shall miss lunch. He affectionately ruffled Jiangyu's disoriented hair and led her out of the VIP room, towards the ingredients section. The girl moved as if in a daze, mechanically following him until they halted before a shelf. It was only when the sounds of passers-by and snippets of casual conversation reached her ears that Jiangyu abruptly returned to reality. Had she truly just shared a kiss with the young man? Her face flushed as she lowered her head, pressing her lips together, still tasting the remnants of his kiss. Unsure of how to react, she felt that the situation should not have unfolded in such a manner. Moreover, after the kiss, shouldn't he have offered her an explanation? Why did he now seem so nonchalant while choosing ingredients, as if they were a couple in love, and such intimacy was perfectly natural? As people walked by, their eyes widened in astonishment at the young man, admiring his stature and charisma. What a remarkable specimen he was. Upon noticing the girl, their expressions shifted to surprise. She was indeed a woman. Yet, when their eyes fell upon the entwined fingers of the two, it was akin to witnessing a drop of ink sullying a magnificent painting, a sight that provoked disapproval. Such a waste of beauty. Jiangyu, already sensitive to the gaze of others, felt a surge of anxiety and attempted to free herself from his grasp. Summer Yin scrutinized the ingredient labels with focus. He typically dined out, or if he desired to cook, it was merely a phone call away for someone to deliver the supplies. Noticing Jiangyu fidgeting, he did not lift his gaze, instead raising their clasped hands to gently kiss her fingertips, brushing his cheek against the back of her hand before lowering it, as if to soothe his impatient girlfriend, reassuring her that they would be done shortly. A tingling sensation coursed through her fingertips, a mixture of pleasure and subtle ache, sending her heart racing even faster. Jiangyu fell silent, her head nearly bowing to the ground. Her thoughts were in disarray and she had no time to consider the scrutiny of onlookers. After selecting their ingredients, they arrived at the parking lot, where Jiangyu wished to sit in the back and gather her thoughts. However, as she attempted to step into the back, Summer Yin frowned and grasped her wrist, pulling her down and pressing her shoulders, ushering her into the passenger seat. He entered the car, leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, and upon seeing her dazed expression, could not resist the temptation to pull her closer and kiss her softly. How utterly delightful it was. Her lips were impossibly soft, and he longed to lose himself in her embrace. Reluctantly releasing her after a lingering kiss, he drove them home. Upon arriving at the apartment, Summer Yin set down their belongings and hurried to the restroom. Jiangyu's mind was a muddled haze, recalling how he had once again drawn her into a passionate kiss just moments before they parked. She did not detest kissing him. In fact, she had longed to experience the sensation of a kiss when reading posts about it. However, being of a passive disposition, easily swayed by the slightest provocation, she refrained from initiating friendships, let alone a romantic relationship. Until now, her first kiss had remained intact. Well, just now it was lost. She wondered what the young man thought. How delightful it would be if he could be carefree about it. Simply indulging in a flirtation, both understanding without words and parting ways after 2 months. Jiangyu sat on the sofa, her mind wandering, still unable to believe that she had kissed an extraordinary man. 10 minutes passed, yet Xia Yin had not emerged. She glanced at her phone. It was already 10:30, time to prepare dinner. Rising to rummage through the ingredients Xia Yin had brought, she was taken aback. What were these? Aside from the familiar carrots, she recognized none. She looked at the packaging. Italian white truffles, almas caviar, yubari melons from Hokkaido, Kobe beef, and fugu shirako. The prices listed left Jiangyu dizzy, making her hesitant to touch anything. Trembling, she retreated, deciding to wait for Xia Yin to return. An hour passed. Xia Yin emerged from the bathroom, breath uneven and the corners of his eyes tinged with red. Upon seeing the girl quietly seated on the sofa, engrossed in her videos, his heart softened and he felt an urge to kiss her. He sat beside her, resting his chin on her shoulder and wrapping his arms around her waist, allowing his gaze to fall gently upon her. "What are you watching?" he inquired. The girl had upgraded her phone, and it was playing a video on how to prepare white truffles. Jiangyu was startled. She turned to look, only to see Xia Yin lazily leaning in, pecking at her lips a couple of times, his peach blossom eyes sparkling as he smiled. "Can't cook? I'll teach you." Since their first kiss, the young man no longer concealed his intentions. Jiangyu remained silent, feeling somewhat awkward as she attempted to distance herself from him. Having tasted the richness of meat, Xia Yin could not bear her retreat. He fixed his gaze on her dark eyes, his expression gradually darkening, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Before he could finish, he noticed the girl hesitantly nodding. "You teach me." His mood lifted instantly, his amber eyes shimmering like spring water. He rose to remove his watch. Jiangyu noticed the alarming redness at the base of his right hand, including his palm and fingers, as if they bore the marks of vigorous rubbing. "Let us go," Xia Yin said. In the open kitchen, a massive marble countertop stood against the wall, with the stove embedded on one side and a large capacity oven beside it. The sink was situated on the opposite side, featuring a spacious double basin design for washing a plethora of dishes and ingredients simultaneously. Jiangyu stood to the side, uncertain how Xia Yin intended to teach her. After washing his hands, he cooked the rice, glancing at her with casual indifference. Jiangyu obediently went to wash her hands, turning on the faucet and placing her hands under the flowing water. "This one tea do," Xia Yin remarked as he approached her from behind, his tall frame pressing against her back. The intense hormones emanating from the man flooded Jiangyu's senses, causing her body to tense up in a state of panic. He was so close that it felt as if his heartbeat reverberated through her body and into her ears. Xia Yin rested his chin on her left shoulder, his hands reaching around to grasp hers, languidly remarking, "You won't get a clean washing like that." With that, he squeezed a bit of hand soap and applied it to her hands. Their fingers intertwined, the warmth of their breaths mingling at her neck, and the solid presence of him behind her made her nose bead with sweat, her cheeks flushed with heat. Yet the boy did not relent. In this position, he guided her to the kitchen counter, step by step teaching her how to prepare the ingredients. Occasionally, he would plant soft kisses on her neck or brush against her ear. Jiangyu couldn't help but let out a soft sound, her body feeling utterly pliant. Jiangyu, what were you just saying? The boy seemed oblivious to the impropriety of his actions, his voice innocent yet mischievous. Overwhelmed, Jiangyu twisted her body to escape Xia Yan's embrace. It was evident that his intentions were not solely to teach her how to cook. What is wrong? Xia Yan leaned closer, playfully kissing her lips. Jiangyu quickly stepped back a few paces, insisting, if you're going to teach, then teach properly, don't. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow. Don't what? She faltered. Although they were affectionate and intimate, their relationship remained unspoken, and she had no desire to clarify it. As long as the boy remained silent, she would too. All right, you could just watch from the side. Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Xia Yan licked his lips, refraining from testing her boundaries any further. Once they separated, the process of cooking became twice as efficient. Xia Yan's knife skills were exceptional, deftly slicing the carrots with a fluidity that was almost mesmerizing. The carrot shreds were so precise, as if crafted with a grater, delicate, and uniform. While stir-frying, he even tossed the pan, leaving Jiangyu in awe as she watched. In her previous perception, a wealthy young master like him should have been utterly ignorant of such mundane tasks, never having laid a hand on the simplest of chores. Sensing her confusion, Xia Yan chuckled softly and explained, my grandfather hails from the military and has always held strict expectations for our family. Every winter and summer vacation, I was sent directly to the military for training. In his words, it's not necessary to be proficient, but one must know how to do it. Not just me, but all the other children in the compound were treated similarly. Hence, I not only know how to cook, but can also mend clothes. As he spoke, Xia Yan finished cooking the first dish, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air, tantalizingly inviting. He picked up a piece of meat, blew on it gently, and brought it to Jiangyu's lips. Open wide. Despite his aloof and refined demeanor, his eyes sparkled with a warmth that could enchant even the most indifferent. When he smiled, he resembled a captivating nine-tailed fox straight out of storybook, alluring and unassuming, effortlessly ensnaring one's soul. Jiangyu found herself mesmerized, her mouth agape as she allowed him to feed her. Delicious, I assent it. Aside from family, I have never cooked for anyone else. Xia Yan meant something, but Jiang Yomu failed to grasp the hidden implications. After chewing a couple of times, the girl's eyes brightened. Delicious. Was this insatiable glutton sent by the heavens to vex him? Never mind, it was he who had first succumbed to temptation, coveting her form. With a sense of resignation, Xia Yan leaned down to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of the girl's mouth and then extended the dish to her with one hand. Go sit at the table. I will have everything ready shortly. Oh, okay. Jiangyu obediently made her way to the long table, and after a moment of bewilderment, it suddenly dawned on her that she was the chef. Chapter 12, A Day of Doubt. Part 2. Xia Yan felt no sense of wrongness. Yet, having accepted 200,000, she found it difficult to enjoy the meals prepared by her employer with a clear conscience. Feeling awkward, she stood in the kitchen, wishing to lend a hand. Are you really that reluctant to part with me? She mused, raising an elegant brow as she playfully offered a morsel of meat to his lips. The girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He gently brushed his lips against hers before reluctantly pulling away. Jiangyu, who had finally managed to calm his flushed face, felt it redden anew. Why did he always seize the opportunity to kiss her? It had happened multiple times. Was the young man suffering from a yearning for physical affection? His thoughts seemed to illuminate all her confusion. After their meal, Xia Yan took Jiangyu into the media room. Would you accompany me to watch a movie? She suggested in a tone that was more of a proposal, as she bent to push together the two single reclining chairs. Lowering the central armrest transformed them into a cozy two-person sofa. Previously, she had never anticipated encountering Jiangyu, and thus, all the chairs she purchased were single. Aside from the rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, which was too small for him, she opted to customize a double-seater. Once Xia Yan arranged the sofa, she turned to find Jiangyu staring blankly at it. His dazed expression stirred a playful urge within her. She felt an impulse to tease him with a kiss. As she leaned closer, Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and instinctively took a few steps back, even with just a slight retreat. She could sense his intense gaze fixed upon her face. Why are you hiding? This is the second time. Xia Yin raised her eyebrows, a smile escaping her lips, her voice raspy with unfulfilled desire. Many had struggled to draw near him, yet here he was, initiating affection while she, ungrateful, chose to evade him. The media room remained illuminated, the bright lights clearly revealing the young man's almost teasingly beautiful face, his eyes glistening like those of a serpent that ensnares its prey. I am not yet accustomed to it. Jiang Yu lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushed as he spoke. He was still unaccustomed to being kissed at any moment. Surely, matters ought to progress gradually. Xia Yin fell into a prolonged silence. So much so that Jiang Yu, thinking her patience was wearing thin, prepared to send her away. At last, she spoke softly. Select a romantic film to watch. I shall fetch us some drinks. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. The ambiguity of their relationship mattered little, as long as she remembered the 200,000. Obediently, she approached the screen, studying it for a while before locating the interface for the films. To her surprise, it displayed a selection of movies currently showing in theaters, none of which particularly appealed to her. Before she could make her choice, Xia Yin returned. In his left hand, he steadied a bucket filled with ice, several bottles of wine nestled within. His right hand held 2 exquisite glass cups, which he placed casually upon the low table before the sofa, the bucket exuding a chill. As he set it down, the ice clinked against the glass, producing a crisp, melodious sound that made Jiang Yu's heart flutter. Have you not yet made your selection? Xia Yin reclined on the plush sofa, her delicate, fair fingers deftly uncorking a bottle of wine. After pouring the liquid into 2 glasses with a casual flourish, she lazily lifted one glass, leaning back against the soft cushions, her right hand propping her chin. Her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, resting upon the girl's fragile neck. After lingering for a moment, her amber gaze leisurely descended, traversing the girl's back, waist, and hips until it settled on her legs. Downing the contents of her glass in one swift motion, a fiery warmth surged through her body, leaving her throat parched and craving more, prompting her to pour another glass. Jiang Yu, feeling the weight of an intensely predatory gaze upon her, swallowed hard, her back prickling as if scorched by fire. While she did not find the boy's kiss repugnant, the overwhelming assertiveness evoked a sense of trepidation, compelling her to instinctively retreat. After a brief pause, Xia Yin discerned the girl's deliberate procrastination. Casually placing the glass on the low table, he rose and enveloped her from behind. His arms encircled her waist tightly, the chill of his lips, tainted by the cold wine, brushed against her neck, causing Jiang Yu to shiver involuntarily. Xia Yin, unable to find a preference, he randomly selected a film, dismissing the notion of it being anything more than a casual viewing. Extinguishing the lights, he pulled her down onto the sofa. In the enveloping darkness, the immense screen illuminated the space with its glow. Care for a drink? Xia Yin nudged her right leg with his left. His voice, laced with a raspy quality from the wine, carried an ambiguous undertone. Jiang Yu shook her head. I don't drink. What about strawberry juice? She inquired, her fingers fidgeting as her gaze remained fixed on the film, nodding gently in acquiescence. Taking advantage of the dim light, Xia Yin accurately retrieved a pink-labeled bottle from the ice bucket. He poured it into a glass and offered it to Jiang Yu. If Xia Yin's family were present, they would surely ascend the mountain to summon a Taoist priest to discern if the person before them was indeed Xia Yin. The astonishment was beyond mere description. It was utterly unfathomable. Master Xia, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never served anyone before, yet throughout that day, he had devoted himself to attending to the girl, a privilege his brother and parents had never enjoyed. Jiang Yu accepted the juice, taking a sip before setting the glass down, her thirst momentarily quenched. Xia Yin glanced at her, saying nothing, and settled his head against her shoulder, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, a sigh of satisfaction escaping his lips. Why was everything about her so captivating? The warmth of his breath against her skin sent a shiver through Jiang Yu, causing her to pause, biting her lip ultimately refraining from pulling away. Xia Yan, insatiable, trailed his lips downwards, savoring her collarbone and preparing to unbutton her top. Xia Yan, Jiang Yu exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, gripping the hem of her shirt tightly. His long lashes fluttered like fragile wings. And as his wild gaze slowly regained clarity, he looked at the somewhat irate girl, panting heavily, placing a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, and chuckling softly. "I'll be right back, just a moment. Have you never tasted pork or witnessed a pig run?" The numerous posts from Quark were not in vain. She instantly grasped the boy's intention in seeking solace in the restroom. Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed with warmth, as if they might bleed. Gently fanning herself, she lifted a glass of strawberry juice from the table and took a few sips. The refreshing, cool sensation helped her regain composure. She was watching a foreign romantic film. Flipped, having seen it once before, and coupled with the drowsiness that followed a hearty meal, she knew she shouldn't succumb to sleep, yet her consciousness slipped into slumber uncontrollably. Awakening once more, it was the sensation of being tickled that roused her. With bleary eyes, she perceived someone kissing her neck, tilting her head back and blinking. She initially believed she was dreaming, until the fervor of the kisses intensified, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, prompting her to recall her surroundings. She attempted to lift her hand to push Xia Yan away, but her wrist was firmly grasped, rendering her immobile. Xia Yan, please stop kissing me, What time is it?" Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, overwhelmed to the point of incompleteness in her speech. "It's 6 in the evening, Xia Yan replied, lifting his head from the side of her neck, and upon seeing her dazed expression, he couldn't resist drawing her closer for a passionate kiss. Only when she was nearly breathless did he leisurely rise, cradling her as he made his way to the hall. "I prepared dinner, featuring your favorite braised pork." Chapter 13. A Day of Confusion, Part 3. For the first time in her life, Jiang Yu was cradled in a princess hold, and she was thoroughly awakened. Her cheeks flushed as she squirmed to be set down. "What are you doing?" Xia Yan, feeling a twinge of displeasure, licked his sharp teeth. It was the first time he had embraced someone, yet she seemed to disdain it. With a mischievous glint, he lifted her slightly higher. Jiang Yu, frightened, clutched the fabric of his shirt, her fingers curling anxiously, fearing she might fall. Enchanted by her reliance on him, Xia Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. He approached the hall and, with a slight bow, gently placed the girl onto the high chair before the long table, wrapping his arm around her waist, and indulging in a deep kiss. The summer night always arrived tardily. Even at 6 in the evening, the outdoors was still bright. The sky was engulfed in a vibrant, flaming orange hue, presenting a splendid and magnificent sight. Xia Yan explored her mouth with fervor until she pushed against his chest, gasping for air, at which point he reluctantly released her, saying, "I'm here to serve you some soup." Jiang Yu, flushed and breathless, watched as the young man stood up. He held a porcelain bowl in one hand, while stirring the chicken soup with a spoon in the other. His forearms were long and his muscles well-defined, a sight to behold. On the table lay a plate of braised pork, a dish of greens, and 2 plates of unfamiliar delicacies, alongside a large pot of chicken soup. The soup steamed, with a layer of golden oil floating atop, containing chicken, red dates, goji berries, and some ingredients she did not recognize. The setting sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, scattering like golden arrows across the spacious hall, making the dishes on the long table gleam with a dazzling brilliance. As she blinked at the spread before her, a wave of unease washed over her. She was not foolish. She could sense that the young man harbored feelings for her. Unbelievable, yet undeniably true. Although she could not comprehend what he found appealing about her, she wondered if he would still care for her 2 months from now. No, why was she feeling anxious? Xia Yan was studying in a distant city. Once school began, even if he had some affection for her and maintained contact, time would gradually dull their connection, rendering them as strangers. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. She was a staunch advocate for social compatibility. While she relished the ambiguous thrill brought by the handsome young man, she had no desire to bear any responsibility towards him, nor did she wish for him to feel beholden to her. All she wanted was to hold on to her 200,000 and gradually restore her life to a tranquil state. Xia Yan observed the girl, whose brow had furrowed in deep thought and then relaxed with a sigh, and could not help but chuckle. She seemed to enjoy immersing herself in her own world, reminiscent of Song Yun. He wondered if Song Yun had found the girl he had been smitten with. Having tasted the sweetness of love, he hoped that Song Yun could achieve a favorable outcome, much like his own. Come, drink some chicken soup. He brought the spoon to her lips, and Jiang Yu instinctively took a sip before her face heated up in realization, hastily taking the bowl from him, saying, "I'll drink it myself." Xia Yin chuckled lightly, saying nothing as he leisurely picked up his chopsticks to serve her some vegetables. Unaccustomed to such attentiveness, Jiang Yu found the meal torturous, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles, discomfort gnawing at her. After finishing her meal and tidying up the dishes, she contemplated returning home. Back to the dormitory, Xia Yin leaned against the wall, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at her. "I have plenty of rooms here. How about—" "No," the girl firmly declined. The youth recognized that he was advancing too swiftly and refrained from further remarks, instead picking up the car keys beside him. "Come on, I'll drive you back to the dorm." "No need, I can manage on my own." Jiang Yu recalled her dilapidated dormitory in her school, which was neither a 211 nor a 985 institution. Initially, she thought little of it, but in the presence of the dazzling, affluent, and handsome youth, an inexplicable sense of pride, which was in truth rooted in insecurity, compelled her to conceal the details of her school and dormitory from him. Xia Yin furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze fixed on her dark eyes. "Why? I want to go home alone. I don't wish to trouble you." He stared at her in silence for a moment before the corners of his lips curled into a smile. How could accompanying you be a bother? Ignoring her previous statement, he clasped her wrist and led her into the elevator, releasing her only to press the button for the B2 floor. The elevator was spacious and brightly lit. Swiftly descending toward B2, Jiang Yu bit her lip, lowering her head and pressing the button for the first floor. The atmosphere in the elevator momentarily froze, enveloped in a profound silence that was almost suffocating. With a chime, they arrived at the first floor. Jiang Yu hurriedly exited the elevator, while Xia Yin, who had been silent, let out a scoff, grasping her wrist and pulling her into the corner of the elevator. He pressed his knee against her leg, forcing her to look up and accept his passionate kiss. With another chime, they reached B2. Xia Yin pulled the breathless girl out, fixing his gaze on her face, suppressing the urge to act impulsively. "Give me one reason. Don't you dare say you want to go back to the dorm alone. Do you take me for a fool?" His voice echoed in the empty parking lot, laced with suppressed anger. Having forgotten to mask his frustration, he let a curse slip. Wanting to go back alone, or not wishing for him to accompany her, he was astutely aware of her intentions. It was no wonder Xia Yin was incensed. He had spent the entire day attending to her, reluctant to let her leave, only to have her turn her back on him that evening. Jiang Yu stammered, her fingers twisting together, unable to utter a second word, unable to bear her pitiful expression. Xia Yin thought back to instances when people toyed with him like this. He would have simply locked them in a container and tossed it into the sea, letting them drift across the Atlantic. After staring at her for a moment, he took a deep breath, ultimately resigning himself to her whims. He knelt to her eye level, his voice soft and slightly hoarse as it reached her ears. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be harsh. It's just that if you go back to the dorm alone at night, what if someone follows you? What if you encounter danger? What if? I can't bear that 1 in a million chance, Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, her head instinctively lifting to meet his mesmerizing amber gaze, so close that she could see her own reflection dancing within them. What an exquisite man he was. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself seated in his car. As the car emerged from the garage, Jiang Yu remained perplexed as to how Xia Yin had come to know about her school. The words of the youth echoed in her ears. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." Yet, she could hardly bear even the slightest possibility of vulnerability. Jiang Yu. This sentiment was entirely distinct from the love her parents offered. Their affection was perpetually verbalized. They would urge her to eat well, to consume more fruits and milk. But they never provided the means to do so. They advised her to report any bullying at school. Yet when she did, their response was merely to suggest she keep her distance and inform a teacher. They would say, but Xia Yin was different. He meant what he said, and would undoubtedly act upon it. Jiang Yu gazed blankly out of the car window at the towering skyscrapers, their neon lights and LED screens unfolding like a dynamic tapestry, swiftly revealing and concealing. As the vehicle sped forward, the once mighty edifices began to shrink, the closely clustered buildings gradually giving way to more modest structures. Her racing heart was forcibly subdued, even if she found satisfaction in the youth's presence. What of it? The chasm between them was as vast as the Milky Way, and all she desired was a life of tranquility and stability. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. After all, the car soon arrived at the entrance of Tangzhong Normal University. As evening approached, nearly 8 o'clock, the students who had slept the day away in their dormitories were now preparing to venture out in search of sustenance. Others, returning for night shifts, were captivated by the sight of a Koenigsegg at the school gate, some instinctively pulling out their phones to capture the moment. The car's lines flowed with a natural elegance, the streetlights casting a glow upon it reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, leaving onlookers mesmerized. Even those unfamiliar with automobiles recognized the substantial worth of such a vehicle. The spectacle at the school entrance created quite a stir. Wait, is it just me? Or was there really a Koenigsegg in front of us? One girl exclaimed, astonished. Is this car really that impressive? She inquired of her friend. Indeed, it's called a Koenigsegg, and its price starts at over 100 million. Oh, you actually know about cars? Another girl remarked. Let me test your knowledge. What about the chassis of this vehicle? Test your father. I can tell what gender you are without even opening my eyes. Get lost and stop bothering me. Chapter 14. Summer Yan's brother, the university students were quite courteous, keeping their distance to observe without approaching. Jiang Yu felt a sudden constriction in her breath. Overwhelmed by the crowd, she hesitated to exit the vehicle. Her phone buzzed incessantly, and instinctively she glanced at it, realizing someone had captured the moment and posted it on the school's confession wall. Within mere seconds, the post was inundated with layers of responses. Clutching her phone tightly, she pressed her lips together, feeling increasingly apprehensive about getting out of the car. Summer Yin cast a glance at her, recalling how she had been the center of attention that morning. He restarted the engine and maneuvered the car backward to a secluded, dimly lit spot not far away. This will do, he thought, relieved that they were now away from prying eyes. He unfastened his seatbelt, stepped out, and after a moment's contemplation, donned a cap and sunglasses. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply and followed suit, expressing her gratitude to Summer Yin as they made their way toward the campus. However, after a few steps, she sensed him trailing behind her, and her pace abruptly halted. Turning around, she lowered her head and discreetly urged him, I've arrived at school. You needn't escort me any further. You can go back now. Upon saying this, the boy cupped her face gently with his large hands, compelling her to lift her gaze toward him, obscured by sunglasses. I assure you, I am entirely wrapped up, and I will not cause you any trouble. As they traveled, Summer Yin pondered why Jiang Yu seemed comfortable with his proximity indoors, yet outside, she appeared eager to avoid any scrutiny. Just as he reached a conclusion, that Jiang Yu was not fond of being observed, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. She did not reject him. She simply disliked being the subject of attention. It could be said that Summer Yin had surmised half of the truth. Jiang Yu quickly stepped back. Her cheeks flushed as she cast her eyes downward, feeling as though this boy possessed an enchanting charm, effortlessly stirring emotions within her. Gulme, I shall accompany you to your dormitory, Summer Yin said, taking hold of her wrist and guiding her forward. Noticing that the girl had ceased to express any irritation, he relished the moment as he firmly clasped her hand, a grin creeping onto his lips. His mood lifted as his fingertips glided down her palm, their fingers entwined. Jiang Yu's body stiffened slightly as she observed their hands intertwined, her eyelashes fluttering. His hands were undeniably beautiful, long and clean, illuminated by the night, resembling translucent white jade, glimmering under the streetlights. In contrast, her hands, while not unattractive, appeared rather ordinary, overshadowed by his elegance. A wave of jealousy washed over her, and she felt an urge to withdraw her hand, unwilling to be held. Summer Yin furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. One moment, everything seemed fine, and the next, she was displaying discontent. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed the girl stepping closer to him, walking in tandem. Her amber eyes widened in surprise, a current of electricity coursing through him, leaving him tingling and exhilarated. To describe Summer Yin, who had been pampered and indulged since childhood, as surprised felt almost belittling. Yet, the girl's initiative indeed left him astonished and at a loss for what to do next. At the school gate, many students remained gathered, and Jianyu, unable to retract her hand, instinctively moved closer to Summer Yin, concealing their intertwined fingers between them. After a long and arduous effort to conceal her feelings, the young man, in an exuberant moment, lifted his hand and gently kissed her fingertip. Jianyu felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks as she swiftly used her student card to open the small door, ushering Xia Yin inside. The girls' dormitory was merely a short walk from the school gate, taking only 2 to 3 minutes to reach. Upon sighting the dormitory, Xia Yin was engulfed by a surge of indignation. How could this be called a building? Was it truly worth returning to reside in such a dismal place? The walls, battered and peeling, exuded an aura of coldness and desolation, only occasionally brightened by the presence of 1 or 2 individuals emerging from within, preventing it from resembling a ghost house. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me back? The disdain in her tone was unmistakable. Jianyu, drawing her shoulders inward, withdrew her hand, replying, "Thank you for seeing me back. Until tomorrow." Just a few steps away, Xia Yin firmly grasped her wrist, stating, "We have yet to add each other on WeChat." Jianyu fell silent, lowering her gaze as she retrieved her phone to scan the young man's QR code. His profile picture depicted a plump orange cat curled up and sleeping beneath an eave, his WeChat nickname being Confused Cat. After a fleeting glance, she saved his contact as Xia Yin and put her phone away, bidding him farewell. Reluctant to part ways, Xia Yin pulled her aside, leaning her against a tree, capturing her lips in a lingering kiss. She had not sipped water for a while, causing her lips to feel parched. After the kiss, he gently moistened her dry lips with his tongue before releasing her, whispering in her ear, "Be sure to drink plenty of water when you return." Jiangyu's face burned with embarrassment as she awkwardly responded and turned to enter the dormitory, her heart racing. Her room was on the 3rd floor, and with the summer holidays in full swing, many had chosen to go home, leaving the hallways sparsely populated. However, without exception, those who saw her wore expressions of teasing, ambiguous smiles that left her feeling increasingly flustered. Why were they looking at her like that? As she walked, she took out her phone, pondering the absence of any rumors about her on campus. It wasn't until she returned to her dormitory and glanced in the mirror that the truth struck her. Her neck was covered in hickeys. Her face ignited with embarrassment. Xia Yin. She gritted her teeth in a mix of anger and frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the thought of her classmates' gazes. Unable to contain herself, she crouched down, covering her face in a fit of mortification. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xia Yin adjusted his sunglasses, resting them behind his ears as he gazed at the dormitory for an extended period. Only when someone approached him for WeChat did he slowly regain his composure, turning his attention to the eager and bashful girl before him. Not far off, 2 companions awaited his return. Casting a casual glance, he remarked, "I just escorted my girlfriend back to her dormitory." With a girlfriend now, he felt no need to add anyone on WeChat. He could have easily declined, yet he found himself wanting to flaunt the fact that he had a girlfriend. When Xia Yin was not facing Jianyu, he resembled the winter sun, radiant yet devoid of warmth, like the light from a refrigerator, bright but failing to convey any comfort. Even as his thin lips curled into a smile and his eyes sparkled with deep affection, the girl gazed at his exquisite features, momentarily lost in thought, before regaining her composure and laughing. "I'm so sorry." As she awkwardly hurried away, Xia Yin glanced back at the dormitory building before exiting the school. A throng of photographers surrounded a car parked in a secluded corner, and he dialed his brother's number, approaching with an air of nonchalance. Amidst the astonished, envious, and eager glances of those wishing to forge connections, he entered the vehicle. After driving a short distance, his brother finally answered the call. "How have you been lately? Let us get straight to the point." The sound of papers rustling echoed from the other end, a testament to his brother's succinct nature. Xia Yin wasted no time and stated plainly, ISNT, their university called Tungzhong Normal University in Shungan City. The annual investment in that institution must be considerable, both from the government and private sectors, yet the girls' dormitory is appallingly dilapidated. His frustration mounted as he spoke. It was an uninhabitable place, and it infuriated him that his girlfriend cherished it, insisting on returning to stay there. The thought of it made him want to rush back and rescue her, to take a bite out of that absurd situation. He employed a plethora of adjectives to describe the crumbling building, unequivocally deeming it a wretched abode unfit for human habitation. After a 2-second silence on the other end, his brother astutely interrupted, "What are you doing at the girls' dormitory?" The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere became thick with an almost suffocating silence. Xia Yin felt as though he had been choked, momentarily at a loss for words. He parked the car by the roadside, his beautiful eyes gazing out the window. The glass facades of towering buildings reflected the flickering neon lights, resembling countless stars fallen to earth. The cool breeze of late summer wafted in, allowing him to regain his composure after a period of contemplation. Confirming that his intentions were neither a fleeting whim nor a mere pursuit of novelty, but rather a well-considered decision, he chuckled softly. What else would it be? I'm taking my girlfriend back to her dorm. I'll bring her home for the new year so you can meet her. Are you serious? What else would it be? By the way, don't mention it to Mom. My girlfriend is rather timid. I'm genuinely afraid she might fly over to see what her future daughter-in-law looks like. In the capital city, Xia Bei set down his folder, his long, fair fingers removing the gold-rimmed glasses from his nose as he rose from behind his desk. He strolled to the window, phone in hand. Outside lay a narrow alley guarded by several soldiers with rifles. He observed indifferently, his tailored administrative jacket casually open, revealing a pristine white shirt beneath. The collar was unbuttoned, accentuating his elegant and refined demeanor, imbued with an air of genteel rebellion. Brother, are you still listening? Tungzhong Normal University? Xia Bei's wrist was adorned with a red string, from which hung a smooth piece of white jade. In his right hand, he toyed with a square lighter, which emitted a soft clicking sound intermittently. After hearing his brother's affirmative response, he ended the call, retrieving a cigarette to place between his lips before igniting it. The smoke circled within his lungs before he exhaled it in a steady stream, enveloping him in a haze that blurred the aura of affluence he exuded with such casual indifference. Xia Yin, that boy, he understood. Once he set his mind to something, even if it meant enduring great hardship, he would never look back. The girl from Tungzhong Normal University in Shungan City is clearly not someone from the inner circle. Yet, what does it matter? Families of their stature no longer require marital alliances to solidify their influence. As long as the other party possesses a reputable lineage, that suffices. After a brief gathering among 4 or 5 individuals, they approached the desk, not for an inspection, nor for KPIs, but rather to casually meet the younger siblings. Chapter 15. WeChat call on the other side. Xia Yin drove into the garage. He leisurely stepped out of the car and walked towards the elevator, his amber eyes fixated on his phone. With his slender fingers, he tapped on Jiang Yu's WeChat profile, adorned with a charming anime image. Her moments were quite pristine, primarily showcasing daily life and the festive meals captured during the new year. Upon entering his home, Xia Yin swiftly perused through Jiang Yu's moments. Finishing in mere minutes, there was hardly anything to see. He added the song she shared to his collection, connected to Bluetooth, and then retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Emerging moments later, his upper body was bare, a metal cross pendant hanging from his neck, and he wore only a pair of boxer shorts. Xia Yin possessed a physique that was lean yet muscular. His slim waist and alluring V-line complemented the perfect curve of his back and the gentle indentation of his waist. He glanced at his phone, noticing that Jiang Yu, pinned at the top of his chat list, had not sent him a single message. Truly, she was not proactive at all. He flicked his tongue over his sharp teeth, chuckling softly, and sent her a message. Xia Yin, I just finished showering. What are you up to? Retrieving a cold beer from the refrigerator, he casually recorded himself as he passed the glass door and sent the video to the girl. Jiang Yu had already finished her shower and was comfortably lounging in bed, scrolling through Douyin. The most popular video in their city featured Xia Yin playing the piano that morning. His fair, elongated fingers danced gracefully over the keys, reminiscent of an elegant swan. His angelic visage transformed the entire scene into a dreamlike tableau, as if she were immersed in a fairy tale. When Jiang Yu stumbled upon the video, her pupils dilated in surprise. A wave of panic washed over her, but once she realized her face wasn't visible and that no one in the comment section recognized her, she felt a sense of relief and began to admire Xia Yan's looks alongside the commentators. His striking eyes were undeniably captivating. In person, she felt shy and hesitant to gaze intently. Now, however, she could appreciate him fully. It must be said that the multitude of envious comments provided a substantial boost to her vanity. Just as she was lost in admiration, a notification chimed, a message from the star of the video. Jiang Yu was startled, sitting up in bed, experiencing a rush akin to being caught eavesdropping. After a moment of hesitation, she instinctively opened the message. It was a 5-second selfie video, revealing the boy clad only in snug shorts that left little to the imagination. Jiang Yu gaped for a second, incredulous, and exclaimed, "What the heck, can he really send this?" With no one in her dorm, and the time being 9 o'clock. She reveled in her exhilaration. Her heart raced as she glanced again and again, zooming in for a closer look. Despite her timid, demure demeanor in reality, Jiang Yu had not been sheltered from the vast world of online content. She had encountered everything from AV filming guides and romance novels to Korean manhwa and sweetly punishing anime. She was, in essence, an innocent girl with a penchant for the risque. Xia Yan was not only well-endowed, but also possessed an enviable physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a perfectly sculpted inverted triangle that left onlookers yearning. Noticing her lack of response, the boy decided to call her directly on WeChat. The sound of the doorbell resonated through the dormitory, causing Jiang Yu to momentarily halt her breath. How did he manage to call? Her cheeks flushed with a reluctance to answer, primarily due to her discomfort with discussing matters over the phone, compounded by her self-consciousness regarding his physique. After enduring the ringing until it automatically disconnected, the young man promptly called again via WeChat. The third time, the fourth, and by the fifth, she hesitated for an extended moment before slowly pressing the answer button. "Is there something you need? I miss you." After drinking, Xia Yan's voice, velvety and hoarse, floated through the phone, enveloping her ears like a gentle intoxication. Jiang Yu's ears burned. Her heart raced faster. She tightened her grip on the phone, utterly at a loss for words, feeling flustered in the face of his unabashed affection. "What were you doing just now? Why did it take you so long to answer?" She remained silent, prompting Xia Yan to fill the void with conversation. Sitting on her bed, Jiang Yu lowered her head and replied, "I was just sleeping." She followed up with a faint admission, "You woke me up." Xia Yan, lazily reclining in the spot where the girl had slept, shook his head in resignation. Taking a sip of his drink, he had been worn down by her, and with a hint of humor, he mused, "Do I seem foolish to you? Perhaps I should just call you a master of lies." Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise at his certainty. "How do you know that?" Seemingly able to envision the astonished expression on her face, Xia Yan's elegantly arched brows lifted slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "After I sent the video, I saw the chat box indicating you were typing." Jiang Yu's mind erupted in confusion. She couldn't possibly admit she was admiring his physique, and her instinct to deflect had led her to lie. Biting her lip, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and nervously apologized. "I'm sorry. Jiang Yu, it seems you struggle to refuse others. If you don't want to answer the phone, just say so. I'm not a monster. I'll devour you." He continued, "Regardless of the outcome, it's essential to express your thoughts, to let others know your feelings, to make them aware of your reluctance regarding such matters." Jiang Yu was taken aback, her phone resting on her lap as her fingers intertwined, leaving her speechless. "By the way, what time do you wake up? I'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning." Unconsciously curling her fingers, she bit her lip and declined. "You don't need to pick me up. I can go by myself. 9 o'clock, right? I'll be there on the dot." Jiang Yu hesitated, but before she could respond, Xia Yan's voice, laced with a playful tone, whispered near her ear, "Your refusal was quite admirable. Good night." As he hung up, he remained unaware that all night long, Jiang Yu tossed and turned in her bed, pondering why such an extraordinary man would take an interest in her. Could it truly be that he simply liked an ordinary girl like her? The following morning, at precisely 7:45, Jiang Yu's alarm clock rang. Having barely fallen asleep just before dawn, she groggily rose from her slumber. As she picked up her phone to silence the alarm, she discovered that the school forum was ablaze with activity. In the early hours of the morning, someone had leaked news that the institution had decided to allocate the new dormitories, originally intended for graduate students, to undergraduate from the first to the fourth year. What on earth is going on? This feels utterly surreal. Are they expecting us to inhale formaldehyde? Once we've done that, will they send us back? Are you serious? The newly constructed dorms were completed over a month ago, just waiting for the formaldehyde to dissipate before the graduate students move in. So why are we being offered accommodation? Does the school really have such benevolence? Who knows if this rumor is genuine or not? I find it hard to believe. Jiang Yu scrolled through the comments, thinking it was absolutely implausible. Having already witnessed the school's miserly nature during her freshman year, she, now approaching her sophomore year, could hardly believe that the institution had undergone such a transformation in a mere year. Chapter 16. The supermarket. After scanning the reviews, Jiang Yu rose, brushed his teeth, and had breakfast. An hour and a half later, he stealthily approached Xia Yan's car. Inside, the youth sported a tousled mane of hair, clad in a fitted black short-sleeve shirt that accentuated his elegantly sculpted collarbones. His smooth, elongated neck, reminiscent of a swan, was adorned with two necklaces, a long chain bearing a cross and a shorter black cord with a circular piece of jade the size of a thumbprint. At that moment, he tilted his head slightly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently on the girl as she entered the car with a furtive demeanor. When had Xia Yan transformed into such a secretive creature? Whenever he stepped outside, those who recognized him would exert themselves to be near him, striving to create the illusion of their connection. Yet this little fool remained a closed book, somewhat adorably naive. It was precisely such a person who ensnared his thoughts. Akin to a game of chess where one piece bests another, he willingly succumbed to her charm. Xia Yan observed Jiang Yu close the car door and, after momentarily resting his tongue against his sharp teeth, lazily inquired, "Jiang Yu, why are you wearing a jacket today?" Jiang Yu, huddled in the passenger seat, silently zipped his jacket to the top. Had it not been for the multitude of kiss marks adorning his neck, would he truly need to wear a jacket in the sweltering summer? How dare he ask? With a flushed face, he lowered his gaze, unwilling to speak. After 3 seconds of silence, noticing her reticence, Xia Yan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, the faint scent of fruit suddenly intensifying and enveloping her. Jiang Yu remained unaccustomed to his proximity, especially recalling the full-body photo he had sent the previous night. A pang of anxiety struck her, and her palm instinctively pressed against his chest as she turned to him, her voice trembling slightly. Before she could finish her thought, his cool finger slid into her collar, grazing her neck as it descended, revealing a small patch of skin marked by still fresh kiss imprints. Xia Yan glanced at it, a smirk curling her lips, and her spirits lifted as she leaned in to lavish a lingering kiss on that exposed skin, leaving behind a new, suggestive mark. Jiang Yu felt heat radiate from his neck, his body trembling uncontrollably as his hands instinctively placed themselves between them. Xia Yan withdrew from her neck, her lips hovering near her jawline, warm breaths cascading on her cheek. "Don't break out in a rash now," he murmured hoarsely before brushing his lips against her chin while reaching out to assist her in removing her jacket. No, Jiang Yu's mind snapped back to reality, her hands guarding the zipper. There was no way she would venture out flaunting those kiss marks. Xia Yan lifted his gaze, contemplating for a moment, then decided that the car's air conditioning would suffice. "All right, if it pleases you," he replied with a gentle smile, expertly starting the engine and adjusting the temperature downward before steadily pressing the accelerator toward Mac's department store. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, witnessing the youth's serious expression as he focused ahead. After smoothing out her slightly disheveled attire, she silently turned her gaze to the scenery retreating outside the window. Throughout her life, she has relished the tranquil moments spent in a vehicle, allowing her to momentarily cast aside all worries and pressures. Observing this, Xia Yan remained silent, deftly selecting a song previously shared by Jiang Yu on social media. The familiar melody of The Wind Rises filled the car, its volume neither too loud nor too soft. akin to a gentle breeze caressing the lake's surface, creating ripples that gradually enveloped the entire cabin. Jiangyu, initially tense in the company of the young man, found herself unconsciously relaxing. Before long, they arrived at the supermarket's parking lot, the same one they had visited yesterday, adorned at the entrance with several exquisitely carved, snow-white European sculptures. After parking the car, Xiaoyan took Jiangyu's hand and led her inside. The revolving door gleamed brilliantly, its metallic frame flowing elegantly, reminiscent of gilded lines sketching a magical box, exuding an air of nobility. At the center of the first floor, the piano stood as it had the previous day, with a beautiful girl in a white dress poised beside it. "Do you want me to play?" Xiaoyan glanced down to see Jiangyu fixated on the distant piano. She quickly shook her head, recalling the young man's propensity for action. She feared that if she hesitated even for a moment, he would whisk her away to the instrument. Noticing his silence and the intensity of his gaze, she cast aside her reservations and eagerly pulled him deeper into the store. While being with him greatly satisfied her vanity, she did not seek the limelight. Rather, she yearned for a life akin to Alice's, a return from Wonderland to a tranquil existence, living quietly with a modest fortune. Xiaoyan chuckled softly, causing Jiangyu's ears to flush crimson. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held on tightly, guiding her further inside. The fresh produce section was particularly vast, with crystal chandeliers resembling twinkling stars casting shimmering golden light upon the gleaming Italian marble. The seafood display boasted Boston lobsters, French Guillardeau oysters, Norwegian king salmon, and Alaskan king crabs. In the aquatic tanks, Australian coral trout, Japanese golden-eyed sea bream, and Russian sturgeon swam gracefully. The vegetable and fruit aisles featured an organic section, where a nutritionist elegantly offered pairing suggestions to customers, while a nearby caregiver deftly selected and bagged produce. Jiangyu gazed in awe, her mind still reeling from the previous day's chaos. She had failed to notice the supermarket's opulence, which exceeded her wildest imagination. Fortunately, Xiaoyan remained oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to ruffle her hair and shower her with affection. How adorably rustic she was. True luxury in a supermarket transcended mere decor and service. This ordinary grocery store was, in fact, Xiaoyan's attempt to cultivate a bond with Jiangyu. At that moment, as he meticulously selected ingredients, Jiangyu followed him obediently like a gentle lamb. Shortly thereafter, he completed his selections and made his way toward the self-checkout area. Passing by the cashier, he noticed brands like Okamoto, Durex, and Minglu. Xiaoyan diverted his gaze, contemplating briefly before a subtle smile graced his lips. He released Jiangyu's hand and casually remarked, "Jiangyu, I'm a bit thirsty. I will check out here. Could you fetch me a cold Coke from the beverage aisle?" Jiangyu, trusting his request, nodded and turned towards the refrigerated display. With the thought of having earned 200,000, she felt compelled to do something for the esteemed young Master Xia. Thus she worked with remarkable enthusiasm. The young fool. Xiaoyan chuckled softly, handing the cart to a nearby attendant. The attendant, donned in a smart vest and white gloves, skillfully and cautiously placed the items from the cart onto the checkout counter. One by one, the cashier, while scanning the barcodes, discreetly glanced at the exquisite youth standing nearby. He was tall and slender, with a straight nose and thin lips. His enchanting peach blossom eyes tinged with a hint of red, gazing intently at the products on the shelf beside him, deliberating with a furrowed brow as if faced with a dilemma. The cashier felt a thrill of excitement. On this otherwise mundane day, the sight of such a stunning young man added a delightful surprise to her otherwise monotonous life. However, before she could revel in her excitement for long, she witnessed the ethereal beauty extend his elegantly defined fingers to grasp 5 boxes of Okamoto 001 ultra-thin, extra-large condoms, followed by another 5. She exclaimed, "Wow!" Xiaoyan discreetly maneuvered Jiangyu away, concerned that the sight might startle her, thus ensuring she remained oblivious. After completing his selection, he noticed the cashier's astonished expression and leisurely inquired, "What's the matter?" A smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering like stars, exuding warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Xia Yin was accustomed to putting on an act in public. The cashier, with her adorable bun hairstyle and lively doe-like eyes, stared at him in a daze, her heart racing. Soon, she regained her composure, her face flushed, shaking her head as she lowered her gaze to continue scanning the items. Chapter 17. Sunproof clothing. Jiang Yu emerged with a can of cola in hand, spotting Xia Yin waiting nearby. She hurriedly jogged over and placed the cola on the counter. The cashier, with her sparkling, expressive eyes, cast a cryptic, flirtatious smile before lowering her gaze to scan the cola. Just as she pondered the peculiarity of the moment, Xia Yin completed the transaction, firmly grasped her wrist, and intertwined their fingers, leading her outside. Upon exiting the fresh produce section, Xia Yin brought her to the entrance of a women's clothing store. The English logo above the door was meticulously adorned with tiny diamonds, glimmering like a brilliant constellation slicing through the night sky at dawn. Jiang Yu was unfamiliar with the brand, but the opulent decor suggested it was a luxury boutique. She felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, especially dressed in garments she had purchased on a budget. Reluctant to enter, she abruptly halted her steps, but Xia Yin, undeterred, pulled her through the doorway. "Welcome, sir and madam," the dedicated sales associate greeted them, her flawless makeup and graceful demeanor exuding sophistication. After selecting a few sun-protective garments, Xia Yin settled her on a cream-colored sofa. The young man accompanying her was a stranger, yet his attire, demeanor, and the watch adorning his wrist indicated he was no stranger to wealth. The girl beside him, however, the sales associate maintained a standard smile, discreetly assessing the girl's style before turning to arrange refreshments. Moments later, a silver tray was presented, featuring fine porcelain teacups brimming with freshly brewed Junmei, accompanied by elegantly crafted pastries. The instant Xia Yin sat down, she leaned her chin on Jiang Yu's shoulder, her hand poised to encircle her waist. This was not an intimate setting for just the two of them, as several staff members were present. Jiang Yu felt her cheeks flush and quickly shifted away, whispering a warning. "Xia Yin, I know," Xia Yin replied, noticing the girl's glare, and reluctantly reclined against the back of the sofa, appearing as relaxed as a puddle of mud. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. Despite the other personnel moving about the store, she felt an undeniable sense of awkwardness and anxiety. Unsure of herself, nibbling her lip, she timidly poked the young man's arm. Are you planning to buy me some protective clothing?" Jiang Yu inquired softly, leaning closer. The girl's cautious demeanor, especially the slight tremor in her dark eyes, intrigued him. Would she behave the same way in bed? Xia Yin observed intently until Jiang Yu averted her gaze in discomfort, at which point he absent-mindedly replied. He wondered if perhaps they hadn't purchased enough. It felt as if that penetrating gaze would weigh heavily upon her. "Why?" the girl pressed. Xia Yin's amber eyes, reminiscent of glass, shifted momentarily to scan Jiang Yu's heavy, unbreathable outerwear before he could articulate his thoughts. Just then, the sales associate wheeled a rack of clothing past them, displaying 5 sun-protective garments. Noticing the girl's evident anxiety and her wandering gaze, the associate discerned her personality and preferences for clothing styles. The garments presented were predominantly loose-fitting hooded shirts and casual sun protection attire, rendered in understated hues of black, gray, and cream. Jiang Yu, instinctively averse to anything offered for free, hesitated to try them on, for she believed that free items often came with strings attached or concealed pitfalls. Summer Yan's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before he rose in silence. He strode confidently towards a cream-colored sun protection jacket, seized it, and without allowing her a chance to protest, grasped her wrist and drew her into the fitting room. The fitting room was spacious, furnished with a comfortable sofa capable of seating 4 to 5 individuals, and adorned with an enormous mirror that nearly enveloped an entire wall. "Why do you refuse it? Is it that you do not like it?" Summer Yin released her, his tone as calm as still water, yet his words carried a subtle, alluring lilt. He approached her closer, his eyes unabashedly fixed upon her visage, while a pleasant fragrance reminiscent of fruit enveloped her senses, drawing her into a state of vulnerability. Jiang Yu found herself retreating until her legs met the edge of the sofa, causing her to lose her balance and sit down abruptly. Summer Yin leaned in, one knee pressing between her legs, effectively preventing her from rising. Summer Yin, she began, but before she could finish, he leaned in to kiss the corner of her lips. The kiss lingered until his hands tugged down the zipper of her outer garment, stripping it away. The air conditioning in the fitting room chilled her arms, causing goosebumps to rise, and it was only then that Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, turning her head away. As he moved, Summer Yan's lips brushed past her cheek and settled on her earlobe. With a low chuckle, he murmured, "Do you wish for me to kiss you here?" As he spoke, his mouth parted slightly, enveloping her delicate earlobe. Jiang Yu trembled, quickly pushing him away and, standing from the sofa, stammering, "No, I have sun protection clothing. You need not buy me anything." She was perplexed. He had initially appeared so bright and distant, yet now he seemed to embody a rather predatory demeanor, seizing every opportunity to kiss her. "Are you referring to this thick and non-breathable jacket?" Summer Yin lounged lazily on the sofa, a smirk dancing on his lips as he gestured towards the jacket beside him. Had she the audacity to nod in agreement, he would have flung that wretched garment as far as possible. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, lowering her head and twisting her hands together, remaining silent. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Summer Yin could not help but graze his tongue along his sharp teeth in frustration and helplessness. It was his first attempt at buying clothing for a girl, and he had seemingly failed. Furrowing his brow, he declared, "Let me tell you, I intend to kiss you every day. The marks on your neck will not simply disappear. Do you plan to wear this dreadful jacket all summer long? What is so special about that wretched piece of clothing that you cherish it so?" Jiang Yu's heart tightened. How could he utter such words in a public space? She quickly glanced towards the entrance of the fitting room, hoping that the soundproofing was adequate, for otherwise, the situation would be exceedingly awkward. Chapter 18, Comic Convention, Part 1. In that fleeting moment, Xia Yin had somehow approached her, holding a new garment in hand. He gently lifted her arm and helped her into it. The fabric felt as though it were spun from silk, smooth to the touch and exuding a refreshing coolness, offering an unparalleled sense of comfort and freedom. Jiang Yu contemplated refusing, but a single cool glance from Xia Yin silenced her. Could it truly be that he was angered over something as trivial as clothing? Xia Yin was indeed somewhat irked, for purchasing items for a female companion should be a matter of course. Yet, Jiang Yu pushed back against his kindness, treating him as if he were a mere stranger. What baffled him further was her inexplicable refusal. Their circumstances were hardly enviable, and this invisible chasm between them left him feeling restless and perplexed. Additionally, he was troubled by Jiang Yu's lack of self-respect. Had he not intervened, would she genuinely have spent the entire summer in her tattered clothes? Swallowing his frustration, he resolved that regardless of her resistance, he would kiss her, and she could not continue to wear her shabby attire. After Xia Yin had dressed Jiang Yu, he took her hand and led her out of the changing room, buying the remaining 4 pieces. Jiang Yu remained silent, observing the sales assistant's sincere smile as she gracefully wrapped the garments in cotton paper adorned with the brand's subtle patterns, placing them into a bespoke leather bag. Once the transaction was complete, the assistant personally carried the 4 bags to the car, where a neatly attired attendant stood with a friendly smile. Beside him was a meticulously arranged cart containing a variety of fresh ingredients just purchased from the grocery section. Xia Yin opened the trunk, allowing them to place the bags inside, and until the car drove away, both exchanged courteous smiles. Jiang Yu, catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror, had to admit that these individuals had certainly earned their pay. As Xia Yin drove, he noticed Jiang Yu examining the clothing she wore. Did she like it? How could she not feel comfortable? Beneath the sweltering sun, she felt as though she were in an air-conditioned room, pleasantly cool. It was the finest outfit she had ever worn. Yet, Jiang Yu felt too shy to express this, having just appeared indifferent. Admitting her fondness now would make her seem duplicitous, a master of subtlety in her desires. How embarrassing, how awkward. Fortunately, Xia Yin casually shifted the conversation, turning on the music and refraining from further discussion. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Today, Xia Yin would be cooking again. During their meal, he suddenly looked up at her and spoke slowly. "I have opened a game company, and we are currently in the recruitment phase. This afternoon, I need to go to the Cross Anime City, where I will meet with a graphic designer I have been searching for. My family believes that pursuing a career in gaming is frivolous and forbids me from using family resources. Thus, I must go myself. Jiang Yu buried her head in her meal, puzzled as to why he was sharing this with her. Was he suggesting she need not come in the afternoon? Before she could ponder further, Xia Yan followed up with, "You should come with me." "What?" She lifted her head, looking incredulously at Xia Yan. "What would I do there?" "I don't know anything." Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Xia Yan offered a gentle smile and extended his hand, tenderly wiping the corner of her mouth with a tissue. "The Cross Animation City is hosting a comic exhibition today. You can accompany my friend for a while. I will conclude my business in 2 hours, and we can then share a meal together." It was inconceivable to leave Jiang Yu alone at home or to return. This was a perfect opportunity to introduce her to his friend, allowing her to gradually integrate into his life. Xia Yan's friend? Jiang Yu's gaze fell, and her grip on the chopsticks tightened. It was often said that birds of a feather flock together. Was Xia Yan's friend also a handsome gentleman? Yet, she suffered from a phobia of attractive men, preferring to admire from afar rather than roam the comic exhibition together. However, having received a generous sum of 200,000, and feeling a sense of obligation towards Xia Yan, who had treated her genuinely well, she was reluctant to refuse any request that was not overly demanding. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Xia Yan, Jiang Yu's daily visits were motivated by her desire to uphold the facade of that 200,000. Despite the fact that Xia Yan, the wealthy heir, would spend millions on whims during his frivolous overseas escapades without a second thought. That 200,000 had long since faded from his mind. Surely, Jiang Yu's presence was not merely due to their supposed romantic relationship, which she had never acknowledged. As she contemplated parting ways once school resumed, fortunately, she remained oblivious to this, or else the idea of attending the comic exhibition would have been rendered moot, leading her to forego the event altogether. In the afternoon, at the Cross Animation City, renowned for its popularity on social media, the annual summer comic exhibition featured famous cosplayers, celebrated manga artists, well-known voice actors, as well as celebrities and internet personalities. The venue buzzed with animated voices, with numerous animation companies and studios showcasing their popular works and selling related merchandise, figurines, badges, dolls, and comic books. Cosplayers transformed into various classic or niche anime characters, some embodying ethereal ancient heroes, while others depicted valiant superheroes or adorable, charming young girls. They moved gracefully through the crowd, posing for pictures and engaging enthusiastically with fellow enthusiasts. The exhibition spanned approximately 3 days, and Xia Yan led Jiang Yu through the VIP entrance, bypassing the queues. Inside the VIP lounge, it felt like a serene island, isolating them from the surrounding clamor. Delicate, anime-themed snacks adorned the coffee table like miniature landscapes, while specialty drinks were served in custom cups, with fruity and tea aromas intertwining in the air. "Xia Gazozi, I'm over here," Lu Xian exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Xia Yan and the girl he was holding by the hand. Jiang Yu looked up at the sound, seeing a tall, slender figure with an elegant appearance, reminiscent of the male protagonist from a youthful literary romance. He approached with a head of refreshing tousled hair, his pair of eyes sparkling with clarity and brightness, a prominent Adam's apple accentuating his long neck, which was adorned with a pair of black headphones. At that moment, his smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, locked onto her, causing Jiang Yu's heart to race, prompting her to swiftly lower her gaze. Although he did not possess the striking handsomeness of Xia Yan, he was certainly of a godlike caliber. Yet, the mere presence of an attractive individual rendered her unable to contain her nervousness. When Lu Xian learned that Xia Yan would be bringing his girlfriend, he was nearly beside himself with excitement. Surely, anyone capable of winning over Xiago must possess both talent and breathtaking beauty, enchanting enough to captivate nations. However, perhaps due to his overly high expectations, upon seeing the girl for the first time, a wave of profound disappointment washed over him, bordering on the absurd. She could hardly be deemed even a modest beauty. One could only describe her as ordinary. Were it not for the fact that she was holding hands with Xiago, he might have mistaken her for an ordinary passerby. Perhaps it was her competence that caught Xia Ji's attention. Yet, her timid demeanor and rather unremarkable appearance hardly suggested any form of capability. Lu Xian, possessing a certain fondness for beauty, surrounded himself with friends of striking appearance. And his interest in Jiangyu waned. Casting a puzzled glance at Xia Yin, "Are you certain you haven't just randomly picked a girl to amuse me?" As for the protagonist's unique ability, it ensures that exceptional men experience instant infatuation, while those of lesser caliber require direct contact with her bodily fluids to achieve the same effect. For instance, saliva or blood. A case in point, Lu Xian accidentally drank water that Jiangyu had touched, the bottle's rim bearing her saliva, thus fulfilling the necessary conditions. It seems I may have inadvertently revealed too much. No matter, for those of lesser stature, only the ingestion of her liquid can trigger an instant attraction. Chapter 19, Comic Convention, Part 2. Not a single glance was spared for him by his friend. Xia Yin lowered his gaze upon the girl, a smile illuminating his face, a tender expression he had never witnessed in the nearly 10 years Lu Xian had been by his side. Could it be? Is Brother Xia truly enamored with this, rather unremarkable girl? It hardly seems fitting. The notion alone provoked a sense of discomfort. Surely, a handsome man ought to be paired with a beautiful woman. Brother Xia, might you introduce me to your sister-in-law? Lu Xian beamed brightly. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained Brother Xia's, deserving of unwavering respect. Xia Yin did not contest Lu Xian's title for the girl, and upon hearing it, he couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yu's eyes widened slightly at the mention, a chill running down her spine. She timidly wished to raise her hand to clarify, yet Xia Yin was already speaking, leaving her no opportunity to interject. After a brief introduction, he instructed Lu Xian to take care of Jiang Yu, turning back to reassure her to enjoy herself and to seek Lu Xian if any issues arose. It wasn't until time was of the essence that he departed, glancing back every few steps, reminiscent of a parent sending their child off to kindergarten, unable to shake off their concern or reluctance. Once Xia Yan's figure was out of sight, Jiang Yu slowly withdrew her gaze. "Goodness, sister-in-law, you certainly have him wrapped around your little finger." Lu Xian casually draped his elbow over her shoulder, his voice rising playfully, exuding a mischievous air akin to a troublemaker seated at the back of the classroom. Jiang Yu instinctively took a step back, nervously explaining, I'm not Xia Yan's girlfriend." With that, she exhaled deeply, relieved to have finally voiced her clarification. Lu Xian regarded her, momentarily pausing in his chewing of gum. What's going on here? Had they quarreled, or was Xia Yan still pursuing her? He raised an eyebrow, not intending to meddle in their affairs. "Oh, then why call you Jiang Yu?" Jiang Yu nodded at the ground, unsure how to lighten the atmosphere. Then Jiang Yu, is there anything at the convention that particularly excites you? Lu Xian, with a black backpack slung over his shoulders, spoke while shifting the bag to the front, retrieving a tablet from within and presenting it to Jiang Yu. "I'm one of the investors for this convention, so I have some privileges." The young man raised an eyebrow, flashing a radiant smile, his pride evident like that of a child boasting about a new toy. He resembled a clean-cut neighbor's elder brother returning home from school, making Jiang Yu feel less helpless, though she remained tense. After all, no neighbor's brother could compare to his level of handsomeness. Perhaps if he were just a tad less attractive, it would ease her anxiety. Lu Xian zipped up his backpack and leaned closer, opening the tablet and handing it to her. "Here, you can see all the guests. No need to queue. You can meet them individually." Jiang Yu accepted the tablet, and Lu Xian, towering over her, had to slightly bend down to speak. "Jiang Yu, this person is a renowned comic artist." Their profiles were mere fists apart, their arms occasionally brushing against one another. Lu Xian carried with him a refreshing essence reminiscent of a boy running towards her in the sea breeze, a purity intermingled with a hint of masculine allure. The scent enveloped her completely, and although the distance was perfectly ordinary, Jiang Yu felt her entire body stiffen. Lu Xian had no other thoughts. Despite his disappointment in the girl's looks, he knew that one must not neglect someone associated with Brother Xia. After introducing several guests, he noticed the girl staring at her tablet, her ears slightly flushed and silent. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, wondering what was wrong. The lounge was air-conditioned. It wasn't hot at all. "Shall we go out for a stroll? We can see if anything catches our eye," Lu Xian suggested, straightening up. Jiang Yu looked up and met his cool gaze. Clearly taken aback that she would raise her eyes, Lu Xian paused momentarily. Then his eyes softened with a smile that concealed his earlier aloofness. As a true connoisseur of beauty, Lu Xian surrounded himself with attractive individuals, showing little patience for those he deemed ordinary. Yet, Jiang Yu was different. She was chosen by Brother Xia, and he felt compelled to treat her well. Jiang Yu understood that Lu Xian's apparent warmth was merely superficial, but she didn't mind in the slightest. After all, this was the kind of neutral emotion one would expect from a normal person. Neither dislike nor fondness, simply a gesture of goodwill for Brother Xia's sake. She relished being guided and pushed along, so she nodded in agreement to Lu Xian's proposal. Outside, a throng of people bustled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Though Lu Xian was not as striking as Xia Yin, he still drew attention. Within 5 minutes of stepping out, several girls approached him for his WeChat, along with a few boys. Eventually, he opted to wear a mask. At the eastern entrance of the convention, Song Wenxi accompanied her brother Song Yun into the venue. "Don't worry, brother. Since we met near the anime city, sister-in-law must also enjoy anime. We're bound to run into her at this event." Song Yun was bundled up tightly, wearing an oversized black hoodie and dark, loose-fitting jeans. A hood concealed the upper half of his face, while a pure black mask covered the lower half. Sensing the crowd around him, Song Yun trembled slightly, his hands and feet cold. His androgynous, beautiful face was etched with fear and unease. He despised crowded places. He did not like being here. How he longed to find her and seek comfort in her embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Xian retrieved 2 bottles of water from his backpack, opening one for Jiang Yu and keeping the other for himself. "Wow, that person is stunning," he remarked as he drank, his eyes lighting up at the sight of a striking figure ahead. He casually handed the water bottle to Jiang Yu. "Hold this for me. I'm going to gather some stamps." Jiang Yu clumsily took the bottle, resignedly standing still as this was the 3rd time it had happened. Before long, Lu Xian returned triumphantly with a camera in hand. Noticing her weariness, he led her to a corner where they could sit. He then pulled out a notebook from his bag and began uploading photos. His profile resembled that of a character from a comic, with a sharp nose and thin lips, long and lush eyelashes gently drooping, and a cheerful expression on his face. A pair of black headphones hung around his neck, obscuring his alluring Adam's apple, while his slender fingers danced delicately over the keyboard, his nails smooth and clean, with a subtle pinkish hue at the knuckles. Truly captivating, indeed like attracts like, and handsome individuals tend to associate with others of similar ilk. Yet this is not something that the ugly duckling can aspire to. No, the ugly duckling is still a white swan. As for her, she feels truly insignificant. Jiang Yu silently averted her gaze, placing the bottle of mineral water on the table, and turned her attention to Lu Xian's black backpack. How capacious it is, accommodating a tablet, a notebook, a bottle of water, and an oversized camera, with what seemed to be more items within. She felt a twinge of desire, but wondered if the bag was prohibitively expensive. As she redirected her gaze, her keen eyes caught sight of someone not far off cosplaying as Qin from Love and Deep Space. Although she is a star supporter, she felt a pang of embarrassment for her little star. "Lu Xian, I'm going to take a picture with Qin. I'll be back shortly." Lu Xian nodded. As Jiao Chan, she was inherently beautiful and required little retouching. Thus it took less than 5 minutes to complete the photo. He sent the image to little Jiao Chan and casually picked up the bottle of mineral water on the table for a few sips. 5 seconds later, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wasn't his water nearly finished? How could there still be so much left? Chapter 20, Comic Convention, Part 3. The brown-eyed youth lifted his gaze slightly and noticed a bottle of water still on the table, clearly indicating he had consumed the wrong one. Lu Xian diverted his attention, fixating on the mouth of the water bottle in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. After several seconds of daze, he regained his composure and continued to sip nonchalantly. He sent a picture to the little Jiao Chan, who promptly replied and hinted at the possibility of a future meeting. After all, the camera in the young man's hands and the sleek black electronic watch on his wrist spoke volumes of his affluence, not to mention his striking appearance. The little Jiao Chan was more than willing to grant him this opportunity. As was customary, Lu Xian had been engaging in lively banter with the charming young lady. Yet now he found himself staring at the WeChat interface of the little Diao Chan, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. The water was soon depleted, and he stood up, hastily stowing his belongings in his bag. His movements involuntarily rushed. Perhaps he was truly bewitched, neglecting the vibrant Diao Chan to instead fixate on finding Jiangyu. Meanwhile, Jiangyu was anxiously awaiting her turn for a photo with Qin Shi. Only 3 people away when the teacher cosplaying as Qin Shi announced fatigue and decided to take a break. Oh no, she was almost next. Jiangyu watched the retreating figure of the cosplaying teacher, her inner self reaching out in desperation. Please, don't leave. The crowd surrounding the teacher gradually dispersed. Yet no amount of sorrow could rectify the situation. When Lu Xian arrived, he was greeted by this scene. TSK, where did this poor little puppy come from? He strode over in quick strides, wrapping his arm around the girl's neck, resting it lightly against her chest. Jiangyu was startled, but upon recognizing the familiar scent of Lu Xian, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she was not accustomed to such intimate contact and instinctively attempted to pull away from his embrace. Lu Xian, not permitting her this chance, secured her neck with his elbow, guiding her forward in this position. The scent of sea breeze mingled with bamboo enveloped Jiangyu, causing her cheeks to flush. Though she was used to physical contact from Xia Yin, Lu Xian was an entirely different matter. Lu Xian, she stammered, resting her chin against his arm. I can walk by myself. Lu Xian chuckled softly, remaining silent, while his other hand moved to her face, gently pinching her cheek before releasing it, continuing to lead her onward. What had he just done? Jiangyu froze momentarily, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before she could ponder further, the young man released her and boldly called out ahead. Excuse me, my friend would like to take a photo with you. The teacher cosplaying as Qin Shi turned her head to look. Was it possible for someone to be this audacious? No, this was not right. Forgetting the earlier incident of him pinching her cheek, Jiangyu anxiously grasped his arm and pulled him away. The teacher had stated her fatigue. It would be exceedingly rude to approach her for a photo. Even if the teacher agreed, she would feel guilty and uncomfortable about it. After walking several paces, Lu Xian halted, gripping Jiangyu's wrist to bring her to a stop. Weren't you eager to have a photo with him? He leaned closer, his brown pupils aligning with hers, questioning her intentions. Her eyes, clear and unfathomable, fixed upon her, devoid of mirth, exuding only a gentle submission. Jiangyu blinked in bewilderment, perplexed by the current situation. She felt an innate sense that Lu Xian should not behave in such a manner. After all, he had initially displayed a commendable sense of propriety, yet now he appeared to share the same disposition as Xia Yan. Noticing her silence, Lu Xian leaned in closer, his gaze locked on hers. Jiangyu instinctively retreated a couple of steps, only to realize her wrist was firmly grasped by him. Why the silence? As Lu Xian edged nearer, she stammered, It's for a photo, but the teacher is tired and needs to rest. So we shouldn't disturb him. That seemed to suffice, as Lu Xian tugged her back. The COS teacher, witnessing the two return, or more accurately, a young man leading a young woman, spoke up. The masked youth inquired, She wishes to take a photo with you. Might you have the time? Yes. I have time, he nodded. Earlier, the crowd had been overwhelming and only seemed to be growing. Thus he sought an excuse to depart. Little kitten, aren't you coming over? Jiangyu noticed Qin Shi tilting his head towards her, surprised by the teacher's consent, and hesitantly approached him, feeling both nervous and bashful. Lu Xian produced a camera to capture the moment, observing through the lens that the girl stood at a distance from Qin Shi, making a clitch DP sign. Where did this rustic girl come from? The aesthetically discerning Lu Xian could not allow such an unrefined photograph to mar his camera-esque collection. Jiangyu, come a bit closer, yes, closer still, and put your peace sign down just like that. The unabashed social butterfly, Lu Xian, paid no heed to the onlookers, while Jiangyu grew increasingly stiff, her social anxiety making her wish to vanish into the ground. Heavens, Lu Xian, hurry and take the photo. Little Tabby, may I hold you? COS, the teacher, suddenly suggested. Jiangyu looked up in surprise, meeting the crimson gaze of her teacher. Feeling both embarrassed and cautious as she replied, Is that all right? Lucian quickly captured the moment as their eyes met perfectly in the frame. He felt a surge of excitement and pride as he beheld the enchanting image of the two, admiring the composition and lighting, truly a testament to his skill. Yet, within mere seconds, the joyful glimmer in his eyes gradually faded, the corners of his mouth slowly descending. An indescribable discomfort settled within him. How could he feel so unsettled? Bah, what do you mean by perfect match? There is no one more suited than Xia Ge and Jiang Yu. Of course, little kitten, Kas, the teacher, gently lifted the girl to rest upon his arm. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a cool gaze directed at him. Scanning the surroundings, he identified it as the girl's boyfriend. Upon removing his mask, a refined and strikingly handsome youth came into view. Kas raised an eyebrow, sensing a tinge of jealousy. He harbored no particular interests, yet he relished the sight of others feeling envious. Little kitten, you can wrap one arm around my neck. Ah, see can I? Kas reassured her gently. This is how we take photos, so do not be afraid. Ah, thank you. Jiang Yu felt so overwhelmed with happiness that he nearly fainted. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, one hand cautiously reached out, gently encircling the neck. Teacher Kas addressed the youth. You may take the photograph now. Lucian tugged at the corners of his mouth, kneeling on one knee and directing the lens toward the two of them. Normally, Jiang Yu would gaze at the camera when posing for pictures, but he realized that for this particular shot, it would be far more evocative to look at Qin Shi. His dark eyes sparkled as he gazed into the lens, a shy smile gracing his face, while his other hand persistently formed a peace sign. Such a naive excuse. Lucian couldn't help but smirk at the sight, pressing the shutter. Just as Teacher Kas was about to suggest a different pose, Lucian stood up and casually remarked, Jiang Yu, I apologize, but there's no more memory left. Nonchalantly lowering his gaze to the camera, his fair right arm displayed clear contours, the black camera strap accentuating its allure. What a feeble excuse, Teacher Kas mused, observing the boy clad in designer attire, particularly the Hasselblad camera in his hands, which certainly fetched a price upwards of 500,000. Aware of his affluent background, he chose not to confront him about it. Chapter 21, Comic Convention, Part 4. Jiang Yu, shy and bashful, bid farewell to her teacher who was dressed as Qin Shi, her words repeating in a stammer. Thank you. Teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Truly, thank you. The teacher, unfazed, waved her off with a smile. Why still look? It's gone, Lucian remarked, resting his hand, which held the camera, on her shoulder. After speaking, he turned his head slightly, unable to resist gazing at the girl's profile, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he brushed his fingertip against her skin. Startled like a frightened rabbit, she leapt several meters away, her eyes wide with terror, confusion, and disbelief. You have some makeup on your face, Lucian explained calmly, observing her eyes. His hand, holding the camera, fell by his side, his fingers involuntarily curling from the warmth of the touch. So soft, so plump, utterly irresistible. Oh, thank you. Jiang Yu felt she had made a grave mistake, the heat on her face intensifying. Though she and T spent much time with Lucian, his demeanor revealed him to be a person deeply captivated by beauty. My mind is hopeless, she mused. After all, a handsome boy wouldn't intentionally touch a plain girl, would he? Fortunately, Lucian came to her rescue. You clearly like him. Why didn't you ask for a photo together at the beginning? The teacher said he needed a break. I couldn't possibly force him, could I? So you just gave up? Jiang Yu retorted, leaning against the wall, her gaze lowered. Lucian fell silent, for a wealthy young man like him was accustomed to prioritizing his desires, pursuing what he wanted by any means necessary. It was the first time he had encountered someone as sincere as Jiang Yu. No, he had met many like her before. Yet this was the first time he held someone in such esteem. By the way, how will you send me the photos? Jiang Yu blinked, seeking the images to showcase on her social media, eager to flaunt them before her roommate, Wang Lily. Lily will certainly come to such a grand exhibition, right? Add me on WeChat. I'll send them to you, Lucian replied, pulling out his phone to display the QR code. Jiang Yu added him. Noticing his profile picture was of an anime character with ample proportions, and his WeChat name was a single letter, C. Upon seeing the avatar, Lucian fell momentarily silent. regretting the fondness he once held for it. He awkwardly explained, "My nephew changed it for me." His 3-year-old nephew, unable to support his back, was taken to the hospital, where they discovered a significant issue. Jiangyu remained unfazed. She had seen such avatars frequently. "I'll edit the photos for you and send them tomorrow," he said, rubbing his nose as he continued. "Okay, thank you." Jiangyu nodded, putting her phone away. When she lifted her gaze, she spotted a cosplayer nearby, portraying a character from a spy theme. With long, slender legs and wielding weapons with flair and coolness, she exuded elegance and charm. Jiangyu glanced at Lu Xian, finding him close beside her, leaning against the wall, his head bowed as he focused on his phone. Tall and slender, his soft, long hair gently brushes his brows, exuding an aura of innocence reminiscent of a freshly bathed youth. While assisting her in capturing photographs with Qin Shi, she kindly prompted, "Lu Xian, look at the year ahead." Lu Xian lifted his gaze momentarily before lowering it to her. "What is it?" The young man possessed an exceptionally flawless complexion, devoid of blemishes or pores, his skin radiating a luminous glow. Collecting stamps, indeed. Was he not most fond of gathering moments with beautiful women? Why then did he appear so dispassionate at present? Indeed, Lu Xian also pondered his own perplexity. He had always been enamored with mature women, yet now he found himself inexplicably drawn to Jiang Yu's circle of friends. What on earth was happening? He had long assumed his interest in Jiang Yu stemmed from his connection to Xiaoge, yet now he sensed a troubling shift within himself. A fleeting thought surfaced in his mind, only to be promptly suppressed. Impossible. He could never harbor feelings for her. How could he possibly be attracted to someone so ordinary, so unremarkable, devoid of allure? Noticing him lost in thought, Jiang Yu felt a blush creep to her ears and could not help but call out, "Lu Xian?" Returning to reality, Lu Xian's cool gaze met that of the girl before him, who, upon closer inspection, was not so unremarkable after all. Her eyes, though not large, sparkled with brightness. Her petite stature seemed perfectly suited to nestle within his embrace, her voice melodious, and her disposition delightful. "No, I don't wish to go right now," he declared, averting his gaze and stowing away his phone. The throngs at the convention surged like relentless waves, ebbing and flowing between the various booths. Jiang Yu found herself in an awkward moment, when suddenly Lu Xian spoke again. "Actually, my cosplay of Qin Shi isn't half bad." She. Chapter 22. A chaotic scene. She chuckled awkwardly, perplexed by the sudden remark from Lu Xian. Was it a compliment? What was he implying? Regardless, praising someone is rarely misplaced, right? Jiang Yu, socially inept, ventured, of course. "You are exceptionally handsome, tall, and possess an admirable aura." "Do you think I'm handsome?" Lu Xian seized upon the crux of her words, slightly raising an eyebrow. He stepped away from the wall and approached her, his right hand nestled in his pocket. Leaning closer to gaze into her dark eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the youth lacked the striking looks of Xia Yin, he was undeniably a radiant presence amongst the crowd, an opportunity she had never encountered before. Moreover, he was too close. Jiang Yu felt her face flush, her gaze dropping, her hands instinctively tightening. She mused inwardly, so he is just a narcissistic pretty boy. A little praise makes him this elated. "Lu Xian, you're here too." At that moment, a melodious and effervescent female voice wafted through the air from afar. Lu Xian's attractive brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance at the interruption crossing his features. Haven't spent too much time with Xiaoge. He had inevitably absorbed some of the traits of those around him, including a penchant for feigning kindness. He straightened up and turned to face the newcomer, his expression reverting to his usual cheerful demeanor. It was Song Wensi, accompanied by her brother, Song Yun. "Song Wensi, Song Yun," he acknowledged with a slight smile. A mere formality. Song Wensi, with her cascading waves of lustrous hair and adorned in a delicate pink Chanel ensemble that accentuated her graceful figure, was a vision to behold. Her clear, bright eyes, gently arched brows, and flawless, fair skin with a blush that rivaled the softest spring flowers rendered her nearly ethereal. Who was this? She had just witnessed Lu Xian pinning the girl against the wall, an act that seemed almost possessive. Lu Xian was well known for his preference for tall, strikingly beautiful women, Yet the girl before her appeared to be significantly shorter, likely under 165 meters, prompting Song Wensi to hesitate momentarily. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, his mouth slightly agape, unable to articulate the words Xia Yan's girlfriend. It seemed that Xia Ge had never publicly acknowledged his relationship, leaving Lu Xian at a loss for words. Yes, that must be it. He attributed all the peculiarities to Xia Ge's request for him to look after Jiang Yu, hence his concern for her well-being, completely disregarding his earlier indifference. Friend, he heard himself say. Unbeknownst to him, Song Wensi observed with clarity, recognizing Lu Xian's interest in the girl. However, she was here for a purpose, not idle gossip. Nodding, she continued with a smile. My brother's destined partner may be attending the comic convention. I've already dispatched someone to scout for her. I'll send you the portrait my brother drew, and perhaps you and your friend can keep an eye out? Lu Xian did not decline such a simple request, and as thoughts of the fated partner crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently shifted toward Jiang Yu. It was then he noticed that she had donned the hood of her sun-protective jacket, her head bowed low. Jiang Yu? Aren't you hot wearing that hat? There's no sun here. She remained silent, extending her hand to pull her hood lower, nearly concealing her entire face within its depths. Jiang Yu could not comprehend why, despite being the victim. Her immediate instinct upon encountering the deranged individual was to hastily retreat into obscurity, wishing to brush the incident aside. As Song Wensi expressed her gratitude, she took her brother's hand and prepared to walk away while sending pictures. However, Song Yun evaded her grasp and, amidst Song Wensi's astonishment, advanced step by step towards Jiang Yu. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding swelling within him, compelling him to intervene, yet it was too late. Jiang Yu, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to the unfolding events until a pair of large hands cupped her face. Suddenly, she found herself gazing into a pair of tea-colored eyes, glistening like sunlight dancing on a lake's surface, stirred by a gentle breeze, leaving her momentarily entranced. Though the individual was indeed deranged, his exterior was strikingly handsome, rivaling Xia Yan. In her daze, Song Yun tilted his head, removed his mask, revealing his alluring lips, and without hesitation, leaned in to kiss her. Jiang Yu, Lu Xian, Song Wensi, Xia Yan. Chapter 23. Anger? Xia Yan successfully secured a graphic designer and, as he exited, began messaging Jiang Yu while strolling. Passing the second floor, his keen eyes caught sight of Jiang Yu, Lu Xian, Song Wensi, and Song Yun in a rather secluded corner on the first floor where few people lingered. Below, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as the crisp scent of white tea from the man enveloped her senses, an inexplicable sweetness lingering in the air. She distinctly felt the man nibbling on her lower lip, their kiss a mere prelude, a gentle friction rather than a true embrace. Lu Xian and Song Wensi, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, found themselves momentarily frozen. It was not until a resounding crash echoed through the space that Song Yun was sent sprawling to the ground, skidding across the smooth tiles, a gasp of shock and terror rippling through the onlookers, prompting Lu Xian and Song Wensi to regain their composure. Xia Yan was known within the circle for his affable nature. A perpetual smile adorned his face, his emotions rarely spilling over, even if that smile resembled a winter sun or the light of a refrigerator, seemingly brilliant yet devoid of warmth. On the surface, he appeared to be a cheerful, gentle, and courteous individual. Yet now, even that facade had faded. His amber eyes, devoid of emotion, were fixed upon the fallen Song Yun as he approached. Xia Yan, Jiang Yu stammered, her hood drawn up, her eyes wide with surprise and trepidation at his sudden appearance, her voice barely a whisper. Xia Yan turned his gaze to her, his eyes thick with an icy glimmer akin to moonlight on a frigid lake, an endless chill radiating from him. Jiang Yu felt her breath hitch, her body involuntarily shivering. She instinctively understood that should she utter a single word, Xia Yan would prioritize her over punishing the maniac, redirecting his wrath toward her. The citizens of Shaojing City often believed that the assailant would ultimately suffer, and she did not wish for Xia Yan to bear the consequences of his actions on her behalf. Yet, The current predicament suggested that her intervention might exacerbate the situation. The girl pressed her lips tightly together, lowering her gaze in silence. Xia Yin withdrew his attention, shifting it to the now upright Song Yun. A tempest of rage surging within him, akin to a ferocious beast devouring his rationality. Initially startled, the crowd soon succumbed to the thrill of the spectacle. Encircling the two men, Song Yun, already plagued by a fear of crowds, found himself overwhelmed, particularly given that Xia Yin often trained under the rigorous demands of his grandfather in the military, enduring relentless physical confrontations. Brother, Song Wensi stepped forward to assist, only to have her wrist seized by Lu Xian. What are you doing, Lu Xian? Is it honorable to fight for the sake of entertainment? Whose face is being tarnished here? Your brother is dating Xia Yan's girlfriend. Those few simple words drained Song Wensi of all strength and means. Her delicate features etched with disbelief. What? Her mind spun in confusion. Xia Yan's girlfriend? What then was Lu Xian's role? Did he harbor feelings for Xia Yan's girlfriend? Wait, what was she exclaiming about? Her brother's supposed destined partner was undeniably Xia Yan's girlfriend. Who was Xia Yan, you ask? His father held a prominent position within the first-tier ranks, their family having flourished during the Southern Song era, a pioneer among the initial players possessing original shares. His mother was the granddaughter of one of the founding figures of the nation. Even her brother served as the secretary of the current leader, awaiting the opportunity to accumulate enough experience, destined for a position of substantial authority, at the very least a department head or city secretary. Not to mention the other members of their family. The Song family does not fear the Xia family, but brazenly snatching someone else's girlfriend is indefensible and cannot be justified by power. When will my brother, with his single-mindedness, ever find a wife? Observing her regain her composure, Lu Xian released Song Wensi, turning his head to conceal the emotions swirling within his gaze. Witnessing Song Yun's familiarity with Jiang Yu ignited a fierce fire within him. Jealousy, anger, and possessiveness flooded his mind. Were it not for Xia Ji's preemptive move, he would have lunged forward to confront Song Yun at that very moment. However, his thoughts now revolved around the age-old adage of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman reaps the benefits. He was acutely aware of Xia Yan's severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet, even if she were to lose interest in Jiang Yu, she would not afford Song Yun that opportunity. Perhaps, the patrolling security of the comic convention soon intervened, separating the two. As Lu Xian was one of the organizers of the event, and given that Song Yun was in the wrong and did not cause a scene, no one called the police. In the spacious and brightly lit conference room, a long solid wood desk stood at the center, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dazzling lights above. Surrounding it were neatly arranged rows of soft and comfortable chairs. Song Yun displayed a strikingly androgynous visage, undeterred in his reckless desire to sit beside Jiang Yu. Song Wensi, fearing for her brother's safety, hurriedly leaned in to whisper that she had a plan to bring him and Jiang Yu together, thus preventing her brother from engaging in self-destructive behavior. After all, Xia Yan was truly capable of inflicting serious harm. The matter was far from settled. Xia Yan's piercing gaze swept over those with bruised faces, his voice sharp as a blade, instantly slicing through the fragile veneer of peace that was about to conclude. Song Wensi remained silent, while Song Yun looked pitiably at Jiang Yu. Lu Xian stood by the window, leaning against the wall, his attention fixed on the throngs of people passing below at the convention, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 24. An incident at 4 in the afternoon. The exhibition hall remained bustling with energy, as a throng of people weaved in and out of various booths, resembling an unending carnival. Xia Yan grasped Jiang Yu's wrist firmly as they departed. Jiang Yu. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's intention to leave, Song Yun felt a surge of urgency and promptly sprang from her seat, her chair scraping against the tiles with a sound akin to nails on a chalkboard. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and turned back to look, his porcelain-like complexion marred by bruises that, rather than detracting from his beauty, added an intriguing allure. His striking, glimmering amber eyes fixed upon her, filled with a blend of pleading and grievance. This eccentric individual must be Song Yun, right? After barely a moment's hesitation, He felt a tightening at his wrist and turned to find Xia Yan's expression inscrutable, her gaze firmly locked onto him. Jiang Yu, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his eyes. After all, who could endure the sight of their romantic interest sharing a kiss with another? Even if one were the victim, it would still evoke discomfort. Xia Yan's amber eyes, reminiscent of spring water, scrutinized her countenance. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her previously cold demeanor softening into one of gentle warmth as she spoke in a low voice. "Are you hungry? Let me take you to dine." She was not soliciting her opinion. Before Jiang Yu could respond, she decisively led her away. At Chui Yun Xian, a hidden sanctuary for the discerning palate. The meticulously carved jade screens captivated attention, their texture smooth and delicate, glistening a vibrant green. The intricate depictions of flora and fauna seemed so vivid that one could easily imagine them springing to life at any moment. Xia Yan placed a piece of fish into Jiang Yu's bowl, leisurely setting down her chopsticks and tilting her head to gaze into her eyes. Her voice dripping with sweetness. "What troubles you?" A faint smile graced her lips, exuding unparalleled gentleness. Jiang Yu lowered her gaze, fixating on the immaculate piece of fish in her bowl, devoid of any bones. Yet instead of feeling reassured, a wave of unease washed over her, sending shivers down her spine. Xia Yan seemed off, as though she were suppressing a tempest, like the calm before a storm. She swallowed the fish, mustering a strained smile. "I'm full. Just eat a little more," Xia Yan insisted, picking up her chopsticks and placing another piece of meat into Jiang Yu's bowl. Her voice hauntingly soft, whispering near her ear, "You will be very tired tonight." The chopsticks clattered to the table, and Jiang Yu looked up in disbelief, meeting her emotionless gaze. The mask of tenderness had slipped away, revealing a dangerously fierce expression. "What's wrong?" "Xia Yan, there's a hickey on your neck." "Courtesy of Song Yun. Isn't there?" Xia Yan's gaze fell, her hands slipping into the collar of her sun protection jacket. Her icy fingers brushed against warm skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Among the countless hickeys on her neck, one stood out, faint yet unmistakably not belonging to him. "I was so foolish. You have no close male friends, and the hickey appeared during the time you returned to your dormitory. How could I have not connected the dots?" Xia Yan seemed to be ensnared in a trance, his fingers roughly caressing a mark that did not belong to him, repeatedly murmuring, "How foolish to have granted him a second chance, to even entertain the notion of helping him find his true soulmate. Xia Yan, I've had my fill. I shall return to the dormitory first." Jiang Yu felt a growing trepidation towards the current Xia Yan, particularly as the grip around her neck tightened. She instinctively arched her back, evading his grasp, and rose to her feet, hastening towards the exit. This place was situated halfway up the mountain, and a faintly sinister voice echoed from behind. "If you wish to take a cab, it can only stop at the foot of the mountain." Tiyunxian was built on a mountainside, with a culinary team that had catered for national banquets. The rice was prepared in large pots over a wood fire, and the vegetables were homegrown, while pigs, chickens, sheep, cattle, and fish roamed freely in the back hills. Freshly caught, such natural delicacies were favored by the powerful and affluent. Mere wealth would not grant one entrance. Jiang Yu was unaware of the opulence and expense of what she had just consumed as her hand rested upon the door handle to the private room. The dusk was approaching, and Xia Yan uttered a cryptic remark, chuckling softly. "Do you wish to walk back?" With a creak, the chair scraped back, and the figure upon it stood, approaching slowly, each step resonating in Jiang Yu's heart. Her eyelashes fluttered as she pressed her lips together, hesitating to turn the handle. Xia Yan emerged from behind the screen, his beautiful peach blossom eyes falling upon the girl who was tensed and turned away from him. His smile grew increasingly gentle as he embraced her from behind in a hunter's pose. Jiang Yu's body shivered as his chin rested on her shoulder, his lips brushing her ear as he gently whispered, "Jiang Yu." The two syllables seemed to penetrate her very bones, lingering between his lips and teeth, savored before being delicately released. His long, fair hand loosened its hold on her waist, gliding down her arm to her hand, applying slight pressure to push the door handle down. A ghostly voice once again softly intoned, "Darling, I shall escort you home." In the car, Jiang Yu gazed at the receding scenery, her hands nervously twisting together. She was not entirely naive. Xia Yan's insinuations, no, rather, his overt implications of what was to transpire that evening, were unmistakable. To be honest, the realization that Xia Yan did not intend to harm her, but rather to engage in some private affair, alleviated her anxieties somewhat. Jiang Yu was not conservative. The notion of guarding her purity before marriage held no weight for her. In fact, she had little desire for marriage at all. What troubled her was the rapidity of their progression. Their relationship had merely been one of ambiguous friendship, and yet it had escalated to the precipice of intimacy. Most importantly, she felt inadequate. Her chest was not ample enough, her legs not long enough, her rear not curvaceous enough, and she bore a slight belly. The thought of exposing these perceived flaws before Xia Yan sent her feelings of refusal to their zenith. Xia Yan, are we nearing the school? Your bag is still at home. We should return. Chapter 25. Confirming the Relationship, Part 1. Jiang Yu, feeling vexed, lowered her head, momentarily forgetting about the matter at hand. I will come back tomorrow to pick it up, she murmured softly. Why? Xia Yan inquired, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. The girl appeared timid, resembling a quail, her head bowed so that only the crown was visible. She licked her lips and then pressed them together, offering a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. It will be here soon, very soon. The boy had returned to his usual demeanor, devoid of any expressionless facade or unnerving gentleness. He was simply basking in the sunlight, as was his custom. As the vehicle came to a halt, Jiang Yu eagerly opened the door and dashed out. Ha! This isn't halfway up a mountain. How could anyone stop her? Xia Yan mused, watching the girl's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow slightly as he unfastened his seatbelt and leisurely exited the car. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Yu returned, looking somewhat crestfallen. She regarded the young man leaning against the car, tall and elegant, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His right hand idly twirled the car keys while his lazy gaze met hers in a relaxed manner. You're back, Xia Yan teased, letting out a playful whistle as he approached, enveloping her in an embrace as they entered the elevator. Why not press the first floor? He remarked, his hand gently squeezing her waist in jest. Jiang Yu, with her head down and her ears slightly flushed, remained silent. Who would have thought that the parking lot on the second basement level was locked? Had she known, she would have rushed to the elevator sooner. Upon entering the spacious flat, she watched as Xia Yan locked the door, swallowing hard with difficulty. Trembling, she managed to say, Xia Yan, shall we have a talk? Of course, he replied, his unruly black hair framing a face that seemed to radiate joy, his pearly white teeth glimmering as he stepped into the room. Jiang Yu hesitated in the foyer for a moment, steeling herself before finally stepping into the boy's room. This was only her second visit, aside from the initial cleaning. The room was a testament to his presence. An open suitcase in the corner, notebooks and charging cables scattered across the desk, a jacket draped over a chair, and an abundance of the boy's unique fruity scent lingering in the air. Xia Yan opened the nightstand, retrieving 2 boxes of Okamoto, then leisurely rose to his feet and crossed to the desk, pulling out a chair and sitting down with his legs casually splayed. He tossed one box onto the table, his long, delicate fingers swiftly unwrapping the other. Counting the contents, he noted there were only 5. Without a second thought, the young Master Xia reached for the box on the table, unwrapping it as well. As he did so, he glanced up to see Jiang Yu standing at the door, her expression one of shock. He explained slowly and gently, in the morning, it wasn't tea about being thirsty for cola. Rather, it was about sending you out to buy a set. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, her mouth slightly agape. What does he mean? She stammered. No wonder the cashier had looked at her so oddly this morning. Xia Yan pondered for a moment, questioning whether 10 would be too many for a girl. He took out 4 and returned them to the box, reluctant to shortchange himself. After a brief hesitation, he extracted 2 more, then stood up, furtively concealing the 8 beneath the pillow. Jiang Yu stared in disbelief. This person was surprisingly unreserved. By the way, what do you wish to discuss with me? Sun inquired as he approached her, his right hand trailing from his waist to the back of her neck, gently tugging her backward. Jiang Yu was compelled to tilt her face upward, her neck's graceful curve fully exposed to the man's gaze. Xia Yan lowered his raven-like lashes, tilting his head to plant a kiss at the center of her neck. His arm around her waist tightened with increasing intensity as she gazed at the cream-colored ceiling, a flutter of panic rising within her. Xia Yin? The husky voice that escaped his throat resonated deep within her heart. We are friends. Although there exists a hint of ambiguity, we have yet to reach the threshold of intimacy. Jiangyu had always perceived their relationship as a flirtatious friendship, believing that he shared the same sentiment. Friends? In the room, the sound of dripping water ceased, and Xia Yin lifted his head, his expression darkening to an unsettling degree. Chapter 26. Confirming the Relationship, Part 2. Isn't it so? Jiangyu, despite her trepidation towards the current Xia Yin, voiced her thoughts nonetheless. Inferiority was one thing. She was far more apprehensive about whether, after that event, they could part amicably 2 months later. In comparison to Xia Yin, she was more concerned about her peaceful life ahead. Huh? Xia Yin gazed at her, a shadow of a smile playing on his lips as he retorted. Have you ever seen a friend engage in a passionate kiss or embrace? Before Jiangyu could respond, his striking brows furrowed in sudden realization, followed by a sharp, almost bitter inquiry. So will you consider me a romantic interest or merely a backup? His enchanting almond-shaped eyes widened, brimming with questions. Jiangyu felt overwhelmed by confusion. What did he mean? Wasn't this an unspoken understanding? A fleeting romance devoid of responsibility? Why did he now regard her as a heartbreaker? No, with such a handsome and striking visage, could he truly be so naive about love? Stammering, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts, inadvertently affirming his suspicions. Well, you seem quite confident, the girl exclaimed, as he effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and placed her upon the bed. Xia Yin, the handsome youth, devoid of rational thought, was impervious to any protest. Standing at the edge of the bed, he crossed his arms and peeled off his t-shirt, discarding it aside to reveal his strong, well-defined arms and taut abs. The bed was suffused with the essence of a man, enveloping Jiangyu in an intoxicating aura that she could not escape. Xia Yin leaned closer, the metal cross around his neck brushing against her flushed face. Unwilling, she tilted her head, the pillow still warm with his lingering scent, her cheeks ablaze, contrasting sharply with the hue of her neck. Xia Yin's amber eyes were clouded with desire. He too was reluctant to proceed so swiftly. The last kiss had left a mark on a neck that was not rightfully his, requiring many more kisses to quell his possessive yearning. This time, he felt he might go mad if he didn't act. Jiangyu, I apologize. I thought that after our kiss, we had tacitly agreed to be in a relationship. So allow me to introduce myself again. Jiangyu's eyelashes fluttered, yet she remained silent. My name is Xia Yin, 19 years old, hailing from Beijing. I own a car, a house, and a company. I have an elder brother, no family history of hereditary diseases, and I am in good health, having never had a girlfriend. Miss Jiangyu, would you honor me by being my girlfriend? His tone was solemn and earnest, revealing that he was not jesting. Jiangyu's mind went blank. She had anticipated that Xia Yin might take action, and she had considered he might withdraw, but she had never envisioned him uttering such words at this moment. Unsure of how to respond, she found Xia Yin unusually patient. Time trickled by until the stillness of the room was broken once more by her voice. I don't know. Jiangyu was inherently conflicted, entwined in her own contradictions, often viewing situations with a pessimistic lens. When confronted with Xia Yin's question, her immediate concern was not whether to accept, but how to react. Do you like me? Xia Yin gently covered her eyes with one hand, guiding her. There's no need to answer just yet. Take your time to ponder before speaking. The sudden deprivation of sight rendered her senses exceptionally acute. Did she harbor feelings for Xia Yin? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. He was handsome, affluent, and possessed a charming personality. Who wouldn't he be enamored? Perhaps she was simply unprepared? Xia Yin chuckled softly, removing his hand. Shall we attempt to date? Jiangyu beheld his tender, peach blossom eyes. She found herself almost nodding, as the boy radiated such brilliance. Even if they were to become intimate, she believed that ultimately they would part ways. Thus, it was better to savor the present moment. Xia Yin, blissfully unaware of Jiangyu's thoughts, assumed she had accepted him. delight shimmering in his eyes. Jiang Yu, her face flushed, exclaimed, "Turn off the lights. Let us do this in the dark." Chapter 27. Trending searches. Jiang Yu. Yu. Do you know? Xia Yin tenderly brushed his fingertips against the girl's tear-streaked cheek. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I yearned to do this. I intentionally sought physical contact with you. The sensation of your kiss upon my neck. Oh. She tilted her head, gazing at the narrow sliver of light peeking through the unclosed curtains, realizing that dawn had already arrived. Had an entire night passed? If this continued, she would soon perish in this place. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun blazed high in the sky, illuminating the disheveled bedroom as a phone rang. With eyes still closed, Xia Yin, his prominent nose and tousled hair framing his face, felt the warmth of the girl nestled in his arms. Instinctively tightening his embrace around her, he gradually opened his eyes to see her sleeping soundly. A content smile crossing his lips as he kissed her warm neck before slipping out of bed to put on his pants and answer the phone. It was a video call from Lu Shuren. Xia Yin accepted the call, propping the phone upright on the bar counter, and turned to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of ice-cold water. His fair back bore distinct, alarming scratches. In a luxurious apartment, Lu Shuren sat at the edge of a private outdoor pool, his long legs and slender ankles submerged in the water. Sunlight cascaded onto the water surface, creating a shimmering reflection that danced upon his clean and refined features. Lu Shuren? He finally snapped back to reality, diverting his gaze from the intimate marks on Xia Yan's upper body. What's wrong? You look rather pale. Xia Yan expressed genuine concern for his childhood friend. Lu Shuren shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Xiagu, why did it take you so long to answer? I called you several times this morning. This morning? Leaning against the refrigerator, Xia Yan sipped intermittently from the cold water, recalling indeed that his phone had rung earlier. But he had been preoccupied with the girl and unable to answer. He raised an eyebrow, a languid smile glimmering in his eyes. Your sister-in-law was quite insistent. What's the matter? The insinuation in his words left Lu Shuren feeling uneasy. Wasn't he had said that she and Xiagu were not in a romantic relationship? For the first time, he found himself sleepless over a girl, while she frolicked with Xiagu. He wished to question Xiagu about his supposed cleanliness obsession. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his gaze and replied, "Someone recorded your altercation with Song Yun and posted it online. It went viral, and numerous marketing accounts began to repost it. A strikingly attractive boy pinned another boy, whose gender was difficult to discern, causing fervent discussions among fans about who was the top and who was the bottom, speculating whether the scorn partner was cheating behind the back of the dominant one. As discussions intensified, it trended, and marketing accounts began to edit the footage, adding slow-motion effects and suggestive music, catapulting it to the top of the trending charts. What's the situation now? Xia Yin's brows furrowed tightly, not wanting Jiang Yu to leave a restless impression on his parents without having met them. The Song family took action. The most liked and commented videos were taken down. I had people leak several scandals involving popular stars to divert attention, and now the heat has almost dissipated. Xia Yin nodded, relieved that the situation had not escalated. After exchanging a few words, he ended the call. Gazing at the now black screen of the iPad, Lu Xian straightened his back like a pine tree, only to suddenly bend, as if the very support had been abruptly withdrawn. His brown eyes stared blankly at the reflection of the sky on the surface of the pool, his calves unconsciously swaying in the water. Chapter 28. Separation. Jiang Yu felt as though all her strength had been sapped from her body. After the encounter, she collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Time quietly slipped away, and as night fell, the world gradually descended into slumber. Yet she showed no signs of awakening. In the stillness of the night, Xia Yin gently entered the room, carefully applying medicine to Jiang Yu. After tending to her, he allowed her to nestle in his embrace, both drifting into the realm of dreams. By midday the next day, the fragrant aroma of cooking wafted through the air, rousing the famished girl from her stupor as she struggled to sit up in bed. The unfamiliar surroundings and the ill-fitting white shirt left Jiang Yu in a daze, her prolonged slumber blurring the lines between dream and reality. Gradually regaining her senses, she recalled her visit to clean the house, her subsequent promotion to chef, the kiss shared with the homeowner, and then, oh my goodness, Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson at an alarming rate. How could a seemingly ordinary girl like her have shared such an intimate moment with a strikingly handsome young man? Determined to halt her spiraling thoughts, she slapped her warm cheeks twice and dismissed the details, throwing off the covers to get out of bed. However, as she stood, her legs trembled uncontrollably. With great effort, she took a step, but her legs buckled beneath her, sending her crashing to the floor. Ouch! Jiang Yu winced. It wasn't pain that she felt, but rather a profound soreness akin to the aftermath of running 800 meters for the first time or the fatigue that follows intense exercise, especially when tackling stairs the next day. Xiaoyan entered with a bowl of congee, and upon seeing her struggle to rise, he quickly placed the bowl on the table, rushed over, and lifted her back into bed. With a twinge of concern, he asked, "Why didn't you call for me?" Jiang Yu's face flushed a deep shade of red, feeling utterly exposed in her shirt, which was devoid of any undergarments. As she sat on the bed, she bashfully pulled the covers up to her chest. Noticing her defensive posture, Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and teased, "Have you forgotten that I've seen you before? Is it really that alarming?" Not only had he seen her, but he had also kissed her. Yet observing her downcast gaze and the blush creeping up to her ears, he refrained from voicing any lewd remarks. He pulled a chair beside the bed, grasping the bowl of congee, and said with a smile, "If you don't wake up soon, I might have to take you to the hospital." Dressed in a linen V-neck shirt, his fair and well-proportioned hand stirred the congee before carefully blowing on it to cool it down. He then offered it to her lips, saying, "After sleeping for an entire day and night, you should start with some congee." His gaze was languid and tender, sparkling with warmth, and Jiang Yu, enchanted by his charm, instinctively took a bite. Xiaoyan's smile grew even softer. The young man, emboldened by the recent intimacy, resembled a creature in heat, devoid of reason. During that time, her eyes were vacant, her mind clouded. Occasionally, she would catch glimpses of the scenery outside the window, feeling disoriented, like a doll stripped of its vitality. "Are you sure you want to come with me to the capital?" Xiaoyan asked, standing by the roadside with his suitcase, leaning down to plant a kiss on Jiang Yu's lips. 2 months had passed swiftly, and he was set to leave Shangin City for the capital to continue his studies. But first, he had to attend a family gathering. He wished to take Jiang Yu along, yet this time, the girl resolutely declined his invitation. Assuming she was merely shy or felt that meeting the parents was too hasty, Xiaoyan refrained from insisting. However, just before departing, he couldn't help but ask one more time. Jiang Yu shook her head and replied with a smile, "Let us hurry, or we'll miss the flight." Chapter 29. Roommate Xiaoyan languidly boarded the vehicle, previously oblivious to why couples in long-distance relationships experience such anxiety, reluctance, and tears. However, now that this predicament had fallen upon him, his heart felt like a tangled ball of yarn, both chaotic and painful. Indeed, love was a necessity. His affection for her was a vital need, etched into the very marrow of his being. He thought that if Jiang Yu displayed even a hint of reluctance, he would immediately surrender, utterly defeated and unable to resist. "Jiang Yu, are you truly not coming with me?" Xiaoyan sat in the car, leaning against the window, his glassy eyes shrouded in a veil of mist as he gazed at her. The youth's bright eyes and white teeth remained as enchanting as ever, reminiscent of their first encounter. After a 5-second silence, Jiang Yu shook her head. How absurd it was to accompany him to meet his parents and then part ways. Fortunately, Xiaoyan lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would find himself in a very uncomfortable situation. The young man pursed his lips, his gaze falling, and he returned to his seat in the car. Jiang Yu stood quietly, watching the vehicle gradually recede until it disappeared at the end of the road, finally exhaling a long breath. If she did not leave now, she would be rendered a fool. However, with Xiaoyan's departure, their relationship would inevitably fade with the distance until it ceased to exist altogether, and her life would slowly return to a stagnant state, devoid of any ripples. Contemplating this, the girl broke into a wide smile, thinking that these past 2 months of madness and excitement had been her gain. Meanwhile, in the orchard of the Wanrong Song family estate, Song Wensi received news of Xiaoyan's departure from Shangin City. Her delicate brows and lips danced with delight, wearing a smug grin akin to that of a cat. Without delay, she tossed the fruits she had picked to a nearby maid and made her way to the studio. The spacious and empty studio was engulfed in silence, with a vast wall of floor-to-ceiling windows tightly draped with heavy curtains, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate, plunging the entire room into an abyss of darkness. As the door creaked open, the light from outside pierced through like a sharp sword, revealing all that lay hidden within the shadows. The floor was strewn with sheets of paper, scattered chaotically like leaves blown away by a tempest, depicting the same girl. Clad in a black sweatshirt and hood, her figure sat with her back to the door, lost in murmurs as if ensnared in profound thoughts, unable to extricate herself. The entire scene appeared eerily strange, sending a chill down one's spine. Song Wensi, unfazed and accustomed to the sight, leaned lazily against the doorframe, her arms crossed. And with a smile, she said, "Brother, I have good news. Xia Yin has left Sheng'an City. You will soon be able to see your beloved." The figure sitting on the floor stirred slightly, shifting his body and turning his neck, the sound of cracking bones betraying his long period of stillness. His slightly curled, chestnut-colored bangs partially obscured his eyes, rendering his androgynous features angelic yet fragile, as if on the brink of falling from grace. He gazed at Song Wensi and murmured, "I will see her soon." The corners of his rosy lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of a black and white comic suddenly brought to life with vibrant hues, becoming captivating and alluring, enchanting all who beheld it. Song Wensi, indeed, you'll soon be by her side. She's aware that Xia Yan's family would never allow him to continue his studies in Sheng'an City. Either the girl would have to attend school in the capital, a situation that could only be forcibly altered, but fortunately, that is not the case. With just 5 days until the start of the semester, students from Tangzhong Normal University began returning to campus. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the female dormitory 301 saw all its residents return. It is indeed true. I thought it was merely a rumor. I never anticipated we would actually be moving to a new dormitory. The speaker was by Qianyue, dressed in a knee-length fitted floral dress with spaghetti straps. Her cascading waves of French-style hair elevated her delicate beauty to that of a stunning enchantress. At that moment, she was retouching her makeup in front of a small mirror. I have insider information. Wang Lily placed her pain relief pack on the table, looking quite adorable in her JK uniform and twin ponytails. Noticing everyone's gaze upon her, she cheerfully revealed, "A university dormitory caught fire, and escaping now requires facial recognition. Didn't this make it to trending news?" Officials from the capital have begun inspecting the dormitory management regulations, escape routes, and electrical facilities within schools. Several institutions have already been confirmed for inspection. Originally, Tangzhong Normal University was not included, but for reasons unknown, it was added later. So, you understand, in order to appease the authorities, will we have to move back afterward? Chung Pundi timidly inquired. Probably not. There will be random checks at any time, Wang Lily responded, squatting down to open her suitcase and take out gifts. Thank you all for helping me secure tickets. This is a small token of my appreciation. Later, I would like to treat you all to a meal. Wang Lily is quite thoughtful with her gifts. She gave Bai Qianyue a collaboration line of cosmetics, provided Chung Pundi with daily necessities, and presented Jiangyu with a collection of anime-themed snacks and desserts. Jiangyu accepted the bag with both hands. Thank you. You truly understand me. Aside from eating and playing on her phone, she had no particular hobbies. Oh, Jiangyu, your sun protection jacket is from this brand. Wang Lily noticed Jiangyu's jacket. My mother adores this brand. It's just too expensive. She only indulges during special occasions. Jiangyu was momentarily taken aback, laughing awkwardly as she sat in her chair. I bought this for 19.9 on a discount site. I didn't expect it to be a knockoff of a brand. Will others think I'm trying to show off? Ha! Everyone in the dorm knew about her family's financial situation. $800 a month. How could she afford branded clothing, especially with a few items already in her wardrobe? Really? I don't see how the quality looks like a knockoff. Wang Lily thought of reaching out to feel the fabric, but fearing exposure, she quickly shifted the topic. Lily, where did you travel during the summer? I attended various comic conventions, played games at home, or read manga. Wang Lili indeed diverted the conversation, but then turned back to Jiang Yu. What about you? What have you been up to for the past 2 months? Her? She couldn't possibly say she spent 2 months passionately involved with someone. Could she? Jiang Yu awkwardly chuckled, just working a summer job, suddenly struck by a thought. He opened his phone and proudly exclaimed to Wang Lili, by the way, I also visited the cross-anime city and took a photo with Qin Che. It was your recommendation, Lily. What? Is this the teacher? Wang Lili leaned in for a closer look, instantly consumed by a blend of jealousy and admiration. I went as well, but there were too many people. I couldn't collect any stamps. Bai Qianyue set down her mirror and casually glanced over, instantly captivated. Jiang Yu, who took this photo for you? The skill and quality are far beyond what a phone can capture. Did someone edit it for you? It was a colleague for my summer job, the daughter of a wealthy family who wanted to experience life outside. Coincidentally, she had a day off that day and invited me to the comic convention, where she took this for me. Chapter 30, The Performance After Speaking. Jiang Yu awkwardly scratched his cheek with his left hand, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. Does your friend take orders? Bai Qianyu inquired, her gaze fixated on the images on her phone, an eager glint in her eyes. To capture someone of Jiang Yu's ordinary appearance so exquisitely was truly remarkable. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied tersely, she has gone abroad for her studies. Our acquaintance is merely fleeting, without much depth. To weave one line necessitates an intricate tapestry of others. Yet fortunately, Wang Lili and Bai Qianyu were not suspicious. Cheng Pan Di observed Jiang Yu surrounded by others, her fingers tightening as she lowered her gaze, engrossed in her book while seated. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Shirun, the affluent young lady with exceptional photography skills, arrived at Tengzhong Normal University. Upon learning that Jiang Yu was absent, she suddenly remembered to call the girl. Moving aside, she took a seat on a dilapidated bench beneath a tree. Just as she was about to send a WeChat message, she caught sight of Jiang Yu and the other three approaching from a distance. Jiang! Her eyes sparkled with delight, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, she caught sight of someone behind the girl, abruptly silencing herself. Jiang Yu, a melodious voice, as crisp as a yellow oriole, called from behind him. Instinctively, she glanced back, her pupils widening in surprise. Whoa! ISNT that the girl next to the eccentric one. Is she calling out to me? Cheng Pan Di, mesmerized by the beautiful girl, felt a flicker of astonishment. With her sweet, low double buns and upward-turned eyeliner resembling a languid, haughty Persian cat, she embodied a kind of beauty that was not merely enhanced by various outfits and cosmetics, but was a pure, refined beauty that aligned with the public's aesthetic standards. In contrast, Wang Lili and Bai Qianyu were more captivated by the girl's attire and accessories. Dressed in a fitted off-shoulder black Dior top paired with a high-waisted khaki skirt, adorned with a simple necklace that sparkled under the sunlight, her aura unmistakably radiated that of a wealthy heiress. How could someone of Jiang Yu's standing possibly interact with such a person? Song, when she approached, affectionately standing beside Jiang Yu while linking her arm with him. Shall we have a chat? She suggested, her radiant smile directed at the other three. I'll just borrow Xiaoyu for a moment. I promise to return her shortly. Her playful, sweet tone, paired with her strikingly cold yet captivating gaze, exuded a charisma that was impossible to overlook. After exchanging glances filled with apprehension, Bai Qianyu and Wang Lili hesitantly confirmed that they had no prior arrangements with Jiang Yu, leaving the decision entirely to her. Cheng Pan Di stood by, feeling invisible. Fearing that Song, when she might reveal the existence of her boyfriend, Jiang Yu obediently allowed herself to be led away. Watching the two depart, Bai Qianyu strolled along the broad path back to the dormitory, conversing with Wang Lili. Did you see the bracelet on that girl's wrist? Is it the new Dior collection? How on earth does Jiang Yu know someone of that caliber? Wang Lili remained silent, her eyes dazedly fixed ahead, suddenly tugging at Bai Qianyu's arm in excitement. Look ahead. ISNT there, handsome guy. The Normal University predominantly comprises a greater number of females than males. The more desirable men have long been claimed, leaving behind either those of questionable appeal or effeminate individuals who seem to require a man even more than women do. Lu Xian sat upon a slightly worn bench in the park, his long legs appearing almost boneless, casually bent. At that moment, the sun was gradually sinking in the west, casting a soft and warm glow akin to golden gossamer, gently draping over his fair skin. His countenance was clean and radiant, with lips as red as rubies and teeth like pearls. He needed to do nothing but sit there quietly, yet he effortlessly captured the attention of everyone around him. He rose and began to walk. Yes, was he walking towards us? Wang Lili felt a surge of excitement within, though her expression remained composed and reserved. Bai Qianyue gazed at the young man, her cheeks slightly flushed as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and offered a subtle smile. Chung Pundi, noticing the camera slung over the boy's shoulder, recalled Jiang Yu mentioning in the dormitory that a wealthy young lady had offered to take photos of her. As the boy approached, clad in a loose black sleeveless shirt, a sleek black watch adorned his slender yet strong wrist, its strap contrasting with the blue veins of his joints, exuding an aura of elegance and allure. "Three beautiful girls, may I inquire?" Lu Xian paused before the trio, a gentle breeze tousling the hair that fell across his forehead, his clear brown eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. The refreshing presence of the young man nearly overwhelmed Wang Lili, whose heart raced. She simply adored this clean and pure type of male, whose voice was equally enchanting. "Do you know Jiang Yu?" Another gust of wind passed, enveloping the scene in silence. No one anticipated that this handsome lad was seeking Jiang Yu. Wang Lili was the first to regain her composure. "Yes, we know her. What business do you have with her?" Xia Yin asked me to deliver something to her. Lu Xian replied, blinking innocently, feigning ignorance. "Do you know where she is at the moment?" Wang Lili, usually brash, suddenly adopted a more feminine tone, responding, "She went out with someone else. We are her roommates. If you could, please hand over the items to us, and we will ensure she receives them." "Oh, very well. Thank you," Lu Xian said, shifting his black backpack to the front, unzipping it, and producing a small, exquisite velvet box, which he handed to Wang Lili. Bai Qianyue observed with a mixture of emotions. The brand of the item was quite expensive, and it was evident from the boy's familiar tone that he was well acquainted with Jiang Yu. She knew Jiang Yu well enough. Coaxing her to speak to a stranger was akin to asking for her life. Therefore, how did the ordinary and socially anxious Jiang Yu come to know a wealthy heiress and this handsome young man before her? It wasn't until she noticed the camera strap wrapped around the boy's wrist, along with the valuable camera itself, that realization dawned upon her. Jiang Yu had met the affluent young lady, Xia Yin, while working a summer job, and this young man, along with the wealthy heiress who had just departed with Jiang Yu, were friends of Xia Yin. With this deduction, everything began to make sense. "Hello." Bai Qianyue was determined not to let slip the opportunity presented by the distinguished gentleman before her. Biting her lip, she took the initiative to inquire. "You must be a friend of Ruyo from his job, correct?" After handing the box to the girl, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow at her words. "Job? Friend?" Despite his usual carefree and nonchalant demeanor, young Master Lu could effortlessly extract snippets of conversation from several girls. It soon became clear to him that he had changed his nature, stepping out to experience life and work, where he encountered Zhang Ruyo, took a beautiful photograph of her at a comic convention, and subsequently traveled abroad. "Ah, so this is how we were playing it," Lu Xian mused, his tongue grazing his molars as he casually twirled his phone, lost in thought. Just as Wang Lili and Bai Qianyue presumed, the handsome young man had fallen silent. His clean-cut, charming face suddenly revealed a look of hurt, his eyes dimming as he gazed at them. "Is this really how Jiang Ruyo spoke of me?" "What do you mean?" Wang Lili asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Isn't it correct?" Well, never mind. I'll tell you, but please, do not breathe a word of this to Jiang Ruyo." The two girls nodded in unison, prioritizing gossip over male admiration and friendship. "My sister, Xia Yin, works with Jiang Ruyo. I fell for her at first sight and had Xia Yin approach her to learn about her interests. However, she does not return my feelings. Her heart does not belong to me." Lu Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. One fist pressed against his chest while an arm reached towards the sky as he passionately declared, "I have seen your heart. Hurry, give it to me. Without it, my life cannot find joy. Without it, my very existence withers." Upon hearing of the young man's affections for Jiang Ruyo, Wang Lili and Bai Qianyue were taken aback. their expressions shifting to disbelief upon learning that Jiang Ruyo did not reciprocate his feelings. They were not disparaging Jiang Ruyo. Rather, they found the situation fantastical and unreal. Yet, Lu Xian's long eyelashes trembled like the wings of a cicada. A single tear sliding down his cheek as he weakly let his hand fall, his body staggering slightly as he lamented in despair. But she does not even wish to acknowledge my existence to you. Tears from a man, a potent stimulant for women, especially those from a deeply sentimental, handsome man. Bai Qianyue set aside her concerns regarding the young man's affections for Jiang Ruyo and offered genuine comfort. Perhaps I could persuade Jiang Ruyo for you? No, that one tea be necessary. Since she looks down upon me, I shall not trouble her further. Even if you were to speak on my behalf, she would never admit that I once held feelings for her. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Lu Xian turned away. Upon exiting the school gates, he sat in the driver's seat of his car, a faint smile slowly curving his lips as he carelessly brushed away the tears from his eyes. Buzzing, several WeChat messages arrived on his phone. It was Brother Xia inquiring if the items had been delivered. Lu Xian stared at the screen impassively, a soft chuckle escaping him. I thought you were deeply in love, Brother Xia. In her heart, you are merely an afterthought. Sister-in-law is not around. I encountered her roommates and asked them to pass the items to her. He sent the message to Brother Xia, omitting any mention of the meeting between Song Wenci and Jiang Ruyo. Sister-in-law, the words child and dear linger on his lips as he lightly chuckles, exhaling a warm and suggestive breath. Chapter 31. Agreement on the other side, in a private room of a tea house not far from the school. It was Jiang Yu's first visit. The sole reason for her trepidation was the tea house's exquisite exterior, which intimidated her, a person of modest means. Additionally, her aversion to tea, save for the large bottles of iced black tea available for 4 yuan, contributed to her discomfort. I am Song Wenci, who sat beside her, elegantly lifting the teapot with her slender, delicate fingers. With a graceful twist of her wrist, she poured fresh hot water into each teacup using the high pour. Le pour technique. Every movement was executed with precision and assurance, resembling a meticulously choreographed dance, pleasing to the eye. This is Chimen black tea that I brought. In China, it is renowned for its exceptional quality, often referred to as the queen of black tea in England. Its taste is sweet and rich. Do give it a try. I believe you will enjoy it, she said, her beautiful eyes curving into a gentle smile as she offered the tea to Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu felt anxious and eager to flee in the presence of handsome men, she experienced a profound sense of inferiority before beautiful women, akin to a devoted admirer. Utterly captivated, her cheeks flushed slightly, and upon hearing the invitation to taste, she obediently lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, forgive my inability to articulate, but this is even more delightful than the chilled, iced black tea. Is it delicious? Song Wenci inquired, her chin resting on her hand, her smile radiating warmth. Jiang Yu, feeling her heart race, averted her gaze and lowered her eyelids, nodding shyly. Miss Song Yu, you call me here for a reason? Just call me Xiaoxi, Song Wenci replied, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of regret. I am here to apologize on behalf of my brother. He experienced trauma in his childhood and struggles to express affection, which must have frightened you. This is a small token of my sincerity. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, she opened a square box and presented it to Jiang Yu, revealing a set of exquisite jade bangles set in gold. Had Jiang Yu possessed knowledge of fine jewelry, she would have recognized the pieces as high value, icy green jade bangles worth millions. The intricately crafted golden cloud patterns not only added to the intrinsic value, but also bore significant craftsmanship worth. However, lacking such discernment and with limited experience, Jiang Yu assumed that the gesture of apology would cost only a few thousand yuan. After all, in legal terms, harassment penalties were not severe, often resulting only in verbal admonishments. Accepting the gift seemed to imply an end to the matter, allowing her to return to her previously untroubled life. Thus, she silently accepted the offering. Finally, recognizing a refreshing straightforwardness in Jiang Yu, Song Wincy leaned in closer, her tone earnest. Jiangyu, I would like to request a favor from you. In that instant, Jiangyu felt the box in her hands grow uncomfortably warm, sensing that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. The beautiful woman continued. Did you know? My brother was not always like this. He was the quintessential model child, understanding, sunny, generous, and academically exceptional. He was the little adult of our family, a young gentleman. But then, Jiang Yu's mind conjured an image of her brother, clad in loose black clothing, concealing himself entirely. She still recalls that Xia Yin had mentioned he was mildly autistic. But isn't autism something one is born with? At the age of 11, I had indulged in excessive sweets, which led to a painful toothache, prompting the adults to restrict my candy intake. One day, unable to resist the temptation, I stealthily sneaked out to buy some candy. My brother, unable to refuse my plea and fearing for my safety, followed me outside. And then, as Song Wincy reached this point in her story, her voice suddenly turned hoarse, and her beautiful eyes became clouded with tears, cascading down her delicate cheeks. Later, we encountered kidnappers, and my brother was taken away while trying to save me. When he was finally found, at 13 years old, he had been tortured beyond recognition. Jiang Yu gasped slightly, taken aback by such a revelation. Words of comfort lingered on her lips, but she found herself unable to express them. Whenever she spoke, the lively atmosphere would instantly turn somber. Even in group chats, her contributions would silence the previously animated discussions. Consequently, aside from familiar faces, she often chose to speak as little as possible. Now, as she hesitated to find the right words of solace, she remembered that she had paper in her bag, which she could offer to the distressed girl. As she bent down to search for it, the chair opposite her creaked, and suddenly, the beautiful girl knelt before her. Jiang Yu, I beg you. Jiang Yu exclaimed, What are you doing? Please get up. Speak your mind while standing. Flustered, she attempted to help the girl rise, but found her firmly planted on the ground. Thus, she knelt beside her instead. Jiang Yu, Song Yun isn't autistic. He suffers from psychological self-isolation due to trauma, often lost in his own world, which has worsened over the years. Song Wincy grasped Jiang Yu's hand, tears streaming down her face, pleading, Jiang Yu, he cares for you, and you are his only hope. I have no right to demand anything from you. In a few days, he will be attending Tengzhong Normal University, and I only hope that when he seeks you out, you won't turn him away. Could you speak to him? Just a few words? Of course. If he dares to offend you again, I will personally ensure he leaves and will not disturb you. Jiang Yu, I implore you, I live every day in regret. If my brother dies, I do not wish to continue living. If you agree, I will do whatever you ask. The girl, as tears flowed freely, her reddened eyes gazing at Jiang Yu, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Having never witnessed such a display of emotion, Jiang Yu felt her mind whirl in confusion. The sight of the beautiful girl in tears tugged at her heartstrings, and with a softening resolve, she found herself almost nodding in acquiescence. Stop crying, I agree. It was merely a conversation, and considering how guarded that person appeared, it shouldn't pose much of a problem, right? Really? Song Wincy's eyes sparkled as she looked at her, her tear-streaked face flushed with an innocent charm. Jiang Yu felt her ears warm slightly as she nodded. Overwhelmed with emotion, Song Wincy leaped towards her, wrapping her arms around her neck, her long legs straddling her waist. As she struggled to support herself on the ground, she almost toppled backward, narrowly avoiding a fall. Thank you, Jiang Yu. From now on, your affairs shall be my affairs, a mere phone call, and I shall exert every effort to assist you. The beauty possesses a soft and delicate physique, accompanied by uniquely subtle and elegant fragrance that penetrates the senses. Jiang Yu swallowed hard. It is no wonder that even the most valiant heroes falter in the presence of such allure. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Lili and Bai Qianyu swiftly surrounded him. Still entranced by the enchanting form of the beauty, Jiang Yu was startled. When had he ever received such treatment? What is with those looks? He inquired. Jiang Yu, you truly are something, Wang Lili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. A handsome fellow like you simply turned down an invitation. What? Turned down? What are you talking about? She was bewildered, settling into her seat with a look of confusion. Keep pretending, but Lu Xian has already come to the school. Look, the items on your desk were brought by his sister, Xia Yan. What? Xia Yan? Sister? In her state of utter bewilderment, her roommates took turns recounting the events that transpired after she and Song Wensi had departed. Chapter 32. Fabrication. What is this nonsense? It is evident that it is all fabricated. She stumbled upon Xia Yan, a person with a distinct aesthetic. Surely, another would not emerge. There is no need for her to delve into Lu Xian's character. His superficial actions reveal his affinity for tall, alluring women with captivating figures. To believe that Lu Xian harbors feelings for her is as absurd as believing she is the first emperor of China. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe his fanciful tales? Jiang Yu, in resignation, spread her hands, remarking, "Look at me. How could a handsome, affluent gentleman like him possibly be attracted to someone like me?" The girl sat on the chair, her features as mundane as plain water, tied up in a common low ponytail. Her demeanor? Lacking confidence, with shoulders hunched inward. Her intellect? Average, neither high nor low. She epitomized the ordinary, the quintessential commoner. Wang Lili and Bai Qinyu scrutinized Jiang Yu from head to toe, not out of disdain, but a candid acknowledgement of her inconspicuousness. She possessed neither Cheng Pundi's academic prowess nor Wang Lili's familial standing, nor did she boast Bai Qinyu's elegance, looks, or self-assurance. How could such a person possibly captivate a dashing figure like Lu Xian? One might as well contemplate if a wealthy and beautiful woman would ever be enamored with a reclusive, unremarkable boy with no distinguishing traits. The two girls had come to believe that Lu Xian was merely toying with them. Bai Qinyu lightly stomped her foot, her meticulously shaped eyebrows knitting together. This person truly is insufferable, Jiang Yu observed, feeling a quiet sense of relief when Cheng Pundi, who had been immersed in her book and silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Jiang Yu, are you well acquainted with Xia Yan?" Her words jolted the others into realization. Indeed, whether it was what Lu Xian asserted or what Jiang Yu conveyed, Xia Yan exuded a palpable sense of gravitas within the narrative. If Lu Xian's claims were false, then Jiang Yu must also be deceitful. Jiang Yu's heart sank at the thought. She had intended to maintain a superficial connection with Xia Yan and avoid becoming a topic of discussion. It was better to minimize complications than to amplify them, and instinctively, she had chosen to conceal her connection. Who could have anticipated the ensuing turmoil? Wang Lili, discerning Jiang Yu's guilty expression, deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, did you all know? In 4 days, the international school next to ours will host a sports event." Bai Qinyu was no fool. Initially, their inquiry about Jiang Yu could have been considered mere gossip, but it was clear that she was reluctant to share more. There was no need to press further. Her emotional intelligence permitted her to recognize when to retreat. She returned to her seat, puzzled. They hold this event every year. Why such excitement? The Qingfeng International School organizes this event annually and invites students from Tengzhong Normal University to attend. Wang Lili interjected, "This time it's different. This year, they're Xiao Xinian." Xiao Xinian, the youngest Olympic champion of the swimming team, at the age of 15, is the first to achieve a Grand Slam in Chinese swimming, holding both world and Olympic records. Aside from relay races, victory seems almost assured for him. Most importantly, he is strikingly handsome, tall, and robust, with an exceptional physique. Last year, a photo from the airport went viral, showcasing his muscular form straining against a black polo shirt, highlighting his impressive chest muscles, exuding an undeniable masculine allure that seemed to leap from the screen. The coach of Xiao Xinian sent him a video showcasing core training for the waist, which left viewers utterly captivated. Beneath the video, several comments garnered immense attention. "My pelvis is trembling, this truly hurts," and "Am I going to be launched into the air?" In summary, the girls enamored with him were intrigued by both his visage and physique, yet lamentably, there were too few glimpses, leaving them wanting more. "So, are you interested now?" Wang Lili inquired, resting her elbow on Bai Qinyu's shoulder, a playful smile gracing her face. Noticing their diverted focus, Jiang Yu sighed in relief, only to have her phone vibrate in her grasp. Instinctively glancing at the screen, she saw a message from Lu Xian. Have you returned to the dorm? Xiago asked me to bring something for you. When I went to find you, you weren't there, so I handed it to your roommate. Ah, he dares to message me, Jiang Yu thought, observing Wang Lily and Bai Qianyue engrossed in their conversation. She quietly exited the dormitory and made her way to the playground. Cheng Pundi bit her lip and continued to read, believing that only through education could she break free from her original family and become a better version of herself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the playground illuminated brightly, with students returning to campus playing basketball, friends gossiping while strolling arm in arm, and young couples whispering sweet nothings. Jiang Yu settled onto a staircase where few people lingered and messaged Lu Xian, inquiring about his whereabouts. In a luxurious apartment that reached for the skies, the neon lights outside filtered through the glass facade into the room. Lu Xian languidly sat cross-legged in his gaming chair, tilting his head while donning a headset. His left elbow propped against the desk, supporting his chin, his clear brown eyes fixated on the computer screen, while his right hand idly tapped the keyboard, his mind wandering amidst the game. Suddenly, his phone lit up on the side. He glanced over casually and noticed a reply from the girl, his earlier boredom dissipating. You all continue playing. I'm logging off. Wait, Lu Xian, what on earth are you doing? This is not a single-player game. So why are you logging off when I'm with the girls? With the headset removed, the dismal sounds from the game were completely cut off. Picking up his phone, Lu Xian read the girl's question and imagined her returning to the dorm, her roommate asking her about it with a bewildered expression, prompting a soft chuckle from him. Jiang Yu sat on the steps and barely waited a few seconds before receiving a voice message. She tapped it open, and a clean, slightly magnetic voice emanated. I was merely embellishing your wild tales. So, is it permissible for the officials to set fire while the common folk are not allowed to light a lamp? Chapter 33. Adventure, Part 1. It seemed as if the other party was speaking directly into the receiver, accompanied by a gentle sound of breathing. A slight tingling sensation crept into her ears, and her previously wavering confidence dwindled further. To be candid, the other party had treated her quite well, and she bore no ill will. Her inquiry was merely a test to gauge whether he had uncovered her secret of having a boyfriend. Little did she know, upon hearing that Lu Xian had come looking for her in the dormitory, her defenses nearly crumbled. The warm breeze on the playground brushed against Jiang Yu's cheek, and thoughts of the overwhelming 99 messages sent by Xia Yin after his departure filled her with a headache. He was still in the throes of infatuation, and the mere possibility of him discovering her hidden feelings sent shivers down her spine. Hastily, she messaged Lu Xian. I apologize. I merely wish to keep a low profile. Let us consider this matter settled between us, shall we? As Jiang Yu typed on her phone, her emotions flowed more naturally, alleviating the tension that had plagued her in person. Lu Xian, known for his amiable nature, rose from his gaming chair and made his way to the sofa. In a brief moment, the numerous messages from friends eager to hang out drowned out Jiang Yu's chat window. He scrolled down to locate the girl and promptly pinned her conversation to the top. With a casual demeanor, Lu Xian typed, Tell me, if I were to inform Xiago that your girlfriend is presenting herself as single, do you think he would rush back to pin you against the school gate for a kiss? Jiang Yu, how devious. This fellow is quite mischievous. And Xia Yin might actually do such a thing. Anxious and agitated, she typed with gritted teeth. So what do you intend to do? Lu Xian, rest assured, I have no interest in meddling in your affairs. Lately, all my friends are either starting businesses or attending classes, leaving me rather bored. Tomorrow, if you take me out for a day of fun, I'll keep this secret under wraps. What do you say? After sending the message, the other party remained unresponsive, causing a slight furrow to form on the boy's brow. Was his request too unreasonable? Lu Xian, hey, that's my good brother. I'd be deceiving him. Is it too much to ask for you to accompany me for a day? Jiang Yu, aren't you in the same school as Xia Yin? Why haven't you gone to Jing City yet? Lu Xian, he is heading back for a family gathering, but I don't have to, and I can always go when school starts. Jiang Yu, Lu Xian, I believe you could find someone else to hang out with. What exactly do you want from me? Lu Xian pressed his tongue against his molars. I truly mean what I said to your roommate. I like you, and I'm going to great lengths to see you. Do you believe me? He was still acting. Believing his whimsical words was as absurd as a pig climbing a tree. Jiang Yu, Stop joking around. Let us get serious. What do you really want? What did he want? He wanted to pin her down and kiss her. What else could there be? After a prolonged silence, which made his eyes feel heavy, he took a deep breath. All right, I've never experienced life in a slum, and I wish to have a taste of it. After a moment, the girl's chat window displayed typing, yet no message arrived. This time, the boy was like a hunter lurking in the shadows, fixated on his prey, baring his fangs, patiently waiting for her to let down her guard. With a soft chime, a message from the girl arrived, signifying her consent. Lu Xian chuckled softly and sent a voice message. Good night. See you tomorrow. Little did he know, throughout the night, the girl dreamt of scolding him. The only thing he was aware of was that he dreamt of her. He cupped her sweet, smiling face in his hands and, in the bridal chamber, leaned down to capture her lips. At 6 a.m, Lu Xian donned an expressionless demeanor as he removed his soiled underwear and tossed it into the trash bin before stepping into the bathroom for a shower. After a night filled with indescribable dreams, he awoke to find himself in the bedroom, feeling somewhat dazed, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. By 8 o'clock, Jiang Yu, with reluctance, prepared to leave the dormitory. Cheng Pundi returned from outside and, upon seeing her about to go out, tightened her grip and mustered the courage to say, Jiang Yu, if you need money, you can tell me. I've saved a lot. Should her parents indeed arrange for her to marry an older man, she wished to have a means of escape, and if Jiang Yu needed money, she was willing to lend it to her. Jiang Yu paused, perplexed, scratching her head. I don't need money. Why do you ask this? She had over 190,000 in her Alipay account. In the dormitory, Wang Lili maintained amicable relations with everyone, but was quite reclusive. Bai Qianyue was often absent, while Cheng Pundi and Jiang Yu shared similar schedules and topics of conversation, allowing them to grow increasingly closer, their bond surpassing that of others. You seem different from before, especially your clothing, Cheng Pundi remarked. Having worked in a garment factory, she immediately recognized that Jiang Yu's attire, whether in terms of trimming, fit, or stitching, was of superior quality. Jiang Yu blinked and suddenly realized what Cheng Pundi was worried about, chuckling, You're concerned I'm being supported. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Pundi quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously to the sides. Seeing that Wang Lili and Bai Qianyue remained undisturbed, it seemed they had not awakened, and she pulled Jiang Yu outside. Rest assured, I'm not being supported. If I ever need money, I will certainly tell you. After all, we are friends. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of guilt for lying to a friend. Should she reveal the truth to Cheng Pundi? Cheng Pundi scrutinized her for a few seconds, confirming that Jiang Yu was concealing something, though based on her earlier reaction, it likely wasn't about being supported. Well, that's good. Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, I shall return to the dormitory. I wish to move to the new dorm today. The school required all relocations to be completed before the semester commenced, with only 3 days remaining. Observing Cheng Pundi's departing figure, Jiang Yu called out, Thank you. Outside the school gates, with only 3 days left before the start of the semester, few students were willing to rise early. Jiang Yu exited the campus and soon spotted Lu Xian sitting on a bicycle, one foot on the ground and the other resting on the pedal, arms draped casually over the handlebars, engrossed in his phone. The morning light illuminated his striking profile, clad in a black and white striped shirt paired with knee-length khaki shorts, exuding a refreshing yet languid vibe, reminiscent of a male protagonist stepping out from a campus novel. Upon hearing her footsteps, Lu Xian turned off his phone screen, raised an eyebrow, and said, You're here. I haven't had breakfast yet. Let us go. Take me for breakfast. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smirk. His demeanor and tone were strikingly similar to that of the boys who sat at the back of the classroom in high school. She took Lu Shiyao to savor beef rice noodles, while his bicycle remained locked in the school parking area. In the bustling little restaurant, amidst the clamorous voices, the ceiling fan oscillated vigorously, striving to provide some relief. How can such a small establishment accommodate so many patrons? Surely, the owner could consider expanding the premises. When had the pampered young master, Lu, ever visited a place like this? He inwardly grumbled, moving with the awkwardness of a newcomer, closely trailing Jiang Yu. Carefully avoiding the crowd, yet to no avail, the elderly patron still managed to bump into him. Chapter 34. Adventure, Part 2. Jiang Yu ordered 2 bowls of spicy beef noodles, each accompanied by tiger skin egg. Spotting 2 vacant seats, she hurried over to claim one. However, Lu Xian grasped her arm and cautioned, "The bowls above haven't been cleared yet. Wait for the server." In the next moment, Jiang Yu watched in dismay as the 2 seats were occupied by others. Lu Xian sensed the girl's irritation. "Are you upset?" Jiang Yu replied with a lifeless gaze. "No, just a bit disappointed about not getting a seat." The working crowd typically clocked in around 8 or 9 and wouldn't linger long. New seats would soon become available. This time, she managed to secure a spot quickly. Lu Xian hesitated as she approached the table, observing the untouched chopsticks and 2 strained noodles on the surface. Struggling to find her voice, she asked, "Jiang Yu, would you allow me to treat you to a meal?" Seeing the boy's bewildered expression, a faint smile crept across her lips. Finally, it was not her who felt lost and out of place in an upscale environment. Perhaps fate was indeed equitable after all. Yet, why should she take pride in this? Jiang Yu thought to mention her curiosity about how girls from impoverished backgrounds lived, but the term felt too shameful, reminiscent of something from a soap opera. Unable to voice it, she lowered her head to send him a message. Upon reading her text, Lu Xian realized that indeed, he had come to learn about her life. Just then, the proprietress approached to clear the bowls, carelessly wiping the table with a blue cloth before departing. Was that it? No disinfectant spray or thorough cleaning. This was absurd. He felt a wave of darkness wash over him. If not for the girl's familiar visage, he might have doubted her intentions. With a flick of his tongue against his sharp teeth, he bit down and grabbed a few napkins from the table to clean up. His vigorous motions drew the attention of nearby patrons. Jiang Yu lowered her head, pretending not to know Lu Xian. In truth, the table and chairs were quite clean. His actions would only invite disdain, and she lacked the courage to defend him in front of the older patrons. After an elder finished his meal, he observed the boy's actions and exclaimed, "What a pretentious display. If you're so particular, why not eat abroad at one of those fancy restaurants? What are you seeking here?" His words tore through the air like a sharp blade, prompting the older ladies to chime in with their admonishments. "Exactly. If you're so discerning, why come to this place? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The tables are clean here, you know. Do you think napkins are free?" Lu Xian, possessing a fair and refined appearance, with red lips and white teeth, sat there with his head bowed, a flush creeping across his cheeks. The older women, feeling sympathy, began to defend him. "Oh dear, the young man is quite handsome. There's nothing wrong with being particular about hygiene. It's good for boys to maintain cleanliness. My son was fortunate to marry a wife. Otherwise, he would live like a pig. How could you say such a thing?" The conversation shifted, and soon the 2 bowls of beef noodles with tiger skin eggs were served. Noticing Lu Xian's continued silence and bowed head, Jiang Yu softly encouraged, "They're just like that. Don't take it to heart. Luckily, there are no young people around, or they might have called you a poser." Lu Xian shook his head. "It's fine. His social circle is marked by exquisite self-interest and indifference, where expressions of approval or disapproval are seldom revealed, regardless of the correctness of actions." For the first time, he experiences a candid reprimand in a public setting, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, not quite accustomed to such directness. Even his father's lessons were often veiled, using objects or anecdotes about famous individuals. Jiang Yu harbored some concerns, but when Lu Xian took a bite of the noodles and his eyes lit up with delight, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious." Although the beef was exceedingly salty, the taste was mitigated by the noodles. Her worries were unfounded. This brief interlude soon passed, as the crowd in the shop dwindled. Lu Xian, not accustomed to spicy food, soon found himself sweating profusely. His fair complexion turned a rosy hue, giving him an undeniably delicate appearance. A little girl, around 2 or 3 years old, approached, struggling to steady herself on a stool while softly calling out to him. Nearby, a woman was eating noodles, occasionally glancing at the little girl, who had a bottle and a high chair beside her. Noticing Lu Xian's gaze, the woman smiled apologetically. "Xiaoguo, come over here and don't disturb the brother while he eats." However, Xiaoguo was oblivious, leaning over the side of the stool, her bright black eyes fixed on the handsome young man, clutching her beloved toy tightly. The shopkeeper, noticing this scene, jested, "You seem to really like the big brother. How about giving him your toy?" Hesitantly, Xiao Guo extended her toy towards him, but as Lu Xian raised an eyebrow in preparation to accept it, she burst into tears, snatched it back, and scampered to her mother, burying herself in her warm embrace. The shop erupted in laughter. Jiang Yu was wholly absorbed in slurping his noodles, nothing being more important than savoring the dish. Lu Xian observed the child peeking from her mother's arms, her head bobbing curiously in his direction. The little shop remained as quaint and dilapidated as ever, its decor simple and unpretentious, the walls slightly yellowed, and the furniture appearing somewhat antiquated. The fan mounted on the wall creaked as it rotated, yet his clear eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, making the surroundings seem less daunting. After finishing the beef noodles, Lu Xian took a picture of the little girl and her mother, while Jiang Yu racked his brain, puzzled about when he had met the child. As Lu Xian prepared to leave, Xiao Guo tilted her head and offered him her toy. He bent down, astonished to find a cheap wooden horse resting in his palm. Xiao Guo's mother, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Xiao Guo, the brother doesn't need your little horse. Actually, I would like to trade this for your horse," Lu Xian said, retrieving a finely crafted figurine from his backpack, glancing at Xiao Guo's mother. She paused momentarily, then quickly understood. "If you like it, you can have it. It's not worth much anyway." "No, it is valuable." Exiting the beef noodle shop, Lu Xian exclaimed excitedly, "Where shall we go next?" Standing against the sun, his attractive features partially obscured by shadows, he smiled radiantly, despite his shirt being stained with beef noodle grease. "You seem rather pleased," she observed. Truth be told, she had intentionally brought him here, expecting him to shy away, yet he was unexpectedly exhilarated. "Jiang Yu, did you know? I revel in capturing the beauty that surrounds us. I have photographed exquisite individuals, the grandeur of the Louvre in France, the ancient Colosseum in Italy, as well as the majestic Grand Canyon National Park in the United States and the enchanting Great Barrier Reef in Australia. I even ventured beneath the waves, narrowly escaping peril." Lu Xian's eyes glistened with brilliance, and while I initially sought the epitome of beauty, over time, a sense of longing emerged, leading me to the realization that some beauty lies hidden beneath the ordinary. Take you, for instance, Jiang Yu, with her lifeless gaze. She seems indifferent to the allure of beauty, preferring instead to return to her bed, scrolling through TikTok, reading novels, and binge-watching series. Do not succumb to such lethargy. You are a young woman, and I am a young man, together embodying the vigor and vitality of youth. Lu Xian approached Jiang Yu from behind, placing her hands upon her shoulders, ready to embark on the next adventure. "Let's go." The whimsical spirit of youth has once again taken hold of you, Lu Xian. Chapter 35. In the bustling city of Beijing, Jiang Yu, a person devoid of interest and an introvert, was oblivious to the locales of amusement. She accompanied Lu Xian on a bus ride, wandering through the complimentary botanical gardens, parks, and museums. After enjoying a midday meal and resting briefly, the two resumed their leisurely exploration until the sun began to descend in the late afternoon. "Jiang Yu." She turned her head to the sound of click, only to behold Lu Xian behind the camera, his eyes gleaming with mirth. "Are you taking pictures again?" She was not fond of being photographed. In reality, her looks were merely those of an ordinary passerby. Yet, through the lens, she often found herself reduced to tears over her unflattering appearance. However, Lu Xian had a unique talent for capturing moments beautifully. Initially uncomfortable, she gradually became accustomed to it, especially since he would share the photos with her. "Why decline free photography?" "Jiang Yu, I spotted a sign indicating a fireworks show at 8 o'clock tonight in the square. Let us watch it before heading back," Lu Xian said, tucking away his camera with a cheerful grin. Jiang Yu gazed into his brown eyes, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, an enigmatic emotion lurking within. She shook her head, dismissing the oddity. At 8 o'clock, the square was teeming with people. Arriving too late, they found themselves relegated to the periphery. Just after 8 o'clock, a piercing sound echoed through the air, and a brilliant light sliced through the night sky like a sword, illuminating the heavens in an instant. Following this, a colossal golden chrysanthemum proudly blossomed in the sky, its resplendent petals stretching outward, casting the night in a radiant glow akin to daylight. This was Jiang Yu's first encounter with such breathtaking fireworks, far surpassing those from back home during the New Year celebrations. Before she could fully recover from the initial astonishment, several more fireworks ascended in succession. Some resembled pink shooting stars streaking across the night, trailing long tails, while others burst forth like blue hydrangeas, showering countless sparkling trails. There were also those akin to a purple waterfall cascading downwards, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Lucian appeared somewhat disenchanted. He had witnessed such fireworks since childhood, finding them less captivating than other spectacles. Meanwhile, Jiangyu tilted her head back, capturing the fireworks with her phone, her eyes sparkling and her petite nose and alluring lips adding to her charm. She was undeniably beautiful, and it was impossible to look away. Jiangyu, I will be departing for Beijing tomorrow, Lucian remarked amidst the cacophony surrounding them. Jiangyu, engrossed in photographing the fireworks, heard him speaking but could not discern his words, responding only with vague acknowledgments. The current Nanning University was once the Huangling Military Academy. In the future, it will undoubtedly lead in appointing and promoting officials. The offspring of the Xia family are few. If anything were to happen to his elder brother, you have to step in. Thus, while he appears free, each step is meticulously laid out, and following him could be quite arduous. I, on the other hand, come from a large family. The monthly dividend from our funds suffices for my needs, leaving me with relatively little pressure. At that moment, the fireworks ceased, and a few seconds of silence enveloped the crowd. Jiangyu lowered her gaze, perusing the photographs in her album, preparing to share them with her parents and roommates. If only I had met you earlier than Xia Yan, perhaps we would have been a couple. This confession resonated deeply with Jiangyu, who looked up in astonishment. The young man gazed into her eyes and leaned down to kiss her softly on the lips. A new round of fireworks erupted in the sky, and amidst the cacophony of the crowd, under the dazzling light of the pyrotechnics, Lucian cradled the girl's face in his hands, kissing her with increasing fervor. I love you, Jiangyu. As they walked back to school, an eerie silence enveloped them. Upon reaching the campus, the girl rushed inside without a backward glance. Lucian stood still for a moment, chuckling softly, the dim streetlights casting a warm orange glow that enveloped him like a delicate veil. In an instant, his smile faded, replaced by a sense of helplessness at the incongruity of his desires. Jiangyu, where have you gone? Why is your face so flushed? Jiangyu, lost in her thoughts, opened the dormitory door. Wang Lily, who was watching anime, glanced back at her and noticed her dazed expression and rosy cheeks. I went to the seaside square to watch the fireworks. The crowd was overwhelming. I'm going to take a shower. I'm filthy. Oh, that place? They hold it every 2 years. As a local, I've grown tired of it, Wang Lily replied casually before returning to her show. Jiangyu, clutching her change of clothes, slipped into the bathroom and caught a glimpse of herself in the small mirror. Her lips were slightly swollen, her cheeks a radiant red, and she felt as if she were walking on clouds, lost in a reverie. It was hard to believe that in the past 2 months, as someone who had been single for 19 years, she had shared kisses with 3 handsome boys. But why did Lucian kiss her? Though the kiss was pleasant, soft and fragrant with a hint of mint, the crux of the matter was that Lucian did not harbor feelings for her. She recalled their first meeting, his scrutinizing gaze, and the unmistakable disappointment in his eyes as he clearly favored striking beauties. Therefore, she surmised that Lucian's motivation for kissing her must lie elsewhere. Could it be a prank? Given his nature, it was certainly plausible, but was it not too great a sacrifice to kiss an ordinary girl like her? Or perhaps Lucian was enamored with Xia Yan. Did he not appreciate all things beautiful? So, upon discovering that Xia Yan had a girlfriend, did he intend to entice her into breaking them apart? Jiangyu's thoughts spiraled into confusion. After her shower, she lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Her WeChat was flooded with new messages. Xia Yan had sent her a message stating that he had arrived in the capital, accompanied by pictures of the city and his home. Lucian had wished her good night, and Song Wensi informed her that her brother would soon arrive at Tangzhong Normal University and requested her to take good care of him. Never mind, she decided. It was best not to dwell on the scion of the Liu family. Perhaps they would never cross paths again. She reassured herself, her fingers brushing against her lips. The following day, She began the process of packing her belongings and making multiple trips to her new dormitory. The new dormitory was more than twice the size of the old one, featuring a private bathroom and shower, a spacious balcony with an outlet for cooking. Chung Pundi had moved in the day before and was helping her transport her things instead of studying. Bai Qinyue entered into a romantic relationship yesterday, reportedly with a boy from the nearby international school. Upon learning that his girlfriend was to relocate her dormitory, he took the initiative to assist her with her belongings today. Wang Lily, being affluent, hired 2 individuals to aid in her move. Thus, the entire relocation of the residents of Dormitory 301 was successfully completed. In Jing City, at the Summer Family Courtyard, Xia Yin was subjected to a thorough search by armed soldiers at the entrance before being granted entry. Uncle Lu, where are Grandpa and Great-Grandpa? He handed his luggage to Uncle Lu, glancing around. Where's my brother? Did he not arrive earlier? Why can I not see him? Chapter 36. The beginning of term. The Grand Hall, expansive and majestic, boasts a lofty wooden structure supported by robust pillars that uphold the entire roof. The beams are adorned with exquisite paintings depicting various motifs such as dragons and phoenixes, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, all rendered in vibrant colors that seem to come alive. Uncle Lu remarked, Mr. Bai and Xia Bei are tending to the vegetable garden in the backyard, while Mr. Xia is engaged in a game of chess with your mother. Upon hearing that his grandfather was planting vegetables, Xia Yin felt a momentary darkness envelop him, yet he felt compelled to greet them. In the backyard, a gentle stream cascaded down the artificial hill, splashing into the pond and creating ripples, while fish frolicked in the water and lotus leaves floated gracefully. Occasionally, a few turtles basked on the rocks under the sun. Nearby, the freshly turned soil revealed 3 figures, their sleeves rolled up as they bent down to plant seedlings. Old Master Bai had risen from humble beginnings, each military achievement earned at the cost of his life. As he aged, he developed a particular fondness for pastoral life, fishing and gardening, finding great contentment in these simple pleasures. Dad, Grandpa, brother, Xia Yin called out from distance, not wishing to soil himself. Just then, a clod of earth struck him on the forehead, leaving him momentarily stunned. Old Master Bai, his voice full of vigor, exclaimed, Look at you. Just seeing you makes my blood boil. Xia Bei, dressed in a white shirt with silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, smirked slightly. Brother, the land is our nurturing mother. Without it, we would have no food. You shouldn't disdain it. Xia Yin regarded his brother, who had once been obsessively clean as a child, only to have that obsession vanish upon entering the political arena. It could only be said that he was adept at feigning. This is what you call a hard life without hardship. Since you seem to disdain me, I shall seek out Grandpa for a game of chess. Xia Yin shrugged and departed, having extended his greeting. Damn it, that turtle-like demeanor is just like his grandfather's. Old Master Bai grumbled, turning to gaze at Xia Yan's father, who was silently planting seedlings. All of your bad habits have been passed down to him. I should never have married my daughter to you. Xia Yan's father replied, Yes, indeed, the good traits are inherited from your family, while the bad ones come from mine. Xia Bei chuckled softly. Grandpa, Xia Yin is truly out of line. I shall have a word with him. With that, he stood and walked outside. Little Bei, you are so filial, Old Master Bai observed, watching his grandson's retreating figure. He then turned to Xia Yan's father, saying, It appears we are left with just the 2 of us. You should fetch the fertilizer shortly. Thinking of the manure, Xia Yan's father grumbled, That rascal is quite cunning. He runs away swiftly. Outside the tea room, Xia Yin lounged in a chair, his upper body lazily draped over the table. Amber eyes fixed on his phone in a daze. Brother, wait for me to come find you. I'll wait until the flowers bloom, yet still, you do not come to find me. Startled by the sudden sound, he shot upright. Brother, what are you doing? That was truly off-key. Off-key? It's a Yunnan mountain song. I thought it suited your current mood perfectly. Xia Bai, having changed into a fresh outfit and straightened up after bending to peek at his brother's phone, sat down beside him, his long legs clad in suit trousers, casually crossed, while he rested his chin on his hand, observing Xia Yin with a knowing smile. It seems the young lady does not harbor much affection for you. Does she? The chat interface primarily consists of the brother's one-sided output, with the occasional response from a young girl in the form of an emoticon, which brings him immense joy. You, a lonely soul, would not comprehend this. She has been busy relocating to a new dormitory these past few days. Hence her lack of time to respond to my messages. Oh, which dormitory takes several days to move. However, deep down, you are aware that she is reluctant to engage in conversation with you, deliberately fabricating excuses. Otherwise, why would she be so inattentive? Xia Yin parted his lips, uncertain, feeling an unsettling anxiety within him. He had even asked Lu Shuren to visit the girl under the pretext of delivering gifts, yet everything seemed perfectly normal. Xia Bei observed his brother's anxious demeanor with a silent smile, finding it rather novel. As the school year commenced on September 1st, if the freshman schedule had been leisurely, then the sophomore timetable was densely packed, leaving no room for breath. Jiang Yusheng, feeling disillusioned, collected the relevant materials before assisting Song Yun in obtaining a copy. That day at the tea house, Song Wensi had hired her as Song Yun's guardian for a monthly fee of 20,000. Outside, Song Yun sat obediently on a bench, clad in a black hoodie and pants, a black mask covering her face, concealing herself completely. A few individuals passed by, their bodies instinctively shrinking away. At the beginning of September, the weather was extremely oppressive, with a stifling heat wave washing over her face, the air thin with oxygen. Song Yun, this is your book. Thank you, Song Yun replied, raising her head to reveal a pair of doe-like, innocent eyes that sparkled with purity, captivating and untainted. How lovely. Jiang Yu scratched his face awkwardly and said, You're welcome. After all, your sister paid for it. By the way, shall I take you to the cafeteria? All right, came a vague, ethereal voice as Song Yun slowly rose from her seat. Her slender figure, nearly 6 feet tall, stood out remarkably in a school where the average height of students barely reached 5'7". Even with her head bowed, attempting to minimize her presence, she remained impossible to overlook. Upon entering the cafeteria, a cacophony of noise surged forth like a tidal wave, rows of tables and chairs neatly arranged, occupied by bustling students. Suddenly, Song Yun halted, frozen in place as the figures of the moving crowd blurred before her eyes, resembling characters from an abstract painting, encircling her. Each face obscured, lacking discernible features or expressions, yet an intangible sense of oppression loomed from all directions. Are you Song Nanfeng's son? Damn it, the project is halted just like that? I'll lose tens of millions daily. How do you reckon we should settle this? I beg him daily like a dog, and what do I get in return? If you must place blame, then blame your fortunate lineage, forcing others into despair. He could not recall. He had forgotten. Only the excruciating pain remained. A sharp agony, as if needles were piercing his fingernails, the torment of removal, the suffering of being suspended and beaten. Song Yun, a panicked female voice broke through, and in that instant, the relentless ringing in his ears ceased abruptly. The cacophony and clamor faded into silence. As the throng of people converged, shattering like mirrors, each fragment gradually dissolving into the air until they vanished completely. Ultimately, the world was left with only the girl standing before him, akin to a beam of light piercing through the darkness, heralding the arrival of spring for a withered tree. The moment the light emerged marked the beginning of redemption. Jiang Yu, witnessing Song Yun return to her normal self, let out a profound sigh of relief, forgetting Song Wensi's admonition against his sudden appearance in crowded places. He resolved to order takeout, contemplating whether to inquire via WeChat with Song Wensi about the daily routine of takeout or some other arrangement. Chapter 37. Dialogue. The peculiar expression and behavior of Song Yun had already drawn the furtive gazes of numerous onlookers. As they ventured outside to order takeout, she grasped her book with her left hand, her grip tightening with unease, while her right hand, encased in his hoodie, clasped around his wrist, preparing to pull him away. Observing her departure, a sense of panic surged within Song Yun, causing him to instinctively tug back his wrist. Jiang Yu, caught off guard, fell into his embrace. Enveloped by the scent of pine in the snow, a fragrance that exuded both chill and tranquility, reminiscent of withered branches in winter, devoid of vitality. A chorus of teasing erupted around them. When had the socially anxious Jiang Yu ever encountered such a situation? She felt her blood rush to her head, her face flushing a deep crimson. Desperately attempting to distance herself from Song Yun, she accidentally locked eyes with his clear, soulful hazel gaze. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Even the most desolate would shall one day encounter the warmth of spring. Had it not been for that hardship, Song Yun might have been a remarkably radiant individual. Perhaps Song Wensi's feelings of guilt stemmed not only from remorse, but also from witnessing the confident and spirited side of him, thus unwilling to accept his gradual decline. Jiangyu, I truly like you. I really do, Song Yun said softly, his earnestness evident in his gentle tone as he gazed into her eyes. Jiangyu felt her heart flutter, the term like being so foreign to her that each utterance sent a tremor through her soul. Yet, was this truly the moment for such confessions? She did not wish to be labeled as sister embraced throughout her university years, while Song Yun bore the title of brother embrace. Amidst the teasing, she awkwardly covered her face and pulled the boy out of the cafeteria, leading him to a secluded spot not far away. She perched herself on a stone pedestal, fanning her extremely flushed cheeks with her hands like a fan. I'm sorry. Song Yun squatted beside her, gazing up at her with a gentle demeanor. Huh? Jiangyu replied, utterly bewildered. What are you apologizing for? He lowered his gaze, his long, delicate lashes fluttering slightly. Xiaoxi mentioned that touching you without your consent is far more serious than my inability to be with you. Having touched you this time, along with the previous two offenses, I owe you an apology. The moment he mentioned this, Jiangyu recalled the incident of biting her lower lip, making her face burn even more. Although she and Xia Yin had done everything possible, Xia Yin was Xia Yin, and Song Yun was Song Yun. It was like exploring a map. With Xia Yin, she had reached a completion of 100, yet with Song Yun, she had only traversed 30. Hand-holding accounted for 5. Hugging 15, kissing 30, and multiple kisses 60, with 100 being. No. The more she thought about it, the more muddled it became. She should not have done what she did. She was still an innocent girl, and kissing another person was still quite embarrassing, indeed shameful. This is all in the past. Let us not mention it again. Song Yun tilted his head. What about that hug just now? That was unintentional on your part, so it's fine. Upon hearing this, Song Yun removed his black mask, revealing a face exquisitely crafted, indistinguishable between masculine and feminine. In a moment of Jiangyu's bewilderment, he suddenly leaned closer, halting just a fist's distance from her face, as if even their breaths could intertwine. He gazed into her eyes and asked, May I kiss you? Well, no. Absolutely not. She stammered, almost succumbing to his charm. Jiangyu quickly stood up, distancing herself from Song Yun. Why? The young man straightened up, looking at her with a hint of grievance. Because I do not harbor feelings for you. Kissing is an act that requires mutual affection. Do you understand? That's a lie. Just now, you clearly froze upon seeing my face, and your breathing quickened. Your chest rose and fell rapidly, and your cheeks turned even redder. This indicates that you are moved. I react like that to anyone who is good-looking. That means you like them. What? I cannot argue with that little mouth of yours. Jiangyu sighed. I react the same way to your sister. Does that mean I am in love with her? She does not like girls. You have no hope. Song Yun replied earnestly, blinking his beautiful eyes. In his heart, Jiangyu did not care if he liked a few or dozens. What mattered to him was whether he was among those few. Upon reflecting on this, his chestnut-colored eyes shimmered like a pool of peach blossom water, a shy flush creeping up his fair cheeks and ears. Based on Jiangyu's earlier reaction, it was apparent that he had a place in her heart. Is that what matters? Jiangyu pondered. There are many kinds of affection toward family, friends, fictional characters, pets. In any case, there are countless varieties. Did Song Yun, in his current mental state, comprehend which type of affection he felt for her? She thought of this and asked, before we discuss me, do you understand what kind of affection you have for me? Song Yun looked at her with curiosity, his voice soft. I have suffered emotional trauma. I'm not a fool. I certainly understand. He took deliberate steps closer to her, and despite his seemingly harmless aura, the disparity in their heights instilled a sense of pressure in Jiangyu's heart. Everything can be deceiving, except for the body. The moment I laid eyes on you, my body reacted. I'm fully aware that my feelings for you are those of a man for a woman. So may I kiss you? With an innocent expression devoid of malice. Why did his words sound so provocative? Could it be that Song Yun truly harbored feelings for her? Jiangyu's mind was in turmoil. Even she, typically oblivious, sensed something amiss. How many was this now? All handsome and wealthy. Xia Yin, Song Yun, Lu Shuren, still pending. As someone who enjoyed reading novels, a wild thought crossed her mind. Was this some game for the affluent? A challenge to see who could win the heart of a common girl? Or perhaps she was a child picked up by her parents. Her true identity, that of a wealthy man's lost daughter, and upon his demise, only his biological daughter could inherit his fortune. Thus these young men sought her out, each trying to win her over. Or maybe this was a Truman Show scenario, with her as the protagonist? As the crisp aroma of pine wafted through, Jiang Yu shook herself from these musings. Song Yun stood before her, his skin nearly translucent from lack of sunlight, resembling a child of the snow-capped mountains. His pure gaze implored, "May I?" Regardless of how wild her imagination ran, the reality of her salary, 190,000 and 20,000, was undeniable. Moreover, she held absolute authority in this matter. Why should she discuss anything with Song Yun? She shook her head, saying, "No, if you dare to kiss her, I will have my sister take you back." Song Yun's eyes drooped, a palpable sense of disappointment and grievance shining through, yet he obediently refrained from taking a step forward. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. At least, as Song Wensi had stated, Song Yun would not impulsively kiss her. It seemed that Song Yun's behavior was merely coincidental. Xia Yan was an outlier. It was difficult to ascertain dear Xian's feelings, though it appeared he did not harbor any affection for her. Life is not a novel. The ordinary is the norm, even if the wealthy engage in their games. As long as they do not deceive her for money or exploit her in any way, all is well. What matters now is that Song Yun differs from others in his treatment of her. Consequently, Song Wensi entrusted her with the task of conversing more with Song Yun, encouraging him to engage in activities rather than remain lost in his own world. Jiang Yu adhered to a principle in her endeavors. Either she would decline a request outright or accept it wholeheartedly and fulfill it diligently, avoiding half-hearted agreements that would lead to mutual frustration. Having agreed to Song Wensi's request, and with the other party not exhibiting any impulsive affection, it was only natural to see the task through to completion. Chapter 38. A sense of insecurity. What's most important is to eat. Song Yun, what do you wish to have? I can order takeout for you. Jiang Yu gently rubbed his warm ears with his left hand, calming his racing heart. Lowering his gaze, he retrieved his phone and opened the food delivery app, his thumb gliding across the screen. Should we have pork trotter rice? Or chicken rice? Perhaps some noodles? Xinjiang fried rice noodles? Or snail rice noodles? Or nanchong mixed noodles? As he spoke, Song Yun's eyes were drawn to the subtle movement of his prominent Adam's apple. Momentarily entranced. How beautiful! He longed to kiss. The words of Xiao Shi echoed in his mind. Brother, you have a formidable rival, Xia Yan. He possesses an admirable family background and striking appearance. If he cannot win Jiang Yu's favor, his temperament will not allow you to remain close to her. Song Yun. Song Yun? Gradually, Song Yun raised his hand to adjust his mask, softly responding, I wish to eat in the cafeteria. Jiang Yu's expression revealed uncertainty as he asked, Are you sure? After all, he had nearly fainted when he was last in the cafeteria. With a gentle nod, Song Yun quietly replied, I want to give it a try. Seeing his determination, Jiang Yu refrained from further discussion and silently led him along a longer route, choosing to enter the cafeteria from the southwestern entrance to avoid the earlier commotion. Inside, the crowd had thinned by nearly half, yet the atmosphere remained lively. We need to grab plates and chopsticks here first. Then we can queue over there for food, Jiang Yu remarked as he stepped forward. Following closely behind, Song Yun extended his slender, clean hand and obediently picked up a stainless steel tray, followed by a pair of chopsticks. His tall stature, combined with the mask and the thick, formal attire he wore on this sweltering summer day, rendered him exceptionally eye-catching. Anyone passing by couldn't help but steal a glance, as if he were a crane among chickens. After observing Song Yun and finding no signs of distress, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. In truth, beneath his clothing, Song Yun was on the verge of collapse, as though a band of fierce individuals might suddenly emerge to seize him. Yet, the sight of the girl ahead diminished his fear. Jiang Yu selected a less crowded corner to enjoy their meal, positioning Song Yun against the wall for protection. While he sat outside, The young man gazed at the spread before him, the cacophony of voices surrounding him rendering his decision to remove his mask momentarily hesitant. He was acutely aware of his striking looks. Each time he revealed his face, the attention doubled, often attracting admirers. After several bites, Jiang Yu noticed that Song Yun had not touched his food, his hand still poised to remove the mask, seemingly reluctant to be seen. With a casual gesture, she picked up a book and propped it vertically in the center of the table, smiling. There, now no one could see you eat. Song Yun's heart raced, a blush creeping to his ears as he murmured, "Thank you. You're welcome. After all, your sister entrusted me with your care," she said nonchalantly while bowing her head to eat. Song Yun was taken aback, biting her lips slightly, her head drooping in dismay upon realizing it was not due to him. Jiang Yu finished her meal and instinctively glanced beside her. The boy revealed only half of his face, eating leisurely with an elegance reminiscent of a young master emerging from a prominent family of the Republic of China. As pleasing to the eye as Xia Yan. It was uncertain whether Song Yun was even more timid around strangers or if she felt a sense of dominance in her interaction with Song Yun, alleviating her usual social anxiety. Observing him, she noticed he was eating slower, his head bowing lower, his body swaying as if he might faint and collapse into his plate. Jiang Yu was startled, quickly rising to support his forehead, only to discover his face was flushed and burning with heat. "What is wrong? Are you suffering from heat stroke?" Song Yun shook his head. His forehead felt icy, and a tingling sensation coursed down his spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He murmured softly, "When you look at me, my heart races rapidly. I can hardly bear it." Jiang Yu responded, "Such a fragile child. I shall avert my gaze. Please eat quickly." She returned to her seat and pulled out her phone. Xia Yan had sent numerous messages. "You look, the school I attend," with an attached scenic photo. "What about you? What are you doing now? It's currently 9 o'clock in Jing City. Do you miss me? Check out this teacher. He is a friend of my grandfather's and is quite strict with me. This is what I had for lunch. The chef used to handle state banquets. You, the foodie, should come over for a taste. What did you have for lunch?" She furrowed her brow slightly. This was not what she had anticipated. It should have been that Xia Yan gradually reduced contact after leaving, rather than being overly enthusiastic now. Perhaps the time was too brief. Would take another week or two to cool down. Yet, she felt quite guilty about having Song Yun beside her. After replying to Xia Yan with a perfunctory expression, not responding to many messages, Song Yun cautiously nudged her. "Jiang Yu, I've finished eating." "Finished?" Just moments ago, she had seen plenty of food still on his plate. "All right, once we're done, we shall leave." Jiang Yu put away her phone and instructed Song Yun on where to place his empty bowl. "If you truly cannot eat anymore, pour the rice into that white bucket," she indicated, then showed him where to set the plate and separate the chopsticks. "That will suffice." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Song Yun's lips as he nodded, understood. In the billiard room of Nanning University, Xia Yan lounged against the back of his chair, propping his chin on his hand, amber eyes observing. "I have many classes this afternoon. I'm going to take a rest. Goodbye." He stared blankly at the message. He possessed a copy of Jiang Yu's schedule, noting that there was only one class in modern Chinese that afternoon. So why was that? Why, when they parted that day, had everything seemed fine? He pressed his tongue against his sharp teeth, a tempestuous possessiveness sweeping through him like a tornado, devouring his reason at an alarming pace. Although Xia Yan typically exuded a laid-back demeanor, that did not necessarily indicate he was a good person. A voice now resounds within him. "She deceives you. Regardless of the reason, seize her at once and confine her, for only then shall she eternally belong to you." Beside the billiard table, Su Yun, sporting a crew cut and ear studs, had just completed a shot when he noticed Xia Ji's distracted demeanor. He turned to Lu Shuren, inquiring, "What is wrong with Xia Ge? He usually possesses an ethereal quality. Why does he appear so anxious and uncertain now? This is unlike him." Lu Shuren leaned forward, his upper body nearly resting against the table, this posture accentuating the fitted black shirt against his back, perfectly showcasing his broad shoulders and tapered waist. With his sleeves rolled up, revealing strong, muscular forearms, he planted his left palm firmly on the table while gripping the cue with his right hand, the webbing of his thumb tightly clasping the handle, creating an almost 90-degree angle between his forearm and upper arm. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the cue struck the white ball with precision, sending it towards its target, accompanied by the delightful sound of it sinking into the pocket. He stood casually, remarking, of course, "It's because of sister-in-law." Reflecting on the girl who had fled in haste, Lu Shuren licked his lips and bent down once more, yet this time, distracted. He failed to pot a single ball. Chapter 39. The Sports Meet, Part 1. Shui Yun remained incredulous that Xia Gu had found a girlfriend. Just a few days into the holiday, he had spoken of not desiring marriage. How could it be that 2 months later he was in a relationship, and with someone from within their circle, no less? "Have you met the sister-in-law?" he inquired. "I feel like Xia Gu is utterly enchanted by her, almost to the point of losing his senses." "Well, she's quite decent-looking," Lu Xian remarked, leaning against the table, his brown eyes lazily fixed on the surface, his tone indifferent. "It's your turn." Shui Yun shot him a puzzled glance. Usually the most enthusiastic about gossip and revelry, Lu Xian seemed surprisingly subdued. As he pondered this, Xia Gu, seated nearby, languidly posed a question. "If your girlfriend clearly has time, but tells you she's too busy to meet, what does that imply?" What a surprise. Someone actually disinterested in chatting with Xia Gu. Shui Yun widened his eyes in astonishment. He remembered when he was once the charming young man adored by all. But since aligning himself with Xia Gu, the attention from the beautiful women in their circle had waned. Perhaps he needed space. Lu Xian's previously indifferent demeanor shifted, adopting the role of a strategist. Everyone needs their own independent space. "Xia Gu, are you perhaps clinging too tightly to your sister-in-law, leaving her breathless?" Shui Yun chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, romance requires a spark of novelty. Besides, with the National Day holiday just a month away, why not refrain from messaging her occasionally? When you two finally meet, won't that ignite a passionate encounter?" Lu Xian cast a disapproving glance at Shui Yun. What a crude phrase, ignite a passionate encounter. Nevertheless, upon realizing that Xia Gu had no intention of heading to Sheng'an City, he refrained from further comment. The brief interlude soon passed, and as Xia Yin had other matters to attend to, he departed, with only the two of them remaining in the billiard room. Lu Xian finished his last shot and prepared to leave when suddenly a cue stick obstructed his path. "What are you doing, Shui Yin?" Tilting his head, Shui Yin fixed him with a knowing gaze. "Now that Xia Gu has left, let us discuss your relationship with his sister-in-law." Lu Xian froze, looking at him, his fingers tightening around the cue stick. He forced a smile, feigning calmness. "What? Stop pretending. No one could deceive me, Shui Yun." Shui Yun withdrew the cue stick and scrutinized him with piercing eyes, exclaiming with mock despair, "Lu Xian, even if your sister-in-law, Iacin T, the most beautiful, you still shouldn't target her." What? I distinctly noticed that when Xia Gu mentioned that his sister-in-law was too busy to chat, your lips curled upwards. Coupled with your apparent disinterest in Xia Ji's romance, it can only suggest that his sister-in-law isn't particularly attractive. To be fair, if Lu Xian did not harbor feelings for Jiang Yu, all of this could be justified. You are quite perceptive." Lu Xian relaxed his grip, gazing at Shui Yun with a flash of cunning in his eyes, his voice laced with irritation. "Of course, I've watched over 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan. Do you really think you can keep secrets from me? Impossible. No one can deceive me, Shui Yun." On the second day of the new semester at Tongzhong Normal University, the neighboring international university held its sports meet. Tongzhong University granted its students a day off to attend the annual sports event. My boyfriend signed up for the 800-meter freestyle, and Xiaxinian was one of the judges. He mentioned that there would be a gathering after the event in the afternoon. By Qianyue today, dressed in a casual yet subtly stylish manner, perfectly embodied the theme of the sports meet with her vivacious and cheerful demeanor. Xiaxinian by Qianyue, are we not good friends? You must take me along, Wang Lily exclaimed, gripping Bai Qianyue's arm in excitement. "All right, I'll take you," Bai Qianyue replied with a hint of exasperation. She then turned to the girl on her phone, Jiang Yu, and asked, "What about you?" "Me?" Jiang Yu lifted her head. "You all know I'm a solitary person. A gathering of strangers would surely be overwhelming for me. I prefer the comfort of my dorm." You. Wang Lily rushed over, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yu's, gazing into her eyes while playfully pleading, "Yia wants to be with her boyfriend. Will you accompany me?" "But..." Jiang Yu hesitated, If you don't want me at the gathering, then just stay with me to watch the competition. The international school has plenty of handsome guys. I beg you, dear, or I'll feel utterly lonely." Unable to resist the relentless persuasion of her close friend, Jiang Yu eventually relented. Lowering her head to text Song Yun, informing him that she would attend the sports meet and would not be able to join for lunch, so he should not wait for her. To her surprise, he decided to accompany her as well. Jiang Yu looked up. "Wang Lily, Song Yun wants to join me. Do you mind?" She had already concocted a story about Song Yun's identity for her roommates, claiming he was a distant relative who needed her care due to childhood trauma. Although her roommates questioned how such a person could become a teacher, she managed to convince them. "Of course, it's no problem. He is tall and strong. He can help us with errands and save our spots." Wang Lily agreed. "By the way, where is Xiao Cheng? She went to do a day job sorting packages." Jiang Yu replied, glancing at Cheng Pandai's seat. Cheng Pandai excelled in the sciences and had the grades to attend school in Jing City. She had even secured a scholarship. However, despite all precautions, her parents altered her aspirations. Had they not believed that a daughter with a college education could fetch a good price, they would never have allowed her to pay for her own tuition. "Sigh," Wang Lily lamented, shifting the topic. "Let us go. Otherwise, we'll miss our seats." Qingfeng International University is vast, comprising both a high school and a university division. Moreover, students can transition directly from high school to the university without taking the college entrance examination, and the credentials hold great value, offering priority in job placements. At the opening ceremony of the sports meet, the grand electronic display flickered with dazzling lights. The first to enter was the national flag escort team, followed by the various college formations. Some wore traditional attire, others donned uniforms, and some embraced anime culture. Regardless of gender, they all exuded confidence and grace. Finally, there were speeches from the leaders, and unexpectedly, the champion Zai Sinian took to the stage to address the audience. Jiang Yu, seated in the stands, could distinctly feel that the cheers for Zai Sinian upon his entrance had more than doubled compared to before. On the large screen, Xiao Sinian sported a slick-back hairstyle, with a strand of tousled hair cascading down to his brow. His visage, characterized by sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and crimson lips, bore an aggressively striking resemblance to a fierce wolf dog. Particularly, his disdainful gaze, akin to that of a cold, indifferent observer, was strikingly captivating. Chapter 40. The Sports Meet, Part 2. Beside her, Wang Lily exclaimed with excitement, "Xiao Xinyan, Xiao Xinyan. Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Xinyan. It is an honor to stand on this stage today." The man's voice, as pure as fine wine, carried a hint of early winter's chill, resonating through every corner of the venue via the microphone. As he spoke, the crowd instinctively fell silent. Jiang Yu stared in slight astonishment. After all, who could resist the allure of a handsome man? Noticing her distraction, Song Yun tugged at her sleeve. Jiang Yu returned to her senses and glanced at him, whispering, "What's wrong?" He bit his lip, leaning closer to her ear, muffled by his mask, and replied, "Looking at him makes me feel quite uncomfortable." With that, he pressed his finger to his heart. He truly was unfiltered, expressing his feelings without restraint. Jiang Yu observed his hooded sweatshirt obscuring most of his face, and the black mask concealing the remainder. She wondered how he could even see. It was unexpected to find someone feeling jealous on her behalf, so she chose to ignore it and focused her gaze ahead. Song Yun blinked and continued to tease and distract her. Jiang Yu, unable to tolerate it any longer, raised her voice slightly. "If you touch me again, I will have Song Wensi take you home." The audience chairs were positioned directly on the steps, as if they were seated on the stairs themselves. As soon as her words left her mouth, Song Yun choked, immediately distancing himself from Jiang Yu. His arms wrapped around his legs, resting his chin on his knees, his expression one of feigned grievance, his amber eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yu felt a pang of bitterness for another person. She wished to draw Xiao Xinyan into her comic and write him a tragic end. After Xiao Xinyan concluded his speech, it was the principal's turn to speak. Only then did Jiang Yu have the opportunity to pay attention to Song Yun, who was slumped over his knees, the hood of his sweatshirt turned toward her. Each time she observed him in silence, she feared he might have succumbed to heat exhaustion. After all, it was quite hot, seemingly over 30 degrees today. She nudged his leg with hers. Are you still awake? Initially concerned, she frowned upon his lack of response. Leaning closer to ascertain his condition. I'm not asleep, came his soft voice, still audible despite the nasal tone and the sound of him sniffling. Have you been crying? Song Yun's body stiffened, his lips pressed together in silence, the stillness behind him suggesting indifference. It seemed as if nothing mattered to him. He closed his eyes, the heaviness of sorrow weighing upon him. After a moment, unable to resist, he turned his head slightly, pulling back his hood to see what Jiangyu was doing, only to be met by her dark, captivating gaze. Resting her chin on her palm, she appeared lost in thought, seemingly surprised that he would turn to her, instinctively smiling at him. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Song Yun's pupils quivered, and he quickly buried his face in his knees, his fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson, the color creeping to the nape of his neck. Jiangyu distinctly noted the redness at the corners of his eyes and the moisture in his gaze. Yet, respecting his silence, she refrained from pressing further. When the principal concluded his address, the host gave the signal, and a symphony of colorful fireworks erupted. In an instant, 7 brilliant streams of smoke burst forth, resembling 7 vibrant rainbows arching across the sky, illuminating the entire sports field above. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, a mesmerizing tapestry unfolds, heralded by the resounding notes of wake, signaling the passionate commencement of this grand sporting event. After the gathering dispersed, Wang Lili glanced at the competition schedule on the flyer, momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. The archery contest and basketball match were set to occur simultaneously, making her choice exceedingly challenging. On one hand was the refined and aloof elegance of archery, while on the other stood the spirited and unrestrained allure of basketball. How could she possibly choose? Let us settle this with rock, paper, scissors, proposed Jiangyu. If I lose, I'll attend the archery event. If I win, I'll watch the basketball game. They played, and ultimately, they opted for the archery contest. Inside the indoor arena, 32 competitors were present. Their rankings determined the elimination groupings. And through a series of one-on-one eliminations and a final match, the champions would be crowned. As the event commenced, Wang Lili eagerly retrieved her camera to capture the moment. It appeared that wealth afforded its bearers not only fine dining, but also stature, as none of the competitors stood below 1.7 meters. Clad in simple t-shirts and paired with sleek black athletic pants, their attire accentuated their long, straight legs. Their skin was smooth and immaculate, devoid of blemishes or pores, featuring high noses, thin lips, and an upright posture that exuded a composed and understated elegance. Jiangyu could not suppress her envy and remarked, "It's one thing to be wealthy, but to be so strikingly attractive as well." Wang Lili responded casually, "The daughter of my father's superior underwent orthodontic treatment at a young age, spent hundreds of thousands on skincare, received growth injections at the first sign of stunted height, wore corrective lenses for her nearsightedness, and was sent to dance classes to refine her posture. With such meticulous care from the inside out, how could she not be beautiful?" Jiangyu, with a resigned expression, replied, "Ah, those affluent individuals may possess wealth, but they are free from worries as well." Suddenly, her face contorted in discomfort. "Ugh, my stomach hurts. Lily, could you check my bag? I need to use the restroom." She placed her canvas bag on her seat and stepped outside, lamenting that the ice-cold cola and the daunting lake fish from the previous night had wreaked havoc on her stomach. After inquiring with several individuals, she finally located the restroom. Upon entering a stall and shedding her pants with a sigh of relief, she remembered that today's trousers lacked pockets, leaving her phone and tissues in her bag. Fortunately, there were tissues available inside. Is this where Meng Wanwan went? She pondered. All right, you fetch the water. Moments latte. The sound of water cascading into a bucket reached her ears, but Jiangyu paid it no mind, eager to complete her business and exit. Just as she finished, pulled up her pants, and prepared to leave, a deluge of water poured down from above. Coughing uncontrollably, water invaded her nostrils. Meng Wanwan, you might as well stay in there. A female voice maliciously chuckled from outside. Jiangyu was taken aback, drenched and disoriented, with water trickling from her shoes. Rubbing her eyes, which had been splashed, she attempted to open the door to confront the person outside, only to find it firmly shut. "Open the door. I am not Meng Wanwan," she shouted, pushing against the door with all her strength, yet it remained immovable. Silence enveloped her from the other side. Despite exerting every ounce of energy she had, Jiang Yu could not budge the door, gasping for breath and feeling utterly unfortunate. Surveying her surroundings and gazing at the open ceiling above, she leapt with all her might, grasping at the edge, yet her efforts proved futile. She could not escape. Never mind. Surely someone would come to use the restroom eventually, wouldn't they? Jiang Yu was utterly oblivious to the fact that the girl who had splashed water on her had posted a notice outside the restroom. "The plumbing is under repair. Please use a different facility." She crouched in the corner, the air conditioning within the restroom chilling her to the bone. Before long, she found herself shivering and stood up to stretch her limbs. Her clothing, both shirt and trousers, were thoroughly soaked, including her undergarments, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. "Is anyone there? I'm locked inside. Is there anyone outside?" As time dragged on, Jiang Yu's emotions shifted from anger to a profound sense of injustice that made her want to cry. Chapter 41. The Sports Meeting, Part 3. Wait, did you hear something? As 5 individuals passed by the restroom, the boy at the innermost part suddenly halted, prompting the others to instinctively stop as well. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, creating a soft whisper, while the surroundings remained eerily silent. "What the heck? Fang Sushu, are you playing tricks on us?" Another boy exclaimed irritably. "I swear, I genuinely heard a female voice calling for help," Fang Sushu declared, his hand raised in earnestness, his handsome face reflecting sincerity. "Then why not go inside and see for yourself?" the skeptical boy retorted. Fang Sushu, incensed by the disbelief evident on the boy's face, shot back, "Fine, I'll go in. But if someone truly is in there calling for help, you must call me Grandpa." "Sure, if no one else there, you'll have to call me Grandpa instead," the boy readily agreed. As Fang Sushu prepared to enter, he noticed Xiao Xinian attempting to leave and quickly called out, "Xiao Xinian, don't go. What if it's a trap? If they lure a Na'vi, handsome lad like me in for human trafficking, I'd be in serious trouble." The other 3 couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Fang Sushu's ears turned slightly red, and in a flustered tone, he protested, "What is wrong with that? Am I not a handsome lad? Self-absorbed. Just going already." One of the boys playfully kicked him toward the entrance. Xiao Xinian, however, did not leave but leaned against the wall. On the other side, Fang Sushu entered the restroom, first checking the men's room, which was empty, before proceeding to the women's. As he ventured deeper, the voice became increasingly distinct. After only a few steps, he noticed a mop wedged firmly against the doorknob, the other end propped against the wall. He hurriedly moved it aside. Inside, Jiang Yusheng, with an air of desolation, rested her forehead against the door, rhythmically banging it with her head while repeatedly calling out, "Is there anyone out there?" Suddenly, the door swung open. Her eyes widened in surprise, and without any means of support, she stumbled forward, crashing into someone's embrace. Before either could utter a single word, they both tumbled to the ground. Their lips met in a moment reminiscent of a romantic drama, yet devoid of any cinematic charm. Jiang Yusheng winced in pain, covering her mouth as she rolled off the boy, kneeling beside him to wait for the ache to subside. Droplets of blood trickled from her mouth, seeping through her fingers and staining the floor. Her lip had been split, and tears welled in her eyes from the pain, contemplating if today was indeed cursed for her. Once she regained her composure enough to breathe, she turned to observe the figure sprawled on the ground beside her, a young man with striking features, pale skin, and vividly red lips, exuding a hint of charm. He lay there, mouth slightly agape, gazing up at her in a daze. Youthful exuberance accentuated by the disheveled state of his hair. The force of their collision was reciprocal, and he had cushioned her fall. Jiang Yusheng, still covering her mouth, quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" The young man, momentarily stunned, raised a hand, his well-groomed fingers delicately resting against his lips. "Are you okay?" she asked again. This time, he regained his composure, hastily sitting up. He then propped himself against the wall, retreating in shock until his back met the cool ceramic tiles, where he abruptly halted. The youth sat on the floor, clad in a black windbreaker and khaki pants that reached his calves, his feet adorned with beige sneakers. His glossy black eyes fixated intently on hers, while his lips unconsciously pressed together, and his distinctly defined eyelashes trembled slightly, like raven feathers. The initial awkwardness of Jiangyu, speaking face to face with a stranger, gradually dissipated, leaving only a head full of perplexity. What kind of expression was this? It was neither disdainful nor angry. She remained kneeling, blood continuously oozing from her wound, and with no tissue at hand, she resorted to wiping it with the back of her hand and palm. Fang Suxiu, startled by his rapidly beating heart, gazed at her bloodied mouth, feeling a painful ache in his chest that made it nearly impossible to breathe. As Jiangyu wiped the blood away, she contemplated whether to simply walk out or borrow a phone from the person before her to call her own, requesting Wang Lili or Song Yun to come. How unfortunate this was. Had she known, she would have never eaten that fish from Lake Dongting. Just as she thought this, she looked up to see the youth rising from the ground, approaching her, and crouching down by her side, pulling a small packet of tissues from his pocket. I am Fang Suxiu. How did you end up locked in the restroom, and why are you so soaked? He asked, leaning closer, his gaze dropping to her split lip as he gently helped her wipe it. I can manage on my own, Jiangyu said, uncomfortably taking the tissue, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his. Fang Suxiu paused momentarily, then nonchalantly withdrew his hand, smiling cheerfully as he said, All right, you can handle that. But being all wet is not an option. I'll take you to the girls' changing room. They have disposable t-shirts and female undergarments nearby, just a short distance away. Such casual words flowed from his lips. Jiangyu's face flushed with discomfort, yet there was no alternative. Thank you, she replied, following Fang Suxiu outside, where she was greeted by the sight of a rather handsome youth not far from the restroom. One was casually squatting, engaged in conversation, while another was engrossed in his phone. Wait, was that Xiao Xinyan looking at his phone? The boy who was squatting looked over, unable to contain his exclamation. Goodness, it really exists. At this outcry, the other three turned to look. Then her gaze met that of Xiao Xinyan. He seemed taken aback for a moment. Jiangyu, already sensitive to the opinions of others, felt her usual self-consciousness intensify. She was of ordinary appearance and quite insecure. Now, in such a disheveled state with a split lip, she must look utterly dreadful. She quickly averted her eyes, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. The three tall and handsome boys approached, and due to her diminutive stature, they slightly bent down, curiously peering at her as they spoke. Oi, what happened to you? Why are you drenched and bleeding? Jiangyu, with her head lowered, softly recounted the events that led to her predicament. They were still eager to inquire further when Fang Suxiu, noticing her discomfort, pushed the trio away, saying, Come on, why are you asking so many questions? Can't you see that the most important thing for her right now is to change clothes? If she catches a cold, it's on you. A few individuals, all teammates under the same coach, possessed an intimate understanding of Fang Suxiu that wouldn't block. They teased, Oh, look at you being so protective. Well, have you ever shown such consideration for your brother? Fang Suxiu's face flushed crimson. He cast a glance at the downcast Jiangyu and hurriedly retorted, Li Luchuan, why is your mouth so insatiable? You still owe me a grandfather. Jiangyu felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, regretting her decision to accompany this person. Her sole desire was to leave swiftly. Perhaps she could discreetly slip away amidst the playful banter. She lifted her gaze, observing the scene while cautiously retreating step by step. Yet, just as she thought she had distanced herself, her eyes met the unfathomable depths of Xiao Xinyan's gaze, causing her body to stiffen. Chapter 42. Malice. She immediately lowered her head. My goodness, that gaze! Was she so unattractive that he couldn't help but stare at her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she heard him speak. Fang Suxiu, you've delayed us for quite a while. The coach is waiting. Flushed from her banter with Li Luchuan, Fang Suxiu halted abruptly, turning to Jiangyu and saying, I'll escort her to the changing room and then join you. Before he could finish a sentence, Xiao Xinyan's cold, dark eyes locked onto him, his tone sharp. Are you suggesting that the coach should wait for you, Fang Suxiu? Everyone was wary of Xiao Xinyan. Not only was he the team captain, but he was also the financial backer. While their current salary sufficed, They were acutely aware that after retirement, with their bodies riddled with injuries, even medical expenses would be burdensome. They certainly couldn't rely on their families forever, could they? Advertising? Endorsements? That required commercial value, which implied a certain level of fame. Otherwise, who would invest? Xiao Xinian not only hailed from wealth, but also possessed significant notoriety, ensuring that those around him could partake in his prosperity. Thus, regardless of how long they had known him, the team members instinctively yielded to him, eager to please. Fang Sushi wanted to argue that they could explain to the coach, but the frigid expression on Xiao Xinian's face was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. He opened his mouth to speak, but the three bystanders were perplexed. Although Xiao Xinian appeared aloof, he typically refrained from meddling unless it affected him directly. It was merely a matter of arriving a bit late, hardly a significant issue that warranted such severity. But what was the captain doing? This was unlike his usual demeanor. No, it's unnecessary, Jiang Yu timidly interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere. As all five turned their attention to her, she lowered her gaze and forced a polite smile. Fang Sushi, thank you for holding the door for me, but I can manage on my own. Xiao Xinian's dark eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yu as he spoke with a chilling detachment, as a national athlete. If you see something, you cannot pretend you didn't see. Fang Sushi, you all go find a coach. I will take her to the changing room. The four were taken aback, especially Fang Sushi, who sensed something amiss. Are you not moving quickly enough? Xiao Xinian's dangerous gaze swept over them, prompting three of them to leave immediately, with Fang Sushi being dragged along. In the corridor outside the restroom on the first floor, only Xiao Xinian and Jiang Yu remained. On the other side stood several lush trees, their branches intertwining like enormous green umbrellas, casting refreshing shade over the area. Come with me, Xiao Xinian stated succinctly, moving forward without affording her a chance to refuse. Jiang Yu bit her lip, ultimately following him cautiously. As they walked, she kept her head down, completely unaware that she had entered Xiao Xinian's private domain, which featured a light gray single sofa paired with a small coffee table, providing a high level of privacy. Inside, there was a partition for bathing. Xiao Xinian turned to gaze at the petite girl, his words concise. Teach, thank you, Jiang Yu murmured, nodding as she stepped inside. Her nerves palpable. This individual is indeed an Olympic champion, a prodigy in swimming, boasting a plethora of admirers and celebrity status. Moreover, there's an undeniable air of authority about her. Instinctively, she complies with whatever is suggested. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she turns around. Xiao Xinian tilts his head, his gaze falling upon the pitiful girl, his tone unwittingly softening. What is it? Is there any clothing in there that I can wear? Jiang Yu's ears flushed crimson. Although Fang Sushi had mentioned the presence of disposable garments in the changing room, what if there were none? I will call someone to prepare. Xiao Xinian paused, his dark eyes resting on the girl. Clothing could be arranged, but what about the garments within? Surely, they couldn't be devoid of any options. Jiang Yu was eager to expedite this matter and, mustering her courage, asked, "Could I borrow your phone?" Certainly. To her surprise, he agreed readily, retrieving his phone and approaching her. Such proximity, he possessed a quintessentially handsome appearance, his bone structure sharp and assertive, yet his features bore a restrained elegance with well-defined brows, a noble nose, and full lips, blending intensity with a touch of Chinese subtlety. He was equally as attractive as Xia Yin and Song Yun, yet distinctly different. Jiang Yu's heart raced uncontrollably as she feigned calmness, extending her hand. Since the phone was comfortably nestled in his palm, it was inevitable that their hands would brush against one another regardless of how she held it. As she grasped the phone with one hand, her fingertips grazed his, and she was instantly enveloped by the frigid scent of winter that he exuded, initially sharp and invigorating, yet transforming into a refreshing breath of fresh air, akin to escaping a stuffy room. The icy sensation was oddly delightful, causing her cheeks to burn. After a soft-spoken thank you, she cautiously took the phone, unsure of Wang Lily's number and resolving to call herself instead. Xiao Xinian's hand, resting beside his leg, clenched slightly, as if the softness still lingered on his fingertips. Curiously, not only was his teammate puzzled, but he too found himself questioning his unusual reaction. On the other end, the call connected, and Song Yun's voice resonated. Yu, where are you? I miss you. His affectionate, somewhat spoiled tone filled the changing room. Xiao Xinyan's expression darkened, a weight settling heavily in his heart. Did she have a boyfriend? Jiangyu, please pass the phone to Wang Lily. No, you can tell me anything, Song Yun replied, clearly disapproving of Wang Lily, who always hovered around Yu, even going so far as to kiss her cheek and pat her backside. Yet, Yu seemed unfazed, reciprocating the affection and playful gestures. He harbored no objections to whom Jiang Yu chose to like, for that was her prerogative. Her affections were her own business. However, he felt a surge of animosity towards the individual she fancied, and that too was his choice. Song Yun's logic was always astute. After enduring a patient persuasion thrice, Jiang Yu offered Xiao Xinyan an apologetic smile, stepping back slightly, and with a fierce determination, muttered, "Are you looking for a fight? Yu relishes a good tussle. Are you offering me a reward?" Xiao Xinyan retorted, "Do refrain from that juvenile demeanor." Jiang Yu. She moved a little further away. "Are you being disobedient? I suppose we won't be having lunch together tomorrow." Beneath a grand tree, Song Yun bit her lip fiercely. Her hand, placed beside her ear, reached out towards Wang Lily with jealousy and resentment. "Here, Yu wants you to answer the phone." Wang Lily snatched it and retorted to Song Yun, always grabbing. Yet in the end, it's still me who answers. Initially, it was she who had picked up the phone, only for Song Yun to snatch it away, which infuriated her. Wang Lily's tone softened as she faced Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, why are you taking so long in the restroom? Lunchtime is approaching, and Song Yun is looking for you. I told him you wouldn't be lost. His mouth hasn't stopped chattering. He insists on finding you. What nonsense about autism? I see him doing just fine. His incessant rambling is no small feat. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was Jiang Yu's acquaintance, and that she feared he might wander off due to his condition, she wouldn't be following him at all. Oh dear, the competition isn't even over yet." Jiang Yu quickly apologized, recounting the sequence of events. "Now your idol is right here with me," she said, lowering her voice. "I'm using Xiao Xinyan's phone to call you." Chapter 43, as anticipated, a piercing scream erupted, and the exuberant voice rushed forth like a torrent breaking free from its dam, cascading from the other end of the phone. Her roommate's joy was palpable, and Jiang Yu could not help but smile. "Oh, by the way, my clothes and underwear are neatly packed in a bag hanging on top of the wardrobe. They're easy to find." "Huh? How did you find me?" After uttering this, she instinctively glanced around, feeling uncertain. Slowly turning around, she hesitated to address the man. "Xiao. How should I refer to him? Should I simply call him Xiao Xinyan? But he has achieved considerable recognition at such a young age, and addressing him so directly seems rather impolite. Perhaps I should call him Mr. Xiao? Yet, he is still under 20. What if he is sensitive about being perceived as overly mature? Social anxiety often leads to excessive contemplation over trivial matters, where concern for others' opinions can overshadow personal feelings. Socializing is exhausting, and she harbors a distaste for it. Jiang Yu did not wish to traverse a crowded area while clad in damp attire, nor could she afford a taxi, fearing it would soil someone else's vehicle, and no ride-hailing driver would permit her entry. Taking the bus would subject her to the scrutinizing gazes of the elderly and the youth alike, or to the well-meaning inquiries from strangers offering assistance. She would be left restless, having to calmly explain why she was drenched while addressing a barrage of questions. The mere thought of this daunting scenario left her breathless, compelling her to choose the former option involving Xiao Xinyan over the latter. "Mr. Xiao," she ultimately decided on this form of address. "Excuse me, where is this place? My friend is bringing me some clothes, but I don't have an address." The girl asked with a timorous caution, fearful of causing any inconvenience. When her gaze met his for a fleeting moment, she trembled slightly and quickly averted her eyes, her focus wavering. So timid was she that even if he were to dismiss her now, she would likely not utter a word. Seated casually on a single armchair, Xiao Xinyan nonchalantly withdrew his gaze and remarked indifferently, "It's here. Have her call again. I will go fetch her." Jiang Yu parted her lips to respond, but Xiao Xinyan's indifferent stare fixed upon her face stifled her words. "Is there anything else?" No, she shook her head. After concluding her conversation with Wang Lili, she returned the phone to Xiao Xinyan and expressed her gratitude sincerely. Thank you. And then, his voice was deep and resonant, as if he were whispering directly into her ear. While what? Jiang Yu felt a flush creep into her ears as her gaze fell into the depths of his dark, emotionless eyes. Xiao Xinyan stood up, his imposing height of nearly 6.5 feet, evoking a reflexive retreat from her. The black silk shirt, taut against his muscular frame, bore hints of rebelliousness, while the rolled-up sleeves revealed the prominent veins of his forearms. He embodied the essence of an alpha, dominant among men, exuding raw power, primal allure, and a strikingly ascetic charm. Is your gratitude merely lip service? Upon hearing the other's words, Jiang Yu felt as if a thread in her mind had abruptly snapped. She failed to notice his gradual approach, stammering as she waved her hands in a flurry. No, that's not it. I haven't. How about I treat you and Fong Sushi to dinner? Unlike those who merely express gratitude with words, as a citizen of Shaojing City, her only conception of showing thanks was through the age-old custom of treating others to a meal. The man seemed to chuckle. All right, I shall decide the time. Jiang Yu nodded, finding nothing amiss. After all, he had indeed rendered her assistance, and sharing a meal seemed harmless enough. As she sighed in relief, she suddenly realized the proximity between them had become somewhat intimate, especially with the man's dark eyes, which appeared as profound as an infinite black hole. Once locked in gaze, one might feel drawn into its depths. Anxiously, she subtly edged away from him. Xiao Siwen raised an eyebrow slightly, questioning her retreat. Why distance yourself? Are you afraid of me? I haven't done anything yet. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the girl's slightly trembling form, and he finally sensed the chill in the air. His brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Why didn't you mention you were cold? Jiang Yu paused for a few seconds before managing a smile, reassuringly stating, It's all right, not too cold. It was within an acceptable range, and she would rather endure discomfort than trouble someone else. All right? The man, evidently unconvinced by her words, firmly grasped her wrist, asserting, Your body is trembling. This is what you call it? Really, it's fine. Clearly, he did not believe her reassurances. Without further ado, he led her into the fitting room. The dressing area was spacious, one wall adorned with a full-length mirror, bright and clear, reflecting one's figure from all angles. Within, there was a hairdryer, and Xiao Xinyan pointed toward the cabinet, then guided her through the innermost door. Inside was a private bathroom area, separated by a glass sliding door, dividing the wet and dry spaces. A pristine white bathtub was positioned against the wall, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars, showcasing the elegance and comfort of the dressing room. Do you know how to use the bathtub? Xiao Siwen released Jiang Yu, standing beside her with keen interest. The girl honestly shook her head. This is the temperature control button, this one activates the massage feature, and over there is the drainage button, while this one is for filling the tub. He continued to explain, gesturing toward a screen that could be raised, allowing one to watch movies while soaking. Didn't girls enjoy animated films? You can take your time and enjoy it until your friend returns. Xiao Xinyan spoke casually, his tone seemingly indifferent, yet his gaze was like two lightning bolts, unwaveringly fixed upon the girl before him. Your boyfriend wouldn't mind you bathing out here, would he? What? Jiang Yu was still processing his earlier remarks about the bathtub's features, clearly not comprehending his question. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Xinyan already had his answer. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly suggested, Never mind, but you should hurry and change out of those wet clothes to avoid catching a cold. Chapter 44. The leader of CP fans, as the other party departed, Jiang Yu's thoughts remained singularly focused. He perceived Xiao Xian as fierce yet remarkably attentive and gentle. After ensuring the door was securely locked, he fumbled for a moment before releasing the hot water. Meanwhile, Wang Lili successfully met with Xiao Xian. Hello, Xiao, esteemed Xiao. I am Wang Lili, Jiang Yu's roommate, and this is Song Yun, Jiang Yu's fellow townsman. Wang Lili introduced herself with palpable excitement. Song Yun lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xiao Xian. Is this the man Jiang Yu scolded me for? The very same man who playfully pouted over the phone? Xiao Xian leisurely averted his gaze and said, Greetings, I am Xiao Xian. Please follow me. Ah, yes, Wang Lili replied, her eyes sparkling with delight, her cheeks flushed. She followed Xiao Xian with a light step. Heavens! Up close, Xiao Xian exuded even more masculinity, his demeanor cool and composed. No tailored shirt could conceal the explosive strength of his physique, broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, forming a perfect inverted triangle. Not only was his physique impressive, but he also possessed high cheekbones, thin lips, pronounced brow ridges, a long neck, and a prominent Adam's apple. In short, he was flawless in every aspect. Upon entering Xiao Xian's domain, Wang Lili followed his lead to the changing room. Jiangyu? Jiangyu? Jiangyu, immersed in a bath, heard Wang Lili's calls and hurriedly replied, "Wait a moment, no, just leave it by the door. What is there to fear among women? Sheng'an City is in the north, while Jiangyu hails from the south and truly cannot tolerate such candidness." Without a moment's thought, she rejected, "No, just leave it at the door. By the way, why are you here so soon? I had someone bring it over. Clever, right? I even got a poster of Xiao Xian to ask for his autograph later." Wang Lili set down her items, her eyes surveying the surroundings. "You are indeed fortunate to have encountered Xiao Xian." Jiangyu emerged from the water, exasperated. "What fortune? I've been drenched. What if Xiao Xian were to push you instead? What if it were Shun Xinghui? Would you still consider yourself unfortunate?" Wang Lili replied. Upon hearing no response from within, she smiled. "I was merely jesting. I truly sympathize with your plight. I'll accompany you to confront the authorities here and bring the matter to light. But for now, I shan't delay you dressing. I will go seek Xiao Xian for that autograph." Outside, in the room occupied solely by the two men, the atmosphere felt almost suffocating, with neither daring to break the silence. It wasn't until Wang Lili returned that the strange tension was disrupted. Containing her excitement, she asked Xiao Xian, "May I have your autograph?" Xiao Xian's hand, resting on the arm of the sofa, tapped lightly with his index finger, his brow slightly furrowing. "Certainly, but may I inquire if Jiangyu has a boyfriend?" Song Yun abruptly raised his head, his beautiful amber eyes glaring fiercely at the man across from him. Xiao Xian glanced at him with an air of indifference, his expression perpetually calm, a blend of languor and subtle pressure. Meanwhile, Wang Lili rummaged through her bag for the poster and pen when she heard Xiao Xian's question, causing her hand to tremble. Several posters tumbled out, one of which featured the desolate character Ai Yan from the comic Uninhabited Land. She crouched down and picked up a few posters, realizing that the uninhabited land must have inadvertently been mixed in by someone who brought it. Song Yun caught sight of this and paused momentarily. Wang Lili stood up and handed the poster to Xiao Shun, her mind slightly bewildered. "Xiao Shun, why are you asking about this?" Xiao Xinyin took the poster, signed it with ease, and his deep, magnetic voice resonated. "I want to pursue her." These simple 4 words fell like a powerful bomb into the tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Wang Lili's eyes widened in shock, her face registering a mix of emotions as her heart wrestled with conflicting feelings. She was not a fan of girlfriends. If Xiao Shan were to find a beautiful woman, it wouldn't bother her. Yet, it was Jiangyu. If one were to speak bluntly, she was merely an ugly duckling. No, the ugly duckling in fairy tales was originally a swan. Jiangyu was a bona fide ugly duckling, provoking thoughts of if she can do it, so can I. A whirlwind of jealousy, envy, and resentment coalesced into an overwhelming excitement for her impressive roommate. If this were to happen, wouldn't she be able to pursue her star up close? Moreover, Xiao Xinyan's teammates were all remarkably fit, with above-average looks. In just 2 seconds, Wang Lili transformed from feeling psychologically imbalanced to becoming the head of the CP couple. Fandom, even concocting a name, yearly meet you. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she stated she doesn't have a boyfriend. Xiao Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Then could she be my strategist? Of course. It won't be without compensation. Wang Lili could hardly contain her excitement, but Song Yun instantly entered a state of heightened alert. Jiangyu had once been fierce towards Xiao Xinyan. What if, they truly became a couple? Would there still be a place for him? He had already voiced his thoughts in front of Wang Lili. Xiao Xinyan narrowed his eyes, gazing imperiously at the man who was tightly covered up. "Oh? May I ask, who are you to Jiangyu?" "None of your business," Song Yun retorted, pulling Wang Lili out the door. Outside, he almost commanded, You cannot help him pursue you. Oh, Wang Lily drawled, her eyes narrowing into slits as she scrutinized Song Yun. Do you also like Jiangyu? Song Yun's movements visibly stalled, his ears turning a bright shade of red as he fumbled with his words. She won tea, let me say. This complicates matters, for Xiao Xinyan is my idol, handsome, with a superb physique, and a swimming prodigy. And you? Wang Lily appraised Song Yun from head to toe. Aside from being a bit tall, what could he possibly offer compared to Xiao Xinyan? Surely, one wouldn't he want to hinder her from pursuing someone better, right? I have my talents. My family says I have a gift for painting. I'm not unattractive, and the poster in your bag, the uninhabited land, is my creation. The thought of Xiao Xinyan possibly becoming the third party, leaving him as the fourth, nearly drove Song Yun to despair. You claim to be the great Arid? Wang Lily burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she exclaimed, What if you were him? She suddenly seemed as though someone had pressed the pause button on her. Her voice abruptly cut off, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Song Yun, who was holding up his phone, the screen facing her, clearly displaying the author's backend. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen in that very instant. Wang Lily, regaining her composure, exclaimed in disbelief, No way. This can't be real. She glanced back at the screen and then looked up, only to be met with the sight of Song Yun, who had removed his hat and mask in a sudden revelation. Oh my! One hand covering her mouth and the other clutching her chest, she stumbled backward, her eyes widening in shock. What a stunning young man he was, his tousled soft, flaxen curls framed a pair of exquisitely delicate features that seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book. Chapter 45. Jiangyu, having dressed and dried her hair, meticulously tidied the bathroom before emerging with a bag in hand. At that moment, Wang Lily and Song Yun entered sequentially from outside. Wang Lily hesitated to respond to Song Yun, for she found herself torn between the allure of an anime idol and that of a real-world star, leaving her indecisive. Upon seeing Jiangyu, Song Yun rushed over, gripping her shoulders with both hands, his voice laced with urgency. Yu, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? What happened to your mouth? He tilted his head downwards, his brown eyes peering up at her, his lips slightly parted, revealing a small cut that had already ceased bleeding. The concern in his gaze made Jiangyu uncomfortable, prompting her to avert her eyes and shake her head. I'm fine, really. As soon as she spoke, Song Yun wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, his cool nose nestled against her neck, trembling slightly as he whispered with palpable fear. I'm so scared. Xiao Xinyan stood nearby, his brow furrowed deeply, his dark eyes piercing Song Yun with an almost tangible coldness. The man, lacking any semblance of composure, sought comfort in a way that seemed utterly unmanly. Wang Lily glanced between Song Yun and Xiao Xinyan, both of whom were idols, and felt torn. She chose to bow her head, opting to remain uninvolved. Jiangyu struggled to break free, but found herself unable to do so. With a hint of exasperation, she said, Song Yun, I truly am fine. Please let me go. Song Yun had a tendency to engage in attention-seeking antics. Had she not witnessed his distress firsthand, she might have thought he was merely pretending. Reluctantly, Song Yun released her. Upon a closer look, Jiangyu noticed that he was not wearing a mask. Gently biting his lower lip, his sparkling eyes blinking at her, the corners slightly reddened, exuding vulnerability and a sense of grievance, as if he were the one who had been splashed with water. Jiangyu, Xiao Xinyan called her name, stepping closer to position himself between her and the boy behind her. His dark eyes, akin to a nighttime panther, fixed intently on her. His voice low and deliberate. Let us exchange WeChat. I'll send you messages when I have time. By the way, didn't your friend say she doesn't have a boyfriend? Jiangyu retrieved her phone from the bag, intending to suggest they all dine together. She scanned his QR code, revealing a full-body image of him clad in a red and white Olympic outfit. Then, hearing his next remark, she felt a pang of guilt and stammered, Yes, I don't have one. Reflecting on how seldom Xia Yin had contacted her lately, she realized that, based on these signs, she might soon be subjected to the cold treatment of a breakup. Amused by the prospect of avoiding a significant hassle, she smiled, completely oblivious to the ambiguous nature of Xiao Xinyan's inquiry regarding her relationship status. Oh, isn't your boyfriend? Xiao Xinian remarked as he moved aside. Song Yun's gaze, filled with malicious indifference, was laid bare before Jiang Yu. A flash of panic crossed his fair face, quickly replaced by a look of feigned innocence as he lowered his head like a forlorn puppy. After a brief moment, he subtly raised his eyes to gauge her reaction. What was Song Yun up to? Jiang Yu cast a glance back and explained, "He is my fellow townsman. His family asked me to look after him." Xiao Xinian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah, so you are from the same hometown? I observed his close proximity to you and mistakenly assumed he was your boyfriend." "No, that is not the case. We are not involved." She shook her head, acknowledging that Song Yun indeed enjoyed being near her. Initially, she found it uncomfortable and tried to distance herself, but gradually, she became accustomed to it. However, why does the conversation continually revolve around her relationship status? Song Yun pressed her lips together, watching her vehemently deny any connection, her heart aching as if it had been struck by a dagger. Since there is no relationship, then this classmate, Xiao Xinian, with his strikingly handsome visage illuminated by the light, appeared even more radiant and imposing. His eyes, deep and enigmatic like a tranquil abyss, fixed on Song Yun. "In the future, please maintain some distance. Otherwise, it may tarnish a girl's reputation. Don't you think?" Song Yun raised her gaze, her clear, bottomless tea-colored eyes tinged with a hint of hostility. How utterly vexing. If previously she had merely contemplated ending his life in a comic, now she genuinely desired to do so. Xiao Xinian was not one to be intimidated easily. For a moment, the atmosphere around them thickened, saturated with a palpable tension, as if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. Jiang Yu stood frozen, somewhat at a loss. Xiao Xinian, though cold in demeanor, was considerate of her reputation. While Song Yun was unwilling to yield, she could understand her predicament. How could she possibly voice her thoughts? Had she known better, she would have refrained from indulging in the daunting lake fish fillet last night. Had she abstained, she would not have suffered from an upset stomach today, and thus would not have been splashed with water, leading her to stand here, bewildered. She glanced toward Wang Lily for help. Wang Lily, possessing a commendable emotional intelligence, stepped in to diffuse the situation. "Jiang Yu, are you hungry? Shall we go for lunch?" As she spoke, she took Jiang Yu's hand and leaned closer, whispering, "Regarding Song Yun, I will discuss it with you back at the dorm." Each time Wang Lily recalled her embarrassing moments in front of her long-admired idol, an overwhelming sense of shame surged within her, making her wish to vanish into the ground. Who would have thought that the one she was so tightly concealing was a boy straight out of comic? She swore he was the most stunning person she had ever encountered in reality. "Huh?" Jiang Yu blinked, quietly responding, sensing an edge in Lily's tone. Was she lying to her roommate about Song Yun? Eventually, the four of them arrived at a serene restaurant. The table was laden with an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes, tantalizing to the palate. Xiao Xinian gently set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Jiang Yu, I have already informed the principal about the incident of you being splashed with water. The restroom area lacks surveillance equipment. However, based on the name Meng Wanwan you provided, we have identified several suspects. We are currently conducting further inquiries." After taking a sip from his glass, he paused briefly before adding, "If they deny involvement, there is little we can do, as there is no concrete evidence. Regardless of the outcome, the principal will compensate you with 50,000 yuan to be splashed once and receive a sum of 50,000 yuan. Jiang Yu slightly parted her lips, feeling an unusually prosperous fortune this year. With a touch more frugality in her daily life, she envisioned purchasing her own home in her hometown after graduation. At that moment, as a young woman, she would possess an added sense of confidence, allowing her parents to hold their heads high among relatives. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." This matter, which Xiao Xinian could have easily disregarded, was not lost on Jiang Yu. She recognized that she had not suffered any substantial harm. After much ado, there was little chance of a definitive outcome, leaving the situation to fizzle out or be settled with a mere compensation of a few hundred yuan. Initially resigned to her misfortune, she was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Xinian's willingness to assist. It was no wonder he had garnered such a loyal following. He truly was a remarkable individual. From that day forward, she vowed to be Xiao Xinian's most devoted admirer. The girl, introverted yet with sparkling eyes, expressed her thanks with a tremor in her voice, yet her sincerity shone through. Xiao Sinian gazed deeply at her, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. Though he had encountered many enchanting young women before, this encounter felt distinctly different. Chapter 46. A burst of inspiration if the previous flutter of the heart was akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Then now, it is an intoxicating obsession that penetrates to the very marrow of one's being. Why thank me when I couldn't be of assistance? Xiao Xian languidly reclined against the back of his chair, adorned in a meticulously embroidered black shirt featuring golden patterns. The corners of his lips curved upwards ever so slightly, sketching an almost imperceptible smile. In his previously aloof gaze, a hint of tenderness now flickered, barely discernible. "Did you not promise me a meal?" "Yes, of course," Jiang Yu stammered, her eyes widening in surprise as she hastily diverted her gaze, her heart racing ever so slightly. The transformation of his smile was stark, a juxtaposition of warmth and coldness. Seated beside them, Song Yun's exquisite features bore a shadow of gloom, as if they could drip with despondency. His beautiful, clear eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Xian, and he gripped his chopsticks with such ferocity that they appeared on the verge of splintering, rhythmically punctuating the bottom of his bowl with a series of sharp taps. It was as though the bowl's base represented Xiao Xian himself. Hearing the clattering, Jiang Yu glanced over, her brow furrowing. She gently tugged at the hem of his shirt, lowering her voice to say, "Song Yun, please refrain from rapping against the bowl. It is quite impolite." To her surprise, Song Yun looked as if he had been wronged, gazing at her with a pitiful expression that brimmed with innocence and discontent, as if he had suffered a grievous injustice. Jiang Yu sighed, seeing that he had stopped. She chose to ignore it and focused on her meal. Song Yun, witnessing her indifference, ground his teeth in frustration, his resentment almost palpable as it directed itself toward Xiao Xian. The latter cast a casual glance in his direction, utterly unconcerned, before returning his attention elsewhere. Wang Lili interjected, "Oh my, you have daily access to Yu, while Xiao Xian is preoccupied with training and competitions, flitting about in various countries. What are you so jealous about?" After their meal, the two girls parted ways with Xiao Xian and returned to the dormitory. Jiang Yu felt utterly exhausted. The day's social interactions had drained her, leaving her body and mind in a fog. All she desired was to retreat to her bed and replenish her energy with a good night's sleep. As she ascended a step, Wang Lili suddenly yanked her back, hands on her hips, and with a huff demanded, "Jiang Yu, why didn't you mention that Song Yun is Aohua?" "What?" Jiang Yu was taken aback. "Song Yun is Aohua. Is that the same Aohua whose work has transcended boundaries, recognized even by those outside the circle, sweeping numerous awards across various nations, and whose animation adaptation won an Oscar for Best Animated Feature? Is it the renowned comic artist whose creations are more celebrated abroad than even first-tier Western celebrities? Are you joking about Song Yun? Please, I'm utterly drained. Let me sleep first, and then we can discuss this," Jiang Yu replied, leaning wearily against the side. Observing her demeanor, Wang Lili sensed no deceit in her words. With a slight pursing of her lips, she decided to wait until Jiang Yu had rested adequately. The night enveloped the world like an endless expanse of heavy black satin, shrouding everything in profound and oppressive darkness. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, a voice of astonishment echoed through a girl's dormitory. Wang Lili exclaimed, He truly is the illustrious Huang Guda." Jiang Yu gazed at the author's backhand sent by Song Yun, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you genuinely not know, or are you feigning ignorance?" "I truly do not know." Chapter 47. Why? She stared at her phone screen, her expression distant as she murmured. Upon waking, she still could not believe what Wang Lili had said about Song Yun being desolate. How could that possibly be? Thus, she messaged Song Yun for confirmation. And indeed it was true. As a citizen of a small town, Jiang Yu felt a profound lack of reality, and the mere thought that he was the enigmatic maestro online made it difficult for her to interact with him naturally. The title of maestro inherently conferred authority, and she suffered from a fear of authority. Whenever she encountered teachers, school leaders, or privileged classmates on the street, she would take a detour, fearing an interaction. As no one had taught her how to engage socially with those above her, this left her anxious and disoriented. Whether it was Xia Yinxiao, Xi Nian, Luxian, or Song Wenxi, despite her outward normalcy, her mind was tinged with a desire to please and fear, making such interactions exhausting. She wished to avoid conversing with such individuals. However, Song Yun was different. In his presence, Jiang Yu felt an uncanny kinship. Both of them disdained socializing, shunned crowds, and dreaded the gaze of others, perhaps even more acutely than she did. Thus, being with him remained within her comfort zone. Yet now, she was informed that Song Yun was indeed desolate. Boasting over 600 million followers on Twitter, with his comic accumulating over 1 trillion views, a number that continued to soar. Goodness, 1 trillion, 10 times the population of Huagua. The presence of such a prominent figure felt utterly surreal. How could she maintain her composure in his presence? No wonder Wang Lili had such a strong reaction. Jiang Yu leaned back against her chair, a faint sense of resignation washing over her. Jiang Yu, considering how well you've treated me, if you make it big, don't forget about me. Wang Lili's eyes sparkled as she looked at her, a sly grin gracing her face. Jiang Yu opened her mouth to respond. No. Look at me like this. Perhaps one day, Song Yun will grow tired of me. However, if you want his autograph, I can certainly assist you. Oh, the mere thought of an autograph is something I can hardly fathom. After a bit of commotion, with classes scheduled from early morning to evening the next day, even Wang Lili's excitement had to come to an end. By Xin Yue messaged her, saying she wouldn't return to the dorm, while Chung Pundi had gone to the cosmetics factory to twist bottle caps. After showering, Jiang Yu lay in bed, her phone brimming with notifications. Among them, the most conspicuous was from Xia Xinyan, who had sent a red envelope transfer. She opened it, and Xia Xinyan informed her that on October 1st, he would compete with the neighboring country of Japan and that there would be closed training sessions, meaning meals would be postponed until October. He also mentioned that they had found the person responsible for the water splashing incident and inquired how she wished to handle it. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, Wang Lili had revealed that Xia Xinyan intended to pursue her, a notion that struck her as both unexpected yet somehow logical. And she accepted it with equanimity. It was not entirely her fault. Recently, all the handsome men she encountered had expressed their affections. Jiang Yu increasingly felt as though this was some sort of game. After all, she was hardly a paragon of beauty. After responding to Xia Xinyan with an acknowledgement emoji, she sent another message. You all can handle the punishment. Thank you. He likely hadn't seen her message, as there was no reply. After receiving the red envelope, she turned off her phone and decided to let go of her thoughts. Even if it were truly a trap, what could an ordinary person like her do? Perhaps it was best to sleep. As dawn broke, Jiang Yu awoke, rose from her bed, and proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth. Upon finishing her morning routine, she noticed that Chung Pundi had yet to return. Jiang Yu and Chung Pundi were both in the Chinese literature department, while Wang Lili and Bai Qianyue belonged to the foreign languages department. Jiang Yu picked up the materials for their Chinese language pedagogy course and headed outside, simultaneously messaging Chung Pundi. Little Chung, I've brought your materials. Just come to classroom 305 in Building B. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, her gaze immediately fell upon the tall and slender Song Yun standing beneath a tree. He was still clad in a sweatshirt and sweatpants, wrapped up snugly, with the hood of his sweatshirt pulled low, obscuring his features. Was this the same Song Yun, a prominent figure with 600 million followers on the internet, now seemingly desolate? As if sensing her presence, Song Yun lifted his head, revealing a pair of exquisitely cold, clear eyes that met hers, a smile blooming within them. You're out, huh? I got you some meatballs. Today, Song Yun had not donned a mask, and his strikingly androgynous face glowed under the morning sun, radiating an ethereal charm akin to that of a character out of a comic. Jiang Yu distinctly heard the gasps of admiration from the surrounding girls. Some people were simply breathtaking in their beauty. She suppressed her quickening heartbeat, accepted the meatballs, and pulled on Song Yun's arm as they walked away. Why aren't you wearing a mask today? She inquired, maintaining some distance. At nearly 6 feet tall in a place where the average height was around 5'7", Song Yun stood out remarkably, especially in the sweltering summer while dressed so heavily. If he revealed his striking features, there would be no hope of remaining inconspicuous. Yesterday, you were so captivated by his Xiao Sinian-esque looks during the opening ceremony of the sports meet, weren't you? Song Yun remarked slowly, a hint of teasing in his tone. You even scolded me for it. Jiang Yu felt her cheeks flush crimson as she munched on the meatballs. She couldn't let it be said that she was staring. It was merely admiration, surely? I wish you would look at me like that, Song Yun continued, his earlier smile fading as he bit his lip, lowering his gaze. I thought you would appreciate it. On what? Jiang Yu was prepared to contest Song Yun's assertion that she had been staring at Xiao Sinian, but she was interrupted by his apology. I don't mind. It's just that it's too conspicuous. Can you handle it? If Song Yun could endure the attention, then she wouldn't have to accompany him, would she? A thought crossed her mind. Would Song Wensi still send him money? Was she at a loss? However, you seem different toward me now, Song Yun said, quickening his pace to stand before her, hands resting on his knees, eyes level with hers, his amber irises glistening as they searched her dark ones. Have you created some distance between us? Why? His voice was slightly husky, like a spring well penetrating her heart. Could it be that she had inadvertently revealed her feelings? Was Song Yun really that perceptive? Jiang Yu felt her face grow warm as she averted her gaze, moving past him, rubbing her face. She decided to speak candidly. I didn't expect you to be that Song Yun. I used to be your fan, but I'm just a bit unaccustomed now. As she spoke, she anticipated that Song Yun would respond with something along the lines of desolation is desolation, and Song Yun is simply Song Yun. To her surprise, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes, followed by a sudden brightness. Do you have feelings for me? May we share a kiss? Chapter 48. Transitional passage. She ought not to have idealized him. Without a moment's hesitation, she rejected the notion, asserting absolutely not. Why? Song Yun's once bright eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head in despondency. Despite her evident affection for his appearance, why was there a reluctance to kiss him? What rationale could there be? Hurry up. We're nearly late, Jiang Yu urged, quickening her pace, unwilling to engage him further, for he always had a knack for confounding her with his convoluted reasoning. Room 305 in Building B, the multimedia classroom, was already occupied in the back. Jiang Yu directed Song Yun to sit in the middle, against the wall, while she took her place beside him, with the other side reserved for Chung Pundi. The professor entered punctually to commence the lecture, yet Chung Pundi had yet to arrive. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. No matter how busy Chung Pundi was making money, she would never skip a class. A sense of unease gnawed at her, rendering her oblivious to Song Yun's furtive touch on her hand. This disquietude was vindicated in the afternoon. As soon as class ended, Jiang Yu dashed back to the dormitory, only to find a throng of people gathered outside. She squeezed her way through the crowd, and her eyes were met with a scene of devastation where Chung Pundi usually sat. Bai Qianyue and Wang Lili stood frozen in the dormitory. Upon noticing her arrival, Wang Lili quickly shut the door, blocking the outside view. On the way, Jiang Yu learned the details through a WeChat group. Chung Pundi's brother had injured someone outside and was facing a hefty compensation or wrist detention. Consequently, Chung Pundi's family intended to marry her off, using the bride price to settle the debt. However, Chung Pundi had not returned home, prompting her family to come to the school dormitory to forcibly arrange her marriage. The Chung family, being locals with ancestral halls, belonged to a large clan. Even some police officers were related to them, rendering calls for help futile. The usually vivacious Wang Lili surveyed the chaotic scene, and after a prolonged silence, murmured, "Thank goodness she escaped." As her words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room, casting a pall over the three girls' faces. From that day onward, Chung Pundi never returned to school. The incident, which had stirred considerable commotion, gradually faded into obscurity. After all, everyone had their own lives to attend to. After a moment of sympathy for the girl, they would forget. 2 weeks later, Jiang Yu received a WeChat message from her mother, Li Yanfeng, informing her that she was on a train heading to the city center of Shenzhen for a medical examination. It turned out that the factory had arranged for health checks, and Li Yanfeng had discovered dark spots in her abdomen, the nature of which was unknown, necessitating further examination at a major hospital. Jiang Yu had never taken a leave of absence before. On her way to seek permission from her counselor, She rehearsed her request repeatedly in her mind until she timidly voiced it. The counselor, after verification, granted her request succinctly. Was it truly that simple? Clutching the leave slip, she felt a sense of disorientation. What had all her anxiety and worry that consumed her for an entire night amounted to? Upon arriving at the central hospital, Jiang Yu immediately spotted Li Yanfang at the entrance, dressed in new clothes and standing awkwardly. "Mom." She approached her, and upon seeing her, Li Yanfang's voice boomed. "Jiang Yu." The nurse said, "I can't register here. I need to go to some other building. At my age, I don't understand these things. You're a university student. Come and talk to her." On weekdays, the entrance of the hospital is remarkably tranquil, but a loud voice suddenly draws all attention. Jiang Yu's face flushes with embarrassment as she stiffly approaches and follows her companion to the service desk. "Nurse, tell my girl here," she says. "She's been educated and knows far more than I do despite my years in school." Li Yanli often belittles herself or her family in order to engage socially, a habit Jiang Yu finds unsettling. She feels both sympathy for Li Yanli and for herself. The nurse, maintaining a professional demeanor, explains, "You need to register on the first floor of Building A. You can also register via your phone. If you're unsure, just refer to the information displayed here." A small stand at the service desk bears a detailed outline of the appointment process. Jiang Yu promptly expresses her gratitude and retrieves her phone to begin the registration according to the instructions. "Is that all?" Li Yanli's loud voice resumes its incessant chatter en route to collect the registration slip. Jiang Yu responds while glancing at her phone. Understanding that Li Yanli is bewildered by the numerous electronic procedures in the hospital, especially as a first-time visitor. Registration, visiting the department for consultation, blood tests, x-rays. A multitude of examinations, payments, and follow-ups leave Jiang Yu feeling dizzy. Ultimately, the doctor advises that surgery for removal must be expedited. When can the surgery be performed? Li Yanli inquires, her gaze fixed intently on Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, sporting a receding hairline, sits at his desk, deftly maneuvering the mouse with his right hand while his eyes remain glued to the computer screen. In a detached manner, he replies, "Currently, there are no available beds in the hospital. If you wish to be placed on the waiting list, you will have to wait at least until after the National Day holiday." Upon hearing this, the slightly portly Li Yanli's eyes widen, her voice unwittingly adopting a thick regional accent. "Oh dear. Doctor, please take a look. Wasn't it said that as long as the surgery is completed, one could be up and about in 2 or 3 days? Kindly consider a solution for me, even if it means I have to sleep in the corridor." Dr. Wang, focused on his screen, pays no attention to her, leaving the consultation room filled only with Li Yanli's eager pleas. Standing beside her, Jiang Yu bites her lip. While she feels no discomfort when seeking favor from others, witnessing her loved one in such a state feels as if an invisible hand is tightly gripping her heart, causing her immense distress. Even if a bed were to become available, there would still be no surgeon to perform the operation. "Doctor." Wang closes the medical file and slides it forward, cutting off any chance for further dialogue. "The next patient may come in now." In the hospital corridor, Jiang Yu sits on a chair, gazing at her mother, who stands by the large window, reassuring her father. "It's fine. Not undergoing surgery is okay. Although there is a possibility of it becoming malignant later, I still wish to proceed with the minimally invasive surgery, which allows one to get out of bed in 2 days. I'll call Aunt Ruoh to see if she can." A gentle breeze stirs her hair, revealing strands of gray that she hadn't noticed before. Jiang Yu's heart aches, and her gaze drops, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She dreads the thought of her mother reaching out to her aunt, especially after her uncle's sardonic remarks at the dinner table concerning her parents. But what choice do they have? She stared at her phone screen, and suddenly a message from Song Yun appeared. "Ruyo, since you weren't here today, I went to the cafeteria alone," accompanied by a photo of a dog wagging its tail with the caption, "Praise me, praise me." She was taken aback and abruptly lifted her head. Of course, she had connections. After all, Song Wensi still owed her a few favors. Accustomed to frugality, she had not considered this aspect before. "Mom, please don't call Andy. I have a friend who is quite familiar with the doctors here. Let me see if I can arrange for you to be admitted." After saying this, she sent a message to Song Wensi, who promptly called her back. Jiang Ruyo was startled and quickly answered. A low, hoarse voice emerged from the phone, as if it had just woken up after a sleepless night. Ruyo, the director of this hospital used to be our chauffeur. I'll have him add you. Feel free to discuss any requests with him. By the way, I'll send Song Yun over to keep you company. Wait a minute. Song Yun was going to accompany her? Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Miss Song, I can manage on my own. The call ended swiftly. Chapter 49, Guilt, Part 1. In the VIP single-patient room of the First Central Hospital of Shungan City, the space was spacious and elegantly adorned, offering a broad view. There was a sofa and a tea table for family members to rest. Jiang Yu stared inside, experiencing for the first time the privilege of affluence. Indeed, wealth was a blessing. Li Yanli exclaimed, Director Xiang, how much does it cost to stay here for a day? It's 80 a day, inclusive of 3 meals, replied Director Xiang, a man in his 50s, exuding a sense of calm and competence. He then glanced at the girl beside the middle-aged woman and added, It's only so affordable because of Miss Song. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, thinking that otherwise. Li Yanli might mistakenly believe it was genuinely inexpensive and invite relatives to seek medical attention in the big city. After Director Xiang departed, Li Yanli continuously expressed her gratitude to Miss Song, urging Jiang Yu to properly thank her as she prepared to retrieve their luggage from the small inn. Accompanying Li Yanli downstairs, Jiang Yu exited the lobby and, with her keen eye, spotted someone dressed entirely in black approaching from a distance, thoroughly concealing themselves. Oh no! Didn't I tell him not to come? The older generation often jumps to conclusions, assuming there's some inappropriate relationship whenever they see a man and woman of similar ages together. Moreover, she did not wish for anyone who admired her boyfriend to meet her parents. Mom, I'm just going to the restroom, Jiang Yu said hurriedly, stepping aside. Seeing this, Song Yun altered his path. Jiang Yu reached the hospital's small park beside the exercise equipment, and upon turning around, she found Song Yun right behind her. Unable to contain her anger, she glared at him, her voice rising with reproach. Didn't I message you telling you not to come? Initially, she had respected him greatly due to his status, but his numerous questionable actions had stripped away any admiration, reverting their relationship to its previous state. The thought of her mother's incessant nagging made her exceedingly agitated. As Song Yun removed his mask, he caught the displeasure in her voice. Freezing with a smile that quickly faded, his face turning pale at the sight of her fury. For the first time, he witnessed her so fierce. Stammering, his lips quivered slightly. Why you rewrite? I came to bring you something. Suppressing the pang of bitterness, he retrieved a box from each pocket. You this. Jiang Yu intended to respond, but noticed Li Yanli not far behind Song Yun. Without thinking, she blurted, You don't need to say anything. Go sit on that chair and hide. We can talk when I return. With reddened eyes, Song Yun obediently nodded and hurried to the indicated chair. Moments later, Li Yanli approached. I couldn't even call you back. The restroom is right here. Why did you run outside? Jiang Yu remained silent, following her mother back. To avoid suspicion, she truly went to the restroom, merely going through the motions. She then assisted her mother in retrieving their luggage from a small inn and purchased fruits, bread, and a water bottle outside. By the time they returned to the hospital, the sun had already set. The patient room was equipped with hot water, a restroom, and a wash basin. Mother, I have returned to school. I will come back on the day of your surgery. Jiang Yu, with a canvas bag slung over her shoulder, prepared to leave. The surgery is scheduled for 2 days later. Li Yanli remarked, I brought bread and fruit, but I cannot consume so much. No need. There is plenty in the dormitory. After bidding farewell to Li Yanli, Jiang Yu boarded the bus back to her dormitory. Still breathless, she began to tackle her group assignment, along with her individual tasks. Although the deadline for the group project was still distant, she anticipated that her time would be limited later and did not wish to lag behind. Thus, she needed to complete it promptly. As night fell and she prepared for slumber, an unsettling emptiness filled her heart, as if she had forgotten something vital. She lay in bed, lost in thought until she drifted off to sleep. The following morning, shortly after 5, she was jolted awake, suddenly recalling what she had forgotten. Damn, it was Song Yun. Jiang Yu grabbed her phone and hurried out of the dormitory, muttering, Answer the call. Please, surely Song Yun is not so foolish. He must have returned, right? He wouldn't have waited for her all night. Would he? You have reached a number that is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Frustrated, she quickly donned her clothes, grabbed her keys, and dashed towards Song Yun's dormitory. The sky was still dimly lit when she entered through the back door of his lavish single room. Jiang Yu unlocked the door, revealing the darkness within. Song Yun, are you there? The key to his dormitory had been thrust into her hands by him, yet she had never set foot inside before. Fumbling, she switched on the light, illuminating the space. A large bed, a desk adorned with a computer, and an array of art supplies filled the room. Papers were strewn everywhere, on the floor, plastered on the walls, and scattered across the bed, each depicting the same figure. The bizarre and chaotic imagery made Jiang Yu's eyes widen in shock, leaving her momentarily stunned as a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, only to be forcibly suppressed. She found herself inexplicably drawn to this peculiar sense of possessiveness. Her image filled his gaze, and without her, he was incomplete. It was only in such a manner that she felt cherished and secure. Yet, regardless of her affection for either Song Yun or Xia Yin, it mattered little. They were both unattainable. Only by remaining emotionally detached could she maintain control over her circumstances, indifferent to whether they chose to stay or depart. With that thought, Jiang Yu turned off the light, closed the door, and took a taxi to the hospital. Guilt and worry gnawed at her insides throughout the journey, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She recalled Song Wensi telling her that Song Yun had been held captive by kidnappers in a basement, which had left him terrified of the dark. Chapter 50, Guilt, Part 2. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sanitation workers on the street were nearing the end of their shift. Jiang Yu leaped from the car and hurried towards the hospital. Breathless, she dashed to the small park, and indeed, there sat a figure with a rigid posture. Approaching him, she stood before him and softly called out, "Song Yun?" Had she imagined it again? Song Yun, with his head bowed, lifted it for the umpteenth time. Upon seeing the girl's face, his tear-swollen eyes were dazed, staring blankly for a couple of seconds before realizing this was no dream. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, intending to apologize, but the boy seated there pouted, opened his arms, and tightly embraced her waist, burying his face in her abdomen, his hoodie slipping back to reveal a tousled head of curls. "Song Yun, he sobbed, I thought you didn't T1 me anymore." His voice trembled as he fought to suppress his tears, but the sobs surged uncontrollably from his throat, his hands tightening around her waist, his body shaking uncontrollably. Sorry. Jiang Yu found herself at a loss for words. She could not promise to always be by his side, and any explanation seemed feeble in the face of Song Yun having spent the night here. Moreover, Song Wensi had helped her mother into the hospital. Although she owed him a debt of gratitude, guilt still lingered in her heart, reaching its zenith. "You don't have to apologize to me." Song Yun released her, bowing his head and wiping away his tears with the back of his hand, speaking softly, "Because no matter what you do, I will never blame you." Taken aback by his display of strength, Jiang Yu gazed at Song Yun and earnestly replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, this matter is my fault. I will try to help with whatever comes next." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yun paused his hand that was drying his tears, his pupils darting as if a thought struck him. He lifted his head, revealing a tear-streaked yet endearing face. "Then I want to kiss you." In a fit of defiance, Jiang Yu inhaled deeply and playfully flicked his forehead with her finger, exclaiming in exasperation, "Is there nothing else on your mind but kissing?" "There is." The boy raised his hand, rubbing his forehead with a pitiful expression, his amber eyes sincerely fixed on hers. "I also want to share a bed with you, and I wish to be with you forever, wanting you to always be my leading lady." "Be quiet." Upon hearing share a bed, Jiang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. She interrupted him, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Once assured, she sighed in relief. "Let us head back." "So, am I being rejected once again?" Song Yun lowered his gaze as he stood up, trailing beside the girl. Jiang Yu was reluctant to delve into that topic. She took out her phone to hail a taxi. At this early hour, vehicles were scarce. While waiting, she noticed the boy holding 2 boxes standing obediently beside her, his nose twitching with suppressed breaths. "Is this for me?" She changed the subject. Recalling the matter, Song Yun opened the boxes and took out a dainty touchscreen watch. "Yes. If you long press the button on the side, it will automatically alert." Of course, if you wish, you can also call me on it. Moreover, it is embedded with the latest chip developed by Company D, which ensures excellent signal reception capabilities even in desolate and remote areas, allowing for precise location tracking. He gazed down at his watch, his demeanor earnest as he spoke. The gentle morning sunlight quietly broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon his refined features, rendering his already clear eyes even more transparent and enigmatic. "Why are you giving me this?" Jiang Yu found herself perplexed, as it did not align with Song Yun's usual style. Song Yun lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly at her, a shy smile gracing his lips. "Because incidents in the women's restroom will no longer occur. As long as you call me, no matter where I am, I will rush to your side." "Ah, and this as well," Song Yun added, opening another box to reveal a phone strap he had crafted himself. The upper part is wide, while the lower part is slender and round, ensuring both aesthetic appeal and comfort. So even if Yu wears clothes without pockets, she can hold her phone wherever she goes. "So, you came yesterday just to deliver this?" Jiang Yu stared blankly at the watch, her throat feeling as though it were obstructed by a lump of cotton, discomfort mingling with bitterness. Recalling how she had scolded him the previous day, Song Yun lowered his head like a chastised puppy and murmured, "I'm sorry. I wanted to bring you this watch as soon as I got it. What if I had missed this moment? What if? It's my fault. I should be the one apologizing." "No, I'm simply Yu's dog," he replied, bending down to take the girl's hand, pressing it against his smooth face. He gazed into her eyes, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "No matter what Yu does to me, there is no need for apologies. I will forever love only Yu, eternally loyal to Yu." Jiang Yu silently observed Song Yun, her heart, once calm like a still pond, now stirred by a soft breeze, creating ripples of emotion. Her lips moved, and she heard her own voice. Only one kiss is permitted. Chapter 51. I promise not to speak in the fleeting moment of utterance. Regret washed over her. Just before Song Yun led her into his dormitory, her remorse peaked. How could she have been so impulsive to agree? Stepping into a room adorned with her portraits, Song Yun displayed no sign of hesitation. He closed the door, eagerly cradled her face in his hands, and leaned in to kiss her. His cool lips brushed against hers, his nimble tongue parting her lips like a serpent, greedily entwining and savoring her own. The boy's unique scent of tranquil pine enveloped her completely. With a satisfied sigh, Song Yun intertwined his breath with hers, deepening their kiss with increasing fervor, as if he sought to meld her into his very being. Jiang Yu, caught in the intensity of the kiss, felt her breath quicken, her head growing dizzy. She reached out with her right hand to push him away, pleading, "Enough, that's enough." Yet, the usually gentle Song Yun continued to suckle on her tongue, gripping her right wrist and pinning it behind her back, forcefully pressing against her lower back. As he kissed her fervently, he advanced, compelling Jiang Yu to retreat until her calves met the edge of the bed, her body yielding to gravity as she tumbled onto it. Song Yun knelt on either side of her, arching his body and kissing her neck. His cool hand met her warm skin, igniting a rush of blood to her head, even her nerve endings quivering in response. As a masterful comic artist, he was well-versed in human anatomy, acutely aware of a person's sensitive spots. Under his teasing touch, Jiang Yu soon found herself breathless and overwhelmed. Jiang Yu had always perceived Song Yun as somewhat naive, yet the creator of globally beloved comics must possess a broad knowledge base. He had undoubtedly perused various genres, including suggestive literature from both Eastern and Western cultures. Moreover, with an IQ that was astonishingly high, having entered college at the tender age of 9. His intellect remained intact despite his emotional detachment following a traumatic event. With an intense gaze, Song Yun's penetrating eyes fixated on Jiang Yu's gradually unfocused black orbs. "At last, I've captured you, my muse." Jiang Yu struggled to maintain a shred of rationality. "Wait, there is no protection." "Yes," Song Yun murmured, kissing her collarbone, his arm reaching out to explore the tabletop, retrieving something before retreating. Noticing the look of confusion in her eyes, he hoarsely explained. "Song Wensi said it would come in handy, and I should buy it. On the eve of the school year." It was Summer Yin who had purchased the item from that supermarket, the same cashier who, during checkout, had seen the Durex on the counter and instructed her brother to get his size. Song Wincy believed it might prove useful one day. So why not buy it now, for good luck? What if her brother succeeded? As Song Yin prepared to remove his pants, Jiang Yu swallowed hard, realizing that not only men think with their lower halves, women do too. Just then, the distinctive ringtone of Summer Yan's WeChat notification pierced through the moment, causing Jiang Yu's heart to lurch, her mind snapping back to clarity. What was she just about to do? She hadn't even broken up with Summer Yin yet. Song Yin, put your pants back on, Jiang Yu urged, hastily dressing herself as she sat up on the bed. She glanced at her phone. The call had not connected. Yet the persistent ringing continued, echoing through the room. Song Yin pressed her thin lips together, realizing that there was no opportunity left. Reluctantly, she put on her pants and sat beside the girl, wrapping her arms around her waist and resting her chin on her shoulder. Her gaze fixed blankly on the phone screen. Jiang Yu, feeling guilty, prepared to leave Song Yun's dormitory to take the call outside. Yu. Song Yun did not release her grip, innocently inquiring, "Are you sure you want to go out now?" The girl's complexion was flushed, her hair disheveled, her lips swollen, and marks of affection adorned her neck. Jiang Yu was aware that it was not the right moment to step outside. Yet she feared that if she did not answer the call, Xia Yin might come directly over, and that would spell disaster for her. You can take the call here. Song Yin nuzzled her neck, her tone innocent. I promise I won't say a word. Chapter 52. The contractual lover. The boy's demeanor was so innocuous that the girl accepted his suggestion without a second thought. In the VIP waiting room of the pet hospital, Xia Yin sat composedly to one side, his delicate lashes casting shadows over his amber eyes, which coldly surveyed the unanswered call on his phone. Just as he furrowed his brow, the call connected. Xia Yin? The girl's voice was laced with an inexplicable rasp, her breath seemingly uneven, tinged with a hint of panting. It's nothing. I wanted to ask, with the National Day approaching, would you like to come over to play? Or shall I come to you? No, Jiang Yu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her refusal. She quickly softened her tone to amend. I have things to attend to during the National Day, and if you come, I won't be able to spend time with you. Heavens! If Xia Yin came to see her, wouldn't he discover that she had concealed her relationship? Yet, this was not even the gravest concern. The more pressing issue was that Song Yun's matter would also come to light. She recalled that day at the comic convention when Xia Yin had been particularly erratic, his behavior far from normal. Moreover, a man of Xia Yin's pride would surely not tolerate being cuckolded even if he had lost interest in her. Wouldn't she face severe repercussions? At this moment, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of fear. She had underestimated the situation. Initially, she thought that a man like Xia Yin, affluent, handsome, and possessing an enviable physique, would soon tire of her, leading to a breakup. In truth, when Xia Yin had driven away, she had already mentally accepted their separation, believing it merely a matter of time. This was why she had felt no guilt in agreeing to Song Wincy's request to keep an eye on her brother. Who would have thought Xia Yin would make a sudden return? Damn, hadn't he been growing increasingly aloof? Why would he want to spend a National Day with her? As if it were some prelude to a breakup date? The more Jiang Yu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, affluent individuals often value the significance of rituals once their material desires are satiated. You carry on with your business. I'll remain by your side, without causing any disruption. The boy's voice rang out, conveying a firm insistence that they must meet during the National Day. Then I shall come to you. I have yet to see Tiananmen, she exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. Suddenly, sounds of pushing and grappling emerged beside the girl, causing Xia Yin to frown even more tightly. What is happening? And noting, It's just that I was looking where I was going and tripped. I'll hang up now and tell you later. The voice was low, as if struggling to suppress something. After the call ended, Xia Yin ran his tongue over his canine teeth, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Given her timid nature, was she truly willing to venture far during the holiday? In other words, would she prefer to travel afar rather than have him visit her at school? The unusual behavior suggested something was afoot. What could possibly be concealed at Jiang Yu's school? Regrettably, several distinguished guests were visiting the school to conduct public lectures over the next few days. leaving no room for a leave of absence. And she dare not stir the waters. She would have to wait until after the National Day to investigate discreetly. However, regardless of what Jiang Yu was hiding, it could not alter the undeniable fact that she remained obediently by his side. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my little furball would have ascended to the feline heavens. The speaker was a petite and delicate girl, her meticulously dark hair cascading down to her waist. On her palm-sized face, a pair of doe-like, crystalline eyes glistened with unshed tears, anxiously directed towards the three individuals before her, or rather, towards the languidly seated, exquisite youth. The dark denim jacket hung loosely around him, while the hint of collarbone visible beneath his white t-shirt added an alluring touch to his demeanor. Lu Xian and Shui Yun exchanged a glance, acknowledging that her plea was directed towards Brother Xia. They leaned back lazily, indifferent to how the girl would express her gratitude. Shi Ninian bit her lip gently and timidly addressed the two bystanders. "May I have a moment alone with classmate Xia?" Earlier that morning, her little fur ball had unexpectedly convulsed, and the taxi she had summoned was delayed. With no other options, she had hailed a random vehicle, only to discover it belonged to the youngest son of the Xia family. Fortune seemed to smile upon her. She decided to take a gamble. Lu Xian, pondering something, pulled Shui Yun away from the VIP consultation room. Shui Yun, understanding his friend's sentiments, followed without question. After all, Lu Xian was known for his chivalrous nature, a true friend to women, deriving genuine affection for them, albeit primarily for those of striking beauty. Inside, Shi Ninian called out to classmate Xia a couple of times before Xia Yin finally noticed someone was addressing him. He lifted his expressionless face from the chat interface, his demeanor revealing little. Had Lu Xian and Shui Yun been present, they would have recognized that Xia Yin was in a particularly foul mood. He often masked his feelings with a smile, even when lost in thought or seething with anger. The absence of a smile indicated a state of discontent so profound that he could not muster the effort to feign cheerfulness. Unaware of this, Shi Ninian assumed his expression was simply his usual demeanor. Timidly, she introduced herself. "Xia, classmate Xia. I am Shi Ninian, and I wish to propose a transaction." Xia Yin glanced at her, mentally retrieving her information. She was the daughter of the Shi family, which had recently faced significant financial troubles. Rumors suggested that her father, now married into the family, intended to marry her off to an older business associate. "Classmate Xia, I understand your family is urging you to find a girlfriend. I assure you, I am well-behaved and won't cause any disturbances. If you're concerned about me clinging to you, we can draft the contract." She paused, but Xia Yin interjected, standing up, "Stop right there, I have a girlfriend." Regardless of whether it was the Xia or by family, both had sparse heirs, and since turning 18, he had been relentlessly pressured to find a partner. In the past, he might have considered her proposal, but now he merely viewed her as somewhat unhinged. Chapter 53. Unfairness. Xia Tong, her voice trembling with desperation, managed to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, her expression a mixture of stubbornness and endurance. Who could resist such a lure? Yet, Xia Yan's mind was consumed with thoughts of what Jiang Yu was concealing from him. The mere thought of her deceit gnawed at his reason, urging him to disregard everything and imprison her, believing that all problems and worries would dissolve, especially since Yu was not one for socializing. But no, that was not an option. The fleeting fierceness in Xia Yan's gaze was quickly subdued. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu stood up, glaring at the boy on the bed. "What were you just doing? You almost gave it away, big brother." This fellow had actually taken advantage of her phone call to reach inside her clothing. "I didn't mean to. I just felt unwell. My body is in distress," Song Yun said, biting his lip in a show of grievance, his androgynous features displaying a pitiful expression. It was hard to deny that he possessed a beauty that blurred gender lines, especially with his thick, tousled curls slightly obscuring his bright, watery eyes, complemented by his fair skin that rendered him utterly innocent and harmless. The guilt Jiang Yu felt for leaving him in the hospital park for an entire night still lingered, and seeing his woeful demeanor made it difficult for her to voice any reprimands. After waiting for the flush on her face to fade completely, she rose and headed outside. With his right leg bent on the bed and his left foot on the floor, Song Yun grasped her hand, pressing his palm against her cheek as he softly inquired. "You're not staying with me for National Day, are you? I need to find Xia Yin," he added, his skin smooth and delicate, reminiscent of a newborn, with a remarkable elasticity that felt delightful to the touch. Jiang Yu, unaccustomed to this intimacy, attempted to withdraw her hand but found it impossible to move. Despite Song Yun's apparent fragility, he was nearly 6 feet tall, and Jiang Yu's body, which would struggle to run 800 meters, could not hope to displace him. He halted the gentle rubbing of his cheek against her palm, tugging her hand lightly, causing Jiang Yu to stumble forward, standing mere inches away from him. "But you said you would accompany me for National Day," he protested, wrapping his arms around her waist, his cheek brushing against her abdomen, pulling her shirt up to reveal her midriff. His cold nose made contact, and his lips began to kiss and lick her skin, much like a playful puppy. Reveling in the moment, Jiang Yu shivered, her breath quickening as she instinctively pushed against Song Yun, knowing full well that her efforts were futile. Song Yun, stop, please." The abdomen was a sensitive and vulnerable area, and the heat of his breath combined with the softness of his touch sent waves of sensation through her, rendering her words incomplete as her legs weakened, threatening to give way. "Jiang Yu, I want to go find Xia Yin with you," Song Yun murmured, his lips still brushing against her skin. "No," Jiang Yu could hardly endure, raising her palm to block his mouth, only for him to kiss and lick her hand in response. As the situation escalated, she could no longer tolerate it and exclaimed, "Song Yun, if you continue like this, I will have your sister take me away." Song Yun, seizing the moment, flung himself onto the bed, burying his head beneath the covers, leaving only his lower half exposed. Jiang Yu was about to utter a response when a muffled voice emerged from the blanket. "Jiang Yu, your words are meaningless. I can no longer trust you." She recalled that just days prior, Song Yun had inquired about her plans for the National Day holiday. She had honestly replied that she intended to spend her time in the dormitory, scrolling through Douyin, reading novels, and playing games. Song Yun then asked if he could join her in the dormitory for the same activities. Initially, she had refused, but her resolve weakened under Song Yun's persistent persuasion, and she eventually consented to his company. This thrilled Song Yun, who envisioned a delightful world for the two of them, offering to massage her shoulders, serve her tea, and, when she became engrossed in her phone, indulging in tender gestures like playing with her hair, kissing the ends, resting his chin on her shoulder, and wrapping his arms around her waist. Now, however, Song Yun felt as if he had returned home to find the food he had longed for all day devoured by someone else. This overwhelming disappointment was unbearable. While the other party remained indifferent, he could only curl up pitifully under the blanket, silently seething with frustration and shedding tears. Even if he were the third party, there should be some order. It was unfair for Xia Yin to cut in line. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. She nudged the sobbing Song Yun, who twisted helplessly, further burying himself in the blanket. Yes, this time she had indeed let him down. What compensation did he seek? She found it exasperating that this young man cried at the drop of a hat. Crying, crying, crying. One's fortune could easily be wept away. Song Yun's self-perceived quiet sobs halted momentarily, and he slowly emerged from the blanket, his tousled curls in disarray, his eyes and nose red from tears, making him utterly endearing. He sniffled and tilted his head, gazing intently at her, tears glistening on his lashes. "Then I want a kiss." Jiang Yu. Chapter 54. A Journey Through the Capital, Part 1. Song Yun had not fulfilled her request. Upon reflection, he realized he had only promised a kiss initially. Indeed, regardless of how innocuous a man might appear, once in bed, they all reveal the same nature, uttering not a single genuine word. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Song Yun watched the girl leave the dormitory. He propped his left cheek with his hand, slowly lowering his innocent gaze, lost in thought as he stared at the disheveled bed. Suddenly, he lifted his head, clenched his right fist, and struck it against his left palm. He had an epiphany. He needed to purchase a signal jammer to activate during kisses so they would not be interrupted midway by external disturbances, such as a phone call from someone. Without hesitation, Song Yun promptly placed an order online. However, in the following days, Jiang Yu became increasingly busy, with her sophomore courses more than doubling from her freshman year. She not only had to manage her studies, but also care for her mother in the hospital. Initially, Li Yanli had vehemently refused her assistance, claiming it was merely a minor surgery that she could handle alone, even expressing anger over Jiang Yu's concern. Yet, once Jiang Yu promised not to come, Li Yanli would intermittently send messages of lament, detailing her pains and loneliness in the hospital. Deeply worried, Jiang Yu, having only one mother, was prepared to take immediate leave to visit. But Li Yanli promptly declined, insisting she could manage on her own and that Jiang Yu should focus on her studies, stating that enduring a little discomfort was nothing to fret over. This was the second instance. The first time Jiang Yu had taken leave to help Li Yanli with her hospital registration had been similarly met with resistance. Finally, after numerous back-and-forth exchanges, Jiang Yu's emotions erupted, and she could no longer contain herself, yelling into the phone, "What do you want me to do? If you don't want me to come, then stop complaining and crying to me. Don't let me see it." The other end fell silent, and after a long pause, Li Yanli hung up the call. Jiang Yu sat in a small grove, her dark eyes vacant as she stared at the disconnected call, feeling a sense of numbness within. Song Yun obediently crouched at a distance. As Jiang Yu had requested, he step away while she took the call. After she finished, he noticed her back slightly hunched, exuding an air of helplessness. By the time he approached her, concern etched on his face, he called out softly, "Yu?" Jiang Yu sniffled, rising to her feet. "Let us go, it's time for class." A voice of concern emerged from behind her, prompting her to pause. But she shook her head and continued walking forward. There's nothing to say. Song Yun bit his lip, following her in silence. Throughout the afternoon, as she awaited further messages from Li Yanli that never arrived, a lingering guilt began to stir within Jiang Yu's heart. She requested a 3-day leave from her advisor, who insisted on confirming with Li Yanli before issuing the leave note. Upon receiving the note, Jiang Yu felt a bitter smile tug at her lips. She could not comprehend why it always took her anger to prompt a resolution from the other side. At the hospital, when the girl entered the ward, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Eventually, Li Yanli broke the ice by asking if she had eaten. Mother and daughter conversed as if nothing had transpired. The following afternoon, after Li Yanli underwent surgery, Jiang Yu busied herself with various tasks. With only 2 days remaining until the National Day holiday, the doctor finally granted permission for Li Yanli to be discharged. After Jiang Yu escorted her to the train station, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his dormitory to commence his PowerPoint assignment. As a student in teacher training, the tasks seemed never-ending. On the eve of National Day, with no classes in the afternoon, she bid farewell to Song Yun and boarded the train bound for the capital to meet Xia Yan. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the train station, a throng of people poured out, swiftly dispersing in all directions. 3 tall youths, each standing at nearly 6 feet, huddled together, awkward and wide-eyed. So many people. How can there be this many? Shui Yun, eager to see his sister-in-law, had donned his finest leather jacket from the wardrobe, only to find himself in a disheveled state before even meeting her. After being jostled by a woman with a strong body odor, his brow furrowed, veins bulging, and his deep-set eyes tightly shut before reopening in exasperation. "Xia Ge, if your family is bankrupt, you should let us know. Is it really necessary for your sister-in-law to travel in such a manner? My heavens, today has truly opened my eyes." Although he may not possess the wealth of Xia Yan, who travels by private jet, he has been raised in comfort and luxury. When had he ever witnessed such a scene? "Lu Xian, say something. Why are you so quiet today?" Shui Yun and Lu Xian were typically the epitome of carefree, mischievous young rascals, and under normal circumstances, they would have been engaging in light-hearted banter to liven up the atmosphere. Yet now, Lu Xian was as silent as the grave. Chapter 55, A Journey Through the Capital, Part 2. Xia Yan lowered his head, his fine, scattered hair brushing against his forehead, his expression tinged with a hint of displeasure. The air was thick with a noxious emlang of odors, and a cacophony of sounds surged from every direction. What mode of transportation had Jiang Yu selected? Was this not a slap in the face? Initially, Jiang Yu was uncertain about the day of his arrival and had contemplated purchasing his own ticket, to which he had consented. Yet this was the outcome? Typically, the girl would not accept the money he offered, so every couple of days, he would present her with gold jewelry. Xia Yan, a young master unburdened by financial constraints, was an extreme hedonist. Even if he had but 200 yuan left, he would spend it all on the finest goods. Thus, he found it utterly incomprehensible to fathom Jiang Yu's behavior. In the past, he would have scoffed at such individuals, deeming them hopelessly foolish. Yet now, with Jiang Yu, he felt a pang of sympathy. What had transpired in his life to cultivate such a frugal disposition? Jiang Yu was oblivious to Xia Yan's musings. Aside from the green train, all other modes of transportation from Shenzhen City to the capital exceeded 700 yuan. Perhaps everyone wished to witness the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square during the National Day celebrations, which explained the exorbitant prices. Reluctant to part with her funds, she was saving diligently for a home. At this moment, Jiang Yu huffed as she dragged her suitcase off the train, merging with the throng as they exited. Upon stepping off the platform, her gaze fell upon three young men standing a short distance away. It was not her keen eyesight, but their conspicuous presence that caught her attention. Tall and fair, they resembled rural youths from the 1960s, bewildered and overwhelmed by the urban environment, their eyes wide with confusion and trepidation. One of them, with a buzz cut, held aloft a colorful sign reading, "Welcome the stunning Jiang Yu to the capital." Xia Yan clutched a bouquet of Earl Grey roses. Jiang Yu's steps faltered. Had they not agreed not to come and greet her? The spectacle before her left her lips feeling parched, as she had never before experienced such open and unabashed affection. She felt a blend of warmth and embarrassment. Just then, her gaze collided with a pair of cool, ink-colored eyes. In an instant, those eyes sparkled with mirth, becoming soft and inviting. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting Lu Xian's tousled hair and revealing his prominent brow, while his lips, resembling the delicate petals of a peach, formed the words, "Sister-in-law." At the sound of his call, the other two boys followed his gaze, while passers-by, intrigued by the commotion, instinctively turned their heads back to witness the scene, only to quickly resume their hurried pace. However, this was enough to send Jiang Yu into a near state of public embarrassment, as visions of her kissing Lu Xian under fireworks flooded her mind. She hastily approached the trio, suitcase in tow. "Xia Yan," she called out softly, feeling a bit shy. After a month apart, Xia Yan appeared to have matured significantly. "Sister-in-law, let me take your luggage," Lu Xian said, extending his hand. His fair palm brushed against her fingers, and his elegantly long pinky playfully hooked around hers. A jolt of surprise coursed through Jiang Yu, prompting her to look up instinctively. She caught him, with his back turned to Xia Yan, unabashedly gazing into her eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips as he winked at her. Xia Yan stepped forward, presenting a bouquet to Jiang Yu. "This is for you." "Thank you," the girl replied awkwardly, accepting it with a hint of guilt. "Are you tired?" Xia Yan glanced at the girl's lips, his mouth unconsciously salivating. He swallowed hard, feeling his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. It was astonishing how one person, merely by standing there, could evoke such desire within him. Aware that the girl preferred solitude over crowds, he refrained from leaning down to kiss her, instead smiling as he gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear. His finger brushed against her earlobe before he reluctantly withdrew. "Shall we head to the car?" His amber eyes, filled with a murky intensity, reminded Jiang Yu of memories from 2 months ago that felt as if they were fading away. In a lavish living room, a magnificent crystal chandelier sparkled like a constellation of stars, illuminating the entire space with a radiant glow. The floor was adorned with a thick, hand-woven carpet, while a set of genuine leather sofas occupied the center of the room, where several men sat. Some lounged lazily against the backs of their chairs, others wore half-smirks, and some appeared indifferent, exuding an air of emotional detachment. "Do you know about zombies holding a meeting?" The girl in the center spoke up. The men turned their gazes toward her. Noticing their attention was fixed on this exchange, Jiang Yu softly added, "Visit her homepage. There, she has left a series of enigmatic numbers." Song Yin languidly rested her chin on Jiang Yu's shoulder, blinking. "Yi, what good is that? With this sequence of numbers, you could venture to Antarctica, find the penguins, and enter a mysterious realm filled with like-minded companions." Chapter 56. With a gulp, Jiang Yu allowed Xia Yan to take her wrist and lead her outside. Shui Yun, snapping back to reality from the realization that his sister-in-law was an unremarkable girl. Cheerfully introduced himself. Sister-in-law, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Shui Yun. You can call me Xiao Yun. I've been hanging out with Xia Ge since middle school. His originally rugged features softened into a smile, revealing a hint of youthful innocence in the dimples on his cheeks. Let us add each other on WeChat. When Xia Ge is busy, you can reach out to me and Lu Xian. Jiang Yu felt somewhat awkward with the stranger's enthusiasm. She glanced at Xia Yin, and seeing no objection from him, she reluctantly pulled out her phone to add him on WeChat. What a surprise. This person named Shui Yin seemed like a tough guy. Yet his WeChat name was Please Don't Cry For Me, with an avatar of a black and white anime boy, and his signature read, If you love, love deeply. If you don't harm. It was hard to discern whether this was an abstract expression or genuine sentiment. After adding him on WeChat, she was led by Xia Yin to a Ford E450. The vehicle measured 9.6 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 3.5 meters in height, equipped with a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom. At 2 in the morning, as the girl wished to witness the flag-raising ceremony, the driver was headed towards Tiananmen. Xia Yin observed Jiang Yu, who was slumped in her seat, and extended his arm, gently guiding her to lean against his shoulder. In a husky voice, he murmured, When the car stops, go rest on the bed. His body still emanated a pleasant, fruity fragrance. Jiang Yu instinctively took a few sniffs, only to find 2 boys across from her staring intently. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively tried to lift her head from his shoulder. Xia Yin turned his head slightly, casually addressing the 2 boys to divert their attention. I'll be heading back soon. You guys take good care of you while exploring the capital. All expenses will be on me. With a background like Xia Ge's, it was evident that on the first day of National Day, he would be dining with state leaders. Lu Xian and Shui Yun, both astute, recognized that Xia Ge was hinting at them, and even though they were curious about his sister-in-law, they made sure not to make her feel uncomfortable. It was the first time Shui Yun witnessed Xia Ge caring for someone so deeply, having assumed he was indifferent to romantic relationships. It seemed that no matter how detached one might appear, love could transform even the most aloof into someone as relatable as the rest. Shifting his gaze, Shui Yun jokingly remarked, Xia Ge, you said it yourself, sister-in-law, let us treat Xia Ge to a feast today. Lu Xian chimed in with a playful tone, sister-in-law. Don't feel sorry for Xia Ge. He is quite wealthy. Jiang Yu fidgeted with her fingers, feeling like an invisible person in social settings. For the first time, she was in a position of prominence, with everyone awaiting her response, leaving her momentarily speechless. The girl evidently struggled to adapt to her sudden elevation from the societal bottom to the pinnacle, as they were the ones needing to adjust to her, rather than the other way around. Even if she rolled her eyes and muttered shut up, Shui Yun would only silently marvel at her fiery temper, realizing she was not an easy person to get along with. However, he truly hadn't expected Xia Yin to be attracted to a girl like her. Was the pet hospital Shen Yin Yin not much different from Jiang Yu? Lu Xian had long recognized Jiang Yu's personality. Teasing her was far more enjoyable than flirting with the usual crowd. He gazed intently at Xia Ge and his sister-in-law, nestled closely together, his mind swirling with a myriad of thoughts, while his lips curled into a smile as he recounted the day's itinerary. Xia Yin interjected with a few remarks from time to time. The car swiftly arrived at the parking area near Tiananmen, with only 2 hours remaining until the flag-raising ceremony. Chapter 57. The vehicle came to a halt, and Jiang Yu was assigned to the rear bed for some rest. Xia Yin prepared to return to the old residence, offering a few last words of advice to the 2 younger ones before boarding the departing car. The dawn had yet to break, and a cool summer breeze whispered through the air as a long line formed outside Tiananmen, with everyone eager to stand at the forefront and witness the prosperity of the nation. Outside the RV, Lu Xian reclined lazily against the white railing, his posture slightly hunched as he idly played with his phone. Hey, so you said, his buzz-cut hair a faint shade of orange. He ruffled his head and delivered a solid kick to Lu Xian's backside. Today, you seem particularly off. To hell with you, Lu Xian retorted, putting away his phone and turning to kick Su Yu in return, rolling his eyes. What? Are you going to start your nonsense again? What new theory do you have this time? Their dynamic was always like this, Suyu, with his left hand clasping the watch on his right wrist, pretended to shoot at an imaginary target in the air before rolling onto the ground and kneeling in front of the RV, adjusting his non-existent glasses. As the suspect, Lucian, please answer me. Why are you being so attentive to your sister-in-law? The only truth here is that it's all about flattery. Flatter you, my foot. Lucian cursed, but then a thought crossed his mind, and he raised an eyebrow, casually adding, I was thinking, having the two of us men around her might make her uncomfortable, so I invited Su Yin over. But now that I think about it, I worry you might scare her. Hey, Lu Ge, don't. Suyu emerged from the front of the car, ingratiatingly. We can't let my presence delay your sister-in-law, right? If Lucian was all about looks, then Suyu was the one yearning for a sweet romance. To be honest, Suyu's ability to mingle with Xia Ge came from a robust family background. He didn't possess the standard handsome features, but had a high nose and thin lips, with sharply defined contours that were quite pleasing to the eye. Tall and slender, he often wore work attire and leather jackets that showcased his muscular physique. Yet, for reasons unknown, every relationship he pursued ended with infidelity on the part of the woman. Nevertheless, Suyu never lost hope in love. He grew more resolute with each setback. Lucian smirked slightly. Su Yin is at home. You go fetch her. We'll gather at Xia Ge's villa at 9. All right. Wait. What about your sister-in-law? Suyu hesitated a bit. What are you worried about? Am I not here? Lucian casually glanced at the impatient Suyu, a slight smile playing at his lips. Your sister-in-law is quite socially anxious. One person is enough. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Miss this opportunity, and it may not come again. Suyu clenched his fist and playfully punched Lucian on the shoulder. Lu Ge, you're something else. You always call me a fool, but in a critical moment like this, you think of me. I want to thank you verbally. From now on, when you flirt, I'll be your dedicated wingman, causing no more chaos. I'll leave your sister-in-law to you. I'm off to fetch Su Yin. Sure, Lucian replied, his gaze deepening as he smiled. I will take good care of her. His voice carried a teasing undertone, and Suyu, not overthinking, hailed a cab and departed. Jiang Yu reclined on the bed of the camper, having already indulged in sufficient sleep on the train. Initially, she intended to remain awake, but in order to avoid conversing with the two youths, she succumbed to the allure of rest. To her surprise, she fell into slumber almost immediately after closing her eyes. Jiang Yu. She felt a gentle finger prodding her cheek. Rolling over, she attempted to evade the intrusion. Lazy cat, it's time to rise. Otherwise, you shall miss the flag-raising ceremony. The voice chimed, clear and laced with mirth. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Yu abruptly opened her eyes. Sitting up, she beheld Lucian on the floor, his elbows propped on the bed, chin resting in his palms, gazing at her with a playful smile. He pronounced each syllable with deliberation. Jiang, it's been a long time. Jiang Yu wished to avoid being alone in his presence, and chose to ignore him, yearning to depart. Yet, as she moved, Lucian swiftly rose, one knee on the bed while the other remained on the floor, his robust arms firmly braced on either side of her. Leaning closer, his obsidian eyes captured her gaze, and he murmured softly throughout our journey, your pretense of unfamiliarity has saddened me. Clearly, he extended his tongue to lick his lips, savoring a memory, and smiled radiantly. We have shared moments of great intimacy, have we not? Chapter 58. The proximity was stifling, with his arms propped behind her, confining her within a narrow space, leaving her nowhere to escape. Lucian, have you lost your mind? Jiang Yu could hardly believe the audacity of the man before her, repeatedly warning, I'm her sister-in-law. Are you not afraid of me telling Xia Yin? The last time they kissed, why didn't you inform Brother Xia? He drew even closer, his breath carrying a distinct masculine scent, weaving around her. Let me guess, are you contemplating breaking up with Brother Xia? After all, you seem intent on erasing his existence at school, or perhaps you have found a new suitor, as Song Yun is far easier to manipulate than Brother Xia. With each word he uttered, Jiang Yu's complexion paled further, especially upon hearing the name Song Yun. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively exclaimed, How do you know about Song Yun? Hadn't T-Song Wensi stated that Song Yun was abroad for treatment? How could he possibly know that Song Yun had not left the country, but was instead at Tengzhong Normal University? You need not concern yourself with how I know. But considering Brother Xia's temperament, once he discovers that not only have you betrayed him, but also made a fool of him. What do you think his retribution will entail? You may not be aware, but Xia Yan's mother is the daughter of the founding hero by Jiang Wo, and his paternal lineage flourished during the Southern Song dynasty. To put it plainly, when a nation was established, the government borrowed money from the Xia family. If the country were likened to a gaming server, the Xia family would be one of the significant investors in creating that server. Though the Song family is merely a beta player, the influence of the Lin clan is not to be underestimated. Jiang Yu stood frozen. By Jiang Wo, the very figure she encountered in her history books? Lu Xian raised a hand, grasping her chin with the edge of his thumb, and in the moment of her astonishment, he tilted his head and kissed her softly. The touch of their lips brought him the long-desired softness, and a satisfied sigh escaped his throat. Releasing her chin, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her body close against him. Since their separation, he had dreamt nightly of her beneath him, her tears and pleas for mercy, yet he had never ceased. Once indifferent to power, Lu Xian found himself consumed by a maddening jealousy towards Xia Yan and Song Yun. The kiss deepened, and as Jiang Yu finally regained her senses and struck at him, Lu Xian, seemingly anticipating her reaction, withdrew just in time to evade her biting tongue. "All right," he said, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yu's hair, revealing a charming little canine tooth in his smile. "If we don't hurry, we might miss the flag-raising ceremony. This is sexual harassment." I. What will you do? Tell Xia Yan, or Song Yun, or perhaps the police?" Lu Xian left the bed, straightened his disheveled clothes, and knelt down, his icy hand grasping her ankle and slowly helping her into her shoes. Even if you inform Xia Yan, he remains merely a student. The older generation will not intervene in the emotional affairs of the younger. At most, his father would send me abroad, distancing me from the epicenter of power, offering an apology to the Xia family. He lowered his gaze, speaking nonchalantly. "So, how will you, so powerless, confront Xia Yan's wrath? Surely you are not naive enough to think of calling the police?" After helping the girl put on her shoes, he lifted his head, his smile shimmering like the surface of the water, yet his lips bore the malice of a demon. "You should have known that calling the police is futile when you watch the news." Jiang Yu gazed at the man whose smile was radiant, her lips pressed tightly together, her hands unconsciously clenched. Suddenly, she realized something. Whether it was Xia Yan, Lu Xian, or Song Yun, Song Wensi, no matter how they disguised themselves, their indifference towards human life was chilling, an inherent coldness that could not be concealed. Chapter 59. If time were to rewind, would she still flirt with Xia Yan? It seems that this was never a decision within her grasp. It merely appeared harmonious because of her own willingness. Jiang Yu gently extricated herself from Lu Xian's supportive hand and rose to her feet, her heart in turmoil, silently hoping that Xia Yan's affections were merely a fleeting game. Lu Xian casually tucked his hands into his pockets and shrugged. "Let us go." Outside, only a portly driver awaited. Where was that unconventional crew-cut fellow? "Are you looking for Shuiyin?" Lu Xian, holding a Hasselblad camera, leisurely explained, "Neither of us men can fathom the thoughts of you women, so I sent him to fetch Su Yin to accompany you." She remained silent as Lu Xian adjusted his camera, guiding her through the serpentine lines directly to the front of the security checkpoint. "Stop frowning," he said, pressing the shutter, his gaze lifting to the girl before him whose face bore no smile. "No matter how rugged and fraught the journey ahead may be, at least you are experiencing the flag-raising ceremony you have longed for, are you not? When you look back on your first visit to Tiananmen, it should evoke joyful memories." Jiang Yu glanced over, noticing him tilt his head and raise an eyebrow at her. She felt both threatened and uplifted by his words. He had said it all. After all, he was like a father to her. Regardless, witnessing the flag-raising ceremony for the first time, especially on National Day, was indeed a reason to rejoice. She momentarily set aside her anxieties about the future and immersed herself fully in the experience. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the mist, the dashing flag-guarding squad marched with disciplined vigor from the Tiananmen Gate. They followed the central axis, crossing the Golden Water Bridge towards the flag-raising platform in the square. The stirring strains of the March of the Volunteers resonated, and with the rhythm of the music, the flag bearer vigorously lifted the national flag, causing the bustling crowd to fall silent, followed by a harmonious chorus. Jiang Yu found herself singing along involuntarily, her eyes growing moist without her realizing it. She was but a small figure, concerned only with her own little patch of land. Yet tears brimmed her eyes as she felt a profound pride for her flourishing nation. Lu Xian had a penchant for beauty and sometimes wondered why he had developed feelings for someone who did not fit conventional standards of attractiveness. Yet now, he found the girl before him surprisingly captivating. He swiftly captured this moment. In the car heading to the villa, after Jiang Yu's various protests, Lu Xian contentedly wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his handsome face in her neck, and whimsically murmured, "I'm so tired. Knowing you were coming, I haven't slept well for several days. I'll take a little nap." With that, he closed his eyes, his warm breath gently tickling her neck, causing a tingle. As Jiang Yu shifted, Lu Xian rubbed his face against her neck, particularly enjoying the coolness of his nose against her warm skin, sending a shiver through her body. Ultimately, Lu Xian's fresh and clean features dictated her tolerance. Were he an unattractive man, she would have confessed everything to Xia Yan, even if it meant facing dire consequences. After all, the harassment from unattractive men is far more severe than the revenge of Xia Yan. However, if it were a pure-hearted man, she could endure it more than the vengeance of Xia Yan. Jiang Yushang sat in a state of disillusionment, her gaze vacant, contemplating her next steps. Did Lu Xian genuinely care for her? It didn't seem likely, for upon their first meeting, his admiration for beautiful and sophisticated women was quite evident. It was improbable that after just a few encounters, he would develop affection for an ordinary girl devoid of remarkable qualities. Could it be the thrill of secrecy that attracted him? The allure of a clandestine romance behind his close friend's back? This possibility held merit, as those of affluence often seek stimulation in their lives, having their every desire fulfilled. There was little to worry about, as long as she distanced herself from Xia Yan. Regardless of whether it was the thrill or some other reason, everything would eventually return to a semblance of normalcy. Lacking a divine perspective, the girl believed that the chaos stemmed from Xia Yan, and once she severed ties with him, she could exit that social circle and regain her tranquil existence. Encircled by Lu Xian's embrace, Jiang Yu was unable to scroll through her phone. After a while, her cheek rested against Lu Xian's soft hair, caught between sleep and wakefulness. Sensing the touch above her, Lu Xian, with his eyes closed, smiled subtly and held her even tighter. The moment the car came to a halt, Lu Xian opened his eyes, revealing a pair that sparkled with clarity, devoid of any remnants of slumber. Chapter 60. The villa. He stirred slightly, and Jiang Yu yawned, waking from his slumber to see Lu Xian. Instantly, he became fully alert. Upon noticing her vigilant gaze, Lu Xian felt a flutter in her heart and could not resist reaching out to gently stroke her head. How utterly adorable she was. Jiang Yu unfastened his seatbelt and rose to exit the vehicle. He followed her with a smile, feeling as if even a playful slap from the girl would carry the fragrance of blossoms. Outside, the villa showcased a modern minimalist design, characterized by an all-glass structure with smooth, swift lines, blending metal and white stone seamlessly. In front lay a vast lawn featuring a large outdoor trampoline, adjacent to a beautifully arranged private swimming pool, surrounded by colorful LED lights. Shui Yun and Su Yin were likely inside, and Lu Xian, maintaining a respectful distance, restrained herself in Jiang Yu's presence. Leaning closer to the girl, he whispered, "You go inside first. I'll check the surveillance in the car to see if our unsavory activities were recorded." The casual mention of unsavory carried a hint of amusement in his tone, as if he were playfully nibbling on her earlobe. Jiang Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and shot him a glare, questioning what he meant by unsavory matters. Lu Xian's heart fluttered at his gaze, and suppressing the urge to embrace him, she said, "See you in a bit," before turning towards the car. Jiang Yu glanced at the vehicle and the imposing villa beside him, feeling trapped in indecision. It was hard to believe, but he preferred to stay by Lu Xian's side rather than confront two strangers inside. On the other hand, after dismissing the driver, Lu Xian calmly accessed the surveillance footage and quietly copied the images of her kissing the girl onto her phone before deleting them. She meticulously checked to ensure nothing had been transferred to other storage devices. Once satisfied, she leisurely exited the car and, upon seeing Jiang Yu outside, his brown eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Waiting for me?" Realizing how unlikely that was, given her shy nature, he was amused by his own foolish thoughts. With a carefree demeanor, he placed his elbow on her shoulder and said, "Let us go inside." Jiang Yu hesitated, but then followed him in. Ascending the steps, they arrived at the villa's entrance, where a frameless glass door revealed an expansive foyer, brilliantly illuminated and exceedingly spacious. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows invited the outdoor scenery inside, allowing a panoramic view of the surroundings. "Li Shu, this is Jiang Yu, Xia Yan's girlfriend," Lu Xian introduced simply. The butler, having been informed by the young master that a female host would be moving in today, was prepared for the occasion. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the girl's ordinary appearance. Yet, considering the young master's fastidious nature, he felt a sense of gratitude that she could endure it. "Hello, miss. I am the butler here. I have been taking care of the young master since he was 14. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything," Li Shu said, slightly bowing, his face adorned with a warm and humble smile. Jiang Yu remained unaware that Li Shu had been specifically reassigned from the old residence to care for her. In her daily management of over 100 individuals, whether handling routine affairs or communicating with external suppliers, as well as coordinating with drivers, gardeners, cleaners, chefs, and maids, she navigated with remarkable ease. Yet, she found herself captivated by the magnetic aura of the person before her fingers unconsciously grasping the seam of her trousers as she stammered, "You, hello, Stawat Li." Having quickly discerned the girl's temperament, chose not to intrude further. "Miss, Master Lu, I shall take my leave now." Master Lu Xian inclined his head slightly, indicating his understanding. Jiang Yu remained immersed in the revelation that the other party had been caring for Xia Yan since the tender age of 14. 14? That was not child labor, was it? Lu Xian cast a sidelong glance at her, his clear brown eyes shimmering with elegance. He was oblivious to the girl's thoughts, and simply remarked, "Shall we proceed inside?" The interior featured a striking contrast between the gray marble tiles underfoot and the white walls, offering a simplistic yet layered aesthetic. Two individuals were seated on a light gray modular sofa, facing a suspended glass coffee table adorned with a fine-boned china tea set and an exquisite three-tiered pastry stand, accompanied by an artfully arranged fruit platter. A woman, cradling a bone china teacup, took a delicate sip of black tea, and the rich aroma of muscat grapes instantly enveloped the air. "Sister-in-law, Lu Xian, you have finally arrived. I thought you had ventured into another realm," exclaimed Shui Yun, rising immediately upon spotting them. The seated woman gracefully set down her teacup and stood up with measured poise. Chapter 61. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled. The woman before her could only be described with one word: intellectual elegance. She wore a light blue and white long dress, adorned with a delicate luxury clavicle chain that rested gracefully on her swan-like neck. A pair of three-dimensional butterfly embellishments lightly perched at her collarbone. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her back, revealing an oval face with a subtly curved cherry blossom mouth, exuding the essence of a cool and graceful older sister. "Brother-in-law, this is Su Yin," Shui Yun introduced. "Su Yin, this is Xia Ji's girlfriend, Jiang Yu. She just want to watch the flag-raising ceremony with Lu Xian and mentioned you." Ignoring Shui Yun, Su Yan's phoenix-like eyes settled on Jiang Yu as she slowly approached her. It was only when the girl felt overwhelmed and considered retreating that Su Yin lightly smiled and greeted her. "Hello, I'm Su Yin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Faced with such a refined and cultured woman, Jiang Yu swallowed hard, nodded, and stammered, Hello, I'm Jiang Yu. I'm also very pleased to meet you." Shui Yun, unfazed by being overlooked by the beauty, casually twirled the car keys in his hand and cheerfully inquired, "Now that you've met sister-in-law, are you going up to rest or going out for some fun?" With a nonchalant tone, she replied, "I'm not tired." Shui Yun picked up his phone from the table, arranging plans as he walked. "Then we shall first go shopping at the mall, followed by dining at the luxurious Imperial restaurant. In the afternoon, we'll relax at Yijing Lanting with a bath and sauna. If Xiago isn't returning in the evening, we'll dine in the Sky Garden, as the view there is splendid." After dinner, we can go racing at the 9037 hillside, Lu Xian interjected. That is best left for Xiaogu to take you. Right, sister-in-law. You haven't yet ridden in Xiaogu's car, have you? His modified Ferrari 812 is incredibly handsome. With that sound and cornering technique, it's impressive. Shui Yun's enthusiasm surged at this topic. Jiang Yu hesitated, feeling overwhelmed by the packed schedule of activities that seemed to surpass half a year's worth of outings. Would the following days be as filled with engagements? Su Yin, recalling something, asked, by the way, is there a private shopping experience at the mall? Of course there is. Lu Xian replied, his hands in his pockets as he walked at the back, his long lashes dropping as he gazed at someone's silhouette. Since Xiaogu is treating, we will do whatever is most comfortable. Jiang Yu was bewildered, wondering what a private shopping experience meant. However, she would soon discover that it entailed a mall reserved solely for their service. The Six Shopping Center featured an entrance crafted from a single massive piece of crystal glass, with several rows of tall, well-built men in black suits standing guard outside. On the first day of National Day, the interior was devoid of any patrons. Lu Xian, Shui Yun, and Su Yin, accustomed to frequenting high-end venues, appeared remarkably relaxed. In contrast, Jiang Yu's body felt as taut as a bowstring, especially upon inadvertently glancing at the price tag of a garment that made her gasp, 60,000. A single piece of clothing for 60,000? Wasn't that outright daylight robbery? Noticing her quick motion of picking up and hastily putting down a dress, Su Yin inquired, is it not to your liking? At that moment, the three store attendants stood aside, awaiting instructions, their attention drawn by the sound. The two men seated on the sofa also turned their gaze in that direction. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, nodded slightly, expressing his discontent. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's previously lackluster expression transformed into one of vibrant enthusiasm. For her, a student of fashion design, selecting outfits for others and adorning them beautifully was an immensely enjoyable endeavor. Allow me to assist you in your selection, she offered. Simultaneously, the two men on the sofa appeared to share her newfound interest, particularly Lu Xian, who felt a profound despair regarding Jiang Yu's fashion sense. What in the world was she wearing? Hadn't Summer ever bought her clothes? It was nothing but cheap t-shirts paired with jeans. Arriving in the capital city, was she to rely solely on t-shirts and jeans? Did her wardrobe consist of nothing else? Chapter 62. Jiang Yu found it difficult to refuse, especially upon hearing that all expenses would be covered by Xia Yin, so she allowed them to proceed. After all, one should not pass up a bargain. Su Yin remarked, look at this refreshing light green cami dress. It suits you perfectly. Lu Xian added, and you could layer it with a cream-colored lace dress. Shui Yin interjected, what is your taste? Look at this, black underlay paired with a green fitted leather jacket and complemented by purple leather pants. How cool and stylish would that be? Jiang Yu rarely wore skirts, especially not camisoles. She recalled a day when she had purchased one, but had never dared to wear it outside, leaving it to gather dust in her wardrobe. Occasionally, while tidying her clothes, she would try it on for a moment in front of the mirror, only to promptly take it off again. Faced with Su Yan's recommendation, she hesitated. She was not accustomed to such attire, and the thought of her underarm hair made her feel self-conscious. But upon seeing Shui Yun's ensemble, her vision momentarily darkened. Big brother, you're tall and handsome, so let it look good on you, but I'm short and do not look good in such outfits. Shui Yun's face was filled with anticipation as he looked around for affirmation of his taste. Why is no one speaking? Lu Xian replied, it's hard to evaluate. Su Yin shook her head. Indeed, very difficult. Shui Yun felt disheartened, but when he noticed Jiang Yu's blank expression, he brightened. They all have questionable taste. Sister-in-law, you must think it looks great, right? Jiang Yu was so startled that she shook her head vigorously, fearing that if she hesitated for even a moment, the dress would end up on her. It's not nice. After a brief silence in store, Lu Xian burst into laughter, followed by Su Yin, who approached the dazed girl and teased. So you can refuse too. Jiang Yu's character was not hard to read. One glance was enough to understand her nature. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze and fidgeted with her fingers in silence. Just try it, Lu Xian said as he approached and handed her Su Yin's light green floral cami dress along with the lace dress he was holding. Seeing that the lace dress could cover her arms, making it less revealing. Jiang Yu accepted it and stepped into the circular fitting room. The fabric of the cami was incredibly smooth and weightless, even more so than silk. She couldn't help but caress it a few times before shedding her current attire and slipping into the cami, which reached mid-calf. The straps snugly embraced her chest, and the back zipper was quite low, requiring her to pull it up from her waist. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, struggling to get her hands behind her back to pull it up. Suddenly, a pair of cool, large hands grasped her own. Startled, she looked up to meet Lu Xian's gaze in the mirror, which held a hint of aggression. He wore a fleeting smile. See, which young lady is facing some difficulty? Jiang Yu's mind momentarily short-circuited as she incredulously asked, "Are you out of your mind? Where are Shui Yun and Su Yan?" "Don't worry." Lu Xian licked his lips, fluttered his exquisitely long eyelashes, leaned down, and kissed the girl at the base of her spine. The delicate lips traced along the spine, kissing and licking up to the side of the neck, with a thumb pressed against the back, while the index and middle fingers grasped the zipper, pulling upward along the path of kisses. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted as if electrified, her body involuntarily shuddering. They ventured to other shops to select jewelry. With Lu Xian positioned behind the girl, extending a hand to lift her chin, stretching her neck into a graceful arc. He tilted his head to kiss the center of her neck. Jiang Yu was compelled to tilt her head back, staring at the ceiling, nearly driven to madness. Lu Xian. "Enough! Please stop kissing. When Su Yin chose a strap for you, I longed to do this." Lu Xian's other arm encircled the girl's waist. Undeniably enticing. "Do you know why Brother Xia enjoys kissing your neck?" Jiang Yu, breathless from the kisses, instinctively tilted her neck and asked, "Why?" "The neck is the most vulnerable part of the human body, warm and alluring, irresistibly beckoning one to lick and nibble." Lu Xian chuckled softly, as if he had mastered a great beast, gripping the prey by its neck, completely in control of its life and death, instilling a profound sense of security. Without leaving marks on her skin, he held her chin to tilt her head and, without hesitation, captured her lips from behind. Chapter 63. Jiang Yu found herself unwittingly leaning against the mirror, her head tilted back as she endured the fervent, lingering kiss from the young man behind her. Their lips entwined. His left arm tightened around her waist until she struggled to breathe. Lu Xian released her chin, flipping her over, and encircled her waist with both arms, burying his face in the crook of her neck as he gasped for air. Jiang Yu was not in a much better state, her gaze slightly glazed. She leaned against the boy, her breath quickening. Ruo, do you know what you resemble?" Lu Xian, breath unsteady, lifted his head, his eyes tinged with a faint crimson at the corners, cradling half of her face in his left hand, compelling her to meet his gaze filled with unmasked, fervent desire. Still dazed from the recent kiss, Jiang Yu stared blankly at him, his eyes ensnaring hers, his long, dark lashes fluttering gently. His thumb caressed her cheek, his voice low and ethereal, as if it had drifted from the depths of antiquity, light yet profoundly resonant, akin to a poison that, once touched, ensnares one in an unending addiction. Lu Xian had not been oblivious to the girl's peculiar demeanor. He had attempted to resist. After relocating from Sheng and City to the capital, he had ceased all contact with her and even sought out a Taoist for guidance. Despite feeling as though his entire being was being gnawed at by invisible insects and his bones shattered, he refrained from reaching out to her, suppressing the urge to send her a message. The subsequent pain became unbearable, and even witnessing Xia Gu conversing with her evoked an insatiable jealousy. Yet, he believed he would gradually recover, absolving himself of any guilt towards Xia Gu. However, upon learning that the girl would be visiting during the National Day holiday, he realized that the agony had never truly dissipated. Instead, he had merely grown accustomed to it, leading others to believe he had moved on. Their reunion made it clear to him that once addiction takes hold, it burrows deep within one's marrow, etching itself indelibly into the soul, impossible to relinquish. The kiss within the mobile home was unrestrained, and Lu Xian relinquished his internal struggles and doubts, surrendering to his desires, determined to seize and claim her. Even if it meant succumbing to some curse or acknowledging her extraordinary abilities, he accepted it all. The anguish of separation was unbearable. The inability to touch her was even more torturous. He loved her. Lu Xian loved Jiangyu. He loved her enough to willingly become her captive, relishing in the chains that bound him, willingly handing over the freedom they represented into her hands. As long as her sacred touch gently tugged at the chains, he would humbly kneel before her, kissing the tops of her feet. Yet, Lu Xian was not a devoted disciple. He greedily fixated on her lips, brazenly gazing at her figure, his mind filled with indecent thoughts, consumed by an insatiable desire to defile her, to satiate his uncontrollable lust. At the Van Cleef Arpels boutique, Su Yin perused the bracelets while Shui Yun stood nearby, chattering away in an attempt to capture her attention, but the girl remained languid and uninterested. Just as Shui Yun began to feel awkward, his keen eyes caught sight of his sister-in-law and Lu Xian entering, one after the other. "Sister-in-law, you've arrived. By the way, have you and Su Yin been sneaking off to indulge without me?" Jiangyu halted her steps, a pang of guilt striking her heart. As Lu Xian sauntered over from behind, he playfully teased her little finger, seemingly brushing against it before promptly releasing it. He languidly settled onto a nearby high stool, his long legs casually bent, resting one foot on the bar below. With his elbow propped against the counter, the back of his hand supported his smooth, fair cheek. His eyes, as delicate as a painted landscape, flickered with a teasing glimmer as he cast a sidelong glance at the anxious girl before leisurely turning his gaze to Shui Yun. Adopting a rather mischievous tone, he remarked, "What is the story? Both of your lips are so red. Did you two indulge in something spicy on the third floor? Yet, there is not a hint of flavor. Your work is rather commendable." Shui Yun leaned closer to Lu Xian, intent on prying open his mouth to catch a whiff, only to be thwarted by a swift hand that pushed him away. The notion of sneaking a taste took on a literal meaning, and Jiangyu let out a sigh of relief. Yet a wave of anxiety washed over him. Wouldn't he that reveal everything if they went upstairs? Lu Xian rolled his eyes, unfazed and unflustered, retorting, "You fool, I took my sister-in-law to try some lipsticks. After several unsatisfactory attempts, I came to find you." This statement was rather clever. If his sister-in-law was dissatisfied with the lipstick shop, Shui Yun would certainly refrain from revisiting a place that did not meet her approval. "Then what about your lips?" Shui Yun inquired. "My lips have been chapped lately, so I tried a lip balm. What is wrong with that? No wonder it took you so long to arrive." Shui Yun was completely convinced, as Lu Xian's aesthetic sensibilities could never align with Jiang Yu's. Even if the two shared a bed, as long as Lu Xian provided an explanation, Shui Yun would believe in their innocence. Su Yin, holding a bracelet, gazed in their direction, sensing something odd, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort. After contemplating for a moment without clarity, she chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 64. This brief interlude swiftly passed. Jiang Yu had presumed that he and Su Yin would struggle to connect, given the vast chasm in their knowledge and perspectives. However, when the conversation turned to the plight of women, they found an unexpected harmony. Su Dan Asa, I have never subscribed to the notion that women inherently possess the capacity to love. Terms like gentle, soft, inherently beautiful, and kind-hearted are merely moral shackles cloaked in sweetness. They are akin to the ideals of the virtuous wife and dutiful mother. These notions serve others rather than the self. Jiang Yu felt enlightened, realizing that while one may commend an individual's kindness and understanding, it should not be generalized to encompass all women, lest it become a form of constraint and bondage. In the opulent confines of the luxurious private palace known as the Xie Mansion, Su Yin savored her meal with an air of elegance, a subtle chill lingering in her expression. After swallowing her food, she leisurely prepared to articulate her next thought. Jiang Yu, captivated, gazed at her with adoration as he dined. However, Shui Yun, dissatisfied, set down her chopsticks and interjected, with all the male disdain prevalent online, "It can't be as difficult as you suggest." Let us clarify. Male disdain refers to a man who is clean, handsome, respectful towards women, abstains from smoking and drinking, is polite, industrious, and well-educated, yet harbors a deep-seated aversion simply because he is male. Conversely, even the most accomplished and attractive woman is often belittled and scorned by men solely due to her gender. This is what constitutes female disdain. In truth, There are far fewer women who disdain men, while disdain for women is rampant among both genders. This requires no further elaboration. The terms abandoning female infants and favoring males over female suffice to illustrate my point. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he was nearly entranced by Su Yan, having become her little devotee. Shui Yun, momentarily speechless, gazed at her in astonishment. Su Yan cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Additionally, I do not fancy you. Please refrain from wasting my time with your nonsensical chatter." The atmosphere at the table grew tense and awkward following her statement. Lu Xian, playfully tapping his chin with his tongue, stood up and cheerfully attempted to lighten the mood. "Come on, let me take a photo of you two to send to Xiaoge." At the Capital Assembly Hall, located in the heart of District 2, the grand auditorium was filled to capacity. At the center of the dome, a colossal red, five-pointed star radiated its brilliance, surrounded by 70 golden rays and 40 golden sunflower petals. The hall featured 3 tiers of seating, each level encircling the next, totaling nearly 10,000 seats arranged in a fan shape, ensuring an unobstructed view of the podium from every angle. As political, diplomatic, and cultural activities neared their conclusion, the flashes of reporters' cameras incessantly illuminated the stage. Xia Yan, attired in formal wear and seated in a corner with his jacket unbuttoned, revealed a pristine white shirt adorned with a glimmering metallic clasp at his slim waist. Feeling his phone vibrate, he nonchalantly retrieved it, his calm gaze catching the images sent by Lu Xian, a smirk gracing his lips, adding a touch of allure to his demeanor. Feeling quite pleased, Xia Bei approached and took a seat beside him, her exquisite features radiating an air of refined elegance. "Look, my girlfriend," Xia Yan tilted her phone, revealing a photo that she had never shown to her brother before. This was the first time. Xia Bei lowered her eyes, her long and curled eyelashes accentuating the delicate shape of her eyes. Among the handsome men and beautiful women in the photo, there was a girl who appeared out of place, wearing a cheap t-shirt and sporting an awkward smile that emanated a rustic charm. "Brother, why are you in a daze? Speak up." The puzzled voice prompted the man to raise his head. The bridge of his high nose was adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, adding an air of untouchable aloofness. His slender and elongated fingers gently supported the frame of his glasses, and through the lenses, his light-colored eyes gazed at Xia Yan, calmly responding, "What should I say?" The screech of chairs scraping against the floor signaled the conclusion of this dialogue. Some stood up to leave, while others leisurely tidied their documents, and some engaged in conversations with others. "What do you think of our sister-in-law? For people of our class, she hardly qualifies as ordinary." Chapter 65. Xia Yan's brows instinctively knitted together, an unsettling feeling stirring within her. "Brother, the Qing dynasty has been gone for so many years. What does class even mean? Don't you know that everyone is equal? Furthermore, while Ruoao may not possess striking looks, her inner qualities are truly remarkable. For instance, she is not greedy, rejecting gifts of money and cars, and she embodies kindness and tranquility. She is exceptionally outstanding in every regard." Xia Yan enumerated the girl-esque virtues. Xia Bei's delicate, rosy lips curled slightly, his serene, translucent eyes veiled by long lashes. His right hand casually toyed with a white jade pendant strung on a red cord around his left wrist, his fingertips gently grazing its surface as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, the four who had just finished their meal arrived at Yijing Landing. Su Yan led Jiang Ruo to the changing room to don silk bathrobes, short-sleeved with a subtle V-neck, paired with shorts that barely grazed above the knee. Once dressed, they entered a lavishly private Baroque-style room. Lu Xian and Shui Yun were already there, comfortably seated with their feet in foot baths, attended by masseurs. As soon as the beloved entered, Lu Xian fixed his gaze intently upon her. "Su Yan, sister-in-law, you've arrived." The two young men possessed striking features, the V-neck bathrobes accentuating their elegant collarbones, their faces flushed from the steam rising from water. Especially Lu Xian, whose pure, clean looks and slightly pink ears rendered him captivating. His brown eyes, shrouded in mist, appeared hazy and enchanting, making it difficult to look away. Jiang Ruo was momentarily taken aback. Was Lu Xian truly that bold? Fortunately, no one seemed to notice, as she was seated at the far right. An air of awkwardness enveloped the room, primarily due to Shui Yun, who remained silent, still reeling from Su Yin's earlier remark. Lu Xian slowly shifted his gaze from the girl, seemingly lost in thought, before taking on the role of a lively conversationalist, reminiscing about their childhood escapades. Su Yin, do you remember when Lu Xian first shot a gun while hunting in Russia? The recoil sent him tumbling head over heels, rolling down a slope. Shui Yin chimed in. And when you fell while skiing in Norway, pulling down by Shuqing's pants and returning home with panda eyes. I hardly dare to mention it. Lu Xian smirked. We've grown up together. Who doesn't have a few embarrassing stories about each other? Recalling that moment, Su Yan's expression softened, unable to suppress a smile. Bai Shuqing had built a private ski resort in Norway and invited them to join. Who could have anticipated? There were many young girls present. Seeing Su Yin smile, Shui Yin couldn't help but defend himself. I didn't mean to. Who knew it was his fateful year? And he was wearing those red shorts? He playfully punched Lu Xian a couple of times, leaving him with panda eyes. Su Yin burst into laughter. Did you know that the girl he liked was also there? The three conversed, drifting from tales of Finland's auroras to diving in the Maldives, from horseback riding in Switzerland to exploring the wonders of Rome, Italy. As the conversation shifted to the new year in Spain, there arose a delightful custom of consuming grapes, 12 in total, each representing a wish for the coming year. However, Shui Yun misheard the tradition, believing that only those who could consume all 12 grapes swiftly would be granted their wishes, nearly choking in the process. Observing the atmosphere return to normal, Lu Xian leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand, and gazed gently at Jiangyu, playfully inquiring sister-in-law, "What do you do during the new year?" Shui Yin chimed in, "Indeed, why are we only talking about ourselves? What does our sister-in-law do during the festivities?" Su Yin turned her attention towards them, her delicate face reflecting curiosity. The three of them, though distinct in their personalities, shared an aura of relaxation, confidence, and openness. Jiangyu, who had been engrossed in the conversation, suddenly felt as if struck by a blow, her demeanor stiffening. How could she articulate it? The men were engaged in card games, while the women busied themselves in the kitchen. To crave a cup of milk tea, she would have to trek several kilometers to the town. Such thoughts remained unvoiced, especially in the presence of these three. Her gaze fell, resting on the unknown herbal bath beneath her feet, while a masseuse behind her worked on her shoulders. She managed a faint smile. I don't enjoy going out, so I tend to stay home. The trio quickly sensed her reluctance to discuss her personal matters. Su Yin and Shui Yun, with cheerful expressions, deftly shifted the topic to something new. Lu Xian pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat at a loss. He merely wished to understand Jiangyu, yet she seemed to retreat, as if jolted awake from a dream, creating a distance he could not comprehend. Chapter 66. The Yijing Lanting Bathhouse offers an abundance of amenities, a relaxation area, a recreation zone, a gourmet section, a beauty corner, and a cinema space. After indulging in a foot soak, Su Yin escorted Jiangyu to the steam room, followed by a scrubbing session. It was Jiangyu's first experience with such a treatment, and she felt an odd mixture of cleanliness and violation when the attendant even shaved her underarm hair. Once the scrubbing was complete, she was led to the beauty section for a hair treatment. Jiangyu, perhaps you should change into something else, suggested Su Yin as they approached the changing room. Noticing that Jiangyu was about to don a low-quality outfit, Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. She quickly added, your casual wear doesn't quite complement your current makeup. That green camisole from a mall would suit your features beautifully. Why not give it a try? Jiangyu blinked, momentarily unable to recall which green camisole she was referring to, despite the numerous outfits chosen for her at the mall. Noticing her confusion, Su Yin reminded her, Lu Xian also picked out a lace dress for you. At this, Jiangyu remembered and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. With a light makeup and her hair cascading down, she no longer appeared utterly inconspicuous. Instead, she exuded a charming allure. She agreed with Su Yin. Dressing beautifully for an outing was essential. Most importantly, she felt more confident, shedding her previous embarrassment regarding her attire. Upon receiving Jiangyu's consent, Su Yin promptly contacted someone to retrieve the clothes and accessories from the car. After Jiang Yu changed into her new outfit and adorned herself with delicate jewelry, she was about to step out with Su Yin when her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, labeled delivery guy, Jiang Yu was startled and quickly hung up. Within 2 seconds, the caller rang again. After a brief moment of contemplation, she told Su Yin, "You go ahead. I'll take this call and join you shortly." Su Yin nodded and left without further inquiry. Jiang Yu retreated to a quiet corner to answer the call. "Song Yun, didn't I ask you not to call me?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by soft sobs. "Why are you crying again? Is there not a single day you don't weep?" Jiang Yu took a deep breath. "What do you want?" Through the phone, a calm female voice emerged. Song Yun's ears burned, and her heart raced, feeling as if a small deer were thrashing about within her chest. With slightly sweaty palms, she whispered, "I miss you. I woke up from a dream and couldn't find you anywhere. Will you come back to see me?" Her voice was both soft and ethereal, imbued with deep affection. Jiang Yu could almost envision Song Yun's delicate features, exuding a captivating charm mixed with vulnerability. She softened her tone, replying, "I'll be back in a few days." It seemed as if Song Yun smiled on the other end, holding her phone tightly, listening intently to Jiang Yu's voice. "Why aren't you speaking? If you're fine, shall I hang up?" Song Yun leaned closer to the phone, her voice trembling. "I want to come find you." "No." Jiang Yu immediately declined without a second thought. Tears welled up in Song Yun's beautiful eyes. "But I miss you so much. Come here, or we both will be finished," Jiang Yu said, fearing that Song Yun might recklessly approach him. Gritting his teeth, he added, "Just wait for me to return, and there will be a reward." Song Yun paused, hugging his legs as he sat in the corner of the bed, sniffing slightly. He whispered, "Is it about getting into bed?" Jiang Yu was at a loss for words, rubbing his forehead. Song Yun was advancing quite rapidly, from kissing to contemplating intimacy. "It's about kissing, you fool." Uncertain if it was due to Song Yun's incessant mentions of kissing, she now felt that a simple peck was not such a big deal. "Then can you send me a voice message?" Song Yun fidgeted with his flushed ears, biting his lips softly. "That way, when I miss you, I won't have to call you." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback before replying. "What do you want me to say? Can you say I love you?" Song Yun's fingers tingled as she curled into a ball. After a brief silence, the call was disconnected. Song Yun's hazel eyes dimmed, staring vacantly at the darkened screen until a notification chimed, illuminating her phone. A voice message from you had arrived. The boy's entire being ignited with warmth as he hurriedly unlocked his phone, trembling fingers ready to play the message. "I love you, Song Yun." Her heart fluttered, and she quickly replied, "I love you too, Yu." Only then did she realize it was a voice message. The girl could not hear his confession. Curling up and hugging her knees, she buried her face as the phone intermittently echoed, "I love you, Song Yun. I love you too, Yu." She shyly responded repeatedly. Her fluffy, chestnut curls cascaded around her, revealing her snow-white ears, which were flushed a deep crimson. Meanwhile, after sending the voice message, Jiang Yu awkwardly placed his hand on his neck, feeling the embarrassment wash over him. He put away his phone and stepped outside, where a pristine white car was parked. Su Yin sat in the back seat, while Lu Xian and Shui Yin leaned against the car door. As the girl emerged, the gentle breeze of dusk lifted her skirt, revealing her long legs, which were usually concealed in trousers and sneakers, now strikingly fair. The Roman-style sandals accentuated her feet, making them all the more captivating. Shui Yun's eyes brightened, and he instinctively whistled, while Lu Xian, staring at her fair calves, was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you look truly beautiful." Chapter 67. Who doesn't enjoy compliments? As Jiang Yu faced their praises, a profound sense of shyness and embarrassment surged within her, difficult to articulate. "It suits you perfectly. You look beautiful," Su Yin remarked with a light laugh. As Jiang Yu settled into the car, she instinctively shook her head, wishing to deny the compliment. However, Su Yin did not allow her the opportunity to speak, launching into a professional discourse on why it was indeed suitable, detailing the aspects that made her beautiful, and advising her on the types of clothing that would best complement her in the future. As the vehicle cruised along the road, Jiang Yu clasped her hands together, resting them on her lap. Though her outfit included a built-in lining that eliminated the need for a bra, and despite the sheer dress draped over her, she still felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet, regardless of her discomfort, the affirmative feedback from the three of them bolstered her confidence significantly. After dinner, the group returned to the villa from that morning. Lu Xian, Shui Yun, and Jiang Yu sat on the carpet, while Su Yin reclined on the sofa, gathering around the round table to play cards. Whether it was her genuine lack of skill or mere misfortune, she lost 8 out of 10 rounds, dragging her teammate down with her. Jiang Yu, we're on the same team. Didn't you see that I only had 2 cards left? Why didn't you play the smallest ones for me? Su Yin asserted, her tone imbued with a hint of arrogance. During the review of the game, the atmosphere became intense. Jiang Yu, feeling guilty, lowered her head. My smallest pair is a queen. Why didn't you play that pair of queens earlier? If you had, I would have had to break up that sequence, and we would have won. Su Yin demanded. I wanted to save it for a while. Jiang Yu admitted, fully aware of her fault. This time, she decided to accept the punishment. Truth or dare? Shui Yin asked, nodding. Dare, Jiang Yu replied firmly, preferring this to the terrifying truths they might reveal. After all, the worst she might face was drinking bitter melon juice or eating lemons. As Shui Yin contemplated the dare, a beam of light sliced through the hall from the floor-to-ceiling window, heralding the arrival of a vehicle. Lu Xian, leaning casually against the edge of the sofa, cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu. It must be Brother Xia returning, he remarked casually. Suddenly enlightened, Shui Yun chimed in, sister-in-law, do this, stand by the door. And when Brother Xia walks in, wrap your arms around his waist and passionately declare, I love you. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Lu Xian frowned slightly. The request was not unreasonable, but he felt it inappropriate to interject. She glanced at Shui Yun, whose face was adorned with silly stickers, then at Su Yin, who was covered in notes, and finally at Lu Xian, who was nearly offending their friends with his truths on the phone. They were all players willing to take risks. She had little reason to refuse. After all, saying I love you was not unprecedented. She decided to go for it. Outside, Xia Yin, following his brother, could not help but advise brother. Don't frighten Ruoyo. Xia Bei walked with a steady, powerful gait, the sound of his polished shoes echoing ominously on the pavement. He parted his lips slightly. Rest assured, I need to see for myself before I can speak well of you in front of our parents, right? After saying this, he tilted his head slightly, his eyes mirroring Xia Yan's, revealing a hint of vulnerability. This apprehensive demeanor doesn't quite suit you. What kind of person was Xia Yan? Though naturally reserved, I indulge in anime, films, comics, and television dramas, and partake in games, skiing, bungee jumping, and mountaineering with ease, navigating interpersonal relationships like a fish in water. Yet now, I find myself indecisive, incessantly prattling, and mired in ambiguity, completely devoid of my former self. Xia Yin paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Brother, when you find someone you truly cherish, you will understand. The desire to possess that person, to keep them constantly within sight, becomes overwhelming. The 3 individuals in the room remained unaware of Xia Yan's brother's impending arrival. Jiang Yu's phone buzzed with a message from Xia Yan, but she was engrossed in an immersive game of Do Di Zhu and failed to notice. At that moment, the girl stood by the door, while Su Yin, Shui Yun, and Lu Shi glanced in her direction from the living room. Xia Bei pressed the doorbell, and as the door swung open, before he could react, a figure leapt forward, embracing his waist. His brows furrowed momentarily, only to relax upon seeing the girl's head resting against him. The white shirt's sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong, muscular forearms that gently steadied her waist, ensuring she held onto him securely. Jiang Yu buried her face in the man's clothing, surprised to find that the scent was not the familiar fruity aroma, but rather a peculiar, subtle, natural fragrance. As he changed his perfume, she lifted her head, her voice tender, I love. Just as she began, her gaze met his through the lenses, her light pupils locking onto his. Jiang Yu abruptly halted, her mind blank, grappling with confusion. Who is this? Before she could process her thoughts, someone grasped her by the nape and pulled her away. Turning her head, she found it was Xia Yan. He tilted his head slightly, his amber eyes piercing into her dark ones, his tone laced with irritation. What are you doing? She had never been so attentive before. It was always him taking the initiative. It was no wonder he reacted so strongly. His girlfriend was clinging to another man and professing love. The discomfort gnawed at him, leaving him feeling unwell. Only in a fit of jealousy would Jiang Yu cry out her affection for him. Yes, I'm sorry, Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson, her fear of embarrassment intensifying as she wished for a hole to swallow her whole. At that moment, she spotted the trio on the sofa. Their chaotic heads finding a sense of clarity, and without thinking, she blurted out, "It was Shui Yun. He told me to hug." Xia Yin felt an icy chill wash over him, his eyes narrowing with a smoldering intensity as he glared at Shui Yun. "Good heavens! You're trying to get me killed. I didn't tell you to hug brother Xia Bei." "Well, it wasn't like that. It was an accident," Shui Yin stammered, visibly terrified. Even with 100 doses of courage, he would never dare to incite his sister-in-law to embrace another man, especially not Xia Yin's brother. He clumsily recounted the events leading up to the incident, his face adorned with a few dark, turtle-like expressions. As he concluded, his tone filled with a sense of grievance. Chapter 68. Xia Bei surveyed the surroundings, speaking in a calm and measured tone. "That's enough." The man's voice resonated with a gentle warmth, laced with an inherent authority that silenced Shui Yun's lingering desire to explain herself, despite the ostentatious behavior of a few wealthy heirs, who appeared to bask in luxury and high status. Within the social circles of their fathers, they were merely regarded as the cherished younger generation, never receiving the respect of their elders in serious matters. Xia Bei, however, stood apart. He conversed with the powerful figures as an equal, even surpassing them in eloquence. In the presence of someone as esteemed as Xia Bei, figures like Su Yin, Lu Shuren, and Shui Yun subdued their outward arrogance, adopting a childlike demeanor as they obediently addressed him as Brother Xia Bei. Jiang Yu instinctively glanced at the man, realizing that he bore a striking resemblance to Xia Yin, an exceptionally handsome visage reminiscent of celestial beings stepped out of a painting. 8 characters flashed in her mind, clear as the sky, free from burdens. His demeanor contrasted sharply with that of Xia Yin. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. It was Xia Yin, having caught her in her moment of infatuation. He pressed his lips into a thin line, his amber eyes fixed intently upon her, silently demanding answers. This small commotion drew Xia Bei's attention, and he directed his gaze toward the girl before him. She was of modest height, with ordinary features, lacking even the most basic confidence, quite peculiar indeed. Though the man appeared gentle and refined, a commanding presence emanated from him, an inescapable aura of authority. Under the scrutiny of his indifferent gaze, Jiang Yu felt her heart race, her posture stiffening as she lowered her head in panic. She recalled having seen him on the news, always in the company of the esteemed leader, his striking beauty leaving a lasting impression. Such ethereal beauty did not appear on screen without significant backing. The only explanation for his anonymity was the formidable influence behind him. When Lu Shuren spoke of Xia Yan's background, she merely admired it without grasping its full weight. Now, witnessing someone who walked beside a leader of Huaguo, she felt the reality of it. If their roles were reversed, she, a destitute figure in tight clothing, having spirited away the innocent daughter of a wealthy family, while Xia Yin, at this moment, scrutinized the yellow-haired interloper who had dared to take his sister. In her nervousness, Jiang Yu's imagination ran wild as a means to relieve her taut nerves. Seeing this, Xia Yin stepped forward, positioning himself between her and Xia Bei, shielding her from his gaze. "Brother?" he warned, signaling that the political demeanor should not be applied to the girl. Xia Bei smiled, leisurely adjusting his glasses as he strode toward the hall, casually remarking, "I came to see how you all are doing." Xia Yin withdrew his gaze, leaning closer to Jiang Yu's ear, his tone laced with a hint of reprimand. "Back to bed, or I will take care of you." His warm breath brushed against her earlobe as Jiang Yu met his gaze, her fingertips tingling with the memory of how fiercely possessive he could be when jealousy stirred within him. She was led by him towards the sofa, her legs seemingly recalling a distant memory, elevated high upon his shoulder, sending a delightful shiver coursing through her. Xiaobiyu draped his right arm over his suit jacket, the tailored vest accentuating his narrow, muscular waist, creating a striking inverted triangle with his broad chest. He placed the jacket on the back of the sofa and settled into one side, his posture elegantly showcasing his perfectly toned abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh. His long legs, encased in tailored trousers, appeared straight and slender, casually parted in a relaxed manner. Shui Yin promptly took a seat as soon as Xia Beiyu did. The sofa was arranged in a U shape, with a round table in the center. Shui Yun sat on the carpet at the exit, effectively blocking the sofa's two only openings. While Xia Yin instinctively guided Jiang Yu to walk past her brother, Jiang Yu dared not lift her gaze to meet Xia Yin's brother, feeling as though she were meeting the parents for the first time. Following Xia Yin, as she passed in front of the man, she kept her eyes lowered. But Xia Beiyu subtly raised his gaze, observing the girl who tried her best to avoid contact with him. His lips curled into a slight smile, and he inadvertently lifted his right foot, the cool tip of his leather shoe brushing against her ankle and sliding up her calf, causing her skirt to sway. Startled, Jiang Yu glanced at the man. Xia Beiyu's fingers were intertwined over his abdomen, his right leg lazily crossed over his left, clearly in a relaxed posture that had inadvertently brushed against her. He tilted his head slightly, his elegant gaze meeting hers, a serene smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Apologies." The golden-rimmed glasses reflected a cool sheen, enhancing the exquisite pallor of his complexion. His gentle, ascetic features were so composed that Jiang Yu felt as though the recent contact of his shoe against her calf was merely a figment of her imagination. Just an illusion. Wasn't he it? Or could it be that both brothers held an interest in her? How audacious of her to think so. Chapter 69, No Worries. Jiang Yu disregarded the lingering chill on her leg and averted her gaze. Walking ahead, Xia Yin turned back, her brow furrowed in confusion. What's wrong? Just as she was about to speak, the man lifted his eyes to her face, then subtly shifted his gaze to Xia Yin, speaking with refined composure. Accidentally brushed against Miss Jiang. Xia Yin glanced at the girl, then at her brother, seeing their nonchalance. She took the girl's hand and continued forward. Just as Jiang Yu settled into her seat, she heard the man, whose demeanor exuded quiet dignity, speak softly. "Brother, won't you make an introduction?" The earlier incident had caused her to forget this formality. Xia Yin rose to her feet. Yu, this is my brother, Xia Bei. Let us address him together as brother. Brother, this is Jiang Yu, the girl I often mention to you. At this point, Xia Yan's lips curled into a smile. Her ears tinged with crimson, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a myriad of gleaming stars. She is also your sister-in-law, your future wife. The underlying implication was clear. This was a marriage prospect. Lu Xian paused in his task of arranging cards on the table, his raven-like lashes casting a delicate shadow over his eyes. Shui Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this bashful youth truly the indifferent and imperious Xia Gu he remembered? He had never seen him blush before. And was Xia Yin genuinely involved with this seemingly unremarkable girl? Su Yan, who tended to be more perceptive, found her surprise rooted in the fact that the girl appeared to be the one leading this relationship. Throughout the day, during her conversations with Jiang Yu, it was evident that the girl harbored little affection for Xia Yan. Even when discussing the future, her words hinted at reluctance. Now, it was clear that Xia Yan was deeply invested. Moreover, the Xia family was steeped in the need for social graces and connections. Indeed, every family required such social acumen. It would be a challenge for a girl with such pronounced social anxiety to fully adapt. The obstacles to their union were manifold, rendering it improbable. Su Yin shook her head, pondering why she was entangled in these thoughts, as they bore no relevance to her. Yet, a slight smile tugged at her lips. Xia Yan had lived an exceedingly privileged life, bolstered by a formidable background and a commendable elder brother, allowing him to evade the burdens of family expectations. Surely, he had never encountered adversity or distress until now. She began to anticipate with amusement the sight of Xia Yan facing his first real hardship. It would surely be quite entertaining. In stark contrast to the convoluted musings of others, Jiang Yu felt a rising panic. She had assumed this gathering was a breakup party. Instead, it was not only not that, but Xia Yan had also introduced her to his family. This was decidedly not the situation she had anticipated. Xia Bei raised an eyebrow, standing to his full height, his fitted shirt accentuating his well-defined chest, the contours of his muscles subtly revealed, pulsating with latent energy. Fixing his gaze on the girl, he offered a graceful smile. Hello. Jiang Yu found herself in unfamiliar territory, having never before experienced the formality of a handshake. Her thoughts in disarray, she stood up. Hello, hello. As her palm met his, he grasped her hand firmly, his large hand enveloping hers with no space between them. The force caused Jiang Yu's body to tremble. She sensed nothing amiss, believing it to be akin to the scenes depicted on television, where mere grip would suffice to separate. Thus, she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it grasped even more firmly, rendering her completely unable to escape. The warmth and strength of the hand enveloping hers made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Her eyes, filled with uncertainty, sought the man's gaze, their eyes meeting in the air, akin to a lion on the grassland, fixating upon her. Chapter 70. In solitude, in the haste of arrival, no tokens of greeting were brought for my younger siblings. But next time, aside from her eyes, the individual presented an exceptionally courteous demeanor, exhibiting thorough etiquette. No need, it's quite all right. Jiang Yu instinctively shook her head in refusal upon hearing the term greeting gift, unaware that it was intended for her younger sibling, inadvertently acknowledging her connection with Xia Yan. The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt her hand grasped more firmly. Xia Bei stood tall like a pine, casting a substantial shadow over the girl as he blocked the light. His imposing stature bore an inherent sense of pressure that left Jiang Yu feeling disoriented. Even if she lacked knowledge of handshake etiquette, she sensed they had been holding hands for too long. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to utter something. But despite the smile lingering on his lips, it did not reach his eyes. He released her hand, gazing at her, and remarked casually, "You are a good child, so I shall not intrude on your playtime." As Xia Bei prepared to leave, Shui Yun and the others promptly stood, calling out, "Brother Xia Bei." The man donned his coat from the sofa and nodded slightly toward the room, saying, "No need to see me off. Enjoy your time. Next time, I shall host and treat you all to a meal." Jiang Yu stood silently aside, her hands at her sides alternating between gripping and loosening as she endeavored to dispel the warmth that was not her own. Xia Bei cast a fleeting glance at the distracted girl before striding out. Outside, beside a Hongqi state car, stood a middle-aged man in his 30s. Upon seeing Xia Bei emerge, he approached and softly called, "Secretary Xia." Xia Bei responded with a slight acknowledgement, his gaze lowered as he pondered something, then inquired, "What is the date for the inspection in Shenzhen City?" The middle-aged man replied, "It depends on when the Russian Federation visits China. If it is in the coming days, it will be by October 23rd. If it's in January, following the National Day holiday, we must depart then." Xia Bei's fingers absently stroked the white jade on his wrist, recalling the softness of that small hand, his fingers involuntarily curling slightly. That hand was truly small, as if a gentle pressure could easily fracture it. The girl could never fathom that at the moment of their handshake. The seemingly refined and gentle man was preoccupied with thoughts of whether her petite stature could endure his repeated affections. The cool night breeze brushed against Xia Bei's slightly flushed face, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, veins in his neck pulsing, and his throat parched, leaving him somewhat breathless. He turned his neck slightly, his defined hands loosening his tie, unbuttoning 2 buttons to reveal a patch of fair skin and an exquisite collarbone. After confirming the itinerary for Shenzhen City, he remarked that any subsequent arrangements could be completed within these few days, then looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Is it not time you accompanied your daughter?" The middle-aged man nodded, a sense of speculation brewing within him, soon validated by Xia Bei's words. "It has been nearly a year since you last spent time with her. These next few days may be hectic, but upon reaching Shenzhen City, I will extend my stay, and you should return home to be with your daughter. It is not a burden. It is all for the service of the country." Xia Bei gently patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Your awareness is quite commendable. However, do not forget that one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. There is still a position available by the seaside, awaiting your appointment. I am undeserving of such praise." After encouraging his subordinate, Xia Bei adjusted his glasses and cast a glance towards the brightly lit villa behind him, repeating in his mind that there is ample time ahead. He smiled faintly and entered the car. Inside the villa, Jiang Yu found herself in a state of bewilderment and unease upon learning that Xia Yan had no intention of ending their relationship and had even introduced her to his brother. She even overlooked the peculiar look in Xia Yan's brother's eyes, murmuring to herself, "Everything is in disarray." Noticing Jiang Yu's distracted demeanor, Xia Yan inquired, "What troubles you?" She hesitantly replied that she was tired, prompting the group to cease their card game and allow her to retreat to her room. Shui Yun and the others decided to stay as they planned to enjoy the following day together. Xia Yan led her into a room, where a vast floor-to-ceiling glass window greeted her. The decor was a modern minimalist style with a touch of luxury, and beside the large bed was her suitcase. It must have been brought up by the butler, she thought. Captivated by the view outside, Jiang Yu approached the window. During the day, it appeared unremarkable, but at night, once illuminated, the water glowed with a brilliant blue light, resembling a vast sapphire shimmering beneath the surface. Floating gracefully on the water were several uniquely designed lanterns, swaying gently with the ripples, radiating a soft halo, enchanting and dreamlike. Xia Yan removed his suit jacket and tossed it onto a nearby chair, his gaze fixed on the girl's silhouette. He had endured for nearly a month now, feeling no different than a monk. Chapter 71. Jiang Yu's voice was deliberately lowered, seductive and heart-stirring. Xia Yan approached her from behind, his slender fingers gliding slowly along her lower back to her waist. Jiang Yu instinctively shrank back, turning around to find Xia Yan mere inches away, allowing her to discern the delicate shadows cast by his eyelashes. The man lowered his gaze, his eyes fixated upon her. "Yu, have I mentioned today how exceptionally beautiful you are?" The girl blinked, and Xia Yan chuckled softly, gripping her chin to tilt her head back, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. What began as a gentle caress soon transformed into a fervent embrace, reminiscent of a lovesick dog, his breath faltering as he nibbled at her lips. Just as Jiang Yu felt on the brink of breathlessness, the youth softened again. With alternating pressure, she soon found herself yielding, her body slumping against Xia Yan, surrendering to his passionate kiss. When she regained her senses, she realized she had been pinned to the bed for quite some time. "I'll go take a shower," Xia Yan announced as he rose. Suddenly, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes as he inquired, "Would you like to join me?" Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson. "No." Xia Yan shrugged, reasoning that since they were destined to be together for a lifetime, this moment was inconsequential. Just as Xia Yan stepped into the bathroom, Jiang Yu, lying on the bed, stared at the pristine white ceiling and called out to him, "What is it? Having second thoughts about joining me?" Jiang Yu's fingertips twitched. She pondered what Xia Yan's reaction would be upon hearing her mention a breakup. The thought of him investigating and potentially discovering Song Yun sent a shiver down her spine, recalling the terrifying expression Xia Yan wore at the comic convention. She feared retaliation. Expelling her from school would be a trivial matter for him, and wreaking havoc on her family could be equally effortless. The incessant news of wealthy individuals committing heinous acts without facing justice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, amplifying her dread. The more she contemplated, the more terror engulfed her, as if the only resolution lay in Xia Yan unilaterally proposing the end of their relationship. Opening her mouth, her throat tinged with unease, she finally managed, "It's nothing, you go ahead and shower." Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Jiang Yu's cryptic behavior. Before entering the bathroom, while bathing, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to emerge with deliberate clarity. "Yu, in the future, be sure to choose wisely before embracing someone, understood?" Jiang Yu recalled the man's waist and the subtle, exquisite fragrance he carried. She sat up from the bed, nodding awkwardly. "Understood." Xia Yan's raven hair was slightly damp, slicked back to reveal his pronounced forehead and striking bone structure. He wore nothing but a towel around his waist, his upper body bare, with a smooth neck adorned by two necklaces, one a metallic cross and the other a black cord with a golden charm, showcasing a circular piece of white jade the size of a thumbprint. Upon finishing his statement, he retrieved a box from the nearby cabinet, opening it as he spoke. "It seems you have quite an admiration for Su Yan." "Yes, she is wonderful. Her mother is the chairwoman of the National Women's Federation, and Su Yan has been a tremendous help to me. Since you hold her in such high regard, Let her spend more time with you these days, Xia Yin remarked, smiling as he continued to rummage through the box without a moment's pause for contemplation. The imperiousness woven into his words attests to a life where the youth possesses everything he desires: wealth, affection, and freedom. This languorous young master, regarded by outsiders as an epitome of masculinity, astonishingly favors the most ordinary and unremarkable girl. It feels surreal. Jiang Yu, with her head bowed in contemplation for a moment, finally lifts her gaze and, with a cheerful tone, inquires, "Xia Yin, you're so kind to me, gifting me jewelry and clothing. If we were to part ways, would you want them back?" "Parting is not an option. It will never be," Xia Yin replies, crouched by the box, continuing to rummage through its contents, which emit faint sounds with each movement. "I know that won't happen," Jiang Yu murmurs, lowering her head again, nervously twisting her fingers, biting her lip before continuing, "I mean, if we were to separate, would you?" As she speaks, she fails to notice the sudden stillness enveloping the space. The sounds of searching ceasing, leaving only her voice. After a prolonged silence without a response, Jiang Yu raises her head, only to collide with an icy gaze. Her heart skips a beat, and she freezes on the bed, stammering, "Xia, what are you testing?" Xia Yan's voice is piercingly cold. He stands up from beside the box, his peach blossom eyes darkening with an ominous intensity, his long legs exuding an oppressive aura as he strides toward her. His expression is terrifying, his voice devoid of emotion. "You wish to break up, Yu? The darkness in his demeanor surpasses that of their previous encounter at the exhibition, leaving Jiang Yu too frightened to articulate her thoughts, fearing she might be torn apart that very night. "And no, I was just curious, just asking. No other intentions." Standing before her, Xia Yan's amber eyes, as delicate as a painting, bore into her with a chilling indifference that felt lifeless. He remained silent, and aside from their breaths, all else faded into oblivion. Jiang Yu sensed the air being siphoned away, each breath a struggle that suffocated her. "Jiang Yu." He calls her name, and in his peach blossom eyes, a pure silver pool stirs, more luminous than the ascent of the moon. A smile, both radiant and somewhat morbid, graces his lips. "So, it was merely curiosity. I thought you wished to part with me." The corners of his lips, once slightly turned up, now rise further, his hands resting on her shoulders, aligning their gazes as he reveals a brilliant yet unsettling smile. "Yu, I detest this topic, yet what can I do? For I love you. I shall answer your inquiry, but it is a first and final occasion." In the light, his features appear even more exquisite. "We shall never be separated, unless you die. No, even in death, I will follow you. And should I perish, I will take you with me. No force can tear us apart, not even death." Crouching next to her, he gazes up at the pale girl. "Do not entertain thoughts of leaving me. Ever do not." Jiang Yu's pupils tremble, her throat dry, rendered speechless. He chuckled softly. "Why be so afraid? There aren't that many deaths. Those who live are far more numerous." Xia Yin regained his composure, rising to approach the box. "Are you truly contemplating a breakup?" Jiang Yu, coming back to his senses, shook his head vigorously. "No, certainly not." This declaration brought delight to the young man, who let out a joyous laugh from his throat, his hands playfully rummaging through the contents of the box. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Well, whatever I find, I shall make use of." Xia Yin dragged the box to the bedside, at which point Jiang Yu caught a glimpse of the items contained within. Chapter 72. A man and a woman, in the stillness of the night, find themselves in a room together, their intentions clear to Jiang Yu. Yet the array of possibilities surprises her. The warm, amber glow of the floor lamp spreads throughout the room, casting the silhouettes of intertwined figures upon a chair. Jiang Yu's back alternates between pressing against the door, the cold floor, and the frosted glass of the window. Her eyes, clouded with confusion, reflect a mind adrift, while the sound of the man's breath brushes against her neck. Tears cling to Jiang Yu's lashes as she tightens her embrace around the boy's neck. With tomorrow's itinerary looming, the man refrains from prolonging their encounter. In the early hours of the morning, after their final union, Jiang Yu collapses onto the side. Xia Yin unfastens her restraints. He swallows hard, his throat subtly moving, his once lively peach blossom eyes now dulled with a sense of solitude. There's not much excitement in Jing City. Why not stay indoors tomorrow? He suggests. Jiang Yu, massaging her wrist, meets the boy's restrained gaze and quickly retorts. It's my first time in Jing City, and you want me to stay inside? Feeling uneasy, she endures the soreness in her body as she dresses. Overcoming her weakness to head towards the bathroom, Xia Yan's smile deepens, his eyes softening with tenderness as he watches her retreating figure, reminiscing about his past life. With everything he could desire at his fingertips, the monotony of excess had left him yearning for novelty. Extreme sports and the gory images flashing across screens had become the favored indulgence of the affluent. Yet after too much of it, the thrill faded into mere tedium. Each day dawned with a sense of emptiness, a lack of purpose, and a languid despair from desires that had been fulfilled, a weariness that weighed heavily upon him. Thus, when Jiang Yu entered his life, even if he felt an overwhelming sense of disquiet, he was determined to grasp the fleeting joy she offered, pulling him from the stagnant waters of his existence. The longer he remained with her, the more he found himself unable to let go. He became entranced by the rhythm of his heartbeat for her, captivated by her form, and immersed in the exhilarating novelty of doing things he would never ordinarily consider. This entire experience was uncharted territory for him. He could no longer endure a life as bland as water, devoid of ripples, or would surely drive him to madness or death. No one could take Jiang Yu from him. Not a soul, not even she herself. In the bathroom, Jiang Yu lingered a while longer, discovering that the fruity scent clinging to Xia Yan was not from cologne, but rather from the shower gel he used. Now, she too bore the delightful fragrance, a fresh and subtle aroma intertwined with hints of herbal notes, bringing her a sense of calm and joy. After glancing at the brand, she set it aside, dressed, and stepped out. Xia Yan sat on the bed, his head bowed, revealing a torso marked with scratches, lost in thought, his hand idly tapping on his thigh, shadows dancing across his indifferent profile. Xia Yan? She called. The man stirred, looking her way, and his previously cold gaze deepened with intensity. Before she could utter another word, Xia Yan leapt from the bed, swiftly closing the distance between them. In her wide-eyed astonishment, he cupped her face in his hands and leaned down, kissing her with urgency and fervor, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xia Yan continued to shower, while outside, Jiang Yu sat frozen on the bed. Just moments ago, after Summer Yan's kiss, he tightly embraced her waist, as if stimulated, lost in a fervent exchange of intimacy. "Ruo, do not attempt to leave me, ever," he expressed, exuding an unmistakable sense of insecurity. She felt as though she were being stalked by a famished beast amidst the winter chill, unable to quell her fear. Jiang Ruo, feeling utterly powerless, reclined backward, her arms splayed on the bed. She had never anticipated such possessiveness from Summer Yan. What could possibly lead to a peaceful separation? Why had she so readily consented to Song Wenxi's request to look after her brother? Had she declined, she wouldn't be plagued by such anxiety. Should she return to school and repay Song Wenxi, allowing her to take Song Yan back? Or perhaps she should simply break up with Summer Yan via text and seek protection from the Song family. Yet, not only did the Song family lack the power to contend with the Xia family, but even if they could, it was she who would inevitably suffer amidst their conflict. Sighing, Jiang Ruo pressed her forehead, emitting a sound of exasperation. She stood there in a daze for a moment before rising. Having wept for too long, her throat felt dry and hoarse. She decided to step out for some water. Unbeknownst to her, there was water in the room. Glancing at the closed bathroom door, she called out, "Summer Yan, I'm going to get some water." She opened the door and made her way downstairs to the refrigerator. This villa was quite unique. Upon exiting her room, she had to navigate a series of turns to find the staircase leading down to the first floor, traversing a corridor. Just then, a door adjacent to the hallway swung open, releasing a plume of milky mist infused with a subtle fragrance. Sister-in-law, Lu Xian, upon seeing the girl outside, appeared somewhat taken aback. He casually draped a towel over his shoulder, his brown eyes sparkling like stars against the night sky, fixated on her with unwavering intensity. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and loose black shorts that reached his knees, his dark, thick hair was slightly damp at the tips, and his milk-white skin glistened in the warmth. His lips were rosy and his smile refreshing, embodying a pure and refined demeanor. Lu Xian evoked the image of a charming older brother from a neighbor's house during a childhood summer afternoon, filled with soda and the chirping of cicadas. "I came down for water," Jiang Ruo quickly replied, determined to pass by him. As she walked past, Lu Xian's gaze followed her movement, noticing her casually styled low bun. With strands of hair brushing against her neck, the contrast of her pale skin against her dark tresses strikingly vivid. For a fleeting moment, he lost himself in thought, licking his lips before reaching out to grasp her arm, pulling her into the bathroom. With a resounding thud, the door closed. The sound of metal clashing and locking echoed. Jiang Ruo gasped as Lu Xian lifted her, placing her on the edge of the sink. "Jiang Ruo, I couldn't sleep because I was thinking of you. So I took a cold shower, but I feared catching a cold and wouldn't be able to play with you tomorrow. So I took a hot shower instead." He spoke, standing in the middle, lifting her right leg and kissing her calf. He dared not leave a mark, merely brushing his lips gently against her skin. Jiang Ruo's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes widening in shock. "Lu Xian, what on earth are you doing?" she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, concerned that Summer Yin might overhear. Chapter 73. Lu Xian lowered her long, graceful eyelashes, scrutinizing the faint blush on the girl's wrist. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, looking at the anxious expression on the girl's face, and with a teasing smile, she remarked, "What were you two up to just now? It seems rather playful." Jiang Yu bit her lip, attempting to retract her leg, but the other party not only refused to let go, but also grasped her waist. What on earth did she want? "Aren't you afraid of Xia Yin discovering this? Isn't that just perfect?" Lu Xian grinned, leaning closer, her strong hands propped up on either side of the sink, her robust chest pressed against Jiang Yu's upper body, and her delicate lips sought after the girl's, only to be evaded time and again. With gritted teeth, Jiang Yu retorted, "Aren't you afraid that if discovered, I might strike you down on the spot? To die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost," Lu Xian murmured, unable to kiss her lips, instead burying her handsome face into the girl's neck, rubbing against her. Just thinking about you and Brother Xia together makes me toss and turn, unable to sleep through the night." Catching the scent of fruit, he lifted his head. The bathroom was devoid of ventilation, and a lingering mist wrapped around them like a gossamer veil. The air thick and humid, as if encased in a viscous liquid, imparting an inescapable sense of confinement. Even the refreshing, clean boy seemed to be tainted with a hint of murkiness, his long eyelashes fluttering gently, his gaze toward the girl revealing an unspeakable yearning. It was as if he were parched earth, and she, the nourishing rain, awaited her arrival. Lu Xian softly coaxed, imploring, You just kiss me once, please? You haven't kissed me yet, and my heart feels like it's going to burst, Yu." Jiang Yu sat on the sink, with nothing to support her. She could only clutch the boy tightly. Thoughts of Xia Yan's terrifying expression surged through her mind, and she took a deep breath. "If I kiss you, will you let me go?" Lu Xian paused for a moment and replied softly, "You really are afraid of Brother Xia, aren't you, sister-in-law?" The girl leaned against the mirror, wrapping her arms around the boy's neck, and lowered her head to meet his soft lips. Soon, Lu Xian counterattacked, their kiss becoming passionate and reluctant to part. Knock, knock. Two loud raps echoed, followed by Xia Yan's casual voice penetrating the air. "Yi, are you in there?" Jiang Yu's pupils constricted, her breath caught in her throat, her arms instinctively tightening around Lu Xian, burying her head into his neck, afraid to face the situation. Her heart raced at a dizzying pace. Oh no, this was a disaster. She was in trouble. "What are you afraid of?" Lu Xian relished the way the girl clung to him, wrapping his arms around her waist, and casually suggested, "Just say you have a stomach ache and ask him to fetch you some medicine or a glass of warm water to send him away." Xia Yan called out again, "Is anyone in there?" Jiang Yu raised her head, colliding with the carefree, playful brown eyes of Lu Xian, who raised an eyebrow at her. "Xia Yan," Jiang Yu's voice trembled, "I'm going downstairs to get some water. My stomach hurts. Could you please help me get a glass of warm water?" Lu Xian nibbled on her earlobe, teasingly playing with it. Xia Yan, filled with concern, said, "What's wrong? I'll go get you a doctor right away." "No." This time, without the guidance of Lu Xian, Jiang Yu immediately suppressed the discomfort from her stomach and said, I simply drank some cold water. You can just fetch me a cup of hot water. Xia Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before deciding to heed Jiang Yu's request. If the pain persisted, he would call for a doctor, just like young Master Xia, who had a medical team on standby 24 hours a day. All right, I'll go get the hot water. Once the sounds outside faded, Jiang Yu pushed Lu Xian aside and stepped down from the washstand. Lu Xian, feeling the spot where the girl had pushed him, leaned against the wall with his right shoulder, arms crossed, watching as she cautiously opened the door and peeked outside. A smirk played on his lips, his tone dripping with playful insouciance. We are but grasshoppers on the same string. You are dismantling the bridge behind you rather swiftly, aren't you? Who is on the same string as you? If it weren't for you, would I be in such a state of alarm? Jiang Yu retorted, frowning as she turned back, urging, now that we've kissed, hurry up. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly, and as he passed by the girl nonchalantly, he leaned down and bit her lower lip. Ouch! Jiang Yu exclaimed. What now? Do I have a mark? Lu Xian rubbed the small bite mark he had left, locking eyes with her, feigning innocence. It seems I must rely on you, Jiang Yu, to concoct another excuse. Well then, see you tomorrow. Jiang Yu stared at the boy's retreating figure, hastily returning to the bathroom to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Fortunately, the mark was not in a conspicuous place. She could claim she was just feeling unwell and had bitten her lip unconsciously. Crazy, they're all crazy. She wiped her lips and looked at her reflection. Her ears flushed and her cheeks unnaturally rosy. She felt increasingly estranged from herself, torn between realizing her own flaws, being indecisive, straddling three boats, Xia Yan, Lu Xian, and Song Yun, yet simultaneously convinced of her victimhood, her innocence. She never wished for this. As a socially anxious and self-deprecating person, what could she do when Xia Yan refused to break up? Lu Xian threatened her, and Song Yun was in tears. Chapter 74. Xia Yan soon returned, quickly noticing the faint marks on the girl's lower lip, yet he dismissed them as mere result of Jiang Yu's unconscious biting due to a stomachache. After all, who would dare to believe that, right beneath their very eyes, their childhood friend and companion were entangled in such a liaison? Observing Jiang Yu sipping hot water, seemingly free from discomfort, the two returned to bed, with Xia Yan embracing her from behind as they drifted into slumber. In the bedroom, the curtains drawn, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent, while their senses heightened in the obscurity. Sensing the girl's steady breathing, Xia Yan opened his eyes expressionlessly and leaned down, his nose gently brushing against her shoulder. A scent, foreign to both the girl and himself, lingered on her skin, even in the depths of night. The chill of Xia Yan's demeanor was palpable. His long, strong fingers glided over Jiang Yu's neck, caressing slowly, as if contemplating where to strike for an assured fatal blow. With a gentle chuckle, he remarked, Yu, why are you silent upon waking? Have you perhaps been up to no good? The girl's tightly closed lashes fluttered, her body trembling uncontrollably. You know, he continued with a tone reminiscent of a child eager to share a secret. My cousin has a dog whose expression when it misbehaves is just like yours. He recounted a recent incident where the dog had chewed up a custom drone belonging to his cousin, his voice gradually lowering as he murmured, if one misbehaves, one must face consequences. Is that not only fair? He then inquired, so, Yu, did you shower in bathroom? Why do you carry the scent of the body wash? His icy hand glided away from her warm neck, prompting a fleeting memory of how he had once thought that such a cold touch would feel delightful against the skin in summer. But now, it felt like a demon from the depths of hell demanding a reckoning. Jiang Yu's fingertips curled slightly, the space around them thick with silence save for their breathing. Overcome by an overwhelming sense of danger, she resolved to confess. Xia Yan preempted her, declaring, ever since we parted ways in Sheng'an City, I have devoted myself to reading and online courses to become a suitable boyfriend. So when you lied to me, I refrained from investigating, even when things seemed amiss. Do not fear me. As long as we do not part ways, I will never harm you. In this relationship, you are the one in control. You can shape me into the person you desire, and I will always believe in you. He withdrew his hand from her neck, placing it gently on her abdomen, pulling her closer into his embrace. Sleep now. We must rise early tomorrow. Deep down, despite the feelings of doubt and deception, he maintained his trust in her. However, upon hearing his words, Jiangyu felt anything but reassured. Instead, a deeper fear gripped her heart. The extent of trust one places in another directly correlates to the anger and sorrow endured when that trust is betrayed. Some individuals may question or silently grieve when faced with betrayal, yet Xia Yin was not someone to quietly weep beneath the covers. He was inherently destructive. The girl, possessing a gentle disposition, would retreat at the slightest hint of an escape route. Unless driven to a dead end, she would not resist. For instance, with a monthly allowance of 800, one may not dine lavishly, yet one certainly won't starve. When her parents lament their financial struggles, she feels reluctant to request an increase in her living expenses. However, if her allowance dwindles to 400, her very survival becomes precarious. Even if she feels shy, she would muster the courage to speak up. Presently, Xia Yin no longer exudes an air of foreboding, and Jiangyu believes she can endure for a while longer. Thus, her fear and trepidation have eroded the courage she once had to confess, returning her to her initial state of retreat, akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Clearly, now is not the opportune moment to be candid with Xia Yin. The girl pressed her lips together, deciding to postpone the conversation until they returned to school. After a night of restless slumber, Jiangyu awoke in the morning, her eyes devoid of spirit, brushed her teeth, and settled into a chair. Xia Yin bent down, using a towel to gently wipe the girl's face, while her left hand retrieved a jar of skincare cream. With her fair right index finger, she scooped out some cream and dotted on Jiangyu's forehead, chin, and both cheeks. The icy sensation made Jiangyu shiver slightly. Once Xia Yin had set down the cream, she used both hands to evenly spread it across the girl's face, seemingly relishing the act of caring for her. Her amber eyes gazed tenderly at Jiangyu, glimmering like rippling waters as if they could drown one in their depths. Are you truly going? You don't look well. Perhaps you should rest at home today? Chapter 75. Xia Yin donned a pristine white short-sleeve shirt, exuding a refreshing and immaculate aura. A minimalist black leather watch adorned his slender wrist, accentuating its elegance and grace. His skin was remarkably delicate, and as the sun's rays cascaded down, the ambient light illuminated the room, casting a gentle glow upon his exquisitely fair visage, flawless as if rendered in 3D modeling, without a single imperfection. After applying lotion to her face, Xia Yin cradled her cheeks in his hands and pressed a soft kiss upon her lips before releasing her. The affection mirrored in his amber-hued eyes was unmistakable as he gently inquired, "Why so silent?" His demeanor was poised and regal, exhibiting no signs of unease. It seemed he had sensed something amiss the previous night, yet remained oblivious to its nature, choosing instead to trust her unconditionally, thus refraining from investigation. Jiangyu averted her gaze and shook her head. "No need, I'm not tired." Remaining indoors would inevitably lead to being alone with Xia Yin. And whenever alone with a young man, regardless of the initial activity, it would invariably culminate in intimacy, often concluding with a shared bath. Moreover, awakening to the unsettling sensation of a hand caressing her neck had left her feeling somewhat on edge, prompting her to resist occupying the same space as Xia Yin. He gazed at her intently, casually remarking, "You sound as if you want to be returning." Jiangyu's heart raced, her scalp prickling as she stumbled over her words. "I merely meant, can I take a look now?" "Of course, you can," Xia Yin replied, his eyes brimming with benevolence. "Whatever you desire, I shall grant." Relieved by his calmness, Jiangyu felt a twinge of guilt, fearful of inadvertently revealing her true self. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Xia Yin was an exemplary boyfriend, accommodating her every whim, save for the matter of parting ways. Even in bed, he would cease at her firm refusals and extend unwavering trust. Yet, his intense affection left her questioning whether she had indeed awakened from the initial nightmare or if she remained ensnared in a dreamlike state since that day when everything had irrevocably changed. "Let us go," Jiangyu declared, rising to her feet and stepping outside. Day 1. The group visited the National Museum, Universal Studios, and Baiyun Temple. Jiang Yu also ventured to sample the famed doji, likening it to the odor of a sweaty elder's armpits on a sweltering summer day, which she promptly spat out in disgust. Laughter erupted from Lu Xian and Shui Yun. Su Yin shook her head. It's precisely because of you outsiders that doji has not been eradicated. Xia Yin offered Jiang Yu a bottle of mineral water, allowing his friend's playful banter to unfold without interference. After all, cordiality could create distance, while joviality fostered inclusion. Jiang Yu had grown more comfortable with them over the past few days, shedding her initial awkwardness. In a fit of indignation, she took advantage of Xia Yin's presence, compelling everyone to try the doji. Shui Yun and Su Yin, alongside Lu Xian, exclaimed, "What a malicious woman!" Day 2. Jiang Yu found herself aboard a ship, accompanied by Xia Yin. The splendid soiree is in full swing, with a cascading champagne tower on the deck. Crystal glasses refracting dazzling yet ambiguous light under the glow of the ambience. A few exuberant women, adorned in revealing and form-fitting swimwear, kneel within a transparent grand pool, swaying their slender waists to the pulsating rhythm of the music. Charming young men, with delightful appearances, shake their hips while performing choreographed dances reminiscent of girl groups. Below the stage, a cacophony of whistles and cheers rises and falls, interwoven with the laughter of men and women and the clinking of glasses, creating an intoxicating atmosphere of revelry. In the viewing platform, there are perhaps 5 or 6 men, each accompanied by a partner, all of them curvaceous and statuesque, adorned with exquisite makeup, clad in daring bikinis, and perched on sky-high heels. Upon witnessing such a scene, Jiang Yu feels a surge of unease and contemplates retreating. Well, what a rare sight. Young Master Xia, what brings you out to play today? And you, Lu Xian and your companions. A new face. Who might this be? Xia Yin has always maintained an image of a good-natured young gentleman, easily familiar with everyone. It seems that he is closest to Lu Xian and Shui Yun. The young men present are well-known second-generation wealthy heirs, not lacking in funds, frequently swapping their companions as easily as one changes undergarments, with faces that are each more exquisite than the last. The sudden sight of Xia Yin holding the hand of the plain-looking Jiang Yu evokes a moment of confusion among them. To be candid, the girl is not unattractive, yet lacks any striking features, making her seem mismatched with Xia Yin. I am her boyfriend, and she will be my wife, Xia Yin declares casually, his tone laced with a hint of pride. After all, having found true love and experiencing the warmth of family life that money and power cannot procure, he feels a joy that these individuals, trapped in their monotonous lives, cannot fathom. Young Master Xia appears akin to a droplet of water splashing into hot oil, causing an immediate stir among the wealthy heirs. In this circle, who is unaware of Xia Yan's notorious fastidiousness, leading many to question his motives upon seeing him with such a girl? Chapter 76. Even though Xia Yin referred to her as his future wife, the wealthy scions regarded her merely as a companion, or perhaps as someone of ulterior use, dismissing Jiang Yu entirely. After exchanging casual greetings with the girl, they engaged Xia Yin in business discussions. Xia Yin had acquired land in the south to establish a gaming company, and the affluent youths were eager to partake in its potential success, confident that with Xia Yan's background, the venture would face no obstacles. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Yan's family disapproved of his entrepreneurial pursuits, forcing him to seek resources independently. The rich heirs, oblivious to this familial discord, were eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Jiang Yu, unable to comprehend the conversation, kept her head down while eating. The young man's arm was casually draped around her waist, and their exchange was languid and disconnected. Feeling somewhat bored, she glanced at Su Yin, who was seated nearby, seemingly engaged in laughter with a man adorned with rabbit ears, whose demeanor was rather flamboyant. A strikingly beautiful woman, resembling a Barbie doll, approached Lu Shuren, holding a glass of red wine. Her voice was sweet and affected, reminiscent of a sultry tease. "Shuren, do you still remember me? I'm Amy." Leaning lazily against the back of the sofa, Lu Shuren furrowed his brow, his patience waning as he replied curtly, "Go away. I don't have time for you." The woman's expression shifted, for Lu Shuren was renowned for his admiration of beauty, and it was the first time she had encountered such indifference from him. Yet, in the realm of the powerful, amusement could be fleeting once their interest waned. They would discard their playthings like discarded pets, relegated to the shadows. Beautiful young men and women without wealth were mere toys for the elite, akin to cars and houses. Save for one distinction, people were less valuable than possessions. With a forced smile, the Barbie-like woman departed, clutching her drink. Lu Shuren noticed Jiang Yu's gaze and tilted his head, his initial impatience dissipating, the corners of his lips curling slightly, as if to challenge her to join him. Jiang Yu, intimidated, lowered her head and resumed eating. Hey, sister, business discussions can be quite dull. Why don't we sit together and chat? One of the wealthy companions urged, as she took a seat nearby, playing cards. One woman, exuding charm, playfully addressed Jiang Yu. Eager to distance herself from Xia Yan and his affluent entourage, Jiang Yu welcomed the idea of sitting beside them, even if it meant merely observing the women play cards. Noticing her determination, Xia Yan leaned closer to her and whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. Your man is formidable. If anyone disrespects you, just stand your ground. Even if it leads to chaos, I will support you. After all, isn't it quite common to lose a few lives at sea?" Jiang Yu looked up sharply. Xia Yan's expression was nonchalant. After offering a few more casual reassurances, he said, "Go on, have fun." She bit her lip, rose from her seat, and approached the women's table. "Hey, do you want to play a round?" inquired a woman with vividly painted red lips. Jiang Yu, seated beside them, politely declined, saying, "I'm fine just watching you play. Are you for the countryside?" Another woman asked. She nodded in response, and the questioning woman exchanged knowing glances with her companions, all of them smiling in unison. "Oh, you look quite young. Which school do you attend? You don't even know how to converse in English? Is it really necessary to learn English? Was to your childhood nanny bilingual? Growing up in an English-speaking environment, akin to the nuances of a dialect, I acquired the language naturally, without formal instruction. It is understandable that someone from a rural background may not grasp it as well. The daughters of affluent families, having been educated in prestigious institutions and hailing from comfortable homes, where their parents run small enterprises, stand in stark contrast to me. Meanwhile, young Master Xia is a figure whom even the wealthy heirs seek to flatter and curry favor with, leaving a commoner like me feeling quite insignificant. This has fostered a sense of envy among the women, propelling them to seek validation through comparisons with Jiang Yu. Such dynamics render Jiang Yu restless. She initially believed that sitting among women would be a more relaxed experience than being beside Xia Yan with his arm around her waist. However, the gazes and postures of these women evoke memories of the bullying girls from her middle and high school days. They were vivacious and attractive, not only adored by teachers, but also well-liked among peers. Yet, should they decide to target an individual, the terror they could unleash would be truly overwhelming. As if the heavens themselves had turned a deaf ear and the earth had become unresponsive. Chapter 77. At that moment, she sensed something akin to the dog whistle effect. "I know a teacher with a CELTA certificate. Would you like an introduction?" "Little sister, do you know what a CELTA certificate is?" "It is a teaching qualification awarded by Cambridge University, more than sufficient for teaching you English." The tone of her companions was remarkably casual, their inquiries mundane, even imbued with a sense of goodwill. However, their gestures, glances, and expressions, occasionally punctuated by laughter, ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within her. Yet she refrained from expressing it, fearing that it would escalate into a scene and render her unreasonable. Jiang Yu surmised her companion's intentions, likely hoping to provoke her into a fit of rage that would embarrass Xia Yan, leading to her eventual abandonment. But what of her companions? They had done nothing but engage in conversation with the girl. It was the girl who unexpectedly erupted in fury, regrettably squandering their goodwill in attempting to assist her. As for Xia Yan, he would defend the girl, or rather, preserve his own dignity, subsequently opting for a different companion. The wealthy heirs would remain oblivious to the reasons behind her outburst, perceiving her as irrational and emotionally unstable, and would subsequently shower their unfortunate companion with compensatory gifts of homes, cars, and handbags. This was the expected progression of events. Yet few realized the girl possessed a hidden advantage. Moreover, Jiang Yu was all too familiar with this routine, having often been subjected to it by her father. I recall a time when I indulged in a hamburger. Upon seeing this, my father remarked, "Oh, that looks delightful." I could never justify spending money on such luxuries. You, a student, truly know how to enjoy life, spending money so liberally. From that moment on, the hamburger transformed into a signal. During meals, my father would say, "Forget the meal. Go buy a hamburger. They're much tastier." While shopping for clothes, he'd insist, "What do you need clothes for? Just get a hamburger. That's all you need." At a relative's house, he would inquire, "Should I ask your aunt to buy you a hamburger?" "I don't want one." "Are you sure you don't want one? Or is that just a pretense?" I said, "I don't want one." "If you want one, just say so." "Your aunt wouldn't refuse you." I said, "I don't want one." "Do you not understand?" "No. If you don't want it, then don't have it." "But why are you suddenly yelling at me?" "I only suggested it because I thought you liked it." My mother would interject, "Where did you learn to speak to your father like that?" Various relatives would chime in, "Indeed, look how well your father treats you." If my daughter were to demand a hamburger during dinner, I'd certainly put her in her place. My father relished such remarks. It's all right. That's what fathers are for. The calm and understanding father stood in stark contrast to his daughter's erratic behavior. Jiang snapped back to reality, blinking away the sting in her eyes. She had long grown immune to such subtle provocations, and her method of handling them was straightforward. When something felt amiss, she would ask directly, "Are you all exchanging glances to mock me?" The people at the table clearly did not anticipate that the seemingly soft-spoken girl would confront them directly. The sound of the game paused momentarily, but seasoned socialites quickly regained their composure. The first companion responded, "Of course not, dear sister. If you don't like it, we shall refrain from discussing it further." The second female companion exclaimed in agreement, acknowledging her misunderstanding. Jiang Yu, shyly smiling, wished to avoid conflict, adding that she was not fond of being questioned. "All right, dear sister, we shall refrain from asking," the companions responded, daring only to engage in minor antics. Never bold enough to truly offend Xia Ji's companion. The conversation soon shifted to topics of cosmetic surgery, men, and discreet inquiries about how the girls connected with Xia Yan. Jiang Yu pretended not to understand, but found delight in their gossip, particularly the sensational tales that expanded her worldview. Stories of illegitimate children mingling with legitimate spouses, and strangers discovering they shared the same father sounded like mere trifles compared to the more shocking anecdotes, such as a man being tricked into surgery that left him with a member resembling 4 tentacles of an octopus. Eventually, Jiang Yu could no longer contain herself and ventured to the restroom. Just as she was about to enter, she overheard the woman who had initially whistled at her, conversing with 2 others, and the topic remained her. "Sister Wang, why would we grovel to that bumpkin?" one asked. Sister Wang scoffed. "Why would we flatter someone who offers no advantage? Just look at that rural hat, so timid and unattractive. How long can he stay by Xia Ji's side? What benefit could we possibly gain? Yet he is Xia Xiaoyi, attending his first gathering with a companion, dressed impeccably in high-end brands. Perhaps he brought her for a reason, or he has some peculiar taste, finding charm in an ugly duckling. Even if one were to fancy an ugly duckling, they ought to choose one that is useful." Jiang Yu lingered for a moment, only to hear Xia Yan's voice calling out, "Yu, what are you doing at the door?" The conversations inside abruptly ceased, startling Jiang Yu. She turned. "What brings you here?" "I noticed you had been gone for quite a while, so I came to find you," Xia Yan replied, his gaze softening as he noticed the distressful expression on the girl's face. His gentle smile faded as he conversed with others, unable to remain seated when she did not return for an extended period. Seeing her leave with a look of excitement, likely due to overhearing something scandalous, he was surprised that she had been bullied in his absence. Jiang Yu, unaware of her boyfriend's discomfort due to the comments about her appearance, managed to smile as she suggested they return. After taking a few steps, she realized he had not moved. Turning back, she tilted her head, puzzled. Suddenly, Xia Yan strode towards the women's restroom with a solemn expression. "Xia Yan, that's the women's restroom." Jiang Yu hurried to catch up, attempting to pull him back. Xia Yan disregarded the distinction between restrooms, focused solely on the fact that his girlfriend had emerged in high spirits, only to now wear a glum expression. Connecting the dots, he concluded that something must have transpired inside. Inside, The three alluring women had already heard the commotion outside and hesitated to move. "What are you afraid of? We haven't done anything," Sister Wang remarked. Though one might say otherwise, upon witnessing young Master Xia's entrance, an involuntary shiver coursed through the heart. Although the young master of the Xia family typically maintained a demeanor as gentle as jade, ever cordial to outsiders and devoid of any semblance of anger, at this moment, his exquisitely crafted visage bore a chilling intensity. His piercing gaze slowly traversed the three women before him. Chapter 78. The leading woman flashed a smile at Xia Yan, feigning nonchalance as she prepared to leave, only to be intercepted by the young man. His eyes were devoid of warmth, his demeanor reminiscent of an impending storm. "What were you discussing inside?" Xia Yan's voice was as calm as a still lake, yet it resonated with an unsettling intensity compared to the hushed whispers outside. "Nothing much." The girl continued to play the fool. She noticed Jiangyu rushing in and asked her, "Did I say anything just now?" Jiangyu was taken aback, seeing the murderous expression on Xia Yan's face, and quickly shook her head. "No, Xia Yan, they didn't say anything. I'm asking you what you talked about." "You damned fool." Xia Yan, furious, stepped closer, then suddenly turned and dragged Jiangyu outside, shutting her out of the restroom. Inside, the young man lowered his eyelashes, searching for something. Spotting a broom in the corner, he strode over. The women were pale with fear, and the leading woman's voice turned sharp as she insisted. "We really didn't say anything. I just mentioned that you two aren't a match, and that's all." "You're not a match?" This statement struck a nerve with Xia Yan, his face darkening further. "What the hell do you think you are, daring to comment on my affairs?" Sorry. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was my loose tongue." It is often said that women love to compare bags, clothes, shoes, while men, in their competitive spirit, measure themselves against cars, women, wealth, and power. Men enjoy witnessing women squabble and vie for attention. But who would have thought that such an inconspicuous Jiangyu would be so fiercely protected by a man? "Xia Yan, come out." Jiangyu pounded on the door, tears streaming down her face. She was indeed angry, but knew it didn't warrant violence. Remembering Xia Yan's offhand comment about taking responsibility if lives were lost sent a chill down her spine, leaving her flustered and at a loss. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jiangyu hastily poked her head out and saw the women with their mascara running, resembling pandas. Relieved, she exhaled heavily. Meanwhile, the wealthy heirs, having received news from Xia Yan, hurried over. Chen Liang, seeing his woman in such a disheveled state, cautiously looked at Xia Yan and asked, "What happened?" "You can ask for yourselves. Let me make it clear. This matter is far from over. And concerning the company, if you cannot manage your own partners, then your capability is questionable, making collaboration unnecessary." Always dignified and gentle, it was the first time Xia Yan had lost his temper in front of outsiders. The wealthy heirs were taken aback, and upon hearing it would affect their collaboration, they quickly regained their composure, eager to plead for leniency. But Xia Xiao had already taken Jiangyu away. Finding an empty room, the young man pulled the girl onto his lap, gently and tenderly wiping away the traces of her tears with his tongue. "Why are you crying?" Jiangyu, slightly disdainful, wiped her face with her sleeve. Xia Yan, seeing her extend her hand, pinched her cheek fiercely. "Disdain me? What part of you have I not tasted?" "Including the outflow, The girl's face flushed crimson, covering her mouth, while Xia Yan's enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. He extended his tongue, teasingly licking her palm. "You still haven't told me. What made you cry?" It tickled, reminiscent of a dog's affectionate licks. Jiangyu instinctively withdrew his hand, clenching it tightly, pursing his lips, while Xia Yan, they were merely gossiping. There is no need to target them. Xia Yan leaned her head on the girl's shoulder, her demeanor languid as she remarked, "Honestly, it's the first time I've encountered someone with such a compassionate heart. Others have bullied you, yet you still speak on their behalf. If it were someone else, with his support, they would have slapped them without hesitation, sparing no words." His kind-hearted wife, soft as a bun, could be squeezed and bitten by anyone. Clearly, those who irked her should be rebuffed directly. If not brave enough, why not call for me? Jiangyu tightened his fingers. Aside from the words, ugly monstrosity, weren't they merely stating facts? She truly felt nothing, nor did she perceive being bullied. Moreover, to suppress those women over such trivial matters unsettled her conscience, making her feel akin to a green tea innocent flower. The girl lowered her head, playing with her hands, her silence dissipating the anger within Xia Yan. What could be done? In the future, he would have to keep a closer watch, tightening his belt and bringing her along wherever he went. He sighed, resignedly stating, "Let us investigate if they are guilty of tax evasion or any illegal activities. If not, we shall let this matter pass. If so, it won't be me targeting them intentionally." Raising his brows, he shook his leg, playfully teasing the girl. "So, what do you think, little Bodhisattva? Are you satisfied with my actions?" Jiang Yu felt content internally. "Do not call me Bodhisattva. Fine, little Bodhisattva." On the other side, at a lavish gathering, women were alluring, men charming, dancing closely, kneeling to drink, sitting with legs wide open atop tables, reveling in music, a scene of indulgence and hedonism devoid of restraint. In the center sat Shun Ian, casually lounging, his eyes unexpectedly bewitching, adorned with a roguish smile, teasing the beauty in his arms, eliciting her melodic laughter. "Young Masterin, did you know that Xia Yin is also here, accompanied by a female companion?" Upon hearing that fool brought a woman, Shun Ian raised an eyebrow, the black circular earring in his left ear enhancing his flirtatious allure. He exclaimed in surprise, "That pretentious one brought a woman? The Xiao brothers are no good either, each more pretentious than the last, feigning innocence." The two families are closely connected, and his family often compared him with the Xiao brothers. He had never held them in high regard. Who could be more pretentious than them? Noticing his interest, the younger brother quickly added, "Not only that, but he also flew into a rage over that girl. Is that true? What does a girl look like?" Shun Ian was thoroughly intrigued, excitement lighting up his enchanting face. Thinking he might actually end up lonely, yet here he was entangled with a woman. Chapter 79. The younger brother shook his head with a chuckle, saying, "And Shao, you know very well that those people over there do not welcome us. As soon as I approached, I was kicked away by those two, Shui Yunlu and Shuren. How could I possibly see what Xia Yan's woman looks like? However, I did spot the young lady of the Su family present." Shin Ian smiled knowingly. Could it be that she is there to accompany his woman? TSK. It seems he's quite serious. Jiang Yu was unaware that she was being discussed. Upon returning to the villa, Xia Yan did not allow her to leave again for the foreseeable future. Day and night, he particularly enjoyed feeding her some fruit wine, bringing her to a pleasantly tipsy state where her senses were heightened, his hands wandering across her body, his youthful eyes filled with gentle affection. "You're drunk, right? I love you so much, Yu Yu. We will be together forever, Yu Yu." Jiang Yu awoke from her dream, her eyes opening to the familiar room and the sight of the familiar youth, who sat at the table clad in a V-neck, linen gray long-sleeve shirt, scribbling away. As she moved, Xia Yan noticed her, lifting his gaze with a soft smile. "You're awake?" Jiang Yu nodded. The moment her feet touched the ground, a fleeting disorientation washed over her. Her legs felt as though they had not met the ground in ages, as if she were treading on clouds. The sensation of weightlessness enveloping her. She sat on the bed, lost in the ambiguity of time. "Yu Yu, those who troubled you a couple of days ago have been investigated." "Really?" It turns out their parents not only committed tax evasion, but also caused a land dispute due to factory construction, resulting in fatalities. At school, they bullied a female classmate, which led to her tragic suicide. These are merely the surface details that can be uncovered privately. At the mention of the suicide, Jiang Yu's heart shuddered. She pursed her lips. What was the outcome for them? Naturally, everything will be judged according to the law. However, with my involvement, they will not receive lenient sentences. Xia Yin stated casually, then added, "You seem quite interested. This incident has made the news, and all the details are included." Jiang Yu glanced around, but did not see her phone. Instead, she noticed Xia Yan's iPad on the table and casually picked it up to use. Having often played games on his iPad, she was well aware that the password was her birthday. Soon, her eyes welled up with tears. The victim was far too pitiful. The girl raised by her grandmother, who aspired to attend university and provide for her grandmother. What thoughts must have crossed her mind in her final moments? If it weren't for Xia Yan, would these matters have ever come to light? "Why are you crying again?" Xia Yan, having approached her at some point, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sitting beside her and wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his amber eyes scanning the text above, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. So it seems the Bodhisattva heart has been stirred. I truly cannot comprehend why you weep for these matters. This is not a Bodhisattva heart. It is compassion, empathy. Jiang Yu strongly disliked being referred to as a little Bodhisattva by Xia Yan. She despised the notion that anyone who spoke ill of her deserved to be punished severely or reduced to ruin, as such thoughts were not those of a rational person who would seek to ruin another's life simply because of a few disparaging remarks. Similarly, her current display of sympathy for the victim and contempt for the perpetrator is a natural psychological response. Why should such a normal sentiment be labeled with the title of a compassionate heart? It feels rather disingenuous. This female classmate is neither your friend nor a family member, merely a stranger. What compels you to empathize with her? Xia Yan, absent-mindedly twirling a strand of the girl's hair around his index finger before releasing it, expressed a hint of confusion in his tone. In the worldview of young Master Xia, expending emotional energy on unrelated individuals is akin to performing charity. Is this not the essence of compassion? Shouldn't this be the expectation of a person? Xia Yan lifted his gaze to meet hers, a light laugh escaping his lips. What should it be? His exquisite features, enchanting and ethereal, seemed even more alluring, exuding an inexplicable, fatal charm. Jiang Yu stared intently at him, well aware of the cold-heartedness that often accompanies wealth, yet she still found the person before her profoundly intimidating. Even more unsettling was the fact that he appeared oblivious to any impropriety in his demeanor. "It's nothing," she murmured, lowering her gaze to her tablet. After all, they belonged to two entirely different worlds and would inevitably part ways. There was no point in debating with him. Xia Yan continued to observe the girl before him, the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth fading slightly as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke softly. We are destined to share a lifetime together. If you have any thoughts, please express them, even if I cannot fully comprehend them at this moment. Trust that I will listen earnestly and strive to understand you." Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then shook her head. There really is nothing to say. Chapter 8. Returning to school, Xia Yan felt a profound discontent regarding the invisible chasm that lay between him and his wife, despite their physical proximity. Even though young Master Xia had never engaged in a romantic relationship, he understood that such a situation could not endure. He lowered his gaze. The gentle smile on his face vanished, and he fell into deep contemplation. Jiang Yu propped her chin on her left hand, and after realizing that the perpetrators received their just desserts, she felt a surge of relief as she switched off the news. Stretching her neck, her fingers accidentally brushed against another app, revealing a 3D model of an island. Jiang Yu was taken aback, and Xia Yan, noticing this from the corner of his eye, furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing. He rested his chin on the girl's shoulder, his other hand resting on her opposite shoulder. Yu, this is an island under my name. Shall we hold our wedding ceremony there? It will be our home from now on." He spoke with palpable excitement, his amber eyes sparkling with innocent dreams of a future with her. His delicate, smooth cheeks brushed against hers affectionately as his deep, melodious voice whispered in her ear. "Yu, we can build a traditional Chinese courtyard, surrounded by your favorite sunflowers, and raise 2 Alaskan dogs that you adore." And initially troubled by the mention of marriage, Jiang Yu's expression shifted to astonishment. "How do you know I like those things?" she queried, her surprise evident, for she had never shared such details with him. "Have you forgotten?" Xia Yan's finely shaped brows arched with a sense of triumph. On July 13th, 2020, you posted on social media expressing a desire for a pastoral lifestyle, a courtyard, 2 dogs, some arable land, and 300 million in savings. This was merely a comment she had made while following a trend sparked by viral videos. But who wouldn't envy such a life? Xia Yan embraced her tightly, continuing blissfully. "The courtyard will be filled with trees, flowers, and dogs. In spring, we'll tend to the flower beds together. In summer, we can enjoy air conditioning while playing games indoors. In autumn, we'll feast on freshly picked fruits beneath the trees. In winter, we'll gather around the warm stove." He paused, his eyes sparkling with joy. If we ever tire of that, we can travel the world, stopping here and there while having servants to take care of the house. With that, he stood up, cheerfully picking up the design plans from the table to show her. Look, this is my own design for our little house. Should we add anything? The warmth of his affection radiated like the comforting sun of spring and the brilliance of summer stars, enveloping his youthful features. Jiangyu found herself momentarily speechless, torn between her desire to be honest with Xia Yin and the undeniable pull of his words that made it difficult for her to contemplate ending their relationship. Her fingertips curled slightly, and she murmured, I don't understand these things. You decide. What trees will you plant in the courtyard? Osmanthus or persimmon? Osmanthus, I suppose. It smells delightful. You like the scent of osmanthus? Yes. Then we shall plant osmanthus trees and build a trellis beneath them for grapes, so in summer we can. The boy continued to dream of a future with the girl, while she pondered how she might extricate herself from this situation. Little did Jiang know, if she chose to stay, every word Xia Yin spoke was sincere. If she were to leave, the meticulously designed island home would transform into a gilded cage that ensnares her. On the final day of the National Day holiday, Jiang Yu embarked on a journey to Shungan City, this time aboard Xia Yan's private jet. That evening, he escorted her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Casting a satisfied glance at her new abode, Xia Yan could not linger for long, as he had to return to the capital. Upon exiting the school, he cast a contemplative look inside before slowly making his way back. Never mind, I shall trust her. Inside the dormitory, Wang Lili was engrossed in a new anime series. Upon hearing the door open, she turned to see her roommate, Jiangyu. Oh, you're back. How was your outing? Jiangyu dropped her suitcase and wearily sank into a chair, replying with a deadpan expression. It was all right, spent the last few days in bed. Thinking of Xia Yin, she inquired, Wang Lili, may I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. If your boyfriend were exceedingly possessive and came from a wealthy family, how would you go about breaking up with him amicably? Are you referring to Song Yun or Xiao Xinyan? Wang Lili paused her anime, her eyes igniting with curiosity. No, I mean hypothetically if it were me, if he were handsome, I wouldn't break up. If he were unattractive, I wouldn't have dated him in the first place. As Wang Lili spoke, noticing Jiang Yu's despondence, she added, why the long face? Aren't you usually fond of those possessive, obsessive male-led novels? You often lament about how if you were imprisoned by a male lead, you wouldn't even contemplate escaping, given your social anxiety. It aligns with your preference for solitude. Is it the same? Jiang Yu replied, I possess an omniscient perspective, aware that the male lead will always cherish the female lead, that they will inevitably be together. Yet, she pondered whether Xia Yan would love her eternally, and previously, she believed their relationship would not extend far, which is why she felt at ease keeping Song Yun close. Now, Chapter 81. Wang Lili narrowed her eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Have you self-destructed? You neither chose Song Yun nor Xiao Xian. So who is your boyfriend? Jiang Yu choked momentarily, turning her head away in embarrassment. Oh, there's no one. Really? Don't play coy with me. Are you going to tell me or not? Wang Lili stood up, preparing to tickle her in jest. Just then, Jiang Yu's phone rang. While keeping a wary eye on Wang Lili, she answered the call. Hello, you found her? Great, I'll be right down. After hanging up, Jiang Yu quickly stood up. Wang Lili, Chung Pundi has been found. Would you like to come with me? Wang Lili paused, shaking her head. She has a strong sense of pride. It's better if there's one less person. I want to tag along. After saying this, she glanced at Jiang Yu's departing figure and called out, wait a moment. I don't think she'll return anytime soon. Last time she left in a hurry. And with autumn approaching, I have a few coats I've worn only a couple of times and some unused household items. Take them to her and say they're from an event. If she doesn't want them, just toss them. She rummaged through her belongings, packing items into a bag and handing it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded. I'll express my gratitude on her behalf. What is there to be grateful for? Wang Lili shrugged. It's a bit ridiculous. She has been gone for a month and hasn't checked in on us. What about our year-long friendship? Jiang Yu chuckled, bidding farewell to Wang Lili before heading downstairs to the dormitory. At the entrance, Song Yun, bundled up tightly, awaited her. Yu, he called softly. The car is at the back gate. Once in the car, Song Yun coiled around her like a serpent. His arms enveloped her waist as he buried his face in her neck, nuzzling against her skin. As he moved, the hood of his shirt slipped down, revealing his soft, chestnut-colored hair that tickled her chin. Song Yun, the driver is still here, Jianyu said, her ears tinged with crimson as she spoke timidly. Unfazed, Song Yun kept his head down, extending his hand to press a button. A partition rose, separating the front and back seats into distinct spaces. Jianyu remained speechless as he lifted his head, revealing a strikingly androgynous face, reminiscent of a character from a comic. He licked his lips, his warm, amber eyes sparkling with an innocent curiosity akin to a puppy gazing up at her. His voice, ethereal and melodic, whispered in her ear, "You owe me a kiss." With that, he hooked a finger into Jianyu's collar, gently pulling her forward as he tilted his head back to kiss her. His cool, soft lips met hers, and his warm tongue slipped in. Jianyu struggled slightly, but Song Yun, like a puppy, whimpered softly, refusing to let go. When the car came to a halt, the girl gasped for breath, her lips slightly reddened as she prepared to exit. "Wait!" Song Yun grasped her wrist, retrieving a watch from his pocket and fastening it onto her wrist. This was the watch he had taken off before going to Jing City, fearing that Xia Yin might notice something amiss. Knowing this, he insisted on keeping it for her. With his long, lush eyelashes lowered, he carefully secured the watch, then placed a gentle kiss on her fingertips before releasing her. He lifted his gaze, smiling as he remarked, "All set." Jianyu felt a slight numbness in her fingertips and responded with a non-committal hum. Under the cloak of night, in a village within the city, numerous delivery scooters were parked beneath a locust tree, where the delivery workers rested and engaged with their phones. Jianyu's gaze fell upon Cheng Pandai, who sat on a scooter, absorbed in a book illuminated by the light, seemingly out of place amidst her surroundings. Holding the items given to her by Wang Lily, she made her way towards her. Upon recognizing Jianyu, Cheng Pandai hesitated momentarily before hastily stowing her book and preparing to leave on her scooter. Before Jianyu could react, Song Yun darted forward, seizing the scooter and grasping Cheng Pandai by her collar, lifting her down with a triumphant expression directed at Jianyu. "Cheng Pandai, well done." "Song Yun," Jianyu praised generously. "I want a kiss. Let's save that for later." Jianyu interrupted Song Yun's playful intentions, turning her attention back to Cheng Pandai. "Little Cheng, why do you have to hide from me?" On a bench outside a small shop, Cheng Pandai remained seated, her head bowed. "Why won't you come?" Jianyu questioned, perplexed. Aware that Su Yan's mother was the chairwoman of the National Women's Federation, she broached the subject with Su Yan. "They will handle this." Not wanting to involve Song Yun or Xia Yin for fear of discord, she refrained from using Cheng Pandai as leverage against herself. Jianyu firmly believed that with Little Orange's intelligence, once she freed herself from her original family, she would surely soar to great heights. "But even if I escape them and get into a good university, what then?" Cheng Pandai whispered. "Don't worry about me, Yu. This opportunity should be yours." For months since leaving school, no matter where she concealed herself, her parents could always locate her. Indeed, with cousins and uncles working at the police station, a missing persons report could easily utilize their resources to find her. She felt exhausted from the struggle and no longer wished to run away. Contemplating the possibility of being captured again, she thought that perhaps death would be preferable, for living had become overwhelmingly burdensome, to the point where even the light at the end of the tunnel felt too exhausting to pursue. Cheng Pandai stood and approached the scooter. "Jianyu rose as well. But I just saw you reading under the tree. You must want to return to school, don't you?" Cheng Pandai donned her hat, mounted the scooter, and turned the key, while Jianyu's voice continued urging her from behind, until the question echoed, "Would you do it for me?" Cheng Pandai's grip tightened, and she turned to look back. Jianyu quickly adopted a pitiful expression. "I'm so foolish and slow to react. I can only wait for Little Orange to achieve greatness and become my support." The night breeze carried a chill, and it would be long before Cheng Mingzhu realized that Jianyu had arrived by her side, a step ahead of death. On the way back, Song Yin held the girl tightly around her waist. "Yu, that woman is weak and unreliable. I would make a far better support for you." Chapter 82. Jianyu curled her lips, but offered no response to Song Yun, her gaze fixed upon the messages on her phone. "Xiao Xinyan, the competition in Japan has concluded, and I've stayed a few extra days. I'm currently on my way back." Xiao Xinyan. Image, The image depicted Xiao Xin-yin and his teammates in Japan, their upper bodies bare, showcasing robust physiques and well-defined muscles, exuding a primal aura of strength and raw power. Their aggressive, wolf-like visages added to the intensity. Jiang Yu, unable to suppress her reaction, wiped away the drool. Xiao Xin-yin's stature was nearly double that of Xia Yin and Song Yun, standing before her like a towering mountain. A mere sidelong glance from him sent a shockwave of pressure through her, leaving her legs weak. On the first day of National Day, news of their gold medal win in Japan surged to the trending topics. Xiao Xin-yin, already a sensation, was further elevated by countless edits, commentaries, and an abundance of fan pairings circulating online. Jiang Yu naturally took notice, but with Xia Yin beside her at the time, she dared not look too long. In the car now, she recalled Wang Lily's claim that Xiao Xin-yin intended to pursue her. The thought felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Perhaps it was best to wait until they had that meal together to gauge the situation. Regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or not, she would firmly decline any advances. With Lu Shi in and Song Yun already enough to handle, she certainly did not need another complication. As Jiang Yu gazed at the photo of his abs, her thoughts wandered far and wide. To Song Yun, it appeared as though she was fixated on Xiao Xin-yin, unable to tear her gaze away. Observing her expression, Song Yun's fingers, which were wrapped around her waist, turned white from the pressure. That man again. Why was he so persistently haunting her? Why hadn't he drowned during swimming practice? Song Yun cursed inwardly, contemplating as he shifted his hand to touch his own stomach, soft and devoid of any excess flesh. Yet when compared to Xiao Xin-yin's chiseled abs, it seemed rather unremarkable. Song Yun? Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, noticing the youth with his head bowed, a somber expression on his face while his right hand rested on his abdomen. He pulled back his hand, unconsciously clutching the hem of his shirt, his tea-colored eyes trembling as they cautiously met Jiang Yu's. What do you think of me? What do you mean? Jiang Yu was perplexed by Song Yun's seemingly unrelated question. You're great. I mean my physique. Song Yun's voice grew softer, his confidence wavering as a faint flush crept up his ears. Jiang Yu paused, taken aback by the sight of Song Yun's insecurity. How could someone like him, tall, nearly 6'3", resembling a handsome character from a comic book, wealthy, and having entered university at the age of 9 as a prodigy, harbor any feelings of inadequacy? It was unfathomable. With such talent, appearance, and background, she could only imagine how radiant and cheerful she would be in his position. Yet, recalling the adversities he had faced, Jiang Yu offered encouragement. You're great, good-looking, and intelligent. But enough of that. You're wonderful, Jiang Yu said, her eyes blank. She was the one who should feel insecure. Song Yun's fingers curled slightly, his head drooping in despondency. Days passed, and in the dining hall, Jiang Yu and Song Yun stood in line for their meal. Song Yun, who was ahead of Jiang Yu, casually remarked, Isn't your dormitory undergoing renovations? Standing behind her, Song Yun remained clad in black attire, concealing herself thoroughly. However, with the onset of cooler weather, everyone donned their jackets, rendering her less conspicuous. Yes, they are transforming it into a gym, Song Yun replied obediently, balancing her tray. Looking to improve your physique? Jiang Yu mused, recalling Song Yun's frail constitution, and nodded in agreement. A little exercise could indeed be beneficial. I knew it. You must think poorly of me. Favoring Xiao Xin-yin, Song Yun murmured, pressing her lips together, her smile fading visibly. A lump formed her throat, and her eyes grew misty. The youth, adorned with a mask, glasses, and a hood, was oblivious to Song Yun's distress. Upon completing her sentence, she gazed at the array of dishes at the counter, which appeared bountiful and exquisite. When it was her turn, the meat was generously piled on her tray. It was evident that high-ranking officials had visited in recent days. Chapter 83. Jiang Yu, over here. Wang Lily secured her position, flanked by two close friends as they dined together. Today's spread was indeed abundant. As she spoke, her friends eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu Song Yun sat nearby, a message from Song Wensi lighting up his phone. Song Wensi, you don't worry, I want to tell my brother about this matter, but you must think it through. Even if you terminate the contract, my brother will still be attending school here. If Xia Yin wants to investigate you, he will still uncover the truth. Song Wensi. Regardless, the truth will come to light. With the contract in hand, earning 20,000 a month isn't bad, is it? Song Wensi. As a woman, it's quite natural to be a little fickle. My brother, for all his flaws, is quite easy on the eyes. Having him around is certainly pleasing. And even if Xia Yin discovers it, so what? Song Wensi. At that point, I can help you transfer to the Song family's territory, and my parents can go to the Xia family plead. My father is a good brother to his father, and my mother is a close friend to her mother. Given how things are with Song Yin, what is the worst that could happen? In any case, you'll be fine. Miss, class is about to start, the butler gently reminded. Song Wensi lowered her beautiful eyes. Continuing to type, there is no need to rush to agree with me. Think carefully about the pros and cons, and then let me know if you wish to terminate the contract. After sending the message, she spun her phone lazily, raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant flick of her tongue. Let us go. After all, her brother had nothing to lose. Even if the contract ended, there would be no loss. To put another way, her brother was the third wheel. Gaining a position was a net profit, and even without it, there was still a gain. In any case, there was no downside. On the other side of the cafeteria, Jiang Yu stared at her phone, his eyes dull. Why did Song Wensi speak of straddling two boats so casually? Moreover, what was the difference in standing with him versus being with Xia Yin? Having offended everyone, she could only rely on them, could she not? What are you looking at? Song Yin leaned closer, resting his chin on her shoulder, speaking softly. Nothing at all. Jiang Yu hastily tucked her phone away, fearing that if Song Yin discovered the truth, her next headache would be figuring out how to stop his tears. Indeed, she was one to bully the weak and fear the strong. She dared not mention breaking up with Xia Yin, hoping to extricate herself from the soft-spoken Song Yin before Xia Yin found out. Little did she know, both sides were formidable, and she realized that Song Wensi had a point. Regardless of whether the contract was terminated, Song Yin would still be here, and earning 20,000 a month was appealing. Was it not? After much contemplation, she found herself back where she started. Jiang Yu gloomily ate her meal while Song Yin blinked, returning to his senses. Before him was a mountain of rice accompanied by a few green vegetables. He then mixed in creatine, glutamine, protein powder, and chia seeds, blending it all together before taking a bite. Wang Lili and her friends chattered, occasionally glancing at their idol, even with just half of his jaw visible. It was evident he was an extraordinary handsome man. Friend 1, Lily, why do you always look at that guy? Friend 2, do you like him? Nonsense. A sudden loud sound drew the attention of passing students, who instinctively turned to look. Jiang Yu and Song Yin both raised their heads in unison, one concerned for a friend and the other for a companion. Wang Lili's cheeks flushed. She admitted that in the presence of her idol, she felt her heart race, nervousness washing over her, especially when considering the enchanting, beautiful face concealed beneath layers of clothing. She found herself unable to suppress her excitement. Yet it was merely the fleeting thrill of a fan encountering their idol, a superficial infatuation sparked by the allure of an exquisite man. Nothing more profound than that. However, in the eyes of her friends, it seemed as if Wang Lili was smitten by the peculiar boy beside her, who, aside from his height, appeared quite unusual. Clad in layers, one might mistakenly think he was cosplaying as Zhang Qiling. After a brief pause, Song Yin observed that nothing seemed amiss and continued to eat. The meal was unpalatable, but the thought of Yu's unwavering gaze upon him made it somewhat more bearable. Jiang Yu, may I ask you a question? Wang Lili's first friend suddenly interjected. Go ahead, he replied. Is the person next to you your boyfriend? Wang Lili's second friend inquired. Song Yin's grip on his chopsticks tightened. He chewed slowly, one ear perked up in quiet anticipation. No. He is my fellow townsman who has autism and depends on me. His family entrusted me with his care, Jiang Yu explained, having repeated this countless times, now adeptly articulating it. Yet for Song Yin, regardless of how many times he heard it, his heart felt like a cat's clawing at him, a mix of ache and discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly interjected, he is not just a fellow townsman, he is a third party. Third party sounds better than fellow townsman, Wang Lili exclaimed. inadvertently spitting out her food and coughing uncontrollably. Her two friends appeared incredulous, as if they had misheard something utterly absurd, instinctively exclaiming, "What?" Jiangyu, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Have you all seen the new comic by the renowned author, Arid?" Under the table, he discreetly pinched the boy, warning him against speaking out of turn. Like Wang Lili, the two girls were ardent fans of Arid. "Yes, we've seen it. Arid's works usually revolve around suspense and thrill, but this time the theme surprisingly centers on love. Indeed, while the previous stories were captivating, there was often a certain stiffness when it came to emotions, be it friendship, romance, or familial ties. This has been a recurring flaw in Arid's narratives. However, this new piece has completely sidestepped that issue. The protagonist is a time traveler with uncontrollable abilities, paired with an immortal being. No matter where or when the traveler finds themselves, the immortal serves as their anchor. The story opens with the immortal witnessing the elderly traveler's final journey, burying them in a gentle rain. When a young traveler turns around, drenched, they ask, "Whose funeral is this?" The traveler regards the immortal as their anchor, while the immortal, weary of eternal life, spends their remaining days in perpetual waiting for a long-lost acquaintance. Good heavens, how can one write so beautifully? Jiangyu, noticing their shift in attention, let out a sigh of relief. Song Yun, typically taciturn, always managed to produce something remarkable when she did speak. Chapter 84. Song Yun's head drooped even lower as he gently bit his lip, feeling no remorse for his actions. Wang Lili's two friends continued to discuss the works of the acclaimed artist, who had created a rugged character that they likened to the champion, Xiao Xinian. With a wild mane reminiscent of a wolf and a physique that was broad-shouldered yet narrow-waisted, he had become a source of fascination for them. They lamented his tragic plight, exuding a mixture of admiration and sympathy for his complex character. "I understand you, my dear sister," one of them confessed. "At first, I shipped the male lead with his partner, but soon I realized that his chemistry with the female lead was even more compelling. It's a tale of redemption. Oh, how I adore it." Hearing this, Song Yun's body stiffened, his teeth grinding as he pressed his nails heavily into the table, his expression betraying no emotion. The jarring sound of his actions interrupted the two girls' chatter. They exchanged glances, pondering whether Wang Lili genuinely favored such peculiar individuals. Wang Lili, her head bowed as she focused on her meal, was acutely aware of the reason for her idol's displeasure. The newly released comic featured a female lead and male lead inspired by Jiangyu and himself, while the rugged character clearly represented his rival, Xiao Xinian. Little did her idol know that the more tragic a character became, the more sympathy they garnered, and now her friends were shamelessly parading this revelation before him, a situation she deemed utterly disastrous. Moreover, this secret was known only to her, and the discussions online were suffocating her. "Wang Lili, why are you so silent?" the first friend asked playfully. "Aren't you the one who loves shipping the female lead with the rugged character? Did you not even customize a standee and keychain for it?" Wang Lili could feel her idol's questioning gaze piercing through her, and in a flustered attempt to defend herself, she stammered, "Redemption is just that. It could never transform into a marital bond. Such a pure sentiment would undergo a qualitative change. If it were to evolve into marriage, it would merely lead to a night spent on the bed of desire and love. So redemption can only exist between spouses." No. What I mean is redemption is love." "I apologize. I meant redemption." Fidgeting with her phone charm, she desperately wished to change the subject. Fortunately, her friend took the initiative. "Wang Lili, is that a keychain of the male lead from Desolate Land?" The second friend chimed in, "The official merchandise is no longer available. And I recall you did manage to snag one. Did you customize it yourself? It looks so authentic, just like the original." Wang Lili replied, "It is indeed the original. I have connections." "Wang Lili, you're amazing for having such insider resources," her friends exclaimed, gazing at the figurine with envious admiration. After narrowly escaping the awkward situation, Wang Lili finished her meal and returned to the dormitory with Jiangyu to rest. Her other roommate, Bai Qianyue, had rarely been present since she started dating. "Jiangyu, I envy you so much," Wang Lili said, embracing Jiangyu, who sat in a chair. To be adored by the great artist and immortalized in their comic. Why couldn't that be me? As Jiang Yu finished his meal and opened a packet of spicy snacks, he pondered her words. You can't possibly mean that the new female lead is based on me, right? How could this be? She is intelligent and courageous, exuding confidence and kindness, entirely unlike me. Does this not suggest that, in the eyes of the desolate, you are precisely such a person? Trust me, the moment the female protagonist appears, I am utterly convinced it is you. Wang Lily released Jiang Yu, returning to her seat, and my envy deepened. Jiang Yu paused mid-bite of her spicy snack, astonished by how admirable Song Yun appeared. Indeed, her heart raced. But her criteria for a partner were someone from a similarly ordinary background, rather than someone like Song Yun or Xia Yin. Furthermore, if it were possible, being a homebody, she wished to remain single for life, content to live alone. With sufficient funds, she could even spend her entire life without stepping outside. The sky was clear, and the weather was turning cooler. Jiang Yu stowed away her short sleeves and donned a sweatshirt as she made her way to the central building for class in room 306. As the female teacher was discussing educational theory, Professor Wang from the Chinese department knocked on the door and entered, conversing with the instructor at the front. The teacher then turned to the students and inquired, "Is Jiang Yu here?" Jiang Yu, bewildered, stood up. "Yes, I am here." Professor Wang smiled kindly. "Jiang, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to speak with you." Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Jiang Yu thought it peculiar that a mere invisible student from the Chinese department would be sought after. After instructing Song Yun not to follow, she walked out under the gaze of all her classmates, her movements mechanical. "Professor Wang, you wanted to see me about something?" "Ah, no need to be nervous," he chuckled. "There is someone from above here for an inspection, and they wish to speak with the student to gather some insights. By chance, they selected our very own Jiang from the Chinese department." Professor Wang, tall and lean, bore signs of age with a few strands of white among his dark hair. As he chatted amiably, his tone suddenly turned serious. "Do you know how to articulate your thoughts, Jiang?" Yes." Jiang Yu quickly nodded. "The school is excellent. I will speak candidly." Professor Wang smiled reassuringly. "No need to fret. You're now a sophomore, and next year you'll be interning, correct? The adjacent school as junior high has several special recruitment spots, and I believe you possess great potential, so I have put your name forward. At the end of next semester, you can give it a try. ISNT, that a prestigious school? Jiang Yu had never imagined she would remain in the big city. She recalled how fiercely her classmates vied for such opportunities, while those below recognized the lack of prospects and adopted a more relaxed mindset. Even a naive girl could comprehend the value of this chance and understand that those who came before her were paving the way for her success. It could only be said that this time, a significant figure had indeed arrived. Jiang Yu nodded, realizing she ought to express her gratitude. Yet all the eloquent phrases she had memorized for such moments evaporated from her mind, leaving her tongue tied as she stammered, "Thank you, Professor Wang, thank you. I've arranged for you to take 2 days off. During this time, you will accompany the leaders around school. If they pose questions you cannot answer, simply state that you do not know. As a student, they will not press you too hard." Professor Wang led the girl out of the central building towards the principal's office. Jiang Yu nodded in response. Chapter 85. Upon pushing open the heavy walnut door, one enters the principal's office. The first sight to greet the eye is a grand walnut desk, firmly occupying the center of the room, adorned with elegantly framed calligraphy and paintings on the walls, and potted greenery nestled in the corners. A solemn and dignified atmosphere envelopes the space, infused with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jiang Yu instinctively shrinks back, unaccustomed to lingering in such an environment. From the innermost room, voices emerge. Professor Wang instructs her to wait here for a moment before stepping forward to stand at the door of the inner chamber. "Yes, yes." Professor Wang replies repeatedly to the individuals within, then turns to Jiang Yu, saying, "Come here, Xiao Jiang." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu advances, finding a grouping of sofas and a tea table within. The sofas, in a subtle yet luxurious deep brown, are complemented by soft cushions, while a delicate tea set rests atop the table, exuding a fragrant aroma. Seated upon the sofa are several individuals, and Jiang Yu quickly spots the principal engaged in conversation with someone before him. "You must be Jiang Yu from the Chinese department," the principal says warmly, waving her over. "Don't just stand there, come sit." The university principal, at the very least of a deputy ministerial rank, commands a presence that makes Jiang Yu feel small and anxious. Having been accustomed to facing individuals far more formidable than herself, terrified of making even the slightest mistake, she approaches and sits, placing her hands neatly on her lap, her posture impeccably upright, embodying an aura of utmost propriety. "Comrade Xia, this is Jiang Yu," the principal introduces her, prompting Jiang Yu to glance at the man seated beside her, only to feel her pupils constrict slightly. The man leisurely flips through a blue folder, his visage strikingly handsome, with lips like red pearls and a countenance as luminous as the moon. The formal black administrative coat enhances the refined and cultured demeanor of this aloof man, while the delicate frames of his glasses add an air of detachment. What a remarkable man he is, if only he weren't Xia Yan's brother. Jiang Yu bites her lips slightly, her right hand involuntarily fidgeting with her left, pondering the sheer coincidence of their meeting. If he were to discover her connection with Song Yun, as an elder brother, he would undoubtedly protect his younger sibling. Would she not be doomed? Her mind races with anxious thoughts until her gaze inadvertently collides with Xia Bei's piercing eyes. Her heart leaps. His light-colored pupils resemble a beast lurking in shadows, glimmering with a predatory hunger, locking onto its prey. The man nonchalantly diverts his gaze, concealing his eyes once more within the confines of the folder. This businesslike demeanor suggests that it was merely a chance encounter, perhaps. Jiang Yu steadies her nerves, the oppressive weight of his gaze strikingly reminiscent of Xia Yan's, recalling their first meeting when he had looked at her with similar intensity. She suppresses the strange sensation and forces a stiff smile, sitting tensely. Finally, Xia Bei sets aside the folder and exchanges some incomprehensible terms with the principal before rising. "Xiao Jiang, you will now introduce our school to Director Xia," the principal says, giving Jiang Yu's shoulder a reassuring pat, his eyes earnest. Jiang Yu stiffly nods, trailing behind Xia Bei. As the man strides a distance away, he addresses a middle-aged man and a young man beside him, saying, "I'll handle this with the child. You may return." After exchanging a few polite compliments, the two men departed. Jiang Yu resembled a mere NPC, following wherever Xia Bei led without inquiring about the destination or initiating conversation, until they reached the underground parking garage. The dim yellow lights appeared as if they had been devoured by darkness, illuminating only a small area while the surroundings remained thick with obscurity. The rear door of a black car stood ajar, with a man leaning inside. As he moved, his dark coat slipped, revealing a form-fitting white shirt and a belt that glimmered with a cold sheen, perfectly accentuating his slender waist. His trousers, too, clung tightly to his skin, showcasing his well-defined arms with an alluring roundness. He seemed to have stepped out of a Korean comic, possessing broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Jiang Yu stood obediently aside, rubbing her flushed ears, shyly gazing at him. "I stand out too much in this outfit. I should change before we go," Xia Bei remarked lightly, emerging from the car with a white bag in hand. "Jiang, classmate, what's wrong? Your ears are so red," he inquired with concern. Jiang Yu hesitated, her lips moving without forming a response. Stepping closer, Xia Bei's cool hand brushed against her earlobe, looking down at her with a calm demeanor as his fingers caressed her ear. Jiang Yu, startled, quickly retreated a few steps. "Why you? Little Jiang, your ears are genuinely quite warm," Xia Bei remarked, adopting an elder's tone of concern. "Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" In the dim light of the underground garage, Jiang Yu could not discern Xia Bei's expression, her heart racing as she shook her head. "I'm really fine. It must just be the stuffiness of the garage affecting me." "Oh, is that so?" Xia Bei replied nonchalantly, his tone suggesting indifference. Chapter 86. Jiang Yu remained silent, her hands nervously entwined, standing with the posture of a student punished by a teacher, obedient yet timid. She did not even consider that the refined young man before her was flirting, nor did she entertain any romantic notions. Moreover, his tone was exceedingly earnest, and their relationship, at least superficially, bore an ethical dimension. Even if she sensed an inkling of discomfort, she suppressed it resolutely. Yet, The sensation of his touch lingered on her earlobe, leaving it feeling both itchy and warm. "Here, hold this," Xiao Bei said as he thrust a white bag into her hands. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed him removing his jacket and handing it to her. The air, thick with the stifling heat of the underground garage, was infused with the subtle elegance of his natural scent. Jiang Yu carefully cradled the clothing, still in a daze, when Xiao Bei removed his white shirt, revealing his chiseled upper body. The defined muscles spoke of rigorous training, and the lines were exquisitely sculpted. Particularly enticing was the way his pants clung to his waist and hips, revealing a tantalizing V-shape that stirred her imagination, evoking scenes of red wine spilled over abs, with someone daring to lick it away. "Jiang, classmate, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" His icy fingers pinched her cheek, pulling her back to reality as she met his concerned gaze. He leaned closer, aligning his eyes with hers, his hand caressing her right cheek, his thumb gently stroking the skin, his voice a whisper, "You're really quite warm." Jiang Yu held her breath, her pupils trembling as she instinctively recoiled, her back pressing against a pillar. She shook her head helplessly. "It's nothing, really." In her childhood, when she had a fever, her teachers and parents would often check her forehead and cheeks. This man, being older and a figure of authority, was merely expressing concern for the well-being of his fellow citizens. Surely, that was normal? The girl did not dwell on it further. Xiao Bei's hand lingered in the air, watching her withdraw her own hand as he straightened up. "If you feel unwell, you must speak up. I'm not an unfeeling person." Indeed, he was exceedingly kind-hearted, and the girl nodded, her face flushed, her eyes anxiously darting around, unsure where to focus, ultimately settling on the ground. Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of composure. "Here, help me with this." The white shirt landed in Jiang Yu's hands, still warm from his body, making her feel as though it burned in her grasp. Xiao Bei remained unhurried as he rummaged through the white bag. Since Jiang Yu was holding it with both hands, his fingers occasionally brushed against hers, the charm of white jade on his wrist sliding against her fingertips, creating a delightful friction. Jiang Yu's entire face flushed with heat, her body becoming slightly numb and stiff. Whenever she questioned whether he was being intentional, she would catch sight of his serene, ethereal visage and his languid, self-assured movements, instantly feeling that her thoughts were inappropriate, that she was being excessively naive. Xiao Bei pulled out a thin white long-sleeve shirt and slipped it on, followed by a gray hooded casual jacket and a brown hat. "How do I look?" he asked, surveying her with an air of nonchalance. "Is it still relatively understated?" Jiang Yu cast a fleeting glance, and considering his countenance, stature, and inherent charisma, even clad in a burlap sack, he remained extraordinary. How could he ever blend into the shadows? She dared not speak further, merely nodding with a tone laced with flattery, unassuming. "Xiao Bei sin lips kurzlichtlich." As a young individual occupying a position of power, he had heard countless flattering words, reaching a state of emotional tranquility. Yet this girl, would one say she was adept at navigating social dynamics? Yet she could hardly muster a single word, embodying merely a diligent and earnest individual. Typically, one would not say he disliked her, but he found interactions with such individuals rather draining. Curiously, this girl, with her unremarkable appearance and lackluster personality, managed to stir emotions within him. It was indeed perplexing. His path seemed predetermined, with all desires for power and material wealth fulfilled. At times, he felt akin to a machine devoid of emotions. Therefore, even upon recognizing that his attraction to the girl was decidedly abnormal, he willingly succumbed to it, drawn by the mere fluctuations of emotion she evoked within him. Chapter 87. The parking lot was enveloped in an almost profound silence, while Jiang Yu's gaze flickered uncertainly, believing she had misspoken, which rendered the man before her silent. Her fingers curled slightly as her mind raced with thoughts on how to proceed. Should she utter a word to dispel the quiet tension, or remain silent? The gentle and refined man appeared either exasperated by her awkwardness or simply accommodating. He sighed softly, placed a white bag inside the car, shut the door, and reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking kindly. "Let's go." Jiang Yu pressed her lips together, adjusting her disheveled hair as she followed behind Xiaobei. After lingering in the dim parking lot for too long, the outside light felt somewhat blinding, causing the girl to squint. Xiaobei turned around, shielding her from the harsh rays, his gaze sweeping over her as he remarked lightly, "What S with your collar?" Jiang Yu's hoodie was a makeshift combination of two outfits, featuring a shirt collar sewn onto it. With the sudden drop in temperature that morning, she had hastily thrown it on for class, failing to notice that one side of the collar was protruding while the other was tucked inside, being particularly sensitive to others' opinions. She instinctively touched her collar and stammered a response. What's wrong? Nothing. Xiaobei stepped closer, slightly bending down. His clean, fair hand lifted, fingertips brushing against hers resting on the collar. Jiang Yu, flustered and at a loss, quickly withdrew her hand. Xiaobei's cool fingertips glided over her collarbone, sending ripples of nervousness through her. "A leader? You haven't fixed your collar." Xiaobei's thick black eyelashes cast a shadow beneath his eyes as his fingers gently pulled one side of the collar from the hoodie, meticulously adjusting it. Jiang Yu held her breath, her face flushed in embarrassment, her eyes darting aimlessly until they caught a glimpse of his fair chin and rosy lips, causing her gaze to shyly avert. Xiaobei slowly withdrew his hand, disregarding the cheap texture he had just touched, and calmly asked, "What did you just call me?" Jiang Yu met his light-colored pupils, her anxiety palpable. "Leader? I believe our relationship isn't that unfamiliar," Xiaobei said, narrowing his eyes slightly and raising an eyebrow. "What do you think?" I'm not sure." Jiang Yu struggled to find her words, as she was not accustomed to conversing with those she barely knew, especially not with someone in a half-familiar context. After a moment of silence, Xiaobei, noticing her hesitation, said with a hint of resignation, "Shouldn't you call me brother? After all, you are my brother's girlfriend." Unaware of the slight pause from him, Jiang Yu quickly nodded. He was the leader, and whatever he said was undoubtedly correct. Xiaobei remained silent, his gaze fixed on her. Why was he staring? If there was something to say, he should just say it. Jiang Yu tightened her fingers and, suddenly struck by inspiration, tentatively called out, "Brother Xiaobei?" Xiaobei chuckled softly in response. Jiang classmate, lead the way. Show me around the campus." Relieved to know that his kindness stemmed from his connection to Xia Yan, Jiang Yu exhaled. Yet, they had barely taken a few steps when he called out to her. "Your back is covered in dust." Xiaobei lowered his head, silently brushing off the dust from her back again and again. It must have been the pillar in the parking lot that caused the smudge. Jiang Yu blushed and said, "It's nothing. Thank you." "Thank you, Xiaobei Ge. What is there to thank for?" Xiaobei replied casually. "By the way, hasn't your clothing been washed? It looks quite wrinkled." The temperature dropped this morning, so I just pulled it out and put it on." She explained. "Is the school schedule so tight that you didn't even have time to change into a clean outfit?" Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Jiang Yu's mind. She recalled Professor Wang's words. "It's not the school. It's my laziness that led me to simply throw on any old piece of clothing." To be fair, the school isn't particularly remarkable, nor is it lacking. It is just an ordinary institution, much like herself. Observing the girl, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat, Xiaobei averted his gaze and said nothing further, leading her back to the parking lot. Jiang Yu assumed Xiaobei had forgotten something until he opened the passenger door and gestured for her to get in, realizing he intended to take her out. "Xiaobei?" she asked, puzzled. "Simply to buy you some clothes," he replied succinctly. How could Jiang Yu possibly agree? Yet, the seemingly easygoing man suddenly adopted a commanding demeanor. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself clad in new garments, with several bags of new clothes in hand. After their shopping expedition, noon arrived, and Xiaobei placed her new outfits in the car before heading to a nearby upscale restaurant. Inside, the lively piano notes danced and intertwined with the saxophone, creating a delightful harmony. Having been exposed to many experiences alongside Xia Yan and Song Yun, Jiang Yu, though unaccustomed, did not feel out of place. At the dining table, Xiaobei dined with an air of elegance, his eyelashes gently lowered as he savored each bite, occasionally glancing at Jiang Yu. Noticing her cup nearing emptiness, he thoughtfully refilled it. Spotting sauce at the corner of her mouth, he would offer her a napkin. Truly, he was a perfect gentleman. Yet, the better he treated her, the more guilty Jiang Yu felt. She believed his kindness stemmed entirely from her being Xia Yin's girlfriend, treating her like a sister out of affection for him. However, she intended to break up with Xia Yin, and currently, her relationship with Song Yun and Lu Shi and was still ambiguous. After finishing her last bite, burdened with thoughts, Jiang Yu lifted her head, only to find that Xia Bei had already finished his meal and was intently gazing at her, unable to decipher the emotions and meanings in his eyes. She felt an unshakable oddness without understanding why. When seated, he towered over her, clad in a simple, gray, casual jacket that diminished the air of authority, yet inexplicably, he still emanated a strong sense of pressure. Furthermore, the small square table for two meant his long, straight legs occupied much of the space beneath, causing her to unintentionally brush against him. Jiang Yu recalled the sensation of his polished shoes gliding over her calf in the villa in Jing City. The blush she had finally managed to suppress returned to her cheeks. She instinctively shrank her legs towards the chair, yet his legs still grazed her knee. "Have you finished eating?" Xia Bei asked, a slight smile curling his lips, his gaze soft enough to melt. Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly, and he settled the bill before escorting her back to school. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yu carefully arranged her clothes before hastily descending the stairs. "Jiang Yu." Upon seeing her, Song Yun sweetly called out and approached to take her hand. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, her gaze rigidly shifting towards the side where Xia Bei wore a bemused smile. Two words flashed through her mind. Finished. How could this be? She had initially intended to seize the opportunity to send a message to Song Yun, indicating that she should refrain from contacting her for the next few days. However, with Xia Bei persistently teasing her, pinching her cheeks, tugging at her earlobes, and even dragging her out for shopping and meals, there was scarcely any time left to ponder over Song Yun, and thus she had forgotten. Oblivious to the underlying tension, Song Yun inquired, "Yu, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Your face looks so pale." He cradled Jiang Yu's face with both hands, his amber eyes drawing closer, the initial concern shifting to a desire to kiss her as he neared her lips. The girl seemed to snap back to reality and abruptly push him away. Song Yun was taken aback, his exquisitely delicate features instantly clouded with a sense of grievance. Yu, although Jiang Yu typically rejected her affections, she had never responded with such gravity before. Instead of immediately addressing him, Jiang Yu directed her attention toward the man standing nearby. Song Yun furrowed his brow slightly and followed her gaze, locking eyes with the man who scrutinized them. The look of distress on his face gradually transformed into an expression of calm indifference. She had no desire to display any emotion in front of others. Chapter 88. In contrast to the swiftly changing expressions of a young boy, the young man maintained a barely perceptible smile on his face. He searched his mind briefly. If his memory served him correctly, the boy before him was Song Jia's son, Song Yun. The poor child who had been kidnapped appeared to him last time as a lifeless, exquisite puppet devoid of any spirit. Now, however, he had transformed into a vibrant and radiant figure. That, Jiang Yu felt a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. She stammered and hesitated, struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. Xia Bei withdrew his gaze, turning towards the seemingly honest girl, who appeared to harbor numerous secrets. He recalled the brief interaction between Song Yun and the girl, and could not help but marvel at Song Yun's fortune. The kidnappers from years past had not taken his life. "You are Song Jia's son, Song Yun?" Xia Bei's smile remained as warm as the spring breeze, yet his tone was laced with malice. "Did you not worsen your condition and venture abroad for treatment? Have you returned to spend your dwindling days here, as if nearing death?" Jiang Yu looked at Xia Bei in disbelief, unable to fathom that such cruel words could emerge from the lips of a refined and graceful man. Beside her, Song Yun displayed little interest in Jiang Yu's plight, his demeanor unaffected by Xia Bei's harsh remarks. His long lashes fluttered momentarily, and his delicate fingers tightened around a corner of the girl's clothing, embodying a frail parasitic flower, utterly dependent on Jiang Yu for survival. Xia Bei, with his profound understanding of human nature and extensive experience with people, quickly discerned Song Yun's vulnerabilities. As noon passed, the meal was nearly finished, and students rested in their dormitories, while a few individuals occasionally strolled by the girls' dormitory. Xiaobei seemed entirely unconcerned about his recent statements, nor did he question the affectionate gestures between Jiang Yu and Song Yin. With an air of nonchalance, akin to a gentle breeze under a bright moon, he smiled and said, "Jiang classmate, shall we proceed?" Jiang Yu, feeling anxious, stepped forward, while Song Yin tightened his grip on the fabric, preparing to follow. The girl frowned slightly and whispered for him to stay. Song Yin opened his mouth as if to protest, yet ultimately complied with her request, remaining behind with tightly pressed lips and eyes that glimmered with a hint of resentment directed at the man. Xiaobei maintained his serene smile. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu accompanied Xiaobei around the campus, occasionally responding to inquiries about the school. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, yet it felt as though an invisible sword hung above her, poised to strike at any moment, leaving her in a state of constant tension and unease. What did Xiaobei mean? Had he not noticed the underlying issues? Or was he waiting for her to confess willingly? After dinner, as they parted ways, Xiaobei casually remarked, "Shall we visit a tea house to discuss you, Song Yin, and my foolish younger brother?" Meeting his profound gaze, Jiang Yu's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. She had anticipated that the metaphorical sword would bring despair and terror, yet instead, she felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. Was it finally coming to an end? In the tea house, aside from Lu Xian, Jiang Yu candidly shared her story, including her psychological journey, why she had been with Xia Yin, and why she had feared breaking up, laying everything bare. Repeatedly explaining that she did not intend to play both sides, she urged the Xia family not to take revenge on her. Hearing the girl's tremulous voice, Xiaobei calmly finished pouring her tea and leisurely remarked, "Do not be afraid. We're not part of any underworld organization and will not harm you." Jiang Yu lowered her head, silently mocking, "True, you appear genteel, but who knows about your brother?" Xiaobei's slender fingers gently tapped the table, producing crisp, rhythmic sounds. After a considerable pause, he nonchalantly continued, "Moreover, in this matter, you bear no fault. It is Xia Yin who has been excessively oppressive." The girl abruptly lifted her gaze, seemingly incredulous that he would utter such words. A good person indeed, despite hailing from the same family. The disparity between brother and sister was as vast as heaven and earth. At this moment, Jiang Yu was entirely unaware that Xiaobei was far more malevolent than Xia Yin. Every child emerging from the same courtyard as Xiaobei was a paragon of excellence, a rare gem among men. Yet they all feared Xiaobei, which spoke volumes of his true nature. Even Xia Yin, who generally held disdain for others, harbored a touch of brotherly admiration for Xiaobei. Although Xiaobei had stepped into the political arena and donned a facade of civility, it did not signify that he was genuinely amiable. Chapter 89. Xiaobei keenly observed the growing fondness Jiang Yu harbored for him, which emboldened him to maintain a facade of nonchalance as he continued to feign curiosity. "What are your thoughts now, Jiang classmate?" Jiang Yu, with her hands delicately cradling the teacup, found her gaze lingering on the swirling tea. Uncertain whether the man before her intended for her to sever ties with Xia Yin or with Song Yun, while still wishing for her to remain with Xia Yin. The apprehension etched on her face revealed her willingness to comply with his desires, as if she were silently pleading for guidance. How heartless, indeed, to be so readily dismissive of others. Xiaobei's mood brightened, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Even the rhythm of his fingers tapping lightly on the table exuded a sense of pleasure. "Do you currently have feelings for Xia Yin?" He pressed further. Xiaobei believed his words bore a certain persuasive power. With just a few utterances, the foolish bureaucrats would unwittingly follow his agenda. Yet, faced with Jiang Yu, he found himself a tad too impatient. He ought to have been more discreet, subtly guiding the girl without revealing his intentions. Thus, he rehearsed the words in his mind several times before finally blurting out, "If you do not harbor feelings for him, then break up with him. I am on your side." At this, Xiaobei was momentarily taken aback. His eagerness for the girl to end her relationship was rather palpable, bordering on impatience, which was uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Yet, this departure from control was intriguingly novel and refreshing. Jiang Yu discerned the underlying meaning in his words and met his gaze with her clear, shallow eyes, responding in kind. I am indeed considering a breakup. The outcome was anticipated, and Xia Bei maintained a mild smile as he regarded Jiang Yu, contemplating how to embellish his earlier bluntness to bridge the distance between them. However, he refrained, compelled by the recent sentiment. Why should he don a mask before the girl? Being true to himself would suffice. Yet, it seemed inappropriate at this juncture. He would wait until after the foolish younger brother was no longer in the picture. That way, the younger brother would be distraught, providing an excuse to appeal to their parents to send him abroad. The creature, half peeled of its disguise, subtly donned the facade of a refined gentleman, adding with feigned sincerity, Rest assured, with me around, Xia Yin will not pose any threat to you. So adept at pretense, he was. Yet Jiang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the monster lurking beneath, grateful instead for such a sensible companion. After parting ways with the man, Jiang Yu returned to her dormitory. Finding it empty, Wang Lily and Bai Qianyue were both attending class. She settled into her seat, opened WeChat on her phone, and navigated to Xia Yan's chat interface. She typed an abundance of words, only to delete and revise them until only 7 words remained. Xia Yan, let's break up. Yet, she hesitated to send it. Her thoughts drifted back to that night in the villa in Jing City, the boy's chilling expression devoid of emotion, accompanied by the haunting words, "No one can separate us, not even death." She bit her lip, closed her eyes, and with trembling fingers pressed send. No more. She was weary of living in constant fear. With Xia Bei by her side, she reasoned, even if things went awry, she could always seek refuge with Song Wensi. As she had suggested, in less than 2 seconds, a WeChat call from Xia Yin pierced the silence of the dormitory, its incessant ringing echoing like a death knell. Jiang Yu's heart tightened with fear, prompting her to toss her phone away until the call ceased on its own, before she mustered the courage to retrieve it. Xia Yin had sent a message. Are you playing a game of truth or dare with friends? I'm a bit startled. Jiang Yu pursed her lips, believing it best to clarify the situation. She composed a lengthy message, explaining that she had initially sought mere flirtation and had only consented to the confession with the expectation of an imminent breakup. She concluded with, Xia Yin, we truly are not suited for one another. Xia Yin did not respond. The following day, as the dark sky began to show hints of dawn, the boy's call came through again. I'm downstairs, come down. His voice was faint, like the calm before storm. Jiang Yu's sleepy eyes immediately sharpened with clarity. She was engulfed by dread, reluctant to end the call for fear he might come rushing up. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, I'll come up and make you regret it. Sensing her hesitation, his tone grew increasingly frigid, laced with a palpable menace. Jiang Yu believed he would indeed act on his words. She hastily donned her underwear, all the while feeling the curious gazes of her 2 roommates as she scrambled down the stairs. Xia Yin was already making his way inside, confirming that he was indeed a man of his word. Chapter 90. Your man, the dormitory matron, sat drowsily in her small room, her head nodding as slumber overtook her. At this hour, it seemed as though all living creatures were enveloped in the embrace of sleep, the surroundings enveloped in a profound silence. The young man paused at the sight of her, halting his steps and standing in the shadows, his expression indistinct, yet his gaze unmistakably fixed upon her. Come here, Xia Yan rasped, taking a step forward, the lower half of his pale face illuminated by the light, his lips forming a straight line devoid of warmth. A full 3 minutes elapsed before Jiang Yu swallowed hard, finally producing her card to swipe open the gate. She was clad in her nightwear, her feet adorned with slippers, and she approached Xia Yin slowly, her hands fidgeting nervously. She understood that remaining hidden was futile. Thus, during her descent, she had sent a message to Xia Bei. Do not inquire why she did not call. The young man had granted her merely 3 minutes. What if the call did not connect? Xia Yin, I'm in love with you, Xia Yin stated, his voice unwavering. He advanced a step, his towering stature casting a shadow over Jiang Yu, indicating that he had no intention of hearing her utter the words break up. I. Jiang Yu lowered her gaze, fixating on her crimson fingers, paralyzed by fear and unable to articulate a response. I'm not here to negotiate, Xia Yin retorted, seemingly exasperated. His gaze, typically gentle, now bore a chilling calmness. Let us discuss this in the place where we first met. The girl remained motionless as the man's cold demeanor persisted. I am not asking you. You must choose. Will you walk with me willingly, or do you prefer to be dragged? Recognizing the futility of resistance, Jiang Yu opted for the latter. The journey was marked by silence, the man refraining from conversation. They arrived at the Jing Rue Yunwan community, the spacious apartment where they had first encountered one another. Stepping inside once more felt surreal, as if traversing through time. I had thought you would visit often, so I asked Aunt Lu to prepare your favorite dishes and to clean the room daily. Yet you have not come even once, Xia Yan remarked nonchalantly, his first words laced with disappointment. His amber eyes, usually warm, now reflected a fathomless abyss. Jiang Yu, feeling timid and flustered, averted her gaze, pressing her lips together in silence, at a loss for words. Let us sit down and discuss what makes us incompatible, Xia Yan suggested as he moved toward the room. Jiang Yu tightened her fingers, and when the man glanced back, she timidly followed suit. Once seated, she fell into a hushed silence. Xia Yan faced her, not speaking. Then shall we converse on the bed? He shifted slightly, the chair creaking beneath him, causing Jiang Yu to panic. Literally speaking, we are incompatible, whether in values or family background. Is that all? Xia Yan interjected, a bitter smile playing on his lips, his beautiful face shadowed with disdain. Incompatible with me? What about Song Yun, that dimwit? Is he more suitable? Jiang Yu abruptly lifted her head, colliding with his mocking gaze. His eyes were colder than winter, sending a shiver through her. She recalled that she had not mentioned Song Yun's existence. Xia Yan rose from her seat, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. You don't suppose that during my time here, I uncovered nothing, do you? Am I merely amusing myself with Lu Xian in the bathroom? The man stepped closer, raising his hand. Jiang Yu, gripped by fear, instinctively shut her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the cord of her phone, which hung around her neck, had been removed. Xia Yan held her phone, casting a frigid gaze upon it. Despite her uncertainty about how the man had discovered her password, and the knowledge that she had deleted all messages concerning Song Yun and Lu Xian, she still felt a pang of guilt and a desperate urge to reclaim it. Xia Yan sidestepped, but his large hand clamped down on her wrist, twisting it behind her back. In the next instant, Jiang Yu felt his knee forcefully pressing against her leg, rendering her body uncontrollable as she toppled onto the bed. She struggled, only to hear the swift sound of a belt being drawn. The man bound her hands with the belt from behind, giving her a light pat on the backside before descending from the bed and sitting at the adjacent table, connecting her phone to the computer. The computer screen flickered, and soon, her conversations with Song Yun appeared. He observed languidly, glancing at Jiang Yu intermittently. The stunned expression on the girl's face prompted Xia Yan to remark sarcastically, "You're so preoccupied with your affair that you lack the time to truly know your man. Who would have thought your partner was a computer whiz?" Chapter 91. Jiang Yu faced Xia Yan, her hands bound behind her, fidgeting with a sense of resignation. After all, what more could go awry? She could only plead for Xia Beilai to arrive swiftly so that she might escape with her life. Initially, she believed the situation could not deteriorate further, yet unexpectedly, the voice message she had sent to Song Yun, declaring her love, reverberated through the silent room. The man stared at the screen, the glow illuminating his expressionless face, while Jiang Yu trembled, burying her head in the sheets, unable to confront the harsh reality. Before Xia Yan, she felt not only fear but also guilt. If the roles were reversed, and her boyfriend were to kiss her best friend, toy with her in the bathroom, or flirt with another woman at school, it would evoke feelings of disgust and anger. Were she in a position of power, she would undoubtedly seek retribution, let alone someone like Xia Yan. Xia Yan was at a loss for feelings. Was it anger, sadness, or powerlessness? A youth who excelled in his studies, grasping concepts with ease after a single explanation, maintained harmonious relationships with classmates and teachers alike as long as he desired it. He had no tragic childhood, coming from a wealthy and influential family. His parents, childhood sweethearts, were deeply in love, devoid of family feuds or melodramatic narratives. Despite their busy lives, they always set aside a few days each month to be with him. celebrating every birthday and significant milestone together. He bore no heavy familial burdens. Fate seemed particularly kind to him, endowing him with striking looks and stature. Lacking neither love nor wealth, Xia Yin had never faced a setback in life. Thus, when he received Jiang Yu's breakup message, he was utterly bewildered. He had never sought to learn how to maintain a relationship. Even upon sensing that his girlfriend was concealing something from him, he never investigated. In other words, as long as Jiang Yu did not leave him, he would unconditionally tolerate any transgression. So, when he received the breakup notification after a moment of shock, he retreated into himself, replying, "Are you playing a game of truth or dare with friends?" I'm a bit startled. As long as Jiang Yu affirmed the situation, he would feign that nothing had happened. Yet, the lengthy message she sent, filled with heartfelt sincerity, made him read each word with a fleeting moment of self-doubt. However, when he laid eyes on Song Yun's information, an unprecedented bitterness surged from the depths of his heart to his very bones, a blend of anguish and pain. While he was joyfully messaging her, expressing his longing, sharing his daily life, and discussing their future, what was she doing? Perhaps she was strolling hand in hand with Song Yin on campus, or maybe Song Yin was by her side, patiently waiting for her to finish her perfunctory message. Rationality had long been devoured, and on the way, he instructed his men to prepare Jiang Yu's documents for going abroad, accompanied by bodyguards to take action. Like a wild beast unleashed, he recklessly made his way to Sheng'an City. Standing before the girls' dormitory, during the 3 minutes he waited for his girlfriend to descend, his rationality gradually returned. Did he truly need to proceed in this manner? His thoughts had never wavered. Like his parents, he envisioned growing old with Jiang Yu, traversing the remainder of their lives together. Upon reflection, is it not entirely natural for an ordinary person like Jiang Yu to succumb to temptation? Had it not been for the insidious allure of Song Yunlu and her shameless seduction, how might Jiang Yu have engaged in such ambiguous relations with them? Perhaps it is worth discussing that as long as he severs ties with Song Yun and her entourage, he could carry on as if nothing had transpired. Dissolving the bodyguard arrangement, though still seething with anger, he managed to suppress his fury upon observing that Yu Yu dared not approach. Inside the room, Xia Yin silenced the audio and rose to his feet. The girl, curled up on the bed, heard the sound and feigned ignorance, burying her face deeply into the sheets. Trembling violently, perhaps after a prolonged silence, she cautiously turned her head to glance over. Her eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, flickered with trepidation upon seeing him. She recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retreating further into her cocoon and continuing to hide her face in the bed. Xia Yin pressed his lips together, pondering whether, had he been the first to discover Jiang Yu's duplicity, he would have been cowardly enough to feign ignorance. Provided Jiang Yu remained silent. Jiang Yu. He heard his own voice rasping in the air, initially intending to engage in a meaningful conversation. He could not help but succumb to jealousy, furrowing his brow to question, what is so commendable about that imbecile? Is it worth my being cast aside for him? Ultimately, Xia Yin failed to comprehend the girl's reasons for the breakup. He believed their differing worldviews to be irreconcilable. Even if he could not change himself, he would feign alignment with her beliefs for a lifetime. If she deemed their social standings incompatible, she could simply distance herself from him, avoiding his lifestyle, his parents, and social interactions altogether. As long as she articulated her needs, he would be willing to accommodate them, despite her assertions that as long as they did not part ways, she could mold him into the person she desired. Jiang Yu's claims of differing values and social standings were mere pretexts. She had chosen to end their relationship for the sake of another man. The girl remained silent, determined to maintain her act of feigned death. Why did she not speak? Xia Yin found her demeanor unappealing. No, Xia Yin, Jiang Yu, with eyes firmly shut, believed that by distancing himself from Song Yun, he would bring Xia Yin some measure of joy. Thus, he tremulously began before Song Yun appeared. Silence, silence, silence. Xia Yin, filled with rage and humiliation, stepped forward, his expression terrifying as he turned Jiang Yu to face him. Unable to accept that Jiang Yu had approached their relationship with a resolve to leave him from the outset, he preferred to believe that she had been seduced by another man. Xia Yin's beautiful, expressive eyes widened as they fixated on Jiang Yu's pallid face and tightly shut eyelids. His lips pressed together in a thin line. Struggling to contain his emotions, his voice trembled distinctly as he implored, I will not pursue the matter any longer. Shall we start anew? Jiang Yu's closed eyelashes fluttered slightly, taken aback by Xia Yan's willingness to utter such words upon learning the truth. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to muster a perfunctory response to navigate the situation. Though her feelings for Xia Yan had initially been shallow infatuation, they had now morphed into fear. Yet, she still remembered the kindness he had shown her. The softness in his demeanor caused the timid Jiang Yu to hesitate before responding affirmatively. If possible, she did not wish to deceive Xia Yan. The girl's hesitation resulted in the rough removal of her clothing by the man. Jiang Yu quietly exhaled in relief. The young man was physically strong and would surely hold on until Xia Bei arrived. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xia Yan gradually ceased his actions, and soon she felt warm droplets cascading down her cheeks, one drop, then another. With her eyes firmly shut, Jiang Yu instinctively opened them and discovered Xia Yan's exquisite face already drenched in tears. All you need to do is stay by my side. I shall face all difficulties and obstacles alone. Why? Why is it so hard? His voice trembled with sorrow, as if he could no longer bear the weight of his emotions, burying his head in her neck and weeping softly. Jiang Yu, during the time we have spent together, have you ever contemplated a future for us, even for a fleeting moment? Jiang Yu could not provide an answer. How could she think of a future when their connection was rooted in the intent to part ways? Xia Yan seemed to accept this, and after a brief bout of tears, he rose to untie Jiang Yu's hands and assist her in redressing. Jiang Yu, I do not threaten you, nor shall I harm you. Thus, I wish to ask you. Xia Yan sat on the bed, her gaze lowered. Will you still be with me? Jiang Yu rubbed her reddened wrists, hesitating for a moment before speaking her truth. No. Then let us go. Xia Yan's voice was soft, seemingly recalling something, and she managed a faint smile. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Was it truly that simple to let her go? Tentatively, she took a few steps toward the door, only to find that the other party showed no intention of stopping her, prompting her to quicken her pace. As the door swung open, a robust bodyguard blocked her way. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. Excuse me, please move aside. Let us go. Xia Yan emerged from the room, her voice raspy, akin to a whisper from a demon. The countryside-style house on the island was already under construction. For now, Jiang Yu would have to endure residing in another villa on the island. Why are you looking at me like that? I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it, Xia Yan said, both laughing and crying. I told you, not even death shall separate us. Chapter 92. The lights flickered in the vast expanse of the private underground garage. Rows of luxury cars stood in orderly fashion, resembling silent behemoths, their gaze fixed upon two imposing bodyguards who restrained Jiang Yu's arms, propelling her swiftly down the corridor. Jiang Yu's mouth was taped shut, sweat streamed down her face, and strands of disheveled hair clung to her damp cheeks as she struggled desperately, her eyes filled with despair. However, a reclusive girl who abhorred physical exertion stood no chance against the trained bodyguards. Their grip was akin to iron claws, rendering her efforts to escape futile. Leading the way, Xia Yan halted abruptly, causing the bodyguards behind him to come to an immediate stop. Jiang Yu glanced ahead to find a black limited-edition luxury vehicle parked quietly at the center. Surrounding it were numerous men, each towering over 185 meters, clad in sleek black suits. In the midst, Xia Bei lounged casually atop the car's hood, his long legs crossed, one hand propped on the vehicle while the other intermittently flicked a lighter. The square body of the lighter, pure black, resembled a mysterious obsidian, glinting with a chilling sheen. His slender, knuckle-defined fingers occasionally nudged the lighter-esque cap. Click, click. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the silent parking garage, akin to a hammer striking the heart, invoking an involuntary shiver. Dear brother, Xia Bei remarked, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, his eyes playfully scrutinizing Xia Yan. Where are you headed? Brother, what are you doing here? Xia Yan approached with a cheerful demeanor, subtly signaling the bodyguards to move ahead with Jiang Yu. Yet, the men beside Xia Bei obstructed their path. The atmosphere grew suddenly hushed. Aside from the subtle sounds of breathing, it was as though all other noises had vanished. The smile faded from Xia Yan's face. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Xia Bei rose from the car hood, his tone exquisitely gentle. His black shirt glimmered faintly, accentuating his flawless complexion. The belt cinched at his waist emphasized his lean physique, exuding an air of restrained allure. Xia Yan furrowed his brows. "Brother, this is my girlfriend. I intend to take her abroad. However, it seems this young lady does not wish to accompany you. And what of it?" Xia Yan replied nonchalantly. "As long as I am happy." "Is that so? I have informed our parents of your transfer to a school abroad, and they have consented." Xia Bei answered, evading the question. Xia Yan momentarily failed to grasp the implications, asking, and then, suddenly, he realized the gravity of the situation. "What about Jiangyu? Our parents would never agree to my studying abroad." "Oh." I presented to them the fabricated documents you created for the girl, along with a series of false information. In short, I subtly hinted at my impending promotion. Although your actions may not bear significant consequences, it is wise to prepare for any eventuality. Besides, you have always wished to study abroad, and thus, our parents consented. Brother, why are you doing this? Xia Yan's gaze fixed intently on his brother. Disbelief etched across his features. This is none of your concern, is it? Previously, he had clearly conveyed that if one harbored feelings, they should seize the opportunity. The Xia family strove to stand at the pinnacle, not to endure grievances. Yet, what has transpired now? Xia Bei offered no response, casually stating, "The plane is ready. Let us depart." "No, brother, you cannot do this." Xia Yan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion as he anxiously glanced at Jiangyu. He could not bear to part with the girl. It was an impossibility. Xia Bei motioned for the bodyguards to step forward and bind him. Xia Yan could not fathom why his brother was so intent on aiding Jiangyu. Yet he understood that once they departed, returning would be a distant hope. As the bodyguards drew closer, he sprinted toward Jiangyu. However, before he could reach her, he was apprehended by the guards. Despite his training in combat, facing seasoned veterans left him feeling utterly inadequate. At the moment the bodyguards released Jiangyu, she dashed behind Xia Bei, having just removed the tape from her mouth, her eyes narrowing slightly. Xia Yan fell to his knees before Xia Bei, his hair disheveled and his once handsome face now marred by tears, resembling a weeping kitten. His enchanting eyes were reddened, and he pleaded humbly, "Brother, brother, I will truly perish without Jiangyu." "Wu, weren't you the one who cherished me the most? Why must it be this way? I only wish to be with you. What have I done wrong?" Xia Bei felt a wave of disorientation, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to many years prior. At that time, Xia Yan's first word was brother. As a toddler, just learning to walk, he delighted in trailing behind him like an inseparable little shadow. He would stagger along, striving to keep up while calling out in his sweet, childish voice, "Brother, brother." It was a peculiar sensation, indescribable yet not unpleasant. However, compared to his younger brother, Jiangyu resonated more profoundly with his heart. Xia Bei clicked his tongue softly, narrowed his eyes, and slowly articulated, "Very well. Let us inquire of Jiangyu. If she desires to be with you, I shall not stand in your way." Xia Yan seemed to grasp at the last glimmer of hope, casting a glance at Jiangyu without a moment's hesitation. His frantic and hurried movements led him to stumble and fall at the girl's feet, tears cascading from his eyes in a wretched display. You. Chapter 93. Yu Xia Yan pleaded softly, "I want to be with you. Please, I truly like you." Jiangyu felt her throat dry as she took a step back, shaking her head. "Xia Yan, we really aren't suitable for each other. This relationship must come to an end." She never anticipated that it would conclude in such a manner. Who wouldn't wish for a harmonious parting? Yet there was no other way. Xia Bei raised his chin slightly. Several bodyguards stepped forward. Xia Yan, who had been sobbing on the ground, suddenly let out a derisive laugh, tilting her head slightly. The pale-skinned boy had tears streaming down his face, his nose, eyes, and mouth tinted a delicate pink, particularly striking in his beauty, rendering him utterly pitiable. Despite his disheveled state, he appeared as an endearing, vulnerable figure. Yet not one among them regarded him as inferior or a mere plaything to be controlled. Xia Yan's tear-filled peach blossom eyes, shimmering like amber suffused with moonlight. Fixated intently on Jiangyu. Do you think my brother is a good person? He only acts when there's something to gain. His hands are stained with dirt. Why would he help you? Jiangyu instinctively glanced at Xia Bei, who was casually playing with a lighter. Noticing her gaze, he shifted his eyes to her face. A hint of a smile playing on his lips. What's the matter? His tone was unhurried, devoid of any indication of trouble. She bit her lip and shook her head. Strangely, during her time with Xia Yan, she had not heard him speak much about his brother. It was evident that their relationship was quite close. Now, to send his brother away for the sake of an outsider like her was simply unfathomable. Just as unease began to settle within her due to Xia Yan's words, he was hastily escorted towards the car by 2 bodyguards. Somehow, he broke free from their grasp and ran towards her. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yan stood before Jiangyu, his cool fingers tugging at her collar, exposing part of her shoulder, and he sank his sharp teeth into it. Jiangyu grimaced in pain, her features contorting. Xia Yan was swiftly pulled away, and Xia Bei's expression darkened. Bind him with a rope. The bodyguards sighed in relief. It was indeed challenging to restrain the young master without causing harm. Xia Yan, pinned to the ground, laughed maniacally, his mouth twisting into a grotesque grin. I don't know why he helps you, but can I stay abroad forever? You've been played by him, dear. When I return, I will reward you handsomely. Just wait. The final words seemed to gnaw at Jiangyu, as if chewing her up before being spat out. Jiangyu clutched her shoulder, her face pale, staring blankly at Xia Yan's frenzied demeanor. Xia Bei approached, naturally removing her hand from her shoulder. He slipped his finger into her collar, brushing against her warm skin, gently tugging it down to reveal the wound beneath. Jiangyu, accustomed to wearing T-shirts, had delicate, fair skin that was tender and alluring. Xia Bei paused, a smile flickering across his face. Fortunately, there's no bleeding. Yet even as he spoke, his gaze remained fixed. Jiangyu snapped back to reality, instinctively retreating a few steps to distance herself from the man. The final glance of Xia Yan was one of such a scene. His lips parted slightly, and it was only after the car had driven for quite some time that he pressed his lips together. He was not a fool. Rather, his entire focus had been on the girl, and the abrupt separation had left his thoughts in disarray. Now, he had finally identified the source of his tangled emotions. Chapter 94 on the other side. Jiangyu was clad in a simple pajama ensemble, a basic t-shirt and knee-length cotton shorts, her slippers having mysteriously vanished, leaving her barefooted and standing still. She resembled a piece of wood, utterly motionless and looking quite pitiful. The private parking area on the lower level had returned to silence. The bodyguards, accustomed to grand spectacles, remained unfazed by the minor commotion unfolding before them. After a brief moment of composure, Jiangyu finally spoke. Brother Xia Bei, thank you. I will take my leave now. Xia Bei, who had been conversing lightly with the bodyguards, felt his voice falter and the warmth in his eyes diminish slightly upon hearing her words. After a few brief exchanges concerning his younger brother, he lingered his gaze on the girl, charged with an inexplicable intensity. Goodness, the weight of his gaze was almost suffocating. Jiangyu tightened her fingers, and seeing the man silent, she attempted a polite smile, preparing to depart. Are you really going to walk back barefoot? Xia Bei remarked casually, taking a step closer with each word until he stood right before her. Do you have any cash on you? What about your phone? The girl opened her mouth, but with him so near, his clear, penetrating eyes bore down upon her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Before she could respond, he lightly suggested, I will take you back. But first, we need to go upstairs to find you a pair of shoes, don't you think? Though phrased as a question, his tone brooked no argument. I. Jiangyu stammered, unsure of how to respond, as she found his reasoning quite compelling. She had neither cash nor a phone, making it seem impossible to return to school. There's no need to change shoes. Perhaps it would be best if Brother Xia Bei just took me back to school, she finally conceded after a moment's contemplation. That simply won't do, Xia Bei insisted, stepping closer until he was nearly pressed against her, his large hand encircling her waist. Jiangyu felt her feet leave the ground, and by the time she realized what was happening, she found herself perched upon his right arm, cradled like a child. Feeling unsteady, she instinctively reached for his shoulder but hesitated, recalling that he was Xia Yan's brother and a man of considerable stature, retracting her hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face flushing crimson as she stuttered, Xia Bei, what are you doing? This is too intimate. In her childhood, she had been carried like this by her parents, but such moments had long since faded. Were you always so careless with yourself? Xia Bei inquired, lowering his gaze to her ankles. With his other hand, he gently touched the soles of her feet, and when he withdrew, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her toes, causing them to curl in discomfort. What if you accidentally scrape your skin? With long strides, Xia Bei confidently made his way toward the elevator, stating, infection can be serious. Let us go up and disinfect your shoulders well. The bodyguards, who had initially displayed stoic expressions, now exchanged glances filled with subtle intrigue. If their memory served correctly, this young lady had only just parted ways with the young master. What then was the elder master doing? As the elevator doors closed, severing the bodyguard's line of sight, Jianyu bit her lip, unable to persuade Xia Bei to set her down. With a subtle twitch of her fingertips, she silently closed her mouth. In the spacious apartment, within the confines of the bathroom, Xia Bei gently placed her upon the toilet seat, rising to retrieve the shower head to rinse her feet. He crouched down, his knees hovering above the ground. His neatly styled hair, swept back, allowed a few stray strands to fall gracefully across his forehead. And beneath his charming peach blossom eyes lay a faintly visible mole. The black cuffs of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong and well-defined forearms. After rinsing her feet, he delicately dried them with a towel, wiping away the droplets of water. Once he had finished with one foot, he placed her clean foot upon his kneeling thigh. The sensation of his firm and warm flesh startled Jianyu, prompting an instinctive desire to withdraw her foot. Do not move. Chapter 95 is broad. Powerful hand gripped her heel like a vice, rendering her unable to withdraw. The floor was damp, and stepping on the tiles would dirty her feet. Xia Bei explained this casually, her demeanor composed. After drying his feet, he lifted her and carried her to the sofa. He then rose to fetch a new pair of slippers from the cabinet, placing them by her feet. Stay here. I'll get the medical kit and return shortly, he said. Jianyu watched Xia Bei's retreating figure, her fingers fidgeting anxiously. No matter how she sought excuses, she understood now that Xia Bei's kindness towards her had nothing to do with Xia Yan. She stood and walked into Xia Yan's room, glancing around until her eyes landed on her phone beside the computer. Grabbing it, she dashed towards the door, but just as she reached it, a firm grip seized her wrist. Xia Bei, holding the medical kit, regarded her with calm, unruffled eyes. Where are you going? A tingling sensation coursed through Jianyu's wrist. She feigned composure, waving her other hand with the phone and smiling. I found my phone, so I won't trouble you, Brother Xia Bei, to take me back. I'll disinfect myself first. No, Xia Bei replied, his grip tightening as he led her to the sofa, his tone brooking no argument. Reluctantly, Jianyu was compelled to sit down beside him, his thigh pressing firmly against hers. He spoke softly, should you take off your clothes? I'm using iodine, which might stain. Jianyu tilted her head slightly, meeting his tranquil gaze. She averted her eyes, nervously pointing at a bottle in the medical kit. Could we use disinfectant instead? He paused, momentarily taken aback by her futile resistance. Without hesitation, he exchanged the iodine for the disinfectant, methodically wetting a cotton swab. I'll do it myself, Jianyu insisted, eager to finish quickly and distance herself from him. She couldn't believe he would linger in Shang'an City indefinitely. Can you see your shoulder? He queried nonchalantly. Before she could respond, his slender fingers tugged gently at her loose collar, exposing part of her shoulder. The skin where his teeth had marked her bore a faint bruise. With one hand resting on the back of the sofa, he deftly applied the disinfectant with the cotton swab. At this point, Jianyu refrained from further conversation, wishing only to expedite the process without unnecessary entanglements. His long, dense eyelashes lowered as he leaned closer, the warmth of his breath brushing against her shoulder, mingling with the cool disinfectant. Jianyu shivered, unable to suppress her question. Is it done? He remained silent. After a moment of waiting, she couldn't help but glance at him. Just then, he lifted his head, their faces mere inches apart, his nose almost touching hers. As he gazed into her eyes, The clarity of his irises deepened. His gaze drifted downward as he leaned in, his slender neck extending forward, and his lips softly grazed hers. The girl's lips were soft, and she was caught off guard by the pleasant sensation. Before she could process the initial kiss, he pressed his lips to hers again. The previously calm demeanor transformed into one of urgency, an insatiable desire for more. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. As realization dawned upon her, she placed her hands behind her on the sofa and shifted back slightly, attempting to create some distance from the man. However, nestled between Xia Bei's arms, the space for evasion was undeniably limited, yet she managed to establish a modicum of separation. She met his penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a lion poised for the perfect moment to pounce. "Are you surprised?" Xia Bei inquired, adjusting his posture slightly. One knee rested on the sofa while the other remained on the ground. He slowly lifted one hand from either side of her, his movements gentle and meticulous, as he tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he languidly remarked, "I find it hard to believe that you are unaware." Chapter 96. Jiang Yu's silence. She was indeed aware that the man harbored feelings for her. Yet, she perceived herself as exceedingly ordinary, akin to an inconspicuous passerby lost within the crowd. Her past experiences and insights led her to believe that such affection was implausible. Consequently, even upon realizing it, she swiftly dismissed the notion. Although there were instances of remarkable men like Xia Yin and Song Yin showing interest in her at this moment, Xia Bei's gaze held a tempestuous depth, far more intense than usual, imbued with fervent desire that ebbed and flowed around her. His large hand did not falter despite her silence. It glided across her cheek, stirring ripples of sensation, before venturing beneath the hem of her garment, brushing against her waist. His fingers, akin to his brother's, were chillingly cold. Jiang Yu, in a flurry of panic, pressed her hands against his, yearning to comprehend his intentions. Brother Xia Bei, we are not suited for each other. I don't like you." With no support from his hands, she found herself entirely reclined on the sofa. "You seem to be out of touch," Xia Bei remarked with an enigmatic smile, withdrawing his hand. Jiang Yu was left perplexed. "You possess neither a sharp intellect, nor a physique to be proud of, nor a breathtaking beauty that captivates at first glance," Xia Bei observed, casting a lofty gaze upon her. "Why is it that everyone is drawn to you? Xia Yin, Song Yun, Lu Shiren, and even one Xiao Xin Yin. His background is not ordinary. He sought to investigate you, but I intervened." Jiang Yu's eyelashes fluttered. These individuals were indeed rare gems within their social strata, a select few among many. To my knowledge, they are not engaged in any peculiar betting games. Do you not find this strange? Jiang Yu's complexion paled, as those thoughts she had desperately suppressed surged forth. What was she, then? A monster? As she pondered this, the man's ethereal voice resonated in her ears, sending chills down her spine. "You seem to possess a peculiar allure that defies scientific explanation," he stated, his tone both mundane and menacing. Xia Bei's eyes were strikingly similar to Xia Yan's, peach blossom-shaped with shallow amber hues. Yet, compared to his brother, the elder's upward tilted, dangerously enchanting gaze was far more captivating. Within his light-filled orbs, her reflection danced. He leaned closer, kissing her chin, trailing kisses along her jawline, neck, and collarbone as Jiang Yu contemplated Xia Bei's words. Her instinct to push away his hand faltered. Her breath quickened, and she suddenly shoved him away, rising to her feet. Xia Bei was taken aback by her unexpected rejection. He reclined languidly on the sofa, observing her as she adjusted her clothing with an air of nonchalance. "I thought you would understand," he remarked slowly. "Given your peculiar constitution, you must choose a man of great power to avoid being tossed about. Clearly, I am a most suitable candidate, am I not?" His words remained mild. Presently, the situation was merely a trivial matter among the younger generation, not yet escalating to the level of the older families. For instance, within the Xia family, should his brother marry a commoner, it would pose no issue whatsoever. However, if this common woman incites discord and estrangement among the brothers, for the elder generation, the harmony and stability of the family surpass all else. They remain indifferent to the woman's innocence, To preserve familial unity, they would not hesitate to act, even if it may inflict harm upon her or contravene moral principles. It is essential to understand that the decline of any family often conceals a web of intricate reasons, yet the root cause, the most critical and fatal factor, is internal discord. Thus, from a moment Xia Yin realized that her elder brother harbored feelings for Jiang Yu, despite the overwhelming sense of resentment within her, she refrained from seeking assistance from her family. All of this lay within Xia Bei's calculations. While her brother was in the country, he was the one held in check. However, with her brother abroad, that concern shifted to him instead. What Xia Bei did not anticipate was that the girl, seemingly meek and easily manipulated, possessed an unexpected tenacity. Jiang Yu lowered her head and softly remarked, "I need to consider this." Chapter 97. What is there to contemplate? Xia Bei rose, his brows elegantly arched. He sauntered leisurely towards Jiang Yu, unhurriedly unfastening the buttons of her collar with deft fingers. The man exuded an air of calm and composure, as if the girl were already within his grasp. His cool fingertips traced along her collarbone, languidly remarking, "What difference does it make if it's delayed by a day?" As he reached for the second button, Jiang Yu panicked and grasped his hand. Xia Bei regarded her with an enigmatic gaze, his smile tranquil and undisturbed. "What troubles you?" She, in a state of nervousness and unease, stammered, "See, can you give me a moment, please?" Her mind was in disarray. She needed solitude to weigh the pros and cons, rather than hastily acquiescing in the moment. Xia Bei scrutinized Jiang Yu for a brief while. He had encountered numerous women of varying dispositions, the poised and proud heiress, the gentle and reserved debutante, the alluring and rebellious vixen, the whimsical and spirited girl. Regardless of whether they were aristocratic and aloof, tender and demure, or bold and exuberant, the mere hint of his interest would draw them to him like moths to a flame. Xia Bei was one who reveled in dominance. No matter how strong or exceptional, women in the traditional patriarchal society failed to pique his interest. He was far more captivated by those who wielded power and control. Yet, Jiang Yu was an anomaly. In the monotony of his existence, this sensation transcended his fascination with commanding the strong, igniting a fervor within him that was both exhilarating and consuming. Perhaps after occupying a lofty position for too long, having everything under his control for an extended period, or perhaps due to always engaging in high-stakes games, encountering someone as naive as Jiang Yu left him feeling somewhat helpless. What was there to ponder? The perfect solution lay before her. By aligning with him, all dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. What was there to deliberate? Xia Bei's tone remained unfazed, though his eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions, hinting at an underlying instability. Jiang Yu kept her head bowed, her lips sealed in silence. Such was her nature. Once she firmly resolved on a matter, she chose silence as her form of defiance when pressed by others. Noticing her reluctance to speak, the man languidly circled behind her. With his gaze lowered, he let out a cryptic chuckle. There exists a debate. Which is more vital, talent or effort? What do you believe? Jiang Yu blinked, perplexed by the sudden question. Her awareness focused on his hand grazing her lower back, rendering her breathless. Xia Bei seemed unconcerned with her response, continuing his musings. Yet, effort requires talent. Suddenly, his grip on her waist tightened, drawing her closer, his hand seizing her chin and lifting her gaze to meet his penetrating stare. Jiang Yu found herself compelled to straighten her neck, locking eyes with a man whose expression mirrored that of a predator observing a prey futilely struggling within his grasp, leaving her breathless and her heart racing. Just as some individuals struggle academically, she may manage to sleep merely 3 hours a night, dedicating the remaining time to study, save for meal times, in an attempt to compensate for her lack of inherent talent. Such diligence, however, requires a certain aptitude, does it not? Surely, during your formative years in middle and high school, you devised a study plan, aspiring to astonish those around you. Yet, without the gift of perseverance, you found yourself unable to resist the primal urges for leisure and indulgence, thus failing to adhere to your own academic schedule. Consequently, that plan succumbed to neglect. Even if you come to realize that diligent study is essential for achieving success and avoiding subjugation, you still lack the innate ability to exert effort. For even upon this realization, you remain unable to overcome your basic desires. Lacking both a brilliant intellect and the talent for hard work, you find yourself merely ordinary. Even when presented with advantageous opportunities, like the one I offer, capable of facilitating a leap in social class, you foolishly ponder how to retreat to your comfort zone. Xia Bei's tone bore no trace of emotion as he ruthlessly peeled back the layers of the girl's psyche. Releasing Jiang Yue's waist, he raised his hand to gently caress her cheek. "Why is your face so pale? Is it my words that have wounded your pride?" His pair of almond-shaped eyes, usually so refined and gentle, revealed a hint of arrogance as Jiang Yu hesitated to affirm their relationship. "Do you require an apology from me? Would uttering it soothe your self-esteem?" Jiang Yu, breathless, found herself speechless, for Xia Bei's words resonated with an undeniable truth. He chuckled softly. "All you need to do is follow me. There is no requirement for hard work or intelligence to attain wealth and influence, ensuring your safety in life. I assure you, even in the absence of that peculiar attraction, I shall not trouble you. The wealth and power you gain will remain yours. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, would you not agree?" Chapter 98. Jiang Yu's chin was lifted high by Xia Bei as she gazed into his profound and indifferent eyes, her vision helplessly drifting. Had she not encountered Xia Yin, she would have readily acquiesced. However, having witnessed the cold-bloodedness of those in high society, she understood their indifference to the suffering of others. When faced with another's plight, they remained unperturbed. When someone pleaded desperately, they could still be unmoved. How credible could the words of such heartless and cruel individuals, influenced by strange forces, truly be? Yes, his words may be sincere now, but who could ascertain his thoughts once those peculiar influences faded? Who could guarantee anything? The fulfillment of promises or the silencing of witnesses? Both were plausible outcomes. The cost of trial and error was far too steep, and the arduous lesson of parting ways with Xia Yin taught her the necessity of investing considerable time to contemplate, weigh the pros and cons, and meticulously analyze various possibilities and potential risks. She could not afford to respond hastily as she had before. Otherwise, she would find herself in an irrevocable predicament. Xia Bei leaned in closer, his beautiful lips brushing against her neck, which was taut and nearly straight. His warm breath caressed her skin, igniting a tingling sensation. He licked and teased, his voice thick with allure, almost intoxicating as he murmured, "I am the most formidable among the youth. If you refuse me, are you seeking protection from a middle-aged man or an old fool?" How cunning it was to add a worse choice to a bad one, making the former seem less grievous, while the man refrained from mentioning any other negative alternatives. "I said I need to think it over," Jiang Yu gasped, struggling to maintain her composure. Noticing that the man showed no intention of releasing her, his hands audaciously grazed the edge of her shorts. Relinquishing her resistance, she feigned nonchalance. "Fine, it's just a fleeting encounter, right? I want to be at a loss with a man like you. But after it's done, there's only one answer. No deal." The man halted, lifting his head from the crook of her neck, his gaze emanating a chilling intensity that seemed almost tangible, threatening, and domineering. Initially, Jiang Yu managed to hold his stare, but within moments, she faltered, her courage waning as she bowed her head. What could she do if Xia Bei truly intended to act? She had no means to thwart him. Unbeknownst to her, her words inadvertently solved his dilemma. To make the girl willingly submit was, in itself, a uniquely intoxicating endeavor. Rather than hastily indulging in a single, flavorless bite, Xia Bei preferred to savor the process, peeling back layers slowly. The room was engulfed in an oppressive silence, broken only by the monotonous ticking of the round clock on the wall. Xia Bei leisurely released Jiang Yu, observing her blend of timidity and audaciousness. Prey often struggles in desperation upon falling into a trap. He awaited the day when the girl would return, having dashed against the wall of reality, seeking him out in tears. "Come, I'll escort you back to school." Surprised by Xia Bei's unexpected leniency, Jiang Yu sat in the car, gazing out at the receding scenery as if caught in a dream. Xia Bei crossed his legs, reclining casually on the back seat, his indifferent gaze softened slightly by the black, rectangular glasses he wore. A nonchalant smile graced his lips, completely devoid of the predatory demeanor that often permeated the room. Instead, restoring a sense of elegant nobility, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Having conceived an idea, he sent me a message, softly addressing the girl who was alighting from the car. Jiang Yu turned her head. The man, clad entirely in black, possessed a youthful face marked by a charming smile reminiscent of gentle spring waters. He exuded an air of politeness and grace. Jiang Yu chose silence as she walked inside. Song Yun, engaged in a phone call, rushed outside, and upon spotting Jiang Yu, her enchanting eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Jiang Yu." Although the girl had recently endured a breakup and a kidnapping, and had discovered her peculiar allure, it was still only 9 in the morning, the time of Jiang Yu's first class. Unbeknownst to Song Yun, Jiang Yu had been granted leave these past 2 days to accompany a senior official. As she sought Jiang Yu, just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed her return. "Song Yun, I need to rest. Please do not disturb me," Jiang Yu replied wearily, striding forward. Song Yun opened her mouth, her gaze drifting over the glaring mark on Jiang Yu's neck. Biting her lip, she watched as the girl walked away. Only when Jiang Yu was out of sight did she turn fiercely to face the man leaning against the car. Chapter 99. As Xia Bei met Song Yun's furious gaze, a smile danced upon his lips. When Song Yun charged towards him, demanding to know what he had done to the girl, Xia Bei evasively remarked, "Why are you lingering by Jiang Yu's side? Surely, she must have been coerced into allowing you to remain." Song Yun's brow furrowed, his expression neither heavy nor light. Before he could respond, Xia Bei continued, "One must ponder, would a normal girl willingly keep the company of someone with such glaring character flaws and psychological scars?" His voice dripped with disdain, rendering Song Yun's crimson lips devoid of color. Song Yun's greatest concern was Jiang Yu, yet his deepest insecurity lay in the fact that he was not a normal person. He often wondered if Jiang Yu would still choose to keep him close without the support of a sister. He felt compelled to repeatedly seek reassurance from her, needing to confirm that she did not harbor any dislike for him. "Nonsense. Jiang Yu has said I am the best, that she loves me, that I am her idol." Song Yun's voice rose, his eyes wide, yet his manner betrayed an underlying insecurity and lack of conviction. Upon hearing the word love, Xia Bei scoffed, scrutinizing Song Yun with contempt, akin to observing a pile of repugnant refuse. Are you truly certain that her words were sincere? Or could it be that she expressed pity? Perhaps, as a woman, she feigned affection out of fear of your background? Each word struck like a razor-sharp sword, piercing the most vulnerable and sensitive parts of Song Yun's heart. Xia Bei remained indifferent to Song Yun's fragile psychological state, his enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly narrowing, revealing a blatant air of arrogance within his shallow pupils. With a half-smile that was more mocking than genuine, he carelessly remarked, "Perhaps, while you frolic joyfully around her, she is secretly lamenting her fate. She might be thinking to herself, 'Oh dear, this is so bothersome. Had I known this would happen, I should never have agreed to it. Now I must endure this.'" Lunatic. Just before entering the car, Xia Bei narrowed his eyes maliciously and added, "If I were you, I would have taken my own life long ago. How dare you remain by Jiang Yu's side, forcing her to care for someone so utterly useless? A mere burden to others?" Song Yun's complexion turned pale. He never intended to be a burden to Jiang Yu. He never. Wang Lili had been troubled lately. Her roommate, Jiang Yu, had grown increasingly taciturn in recent days, even going so far as to cosplay as Song Yun, often donning a hat and mask when venturing out. Her once adoring idol had become distant, no longer clinging to Jiang Yu as he once did, foregoing their usual intimate gestures. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Moreover, a faint scent of blood had clung to Song Yun these past few days. Wang Lili hesitated to inquire further, but after a few days of this peculiar behavior, she could no longer restrain herself and pressed Jiang Yu for an explanation about her recent distraction and odd demeanor. In these past few days, Jiang Yu felt as though her mind was ensnared by countless threads, making it difficult to untangle her thoughts. She needed assistance, and it was evident that Wang Lili was a commendable choice. Wang Lili did not press too long, and Jiang Yu eventually revealed her troubles. Indeed, It is no wonder that Wang Lili appeared to have an epiphany. Wait, you accepted this so readily? Jiang Yu scratched her head, somewhat bewildered. To her, the peculiar allure felt dreamlike and utterly surreal. What is there to struggle with? The world is vast and full of wonders. Drawing upon years of experience in reading comics, she confidently declared, without a doubt, you are the fated chosen one. As for me, I shall naturally be the closest and most steadfast friend of the chosen one, unwavering and loyal. Ha ha ha. Wang Lili grew increasingly animated, her eyes sparkling with fervor, as if enveloped by a powerful surge of youthful exuberance. Jiang Yu felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. When it came to bizarre matters, Wang Lili was a true expert. You needn't wear a mask. From your description, the men you attract are exceptional. How could the less appealing fellows at school possibly be drawn to you? Besides, do you even know how to attract them? If your silhouette alone captivates, why endure the discomfort of a mask? Jiang Yu opened her mouth, realizing the validity of Wang Lili's reasoning. By the way, have you noticed that Song Yun has been rather distant with you lately? Is it possible that the allure only holds power for a limited time? Once it fades, does it simply vanish? Chapter 100. The new male protagonist in a state of lethargy, Jiang Yu suddenly found a spark of vitality. If the peculiar allure had a time limit, the situation was not entirely hopeless. As long as she exercised caution moving forward, her life would return to tranquility. The following afternoon, Jiang Yu seemed quite cheerful. Am I going to leave you? After class, she accompanied Song Yun back to the dormitory. Along the way, she subtly probed, trying to ascertain whether, as Wang Lili had suggested, Song Yun had indeed become somewhat distant towards her. Unexpectedly, the boy remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. A gust of wind blew the hood from Song Yun's head, revealing his porcelain skin. His long, thick black lashes framed deep brown eyes that regarded her quietly. In the past, his emotions had been quite expressive. He would cry when sad, or his anger plainly and openly voice his desires without reservation. It seemed that Wang Lili's observations were indeed accurate. Jiang Yu scratched her face, contemplating how to convey the strange occurrences surrounding her. After a moment's thought, she shifted the topic. By the way, Wang Lili mentioned that you have a faint scent of blood about you. What's that about? It's the smell of paint. Song Yun replied softly, turning his head away. He bowed it deeply, his slender neck curving gracefully, and under the sunlight, his skin appeared even more luminous, almost dazzling. Oh, I see, Jiang Yu admitted, having no knowledge of paint. She did not delve further into the matter. The boys' dormitory was situated in an exceedingly secluded corner of the school, rarely visited by others. It was not dilapidated. It was surrounded by lush greenery, the vibrant foliage intertwining to form a natural green barrier that exuded tranquility, ideal for someone like Song Yun. Previously, she would escort Song Yun back to the dormitory, and after arriving, he would return the favor. However, after a couple of times, he ceased to do so. This time, her motivation for accompanying him was solely to gauge his attitude towards her. Upon reaching the dormitory, he did not offer to walk her back, nor invite her inside, indicating a clear change in their relationship. Song Yun resided on the second floor. He ascended, opened the door, and then turned to look at Jiang Yu from the balcony. His gaze penetrating and enigmatic, reminiscent of a tranquil yet profound lake. He observed her for a long while, an expression of reluctance mingled with self-reproach in his eyes. Uncertain as to why she remained, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling sensation, particularly under the weight of his gaze. She stepped forward, intending to approach him, but he abruptly retreated inside, shutting the door. Perhaps Song Yun was pondering why he had developed an affinity for such an unremarkable girl. The strange allure faded. The esteemed individual remained unchanged, and the ugly duckling was still merely an ugly duckling. Nevertheless, she found solace in the fact that the money was indeed real. Jiang Yu forced a smile and began her return journey. Inside the closed dormitory, a nauseating stench of blood pervaded every corner. Numerous portraits of girls adorned the walls, while bloodied bandages and a small knife lay carelessly strewn about the desk. The phrase not really echoed in the boy's mind, further corroborating Xia Bei's words. Song Yun had shed his outer jacket, and even his short-sleeved t-shirt could not conceal the bandages that coiled around his body like serpents. Several areas were saturated with blood, the crimson stains seeping through the pristine fabric. He sat feebly upon the cold floor, his back resting against the bed's edge, his gaze vacant and dazed, as if he had lost his very soul, staring at the myriad portraits of girls adorning the room. His right hand pressed against a voice recorder. With a soft beep, a feminine voice echoed in the stillness of the room. "I love you, Song Yin. I love you, Song Yin." Outside the dormitory, hidden behind a car, was Song Yun's manager, Brother Lee, a veteran of the armed forces. He observed the scene of the girl escorting their young master back to the dormitory. "Wang Dongliang, look quickly. Is Song Yun about to win her heart?" Brother Lee remarked, witnessing one on the second floor and the other on the first. Their gazes locked in a deep, affectionate exchange, instantly conjuring pink bubbles all around. "I find that hard to believe. The young lady clearly harbors no feelings for Song Yun," replied the private doctor Wang Dongliang, munching on a Zhongxin chicken fillet while continuing to spy. Song Yun had a previous history of suicidal tendencies. Though he had not relapsed in quite some time, for safety's sake, he was still accompanied by several private physicians. They had been instructed by Song Wensi to refrain from interrupting Song Yun's interactions with Jiang Yu, as long as his life was not in jeopardy. After Brother Lee and Wang Dongliang returned from their meal, they spotted Song Yun and Jiang Yu and promptly concealed themselves. Brother Lee cared for Song Yun as if he were his own child. He felt a deep pang of sympathy when he had seen Song Yun alone on a hospital bench, seated there for an entire night. Now, witnessing the budding romance between the two, he was dismayed to hear Wang Dongliang's disparaging remarks. He kicked out in frustration, "Go, go, go. If you're blind, go get treated." Brother Lee believed he was steering things in a positive direction and was immensely grateful to Jiang Yu. With her presence, Song Yun's situation had improved significantly. In other words, a lifeless individual had found a desire to survive. He was confident that Song Yun would eventually shed the shadows of his past and embrace a new life filled with sunshine. However, he did not anticipate such a swift turn of fate. In the dead of night, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility, jolting Brother Lee awake. The watch monitoring Song Yun's heartbeat displayed a shocking deceleration. In a panic, Brother Lee rushed towards Song Yun's dormitory. At that moment, several private doctors stood helplessly at the door, unable to enter, flustered like ants on a hot stove. The key would not fit. Song Yun had secretly changed the lock. Will the locksmith arrive? Brother Lee's eyes widened in alarm as he pushed past the doctors, gruffly declaring, "Step aside." He forcefully kicked the door once, twice, thrice. With a resounding crash, Wang Dongliang exclaimed, "It's bad. His heartbeat has stopped." Brother Lee's heart sank, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Thankfully, the door finally gave way. Inside, Song Yun lay amidst a pool of his own blood, the crimson liquid staining his thick, curly hair. His androgynous features were shrouded in a pallor, his dilated pupils fixated on the nearby phone, which endlessly repeated, "I love you, Song Yun." In the eerie silence of the dormitory, it felt profoundly unsettling. The blood had ceased to flow. Adjusting the instrument parameters, blood pressure has dipped once more. A heartbeat has returned. The cacophony of sounds, both chaotic and composed, intertwines and collides in his ears as Song Yun refocuses his gaze. He beholds the familiar dormitory, a reassurance that he is not fated to die. "Lee, brother, I am here." Song Yun, "Do not inform Yu. I am not a burn." After setting the heart to cease, the computer automatically dispatched a letter of farewell to Song Wensi, detailing his final arrangements, ensuring that Jiang Yu would remain unaware of his demise. Alas, he narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, amidst the turmoil at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center abroad, Xia Yan was rushed into the emergency room. Back home, Xia Bei received a call, learning that Xia Yan had accidentally fallen from a height during his escape. Below lay uncollected steel pipes, having pierced his chest, though fortunately, no vital organs were harmed. And he had stabilized. "As long as he is alive," Xia Bei said, lightly before hanging up the phone. The following morning, Jiang Yu received a call from Song Wensi, who informed him that Song Yun was to undergo a re-examination at the S-City Hospital and might return in a few days, with salary continuing as usual. Not pondering excessively, as she was preoccupied with her own affairs. "Hey, You are being unreasonable. I'm speaking to you, and yet you have the audacity to make a phone call. Do you hear me? Hurry and remove the curse from this young master. I shall let this one slide." Jian Yu tucked away his phone and regarded the irritable, handsome man before him.